In the Moon Elder Palace, the little celestial maid Bailuoluo failed her tribulation, causing her celestial soul to fall into the mortal realm and become the ordinary Bailuoluo. With a sigh of resignation, Bailuoluo lamented the immense workload, believing she deserved a higher remuneration. Yang Su felt something was amiss, plagued by relentless nightmares and surrounded by imminent dangers. He found himself in a state of utter despair. However, ever since the arrival of a girl named Bailuoluo by his side, she managed to resolve every perilous situation he encountered. She rescued Yang Su time and again, and those around him speculated that Bailuoluo had fallen in love with him. Yang Su, however, remained skeptical, Bailuoluo decisively rejecting. "I do not love everything is merely for the sake of promotion and salary increase." Chapter 1. The Failure of the Tribulation. A thunderous roar echoed across the skyline of City A. The once bright sky darkened within minutes, shrouding the world in an oppressive twilight, reminiscent of nightfall. Heavy, ominous clouds blanketed the heavens, instilling an indescribable sense of dread. Amidst the darkened clouds, flashes of lightning could still be seen. The booming thunder, coupled with the sporadic flashes of lightning, heightened the atmosphere of despair. As the thunder grew louder and the lightning became more frequent, it seemed as though a mighty army was galloping through the sky. This apocalyptic scene sent pedestrians scurrying home in fright. The weather forecast did not predict rain today. Unbelievable. I forgot my umbrella. My clothes are still hanging on the balcony. I must call my husband to collect them. The hurried footsteps of passers-by quickened as they rushed along the streets. The thunder intensified, and the lightning nearly engulfed the entire sky. The spectacle grew ever more magnificent, causing some timid souls to nearly burst into tears. Approximately 15 minutes later, the ominous clouds enveloping City A began to dissipate. Sunlight once again bathed the city in warmth. Videos capturing the sudden appearance of thunderclouds over City A went viral online. Many netizens commented beneath the videos. Muzi Li, which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Huang Long Sanren. Need you even ask? It is I, Huang Long Sanren, who is presently facing the Ascension Thunder Tribulation, Phi Long Jinren. It is clearly I, Phi Long Jinren, who is undergoing tribulation here. Do not meddle. The plump official. Dear fellow celestial friends, let us not quarrel if necessary. You two can schedule another tribulation together. Moonlight Fairy. This weather is indeed strange despite the thunder and lightning. Not a single drop of rain has fallen. Taiji Master Zhang. Could there truly be a cultivator undergoing tribulation near City A? Xianjiang. Do not be misled, we must trust in science. Amidst the online frenzy, in a certain rental unit within a village in City A, a woman lay sprawled on the filthy floor, her clothing disheveled. The stains on her attire suggested she had not been washed in at least a week, and her hair, slick with grease, was so unkempt that even cockroaches would slip upon contact. Bailuoluo abruptly opened her eyes, a glimmer of silver flashing within them, and in the next moment, she sprang upright from the floor. "I'm still alive?" Upon rising, Bailuoluo could hardly believe she had survived such a formidable thunder tribulation. Her name was Bailuoluo, a celestial maid in the heavenly realm, tasked with various cleaning duties. Her true form was that of a large white goose in the mortal realm, unlike other geese. She was born with the ability to comprehend human language and could cultivate independently, possessing an innate celestial bone that set her apart from others. One day, the Moon Elder descended to handle matters and noticed her unique qualities in a small village. Due to a shortage of personnel in the Moon Elder Palace, he fed her a celestial pill from Taishang Laojun. With the power of the celestial pill, she fulfilled the Moon Elder's expectations and transformed into a beautiful, lively celestial maid after ascending to immortality. From then on, Bailuoluo took charge of the palace's sanitation. The Moon Elder treated her well, ensuring her monthly salary was never lacking and providing numerous additional benefits. Over the course of a millennium, while she could not claim to have diligently cultivated every day, she had not neglected her training. After 1,000 years of effort, she was but a step away from becoming a high immortal in the celestial realm. Once she achieved that status, she would no longer be a maid but would hold an official celestial position, even if it were the most trivial, far surpassing the status of a maid. Regrettably, She failed her tribulation. She had successfully withstood 5 thunder tribulations, aided by the numerous protective treasures gifted by the Moon Elder. Unexpectedly, she could not endure the final tribulation. Although she did not perish beneath its wrath, she was struck down to the mortal realm. With a sigh of resignation, Bailuoluo contemplated her situation. She initially intended to brush off the dust from her clothes, but in the next moment, she froze in place. Is this truly a place where humans reside? Bailuoluo could not help but exclaim. The floor was littered with fast food containers, discarded tissues, and shells of sunflower seeds and peanuts strewn about. Moreover, various beverage bottles were scattered everywhere. From mineral water to soda, and even beer, the array was astonishing. Though Bailuoluo frequently ventured into the mortal realm for training, she had never encountered an unmarried girl who lived in such filth. As she stood there in disbelief, a cockroach swaggered past her, seemingly unafraid. The cockroach was plump and shiny, clearly well-fed. The sight of such a filthy environment sent shivers down Bailuoluo's spine. Having lived for so long, she had never resided in such squalor. Even during her days as a large white goose, her living quarters were cleaner than this. No, she must clean up. She must do so immediately. An hour later, as she surveyed the now pristine rental unit, Bailuoluo clapped her hands in satisfaction. Now, this resembles a place where one can live. All the refuse had been cleared away. Bailuoluo made 10 trips to dispose of the garbage in the downstairs bin. The once empty trash bin was now overflowing with the rubbish she had discarded. Not only had she removed the trash, but the floor, previously indistinguishable in color, sparkled with cleanliness. The long-standing grime in the house was eradicated. Even the dirtiest kitchen now gleamed spotless. While an ordinary person would require at least an entire day to accomplish such a feat, Bailuoluo needed merely an hour. After all, she was a celestial maid from the heavenly palace, having spent a millennium in the cleaning profession, who in the mortal realm could rival her experience. Once the room was immaculate, Bailuoluo admired her handiwork. Truly, she had excelled. Not only had she tidied the space, but she had also washed the previously filthy bed linens until they were pristine and hung them out to dry on the balcony. With the house now spotless and fresh sheets in place, the once dingy rental unit now exuded a delightful fragrance. Wait, there's still a foul odor. Bailuoluo sniffed carefully and finally realized the unpleasant smell emanated from her own body. Before today, she had never imagined that any woman could present herself in such a disheveled manner. The original owner of this body was also named Bailuoluo, hailing from a family with both parents present and an older sister who was 2 years her senior. The original Bailuoluo's family was quite ordinary, representing a typical household among the masses. Chapter 2. The original Bailuoluo. The original Bailuoluo's parents possessed no remarkable skills. Her father worked as a security guard while her mother served as a cafeteria worker at a university. The couple placed all their hopes on their 2 daughters. The eldest daughter, Cici, lived up to expectations, gaining admission to a prestigious university and becoming the pride of her parents from a young age. The youngest daughter, Bailuoluo, has never been fond of studying since childhood, her sole desire being to venture out into the workforce to earn money. After finally graduating from high school, she promptly joined her friends to work at Dongguan, where they engaged in assembling hardware. Unfortunately, less than 6 months into the job, the unscrupulous boss absconded with his sister-in-law after the factory went bankrupt, leaving them unpaid for 3 months. However, Bailuoluo's fortune was not entirely bleak. Upon leaving the unscrupulous factory, she serendipitously purchased a scratch-off lottery ticket and won a grand prize of 100,000 yuan. After paying 20,000 yuan in personal income tax, she was left with 80,000 yuan. Initially, she intended to share this good news with her boyfriend, Chen Daqiang, only to discover that he had become involved with the beauty from the neighboring factory. Embarrassed to face her parents and unwilling to let her sister, with whom she had always had a contentious relationship, see her in disgrace, she rented a small 1-bedroom apartment in a village within a city. After settling in, Bailuoluo did not rush to find employment. Instead, she spent her days in her rented room playing games and reading novels. When hunger struck, she ordered takeout, and when thirst arose, she indulged in beverages. During her gaming sessions, she occasionally splurged on in-game purchases. Though 80,000 yuan seemed substantial, it did not last long. With no income and idly consuming her savings at home, she depleted her funds in under 4 months. Tragically, her demise was hastened by 3 sleepless nights spent gaming, culminating in a sudden death while en route to the restroom. After 3 nights of sleeplessness and a week without bathing, it was inevitable that she would be overwhelmed by her own odor. Unable to tolerate the stench any longer, Bailuoluo took a cleansing shower, washing her hair multiple times until it was thoroughly clean before emerging from the bathroom. Fortunately, she had 2 sets of clean clothes available. Had she lacked even one, she would have truly been at a loss. While bathing, she caught a glimpse of her current appearance in the bathroom mirror. To put it mildly, her looks were quite decent: large, expressive eyes, a slightly chubby face reminiscent of youth, delicate skin, and smooth, black hair. Though not strikingly beautiful, she was undeniably an adorable girl. However, due to her prolonged absence from sunlight and her gaming habits, her face bore some acne and blemishes. These minor imperfections were inconsequential to Bailuoluo. Despite her physical form being mortal, her essence was that of a true celestial being. She was confident that all the flaws of this body could be remedied in due time. After a refreshing shower, she lay on her bed, using her phone to catch up on recent developments in the mortal realm. After all, it had been a millennium since she had last ventured to the mortal world, and her knowledge was primarily derived from tales shared by other celestial officials. Indeed, the advancements in mortal technology were astounding. Particularly, the mobile phonia, small device capable of revealing the world's happenings, was far more entertaining than the laws of the celestial realm. Previously, she had only heard from celestial beings who traveled to the mortal world about its delights. Now that she had experienced it for herself, she found a mortal realm to be even more enjoyable than she had been led to believe. She finally understood why so many celestial beings prefer to take on mortal forms and traverse the mortal realm. They were not merely exploring, but genuinely having fun. With a mental chuckle, Bailuoluo felt she had unraveled the true nature of those celestial beings. Here lay the celestial realm's office in the mortal world, succinctly referred to as the Fan. She looked up at the prominent sign bearing the name of the Heavenly Courts bookstore. Indeed, to mortals, this office appeared to be merely a bookstore, albeit an exceedingly old one. The air within was tinged with a musty scent characteristic of aged buildings. In this modern age, few people still read physical books, and even fewer would choose to rent from such a dilapidated establishment. Yet, this was precisely what the staff at the Fan desired. Unless necessary, they preferred minimal interaction with mortals, for the celestial and mortal realms were distinct. As Bailuoluo stepped into the Heavenly Court bookstore, she found only a young man minding the shop. The lone window admitted little light, and no lamps illuminated the space. Given the dimness and ambience, it was hardly surprising that no patrons frequented the place. Upon noticing her entry, the young man, who had been dozing at the desk, lazily lifted his head to regard Bailuoluo. "What on earth? Fellow Celestial, what has happened to you? How did your soul end up in a mortal's body?" he exclaimed, astonished by the sight of Bailuoluo, whose mortal form radiated celestial light. Initially, he had assumed a mere mortal had wandered into the shop, only to discover that a fellow Celestial was before him. "Esteemed Celestial, please help me." Bailuoluo hurriedly approached, recounting her plight of failing her tribulation and awakening within a mortal body to the young man, Li Qing. Li Qing's true form was that of a plum tree. He had ascended to the celestial realm after a millennium of cultivation and was then assigned to work at the Fan. Having resided in the mortal realm for over 1,000 years, he had encountered numerous celestial beings who, due to various circumstances, found themselves seeking assistance at the Fan. Despite his extensive experiences, he had yet to meet anyone like Bailuoluo, whose soul had inadvertently entered a mortal vessel due to tribulation failure. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you at this moment. Perhaps you could leave your contact information so that I may report your situation to my superiors and see if a solution can be found," Li Qing suggested, expressing his limitations as a lower-ranking celestial official. He too was bewildered by this unprecedented circumstance. Bailuoluo, though somewhat disappointed, complied and waited for further news. Surely, within the vast celestial realm above them, there must be someone capable of addressing her predicament. After all, wasn't there also the venerable Yu Lao overseeing matters? Even if others turn a blind eye, he would surely take notice. Bailuoluo left her contact information with Li Qing and requested his assistance in reaching out to Yulao. Li Qing, perceiving this as a minor task, agreed to convey her message. Before Bailuoluo departed, Li Qing also imparted to her a technique for concealing the celestial light within her body. This technique was known to all staff at the Zhufan Ban and was specifically designed to hide one's identity. In the mortal realm, even those so-called enlightened beings could not see through their disguise. As Bailuoluo currently radiated celestial light, if left unchecked, it would not be long before she attracted the attention of mortal cultivators. Although the mortal realm had entered an era of diminished spiritual energy, cultivators still existed, albeit with few possessing genuine skill. The likelihood of encountering someone who might recognize Bailuoluo was slim nonetheless. Caution was prudent, as the existence of celestial beings in the mortal realm must remain concealed. Chapter 3. The false heiress dominates the entertainment industry. 3 days later, Li Qing finally reached out to her. Upon hearing that Li Qing wanted to meet, Bailuoluo was so elated that she nearly lost a shoe while rushing to get ready. She extravagantly hired a car, arriving directly at the entrance of Taiyangdingshu. Hastily making her way to Taiyangdingshu, she found Li Qing sitting behind the counter, engrossed in her mobile phone. As soon as she walked in, Li Qing beckoned her over. Without wasting any time, Li Qing divulged all the information Bailuoluo was eager to learn. Bailuoluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, she rushed out to hail a car. But then she reconsidered. Surely the driver would get into trouble. Should she just jump into a river and end it all instead? As Bailuoluo contemplated her drastic thoughts, Li Qing interrupted her spiraling thoughts. Do not entertain thoughts of self-harm. Such actions are forbidden. Now that you have assumed the identity of immortal Bailuoluo, you must live out her life to resolve the karmic ties between you two, Li Qing stated, looking intently at Bailuoluo. Wait a moment, this doesn't add up. The mortal Bailuoluo has already died unexpectedly in her home. What karmic ties could possibly exist between us? I am merely inhabiting a corpse. I did not seize control while she was alive, so there cannot be any connection. Bailuoluo protested. This is the information the underworld provided me regarding the mortal Bailuoluo. Take a look for yourself. Li Qing handed Bailuoluo a sheet of paper. The false heiress dominates the entertainment industry. What on earth is this? Bailuoluo stared at the prominent title on the thin sheet of paper, perplexed as she glanced at Li Qing. Why not take a look before questioning it further? Li Qing urged her to read. After a moment of hesitation, Bailuoluo opened the page, revealing numerous small characters. It appeared to be a synopsis of a novel. Reading through it did not take long, but once she finished, her entire demeanor shifted. Bailuoluo took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to scream. The character of the supporting female, the true heiress by Meng Meng, could not possibly be referring to the body she now inhabited. It dawned on her why Li Qing insisted there was a karmic connection. It all made sense now. Oh heavens, are you truly playing with me? Li Qing nodded, her expression one of sympathy. The false heiress by Meng Meng was fortunate enough to win a grand prize from the underworld before her reincarnation, granting her a chance to customize her life. This is the script synopsis she created, and you, Bailuoluo, are merely a supporting character in this narrative. If Bailuoluo were an important figure in the heavenly realm, that would be one thing, but she is merely a lowly celestial maid. Surely the king of hell does not owe her any favors. Bailuoluo exclaimed, her frustration evident. What does this have to do with me? I am not the Bailuoluo in this script. The crucial point is that this situation is not my concern. The king of hell truly lacks humanity, bullying a lowly celestial maid like me. Bailuoluo bit down on her small white teeth in indignation. In the end, the supporting character meets a tragic fate, becoming nothing more than a stepping stone for the protagonist, perishing at the hands of thugs in a dark alley. What a tragic life. The underworld truly lacks compassion for designing such a narrative. One can only wonder what misdeeds the mortal Bailuoluo committed in her past life to deserve such a clear fate. Noticing Bailuoluo's increasingly grim expression, Li Qing lightly cleared her throat and continued, do not be too pessimistic. Being a celestial requires adaptability. Once you are part of this script, the underworld cannot compel you to adhere strictly to their directives. You will have the freedom to navigate your life as you wish, as long as the main plot does not collapse. The central storyline revolves around how Meng Meng ascends to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, surrounded by the adoration of family and lovers. There are numerous supporting roles in this narrative. Even if one is less compliant, it is of little consequence. Even with Li Qing's reassurances, Bailuoluo's expression did not brighten. She had no intention of indulging in the mundane dramas of mortals. The thought of succumbing to darkness for a man, only to die in a filthy alley at the hands of thugs, was utterly repugnant. It was not just one thug, but a whole group. Bai Mengming must have some ill intentions to concoct such a script. Consider this role of the true heiress as a disposable character. You may cast someone else for it. I have no interest in playing this part, Bailuoluo stated flatly. This is not my fault. Why must I cooperate with the underworld in this farce, taking on the role of the true heiress? What benefits do I gain from this? Clearly, this is the underworld's error, leading to the unexpected demise of the mortal Bailuoluo. I am innocent. This entire situation does not concern me. Why should I clean up the mess for the underworld when I receive no compensation? Even if you were to take your own life now, your soul would remain bound to the mortal realm due to karmic ties, Li Qing remarked helplessly. Then I might as well go outside and find a crooked tree to hang myself from. Bailuoluo retorted coldly, clearly refusing to accept her fate. With that, she turned to leave. However, just as she took a few steps, a familiar voice called out to her. Chapter 4. The appearance of the matchmaker. Bailuoluo spun around abruptly, only to see an elderly man with a youthful visage and white hair, exuding an aura of celestial grace, standing beside Li Qing with a warm smile. She had not noticed his arrival at all. Grandfather Yulao, Bailuoluo exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her as she nearly lunged towards him. Yulao gently raised his hand, effortlessly keeping her at a distance of 1 meter. Now is not the time for reminiscing. I have already heard about your situation from Li Qing. Looking at the young girl before him, Yulao felt a headache coming on. How could this girl stir up so much trouble even while facing tribulations? His role as the matchmaker was becoming overwhelmingly demanding due to her antics. Are you implying that I still have to act in this play with those mortals? Bailuoluo pouted in discontent. Seeing Yulao stepping in, Li Qing retreated to the side. It seemed that persuading Bailuoluo was best left to him, as this girl was quite the handful. Bailuoluo had hoped that Yulao would have a way to assist her, but to her surprise, even he was saying the same thing. Was it truly the case that she was destined to be an actress in this narrative? This role is indeed one you must play, Yulao continued. What kind of opportunity is this? Bailuoluo queried, puzzled. However, she understood that Yulao would not wish her harm. This matter is significant. How could I possibly be unaware? Bailuoluo expressed her astonishment, realizing that this opportunity was somehow linked to the plague god. The era when the plague god was active occurred before her birth. She only knew that he was a malevolent deity who had inflicted suffering on countless lives for his selfish desires. Yet, just before she faced the heavenly tribulation, the plague god escaped from celestial imprisonment and vanished without a trace. Many powerful beings in the celestial realm sought to capture him, but they had yet to uncover his whereabouts. It was speculated by various celestial beings that he had likely fled to the mortal realm. Having finally escaped, his most probable course of action would be to seek vengeance against Erlang Shun, who had slain his wife. Reflecting on the past, Yulao could not help but sigh and lament. Such a noble celestial being, yet he succumbs to darkness due to a mere little demon in the mortal realm. How tragic and lamentable. Bailuoluo had indeed heard of this tale. It was said that when the plague god was sent to the mortal realm to spread disease, he fell deeply in love with a fox demon. In his infatuation, he defied the Jade Emperor's decree and chose to remain in the mortal realm. Though the fox demon loved the plague god, she was no virtuous creature. To transform into human form, she resorted to consuming human hearts. Upon discovering this, the plague god not only refrained from stopping her, but also aided her in harming mortals. This celestial demon romance soon reached the ears of the Jade Emperor, prompting him to send Erlang Shun to capture the plague god. As for the fox demon, Erlang Shun swiftly ended her life. Due to this incident, the plague god and Erlang Shun forged a deep-seated enmity over the death of a wife, leading to a relentless conflict between the two deities. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the plague god sought vengeance against Erlang Shun after fleeing. Therefore, when you speak of opportunities, could they possibly be linked to the plague god and Erlang Shun? If they were not significant, the venerable Yulao would not have mentioned them so specifically. Indeed, I hope you can, through the mortal guise of Bailuoluo, remain in the mortal realm temporarily to safeguard the reincarnation of Erlang Shun. Lao said with a serious expression. Protect the reincarnation of Erlang Shun? Me? Surely, there is some mistake. How could I possibly contend with the plague god? Bailuoluo exclaimed loudly. She was quite aware of her own limitations. Given her modest abilities, the plague god would easily overpower her. As the judicial deity of the celestial realm, Erlang Shun possessed strength sufficient to rank among the top 3 in the heavenly court. Even with such prowess, he was engaged in a fierce battle with the plague god for an entire day and night before subduing him. Expecting a mere celestial maid like her to shield Erlang Shun's reincarnation from the plague god was utterly absurd. You are not to confront the plague god directly. Erlang Shun has already reincarnated and is now merely immortal. Bound by the laws of heaven, the plague god cannot directly harm mortals. At most, he can manipulate some of them to become his tools. While you may not be able to face the plague god, surely you can manage a few mortals. As for the plague god, other celestial beings will intervene, so you need not worry. However, even if I am to protect Erlang Shun, must I truly play along with a group of mortals? What is the direct relation between these two tasks? Bailuoluo furrowed her brow. Previously, when the plague god had fled to the mortal realm, the illustrious Tai by Jinxing personally visited the underworld, hoping they could provide some assistance. However, the king of hell only agreed to consider it, without giving an immediate affirmative. Due to your situation, the underworld has relented, and as long as you agree to continue with this script, they will offer some necessary support to the heavenly court, assisting us in pinpointing the plague god's location. When Erlang Shun is in peril, they will also send word to us. At this point, Lao wore a resigned expression. Previously, the underworld was merely an affiliate of the heavenly court. Back then, a simple request from the court could secure their assistance. However, since the realms of deities and mortals ceased to interact, the underworld has gained its independence. Now, the heavenly court cannot command the underworld, and should they refuse to help, there is little that can be done. Having finally seized an opportunity, the heavenly court is unwilling to let it slip away. Thus, regardless of Bailuoluo's protests, she was indeed bound to play her part. So, it appears you have brokered a deal between me and the underworld, Bailuoluo said, her expression devoid of emotion, which caused Lao to feel somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, Bailuoluo did not intend to delve too deeply. She was acutely aware of her standing as a lowly celestial without any power, making resistance in such matters utterly futile. Rather than engage in futile struggles, it would be far more prudent to secure some advantages for herself. If I agree, what benefit shall I receive? Bailuoluo asked directly. As she posed the question, thoughts of Erlang Shun crossed her mind, causing her to frown slightly. Her relationship with Erlang Shun was far from cordial. In fact, she had harbored a long-standing dislike for him. He was notoriously aloof, and aside from her, countless celestial beings in the realm also held a disdain for him. Of course, there were many who admired him, for he was indeed strikingly handsome, capturing the affections of numerous celestial maidens. Alas, Erlang Shun remained an unattainable figure, and thus far, no female deity had succeeded in winning his heart. The mere thought of being tasked with protecting someone she detested was truly vexing. As long as you can ensure Erlang Shun's safety during your time in the mortal realm, allowing him to successfully navigate his tribulations, the Queen Mother will bestow upon you 1,000-year-old peaches of immortality, along with various magical artifacts from other celestial beings who have good relations with Erlang Shun. Once your celestial essence is restored, you shall certainly ascend to a higher position and attain a commendable celestial office. Trust in Lao. If you agree to fulfill this task, he will undoubtedly ensure that you do not suffer any losses. Chapter 5. The plot commences. These benefits are undoubtedly what Lao has negotiated on behalf of Bailuoluo. Were it not for his efforts, such advantages would likely not have been available. After all, those with higher ranks can easily impose their will. It is not as though Bailuoluo could defy the edicts of the Jade Emperor. Not everyone possesses the strength to cause an upheaval in the heavenly palace. Li Qing, who stood nearby, was astonished to learn that Bailuoluo could obtain such valuable rewards. Nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief, tears of envy brimming in his eyes. Those were the elixirs of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, and the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother. These treasures were renowned in the celestial realm. Yet due to their extreme rarity, they were not accessible to lower-tier celestial beings like themselves. This little white goose is truly fortunate. Why do such opportunities not fall upon him instead? Equally astonished was Bailuoluo, who had not anticipated that Shun was worth so much. Indeed, royal connections were extraordinary, especially since he was the nephew of the Jade Emperor. For such a minor protective task, they were offering the elixirs of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord and the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother. Although Bailuoluo was eager to agree, the troubling script gave her pause. I can agree, but aside from the items you just mentioned, the script must be revised, particularly concerning the death of the true heiress. How am I to portray that? The true heiress meets a tragically grim fate, and I certainly do not wish to end up like the script depicts, being tormented to death in a dim alley by a group of ruffians. That by Meng Meng is truly deranged. Every supporting character who opposes her meets a dire end. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to agree, I will convey your request to the underworld, and I believe it should not pose a significant issue. Yulao would certainly not allow Bailuoluo to go through the entire plot unscathed. After all, the fate of the true heiress was indeed tragic, and Bailuoluo was one of his own, a blossoming maiden. Aside from that, the conclusion of the true heiress must be altered, even if she must die. It certainly should be a more peaceful demise than depicted in the script. Yulao had already acquiesced, leaving Bailuoluo with little room to refuse. After all, the offers presented were far too generous for a mere celestial like her to dismiss. Participating in their little performance did not seem too burdensome, as the rewards were irrelevant. Primarily, she was truly passionate about the performing arts, contemplating the treasures soon to be in her possession, the elixir of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord and the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother. These were items only esteemed celestial beings could hope to enjoy. A lowly celestial like her, even if she toiled as a servant in the celestial realm for a lifetime, would never encounter such treasures. Now, all she needed to do was protect Shun in the mortal realm, and everything would be hers. Even though she may detest Shun, she would not jeopardize the benefits that awaited her. Just watch. She would undoubtedly safeguard Shun with utmost diligence. From this moment on, should anyone dare to harm even a single hair of Shun, Bailuoluo would be the first to oppose it. With Bailuoluo agreeing, both Li Qing and Yu Lao breathed a sigh of relief. At long last, her consent meant they could proceed with their plans. Just as Bailuoluo prepared to comply with the script, the narrative began to unfold quietly. When a luxurious car entered the village, it drew the gaze of countless individuals, both openly and covertly. As Bailuoluo boarded the vehicle with her luggage, she attracted envious and jealous glances from everyone surrounding her. In the script, the Bai family was ranked among the top 10 wealthy families in the city. 20 years prior, Bai Foreign and Bailuoluo's adoptive mother had given birth in the same hospital. Unbeknownst to them, the Bai family's enemies had swapped the two infants as an act of vengeance. Thus, the little princess of the Bai family fell into obscurity, leading a life of an ordinary person. Born into an ordinary family, Bai Meng Meng has nonetheless embraced a life akin to that of a little princess, enjoying the luxuries that accompany her status as a wealthy heiress. In addition to her privileged background, she has also become a highly sought-after child star in the nation. Having debuted as a child artist, Bai Meng Meng, at the tender age of 20, has already emerged as a prominent figure among the new generation of celebrities. Conversely, the true heiress, Bailuoluo, has never even attended university and previously worked as a manual laborer at Dongguan. Witnessing the stark contrast between their lives, the genuine heiress grows increasingly resentful, especially as both her biological and adoptive parents seem to favor the false heiress. This bitterness leads Bailuoluo down a path of vengeance and self-destruction. Before long, Bailuoluo finds herself transported to an opulent villa district. "Miss, please follow me," the butler instructs as the car halts before a grand estate. As they are about to enter the Bai family residence, a luxurious vehicle passes by, and a fleeting shadow within the car leaves Bailuoluo stunned for a moment. Could it be? Is that not Shun? Fate has brought her face to face with the reincarnation of Shun so swiftly. Could it be that he resides next door? No wonder the venerable Yu Lao suggested that her current identity would facilitate her proximity to Shun. They are indeed neighbors. The gentleman from the neighboring Yang family, Yang Su, is a star in his own right. 3 years ago, he portrayed the role of Shun in the immensely popular series The Legend of Shun, making his name a household one. The butler, noticing Bailuo's unwavering gaze fixed on Yang Su's departing vehicle, seizes the moment to mention Yang Su's celebrity status. You mean he is a star? A celebrity in the entertainment industry? Bailuoluo exclaims in astonishment. Is it possible that the illustrious Erlang Shun has ventured into the entertainment world? What an absurdity. It is truly shocking to the celestial realm. Miss Luoluo, have you not heard of young Master Yang? The butler inquires, his expression tinged with skepticism. In Huagua, Yang Su's reputation is not insignificant. Even those past their prime are familiar with his works, leaving the younger generation baffled if they have not heard of him. No, this is the first time I have heard of him. Given his looks, he would surely thrive in the entertainment industry. Bailuoluo chuckles, unable to contain her amusement. The butler is utterly perplexed by her laughter. If she could contact her friends in the celestial realm, she would undoubtedly share this delightful gossip with them. It is simply too amusing. After all, this is Erlang Shun, the most disciplined deity in heaven, now mingling in the entertainment industry. It is evident that this twist of fate must be orchestrated by Si Ming. Rumors have circulated that Si Ming was reprimanded by Erlang Shun for littering, resulting in a hefty fine and a public censure throughout the celestial realm. It is no wonder that Si Ming seizes this opportunity for retribution. As their conversation unfolds, they finally step through the grand entrance of the Bai family mansion, located in Hanlong Villa. Recognized as the city's premier luxury estate, its residents are invariably affluent and distinguished. The entire Hanlong Villa comprises 20 exquisite villas, with the Bai family residing in Villa number 10. The estate boasts 3 levels and spans over 1,000 square meters, complemented by a grand garden and swimming pool, all meticulously maintained by dedicated staff. Upon entering, Bai Mengmeng is greeted by an assembly of individuals in the living room. Their expressions vary from anticipation to skepticism, indifference to outright disdain. Luoluo, my dear, exclaims her biological mother, Miss Su Wanqing, tears welling in her eyes as she rushes to embrace her. Bailuoluo is momentarily taken aback, pondering whether her mother intends to shed a few tears for effect. You must be Luoluo. I am your father, Bai Maolin, and this is your mother, Su Wanqing. These are your brothers. Bai Maolin introduces the family, gesturing to the others in the room. This is your eldest brother, Bai Fandong, who handles most matters for the Bai Corporation. And this is your sister-in-law, Han Liangxin, holding their son, Bai Jian, who you can call Xiaoyan. He is 5 years old and currently in kindergarten. As Bai Maolin introduces the family, Bailuoluo discreetly observes the assembly of striking individuals. The Bai family is undeniably blessed with good looks. The eldest brother, Bai Fandong, possesses chiseled features that exude an air of authority, reminiscent of the typical domineering male lead in romantic literature. Han Liangxin, meanwhile, is one of the antagonistic characters, being the daughter of the esteemed Han family. Her marriage to Bai Fandong is a pragmatic business arrangement devoid of romance. Since entering the Bai family, she has endeavored to foster a good relationship with her husband, yet Bai Fandong remains distant, often losing his temper over perceived slights against his younger sister, Bai Mengmeng. Due to Bai Mengmeng's presence, Han Liangxin is not particularly well regarded within the family, as her brothers often view her as a malicious sister-in-law. Concerned she may mistreat their younger sister. Although Bai Maolin and Su Wanqing have never openly criticized Han Liangxin, they maintain a certain distance from her. And even the birth of their grandson, Bai Jian, has not significantly improved her standing. It is no surprise that Han Liangxin warmly welcomes Bailuoluo, as the true heiress naturally opposes the false one, and having someone to unite against Bai Mengmeng is advantageous for her. Big brother, sister-in-law, Bailuoluo greets them sweetly. Bai Maolin continues introducing the remaining family members. This is your second brother, Bai Jingnan, age 28, standing at 189 meters, possessing the physique of a model. With fair skin and a delicate appearance, currently unmarried and a rising star in the technology sector, having founded a successful tech company. Your third brother, Bai Fengxi, age 26, is 187 meters tall and, as is customary in the Bai family, has a commendable physique. Bai Fengxi is known as the most handsome among the 4 brothers, with refined features and alluring eyes, earning him the title of a dreamboat for countless young women. Notably, Bai Fengxi is also part of the entertainment industry, being a top male star in the same agency as Bai Mengmeng, with even greater popularity. Lastly, your fourth brother, Bai Chunbei, age 23, embodies a cool demeanor and has a passion for extreme sports, having established an extreme sports club where he frequently engages in activities with like-minded individuals. Despite the differing appearances of the four brothers, they all share a protective nature towards their sisters. After Bailuoluo finishes the introductions, aside from the eldest brother who warmly welcomes Bailuoluo, the other three brothers merely observe her in silence, seemingly reluctant to engage. Bailuoluo casts a warning glance at his sons, prompting them to begrudgingly respond. Meng is quite innocent and will not pose any threat to you. Do not make things difficult for her, Bai Chanbei remarks, his brow furrowed. Bailuoluo inwardly anticipates such a response. Su Wanqing, feeling awkward, adds, Meng is also our daughter. We have raised her for so many years. How can we simply send her away? We have already reached an agreement with her biological parents that Meng will remain with us, and we will not neglect our responsibilities to them. Luoluo, you must understand your mother. Although Meng is not biologically hers, she has cared for her for so long that parting with her is truly difficult. Su Wanqing continues, her voice quivering as she fights back tears. Bailuoluo shrugs, contemplating the significance of her understanding. Does it truly matter whether I understand or not? Regardless of my approval, you will keep her here, won't you? Just as long as you understand. Bai Chanbei boasts triumphantly. You are not planning to tell others that I am merely a foster or illegitimate daughter of this family, are you? Bailuoluo gazes at the Bai family with disbelief. Of course not. Su Wanqing quickly assures her. Do we resemble twins? Bailuoluo raised an eyebrow. Fraternal twins, do you understand? Clearly, you are an uneducated wild girl. Bai Jingnan scoffed. Bailuoluo suddenly slammed the table, the loud bang startling everyone in the Bai family. No one anticipated her abrupt action. To say I am uneducated is a blatant slander. I possess a high school diploma. Would you like to see it? Oh dear, my hand hurts. Had I known, I wouldn't have hit it so hard. Anan, you should refrain from speaking too much. Bai Malin admonished Bai Jingnan in a hushed tone. Only then did Bai Jingnan reluctantly fall silent, though he continued to mumble that it was merely a high school diploma. And what difference did that make in their family compared to being illiterate? Bailuoluo chose to ignore him. Preparations have been made. Mother will take you to see your room. Saying this, she led the way, guiding Bailuoluo toward the second floor. The onlookers watched the mother-daughter duo ascend the stairs, and the living room fell into a heavy silence. Your room is the one in the far corner on the second floor. Mother will show you. Chapter 7. You are to enter the entertainment industry. Su Wanqing pushed open the door and entered the room first. This room is approximately 30 square meters, nicely decorated, clearly prepared with care. However, the individual who initially arranged this room was not from the Bai family, but rather the eldest sister-in-law, Han Liangxin. Su Wanqing, an ordinary affluent lady, lived a worry-free life, pampered by her husband, and never had to concern herself with anything. Household matters were managed by her sister-in-law, Han Liangxin. As the lady of the Bai family, Su Wanqing lacked such meticulousness. All of this was prepared by your sister-in-law. The wardrobe contains this season's latest styles. Clothing, bags, shoes, and accessories have all been coordinated for you. Take a look and see if you like them. If not, just tell Mother, and she will have her prepare different styles. Su Wanqing opened the wardrobe, inviting Bailuoluo to take a look. Bailuoluo approached the doorway and glanced inside. The taste of the clothing was quite commendable. She stepped in and picked up a piece, and indeed, the size was impeccable. Even the size of the undergarments was accurate, indicating that the Bai family had indeed conducted some investigation into her. However, regarding her clothing sizes, aside from Han Liangxin, no one in the Bai family would have known. For the Bai family, such details were irrelevant. They only needed to know her educational background, personality, and the experiences of the past 20 years. Any other information, even if discovered, would not hold significance. Everything is arranged splendidly. I truly appreciate it, Bailuoluo remarked. Just as Su Wanqing intended to engage Bailuoluo in further conversation to foster their relationship, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Bai Chanbei barged in, his expression markedly grim. Mother, it's terrible. Meng has been in a car accident. What? Su Wanqing gasped, nearly losing her balance. But Bai Chanbei quickly pushed Bailuoluo aside to steady his unsteady mother. Bailuoluo frowned slightly, displeased by the sudden shove. Yet, she was not the original body. She remained unperturbed. Bailuoluo shut the door behind her and flopped onto the bed. Xiaofu, are you there? Bailuoluo suddenly called out. Yes. A small yellow duckling's ethereal silhouette appeared before her. This was a spirit sent from the underworld to assist her. The underworld possesses a mirror of the mortal realm that connects the two worlds, and no information from either realm can remain concealed from it. The spirits of the mortal realm can manifest countless avatars, each capable of communicating with one another. Xiaofu, as an avatar of the mortal realm, was dispatched to Bailuoluo's side. Xiaofu's purpose for being near Bailuoluo was twofold: to observe her adherence to the narrative and ensure she did not slack off, and to relay messages so that she would be promptly informed in case of any peril befalling Erling Shun. What is the upcoming plot, and what actions must I undertake? Bailuoluo rolled over on the bed, her body feeling completely limp. The higher-ups have instructed that you need not follow the script precisely. You simply need to ensure that the Bai family continues to harbor discontent toward you. As for how to engender their dissatisfaction, you have the freedom to exercise your creativity. However, there is one task you must fulfill. Xiaofu's voice was sweet and childlike. Should I ask the kitchen to prepare a meal for me? In the ensuing narrative, the true heiress Bailuoluo, in her quest to overshadow the false heiress, chooses to enter the entertainment industry, aspiring to become a more celebrated actress than Bai Mengmeng, ultimately trampling her beneath her feet. This portion of the plot is essential. Thus you must enter the entertainment industry. Xiaofu stated earnestly. Enter the entertainment industry. Bailuoluo abruptly sat up in shock. What ist? I cannot sing, dance, or act. How could I possibly enter the entertainment realm? She was genuinely unaware that the plot included elements from the entertainment industry. She had merely glanced at a synopsis, which primarily centered on the false heiress, with scant mention of the true heiress. The fact that you cannot do any of those is precisely why you are to serve as the control group. If you could do everything, what purpose would a control group serve? Xiaofu replied matter-of-factly. Bailuoluo was left speechless. Then how am I to enter the entertainment industry? I have no connections to assist me. Am I to seek Bai Fengshi's help? Bailuoluo tugged at her hair, her expression one of distress. This was quite troublesome. Approaching Bai Fengshi would be futile. He would undoubtedly refuse to aid her, yet apart from him, she knew no one else who could assist her in entering the entertainment realm. She scoured the internet for methods to break into the entertainment industry. Several options were available, but whether they suited her was another matter. 1. Play minor roles as an extra. 2. Accumulate works to submit resumes to entertainment companies. 3. Participate in an arts examination. 4. Join a reputable agency. The first option was certainly out, although she was entering the entertainment industry as a control group for Bai Mengmeng. A mere extra could not qualify as a comparison to a major star. Xiaofu discarded the first option. The second option was also unfeasible. What works would she present to entertainment companies? She couldn't possibly submit videos of her past work in an electronics factory. The third option, participating in an arts examination, was also ruled out. She had no such talents. Those who could participate in such examinations typically possessed some degree of skill. All she could do was eat, and she would undoubtedly fail if she attempted to take the exam. That left only the final option, signing with a reputable agency. Xiaofu looked at Bailuoluo with a serious expression. I would like to sign as well, but which company would accept me? This body is not exactly a paragon of beauty, and I lack any noteworthy talents. Entertainment companies do not just accept anyone. There's always a way, Xiaofu reassured her. Bailuoluo remained silent, abruptly sitting up from the bed. What do you intend to do? Xiaofu was startled by her sudden movement. I'm going downstairs to eat. Bailuoluo replied as she dashed down the stairs. In the kitchen on the first floor, whenever Miss Mengmeng encountered a problem, the Bai family would scatter. It was evident that Bailuoluo was not favored by the Bai family, who would want to serve her. Upon hearing this, Bailuoluo silently exited the kitchen. The maid assumed Bailuoluo was too intimidated to confront her, and she wore a smug smile. Chapter 8. The arrival of culinary delights. Yet, mere minutes later, her smugness would dissipate. Did she think Bailuoluo was afraid to confront her? That was a gross miscalculation. The moment Bailuoluo exited the kitchen, she went straight to the butler to lodge a complaint. Bailuoluo approached the butler, openly reporting the incident. The butler was taken aback and immediately inquired about the situation. After learning what had transpired, the butler did not tolerate the maid's behavior, summoning her and promptly ordering her to collect her wages and leave. The Bai family would not tolerate insubordinate servants, regardless of the relationships among the Bai family members. Bailuoluo remained the true heiress of the Bai family and one of the household's masters. How could a mere servant expect the masters to regard her? Such a servant was simply not worthy of the Bai family's service. You cannot drive me away. I am here on the introduction of Miss Mengmeng, and you cannot dismiss me. Upon hearing that the steward intended to terminate her employment, the maid immediately resigned. This maid, named Zhou Mei, is a relative of Bai Mengming's classmate. The circumstances of Zhou Mei's family are dire, with a sick child at home and a husband with a gambling addiction. After learning of her plight, Bai Mengming, perhaps out of sympathy, offered Zhou Mei a position within the Bai household. However, as time passed, and Zhou Mei became more acquainted with the household, her demeanor grew increasingly rebellious. She engaged in her duties with insincerity, merely putting on a facade in front of her employers. The steward was not oblivious to Zhou Mei's transformation. He had previously chosen not to intervene as her misdeeds were minor and did not warrant serious reprimand. Moreover, Bai Mengming was often favored, and he did not wish to offend her over a mere maid. Now that the Bai family was embroiled in a scandal involving a false heiress, with Bailuoluo entering the picture, Zhou Mei had foolishly given the steward an opportunity to expel her from the household. The Bai family, being a family of nobility, could not afford to retain someone as unstable and inept as Zhou Mei. Her threats held no weight against the steward, who had served the Bai family for many years and was not easily intimidated. Zhou Mei was swiftly removed from the premises, while Bailuoluo watched the spectacle with amusement, almost tempted to enjoy a snack while observing. "What would you like to eat, Miss Luoluo? I will arrange for the chef to prepare it for you." The steward inquired after Zhou Mei's departure, his demeanor softening slightly. "I want something delicious, like lobster or abalone. Please prepare those for me," Bailuoluo responded without hesitation. Feeling quite famished after being brought to the Bai residence early that morning without having breakfast. Given the wealth of the Bai family, she believed she deserved a fine meal. The steward merely nodded, assuring her that he would send someone to summon her when the meal was ready, and inquired if she would like a light snack in the meantime. Bailuoluo eagerly nodded, requesting some pastries. With lunch secured, she happily ascended the stairs with the pastries obtained from the steward. The steward even arranged for a pot of fruit tea to be brought to her shortly. "You should eat less. You are entering the entertainment industry, and gaining weight is not advisable." Xiao Fu suddenly appeared beside Bailuoluo to offer this reminder. "What does it matter? After all, I am merely a control group. Gaining a little weight will only accentuate her figure." Bailuoluo dismissed Xiao Fu's concerns entirely. Xiao Fu sighed, questioning whether this carefree attitude would truly allow her to protect Erlang Shun. Nonetheless, it was not Xiao Fu's place to worry. It was simply tasked with ensuring Bailuoluo fulfilled her role in the script. As for matters in the celestial realm, those could be left to others to manage. "By the way, your entry into the entertainment industry has been arranged by the underworld. You can sign the contract at the company tomorrow," Xiao Fu informed her. "The underworld has made arrangements for me. Such efficiency is remarkable." Bailuoluo rejoiced, relieved not to have to struggle to forge her own path into the entertainment industry. Yet, a thought crossed her mind, prompting a sense of unease. "If the underworld could assist me, why did you not mention it earlier while watching me search for ways to enter the industry online? Had I known, I would not have had to endure such hardship. I merely sought to make contact with the underworld to see if they could assist you. If we relied on you to navigate the entertainment industry on your own, we would be waiting an eternity for your name to surface," Xiao Fu explained, acknowledging the difficulty of entering the entertainment world. Without the underworld's intervention, Bailuoluo's aspirations would likely remain unfulfilled. "I have a question," Bailuoluo began, savoring her pastries, when a sudden knock on the door interrupted her. "Come in." A young maid entered, carrying a tray with a cup of fruit tea. "Just place the fruit tea on the coffee table," Bailuoluo instructed. "Of course, Miss Luoluo," the maid replied, setting the tea down and exiting the room. Once the maid left, Bailuoluo moved to the sofa, eager to continue her previous conversation. "I have a question. How did the true heiress Bailuoluo enter the entertainment industry in the original script?" After taking a sip of the tea, she found it delightful, perfectly complementing her pastries. Under the guise of the true heiress Bailuoluo, she directly approached Bai's entertainment company for an interview, unbeknownst to them of the true identity crisis at hand. Consequently, her impression with Bai Sure Entertainment was far from favorable. After being rejected, she caused quite a commotion downstairs, ultimately catching the attention of Bai Fengxi, who issued her a stern warning. Eventually, it was Su Wanqing who relented and allowed her into the Bai family's company, assigning her a manager. However, the opportunities presented to her were scarce, leaving her to pick up the scraps that Bai Mengming had no interest in. This led to several confrontations, further deteriorating her standing with the Bai family. Upon returning home, she found herself bowing and scraping to the Bai family just to secure a chance to enter the entertainment industry, a situation she found intolerable. Despite her lowly status in the celestial realm, she had always been treated kindly by the deity of love and had never endured such indignities. After a lengthy conversation with her spirit companion, a servant summoned her to the dining room. Though she had already indulged in an array of pastries and a cup of fruit tea, she still had an appetite. Although the mortal realm lacked spiritual energy and the air quality was poor, the food here was undeniably exquisite. Excitedly, she descended the stairs, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a lavish seafood feast laid out before her. Delicious food, here I come. Chapter 9. A Fortunate Day by Bailuoluo reveled in the abundance of delicious food before her, fully savoring the experience. While Bai Meng lay injured in a hospital following a car accident, even 5-year-old Bai Jian had been taken to visit his aunt, leaving Bailuoluo to feast without a care in the world. This behavior only served to aggravate the 4 Bai brothers, who viewed her with increasing disdain. Meng has been in an accident, lying in a hospital bed, and you can still eat? How can you possibly eat? Bai Chunbei exclaimed angrily, pointing an accusatory finger at her. After finishing the delectable lobster ball in her mouth, Bailuoluo leisurely replied, "Why shouldn't I eat? It is not my fault she is in the hospital. No one could strip her of her right to dine. It is precisely because of you that Meng had the accident. You have not shown the slightest concern and are here feasting instead." Bai Chunbei retorted, outraged. "I do not recall ever making arrangements to meet with you. Do not attempt to accuse me." Bailuoluo shot back, feeling wronged. Infuriated by her defiance, Bai Chunbei stormed over, intent on overturning the entire seafood spread. Bailuoluo was determined not to let him have his way. If he wanted to ruin her meal, he would be met with resistance. However, when he attempted to lift the table, he found it surprisingly heavy. When did our table become so weighty? He wondered, trying again without success. "Young man, I advise you to reconsider your actions. If you dare to flip my table, I will retaliate," Bailuoluo warned, her small hand firmly pressing down on the dining table as she glared at Bai Chunbei. She had finally the chance to enjoy a grand feast, and he dared to threaten her meal. Her hand itched to strike him. Bailuoluo's fierce gaze sent a shiver down Bai Chunbei's spine. Bai Chindong observed, perplexed. How could a girl raised in an ordinary family exude such an overwhelming aura? Something felt amiss. Mother, she is being utterly unreasonable. It is no wonder the 4th brother wishes to teach her a lesson. Meng is in the hospital, and she is celebrating with a feast. Bai Fengxi's icy gaze fell upon Bailuoluo. "Luoluo," Su Wanxing said, frowning. She cherished harmony within the family and appreciated kind-hearted, considerate children. Bailuoluo's brazen demeanor, devoid of concern for Mengming's well-being, sparked a flicker of displeasure in Su Wanxing's heart. Originally, I intended to genuinely mend the feelings of this daughter. Yet I have become somewhat indifferent. What does my sumptuous meal have to do with her? She is the one hospitalized. Must I forego good food because of her? Is she who is in the hospital, not I? Must my own meals be dictated by her condition? If she were to pass away one day, would I then be expected to don mourning attire at her grave? Bailuoluo does not indulge them. The Bai family is predominantly composed of intelligent individuals. Yet such intelligence often leads to overthinking. A simple meal can be misconstrued as a celebration of Bai Mengming's hospitalization due to a car accident. Such imaginative leaps are wasted on anything but novel writing. Bailuoluo, must you express yourself so harshly? Bai Jingnan, the 2nd brother, remarked with evident displeasure. Apologize. Bai Fandong's gaze was frigidly stern. Previously, when Bai Chindong spoke ill of her, the 3 brothers remained silent, merely spectating. Now, however, each one has emerged as a self-proclaimed champion of justice. Parents, do you not see how my 4 brothers behave? Is it typical for brothers to demand apologies or flip my table? After stating this, she disregarded the expressions of the Bai family and summoned the butler, instructing him to send her meal to her room. She had no desire to witness this group dining, as it would spoil her appetite. A foul mood can indeed affect the taste of food. The butler glanced at Bai Maolin, and upon receiving a nod from him, arranged for the meal to be delivered to Bailuoluo's room. Although he harbored some discontent towards his daughter's temperament, he understood that after years of grievances, a minor emotional reaction was to be expected. However, he restrained himself and refrained from voicing it. He did not wish to spend the dinner time arguing with the Bai family. Her grand feast awaited her upstairs. Upon Bailuoluo's departure, the atmosphere in the living room became decidedly peculiar. Despite Bai Mengming's car accident, she had not sustained any injuries, merely a fright. Yet, the Bai family behaved as though she had suffered grievous harm. Were it not for her firm opposition, Bai Fandong intended to have his 5-year-old son accompany his sister overnight in the hospital for companionship. This was merely a guise for keeping his son at the hospital to entertain Bai Mengming. What? Is my son a toy? Bailuoluo had no inclination to concern herself with the happenings of the Bai family. She was relishing her grand meal in her room while listening to music. The deafening music reverberated throughout the Bai residence. Han Liangxin paused at the sound, unable to suppress a laugh. She imagined the expressions on the faces of the Bai brothers would be quite entertaining. Today is a fortuitous day. All her wishes seem destined to come true, and tomorrow promises to be just as splendid. The volume of the music was turned up high enough for the entire house to hear. Was it not said that geese hold grudges? Wasn't she celebrating? How could there be no music? With the music playing and a lavish meal before her. Today was indeed a wonderful day. Meanwhile, in the study, the expressions of the Bai patriarch and his sons were far from pleasant. Father, Bailuoluo, is being deliberately provocative. Bai Qindong exclaimed. She is merely after our family's wealth. Such a person has no right to be a daughter of the Bai family. Bai Fandong added. She does not even compare to a single strand of Mengming's hair. Bai Jingnan interjected. Father, must we really allow her to stay in the house? Would it not be better to give her some money and send her away? Bai Fengxi suggested. The 4 brothers spoke in unison, clearly indicating their lack of welcome for this sister who had not been raised within the Bai household. Bai Maolin cast a detached glance at his 4 sons. I understand that you all favor Mengming, but you must remember that Luoluo is the daughter of the Bai family, sharing the same bloodline as you. Even if you cannot love her, as you do Mengming, do not let your preferences be overtly obvious, especially you, Bai Qindong. Today, it was Bai Qindong who was the most exuberant. Were it not for observing Bailuoluo's behavior, he would not have allowed Bai Qindong to act out so freely. Although the Bai family had previously conducted an investigation into Bailuoluo, gaining some understanding of her character, knowledge gleaned from reports is no substitute for first-hand experience. Bai Maolin, inherently suspicious, would not form a fixed impression of Bailuoluo based solely on a report. He placed greater trust in his own observations. As it turned out, he was correct. Bailuoluo's disposition diverged significantly from the information obtained. What kind of person was Bailuoluo, and was she worthy of the Bai family's investment in her? That remained to be seen. I understand, father. Bai Qindong, despite his rebellious demeanor, would not dare to defy his father. You all may leave now, but remember to prepare a gift to present to Luoluo tomorrow. With a wave of his hand, Bai Maolin signaled for his sons to exit. Only Bai Fandong remained, aware that his father had more to discuss with him privately. The music in Bailuoluo's room ceased. Had it continued, Bai Qindong would have likely resorted to banging on the door. The relationship between the couple had always been thus, with little conversation between them. As Bai Fandong changed his clothes, he remarked, I have already prepared a gift. I will present it to Luoluo tomorrow. Though Bai Fandong did not emphasize the matter, the preparation of gifts did not require prompting. He had long since arranged it, though he had not anticipated that Bai Fandong, as her brother, had not considered preparing a gift beforehand. Perhaps it was only after being reminded by their parents that he thought of it. Indeed, in the hearts of the 4 Bai brothers, only Bai Mengming was regarded as their sister, despite the blood ties and the unfortunate circumstances of their estranged sister. She was hardly a consideration. Bai Fandong nodded, a hint of softness gracing his usually stern visage. He was quite satisfied with Han Liangxin as his wife. She was a commendable partner. Unfortunately, her relationship with Mengming was not favorable. If only she could get along well with Mengming, she would be the perfect wife. Fortunately, Han Liangxin was unaware of his thoughts. Had she known, she would have surely scolded him. Dog of a man, truly despicable. The following day, Bailuoluo rose early, skipping breakfast at home and instructing the driver to take her to the city center. She was to sign a contract to become an artist. Xinguang Chuanmei? This must be the place, Bailuoluo thought, gazing up at the prominent characters on the building. Xinguang Chuanmei was not a major company, merely a small entertainment firm that had been operating for less than 3 years. The owner of this company was a wealthy heir, and running an entertainment company was merely a hobby for him, not a means of livelihood. The reason for arranging Bailuoluo's contract with this company was due to one of its agents, who had a tenuous connection with the underworld. According to Xiao Fu, this agent, surnamed Wei, was named Wei Tian. He possessed the ability to see the supernatural. However, childhood encounters with the other world had left him in frail health. Often ill, at his most critical point, he nearly lost his life. Fortunately, he encountered a yin-yang master who sealed his supernatural sight, thus preserving his life. This master was, in fact, an envoy of the underworld residing among mortals, akin to a preparatory civil servant for the underworld. Over the years, Wei Tian maintained contact with this envoy, and when the underworld sought to introduce Bailuoluo into the entertainment industry, they turned to him. Thankfully, Wei Tian was agreeable. Although he was uncertain why his benefactor wished him to sign Bailuoluo, he accepted without further inquiry out of gratitude. After dialing the number provided by Xiao Fu, Wei Tian quickly appeared and ushered Bailuoluo into his office. Please make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? We have coffee and WLT. WITN is a man of approximately 30 years, standing around 175 centimeters tall, somewhat overweight, and his smile resembles that of Mithra Buddha. WLT it is. Although she does not particularly enjoy tea, her aversion to coffee is even greater. She cannot fathom why anyone would relish such a bitter and acidic beverage. Expressed her confusion. WITN presented her with a can of WLT and adeptly pulled the tab for her. Bailuoluo accepted the tea without hesitation and took a sip. Here is the prepared contract. Please review it and see if it meets your satisfaction. Although I am not a newcomer in this field, I have yet to make a name for myself, and my resources are limited. If you choose to sign with me, I will become your agent. Regarding resources, I can only guarantee that I will do my utmost to provide you with the best. Beyond that, I cannot make any promises. WITN was candid, as it is essential to communicate clearly when entering into a contract. This young lady's connection with YNSH suggests a promising future. If she truly aspires to thrive in this industry, she should have better options. But I wonder why she would choose to sign with such a small company. This is sufficient. After all, she is here merely as a supporting role, not to become a major star. Once her scenes are completed, she plans to exit the industry immediately. Bailuoluo read through the contract thoroughly. It was quite substantial. The terms were mostly reasonable, devoid of those so-called oppressive clauses. Most importantly, this contract imposed minimal restrictions on her, granting her significant freedom. This aspect pleased her greatly. She could compromise on financial matters, but the degree of freedom was paramount. It is essential to remember that she has other tasks to attend to, which require time as well. With both parties satisfied, Bailuoluo successfully signed the contract. In the dead of night, within an upscale apartment, YS awoke in a cold sweat from a nightmare. His gentle, jade-like visage bore traces of pallor and exhaustion. "AS, you had another nightmare." The lights in YS's room were switched on, and a man clad in pajamas hurried to his bedside. The man, Chi-OSN, is YS's agent. Since YS's debut, he has been under Chi-OSN's guidance, and over the years, their relationship has evolved beyond mere agent and artist to that of close friends. YS regulated his breathing, quickly calming himself. I dream of that person again. Chapter 11. YS reflected on the series of nightmares that had plagued him for months. Initially, he dismissed these dreams as inconsequential. The content was not particularly terrifying, yet the atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. In a dimly lit, mysterious realm, a man stood with his back turned. YNGN, I will find you. YNGN, await my arrival. The voice belonged to a stranger, resonating as if it were summoned from the depths of hell, laced with an unnameable resentment and murderous intent. Initially, he assumed it was merely a bad dream. However, as the dream recurred and bizarre events began to unfold around him, he could no longer afford to disregard it. Shortly after the dream's inception, he frequently found himself in perilous situations. Whether it was nearly being struck by a falling flower pot or being attacked by a sudden assailant brandishing a knife, danger seemed to lurk everywhere. There were even instances where someone recklessly drove their car directly at him. Had that vehicle not malfunctioned and veered into the adjacent river, he might have faced severe injury or worse. Such incidents occurred 1 or 2 times every month. Had it not been for his good fortune, he might already have met a grim fate. Didn't he or family say they hired a master? What is the matter? Is it possible that even the master's expertise is of no avail? Chi-OSN's concern was evident. Indeed, several masters had been consulted, but they all claimed they were powerless. The mere mention of these masters made YS's brow furrow slightly. These were genuine experts, not mere charlatans peddling their wares in the streets. Yet, upon meeting him, their expressions shifted dramatically. No matter how much money the Wying family offered, they refused to take on the case. He too yearned to comprehend what was happening to him and who the man frequently appearing in his dreams truly was. Why did that person address him as Wying Jian, and what harbored such deep-seated animosity and malice against him? Regrettably, no one could provide answers to these riddles. Surely, the masters you consulted are not frauds. If they all express such sentiments, it seems you are facing a significant predicament, Chi Osn remarked, increasingly anxious. Well, you certainly need to rest properly. By the way, do you remember Director J? He collaborated with you when you first debuted. Chi Osn inquired. Of course. What of Director J? Wying S replied. Director J is currently recording a variety show which focuses on pastoral life. Why not make an appearance on a show, take a break, and accompany him to the countryside? Chi Osn suggested. Are you suggesting I go? Wying S raised an eyebrow. Have you forgotten about that favor you owe him? He is now expecting repayment. You cannot simply ignore it, Chi Osn said, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Wying S paused momentarily, recalling that he indeed owed Director J a favor from the early days of his career. However, over the years, Director J had never pressed him to repay it. Had it not been for Chi Osn's reminder, he might have completely forgotten. In that case, you may arrange it as you see fit. Chi Osn nodded, knowing he would not oppose the suggestion. While encouraging Wying S to participate in Director J's show was indeed to repay a favor, Chi Osn genuinely wished for Wying S's well-being. Wying S had been extraordinarily unfortunate lately. Chi Osn suspected the figure from his dreams was not human, but rather a malevolent entity from the netherworld. It remained unclear what intentions this being harbored towards Wying S. As for those who had suddenly attacked him, their actions were perplexing. By the time they reacted, they had already set their sights on Wying S. If only one or two individuals had acted in such a manner, it might have been dismissed, but every assailant seemed to share the same intent. At the city hospital, Bailuoluo has entered the entertainment industry. BIM Ing was taken aback by the news. Since her accident, she had been residing in a hospital room in the city center. She could have been discharged long ago, but her family insisted she remain for additional days, conducting various examinations. Yes, that Bailuoluo is indeed targeting you. Ing, you must exercise caution. She is not to be underestimated. I remarked, his eyes filled with derision. Does she really think that by entering the entertainment industry, she can usurp Ing's position? Such a lack of self-awareness. Fourth brother, please refrain from speaking ill of Lulu. Perhaps she entered the industry to fulfill her dreams. Ing countered with a kind smile. Her smile was gentle, complemented by her ethereal beauty, which could easily captivate both fans and non-fans alike, earning her the moniker Fairy Sister. The title stemmed from her role as the enchanting beauty Ing-Su in a martial arts drama she filmed at the age of 18. Although she was not the lead actress, her presence overshadowed the protagonist, and her stunning visage secured her the title of Fairy Sister. Many online even claimed her beauty was the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Little sister, you have not spent time with her and do not truly understand her. While you are amiable, she harbors different sentiments. In her eyes, you are the usurper of her position, and she would gladly cast you out of the BI family. Regrettably, the Bai family is not under her control. Not to mention our parents. Even we siblings will not allow her to bully you. Bai Chenbei's disdain and aversion towards Bailuoluo were almost palpable on his face. Bai Fengshi gazed at his little sister, who remained radiant even in a hospital gown. His eyes filled with concern. With such innocence, how could he, as an older brother, not keep a watchful eye on her? However, Luoluo is indeed your biological sister. If you behave this way in her presence, what will she think? Bai Mengming's gentle eyes reflected her worry. She can think whatever she likes. After all, we brothers only recognize you as our one and only sister, Bai Jingnan nonchalantly remarked. Chapter 12. A Conspiracy Mengming. Focus on your recovery. You need not concern yourself with anything else. As for Bailuoluo, we will handle it with discretion, the eldest, Bai Fandong, said slowly. Eldest brother, please keep an eye on the second brother and the others, ensuring they treat Luoluo well. Bai Mengming sighed softly. You, my dear girl, are far too kind-hearted, Bai Fandong remarked, gazing at his considerate sister with concern. By the way, third brother, Luoluo has just signed with an agency, and she might not receive any substantial resources. I have some resources I can offer her. The variety show directed by Ji Dao would be a good opportunity for Luoluo. Bai Mingming turned to her third brother, Bai Fengxi, as she spoke. The Bai family's business had grown significantly, and they had initially not ventured into the entertainment industry. It was only after Bai Fengxi and Bai Mingming entered the industry that the Bai family established their own entertainment company. This company was named Shiming Entertainment, after Bai Fengxi and Bai Mingming. While Bai Fengxi was the official head of the company, in reality, Shiming Entertainment was under Bai Mingming's name, essentially her own enterprise. Bai Fengxi handled the company's affairs, and all of Bai Mingming's schedules had to be approved by him. Bai Fengxi was well aware of the variety show Bai Mingming mentioned. It was a project Ji Dao had been meticulously preparing, having invited numerous celebrities from the industry. Unfortunately, very few stars agreed to his invitation, and Bai Mingming's participation was largely due to the favor Ji Dao had shown her during her childhood while filming one of his movies. The rural-themed variety show would require participants to endure hardships, engaging in farm work and often facing hunger. Bai Fengxi had always opposed Bai Mingming's involvement in this variety show, as the daughter of the Bai family. She had no need to endure such indignities for a mere show. Now that Mingming wished to give this opportunity to Bailuoluo, Bai Fengxi could hardly refuse. Upon his agreement, a smile graced Bai Mingming's face. "You mean to arrange for me to participate in a variety show?" Bailuoluo exclaimed, surprised as she looked at Wei Tian. Wei Tian beamed with excitement, clearly in high spirits. "Indeed, I too did not expect Ji Dao to reach out to our little company. Although Ji Dao's fame has waned in recent years, he remains a renowned director who has won film awards. Being able to feature in Ji Dao's variety show right after your debut is an extraordinary stroke of luck." Although he was puzzled as to why Ji Dao had specifically chosen their company, he deemed it a splendid opportunity that should not be missed. "But didn't you say the company had no resources for me? You mentioned arranging for me to run minor roles in a film for experience. How did it suddenly change from minor roles to participating in a variety show? As a complete newcomer to the entertainment industry, why would Ji Dao want me?" Bailuoluo pondered, suspicion clouding her thoughts. "Stop overthinking it. This opportunity was given to you by Bai Mingming. Bai Fengxi invested in Ji Dao's variety show to ensure your participation. Otherwise, why would Ji Dao accept a complete newcomer like you?" Xiao Fu's voice chimed in. "What?" Bailuoluo's suspicions deepened. "Are they trying to conspire against me? Bai Mingming likely has no intention of plotting against you. Her position in the Bai family is secure, and she is not foolish enough to do so. You hardly even qualify to be in her sights." "Understood. It's Bai Fengxi who intends to set me up. What scheme is he concocting?" Given Bai Fengxi's disdain for her, she could not fathom that he would genuinely offer her resources or invest in her opportunities. "Your guess is correct. Bai Fengxi truly intends to set you up. Ji Dao has arranged for you to play a minor role that will be edited to portray you as a foolish and troublesome character." "Haha, I knew it," Bailuoluo replied, entirely unsurprised. "Luoluo, did you hear what I said? You must prepare diligently for this variety show and strive to win over some new fans," Wei Tian said, brimming with ambition. Bailuoluo thought to herself, as for new fans, once the show airs, she would probably be subjected to public scorn. However, she chose not to share these thoughts with Wei Tian, preserving some semblance of hope for him. "When does the recording for this variety show begin?" she inquired. "Next week. But before we start recording, we need to sign a contract first," Wei Tian replied. The following day, he accompanied Bailuoluo to finalize the contract. However, upon exiting, Wei Tian wore a disgruntled expression. "No wonder Ji Dao suddenly sought you out. It turns out he wants you to be a foil for the other guests. You should have considered it more carefully. Why did you sign? Don't you realize that once this show airs, you might instantly become the target of online vitriol?" Wei Tian lamented, frustrated. Although being a controversial figure can bring fame, Wei Tian did not envision Bailuoluo embarking on such a path. He aimed for her to achieve success steadily and would rather she take her time than resort to a shortcut through infamy. The pitfalls of such a route are well known in the entertainment industry. If one cannot redeem themselves, advancing further becomes exceedingly difficult. Since he was determined to promote Bailuoluo, he had no intention of making her a fleeting star. Nonetheless, it was futile to dwell on such matters now. The contract was signed, and Wei Tian had to allow her to proceed. He could only hope that Ji Dao would not go too far. wishing for fewer people to criticize Bailuoluo when the show aired. Chapter 13. Live broadcast due to the time constraints. Wei Tian imparted all he could teach Bailuoluo, regardless of whether she could comprehend it. If she couldn't understand, she could at least remember. Time was limited, and there were no better alternatives available. Days flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, the day of the variety show's recording had arrived. The show, directed by Ji Dao, was titled The Life of Dreams. In the tranquil countryside, gazing at the endless expanse of rice fields, accompanied by the melodious chirping of insects and the sweet songs of birds, one is treated to a breathtaking panorama reminiscent of an idyllic paradise. Alas, considering this is a variety show, it is implausible for the celebrities to genuinely indulge in such a serene lifestyle. On the first day of filming, a live broadcast was employed. As soon as the stream began, a multitude of viewers flooded into the live room. Has director Ji truly fallen to the point of producing variety shows? He was once renowned for his cinematic endeavors. A friend from the entertainment industry mentioned that director Ji has struggled in recent years, with no one approaching him for film projects. What a pity for director Ji. Is he truly running out of creative vigor? Enough about him. Let us discuss the stars attending this event. I came here specifically because I heard our beloved Meng Xiaoxi and Ji would be present. I have heard the same, but as there has been no official announcement, the authenticity of this news remains uncertain. I eagerly anticipate Tianxi and Mimi. Our Meng is truly beautiful in every regard. Wherever she is, there I shall be. Additionally, aside from by Meng, I have heard that Chun Bauer will also be attending, though I am unsure of the veracity of this claim. Even before the show has commenced, numerous celebrities have already slipped away, with over 10 suspected participants. Director Ji has truly excelled in maintaining secrecy. We must deduce for ourselves. Here they come. A vehicle has arrived. This car looks strikingly familiar. It appears to be our dear Wanwan's. Indeed, this is Wanwan's vehicle. I have seen her travel to the set in this very car. A sleek black Toyota. Alfred slowly approached the venue. As the door swung open, a pair of elegant legs adorned in high heels emerged first. Following closely was a young lady clad in a silver dress, topped with a wide-brimmed French hat, her slender figure captivating the lens. Wow, it is indeed our Wanwan. She is truly Jiang Wanwan, an accomplished flower of the entertainment world. She debuted in a film directed by the eminent and Louis, playing the lead female role. Subsequently, she starred in 2 more films, also in leading roles, garnering positive reviews online. With her pure and innocent visage, she has earned the title of the nation's first love, amassing a considerable fan base. While she may not yet rank among the A-list stars, she certainly stands out among the second tier. Hello, everyone. Jiang Wanwan greeted the staff warmly upon alighting from the vehicle. Wanwan, please sign in over here. The lounge is just ahead. The others have yet to arrive, so you'll need to wait inside for a while. A staff member politely instructed her. Jiang Wanwan blinked her eyes and covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "Am I truly the first to arrive?" "Indeed, you are the first," the staff confirmed. "Had I known, I wouldn't have come so early. I intended to make a grand entrance." Jiang Wanwan playfully stuck out her tongue. In the live room, a chorus of voices erupted, exclaiming how beautiful Jiang Wanwan is, how adorable she appears. She is simply too charming. How can our girl be this cute? Truly deserving of the title of the nation's first love, her face withstands scrutiny, appearing flawless even under high-definition cameras. Our Wanwan is just 23 years old, still youthful. What imperfections could her skin possibly have? Shortly after Jiang Wanwan departed, another vehicle arrived. As the door opened, a lively young man leaped from the car. Wow, it is Yang Li. Surprisingly, he was not among the previously reported stars participating in this variety show. They managed to keep that under wraps quite well. Li, our Li. Director Ji, you must take good care of our Li. Young Li, who debuted from a boy band, is 20 years old and a member of an idol group composed of 5 handsome boys, the eldest of whom is merely 21. As the group's most popular member, Yang Li garners significant attention. Many of his devoted fans and admirers are present in the live room. Yang Li cheerfully approached the staff, greeting the viewers in the live room. After signing in, he headed directly to the lounge without lingering. Not long after Yang Li's departure, another vehicle pulled up to the scene. The comments flooded in. This is a luxury car, worth at least several million. Who could be so prominent as to arrive in such an expensive vehicle? Could it possibly be a renowned actor or actress? Who could it be? The anticipation was palpable. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a youthful girl who appeared to be in her teens. Standing around 165 centimeters tall, she donned a blue shirt paired with shorts. Her hair styled in a bun, and sporting casual shoes, radiating an aura of youthful exuberance. Wearing large sunglasses that obscured much of her face. Her identity remained a mystery at first glance. Comments flooded in. Who is this? Does anyone know? With those sunglasses on, it's hard to tell. Oddly, I cannot discern who she is. The girl, however, did not leave them guessing for long. After stepping out of the car, she removed her sunglasses, revealing a completely unfamiliar face to the live audience. I did not recognize this person at all. She must be a newcomer. I have never seen her before. A newcomer participating in Director G's variety show? Her resources must be exceptional. Could she be yet another resourceful player? Regardless of her background, this girl is quite attractive, appearing soft and endearing. She is certainly my type. I have a penchant for cute girls. Bailuoluo, however, remained oblivious to the live audience's comments. She had risen early that day, even instructing her driver to bring out the most expensive car from the garage to incite envy. As a newcomer, her vehicle surpassed those of other stars, surely securing her share of jealousy. Xiao Fu, has Yang Su arrived yet? Not yet, considering Yang Su's status. He is likely to appear last. Upon hearing that Yang Su had yet to arrive, Bailuoluo lost interest in lingering outside. She hurriedly signed in and made her way to the lounge without even greeting the audience in the live room. As a result, many viewers criticized her for being impolite, while others suggested she was deliberately seeking attention due to her vehicle. However, Bailuoluo paid no mind to these remarks. She merely wished to rest in the lounge, as it was unbearably hot outside. It was only 10, yet the heat was already stifling. In the lounge, Yang Li and Jiang Ruanwan sat on opposite sides. After exchanging initial pleasantries, the two fell into an awkward silence, the atmosphere thick with discomfort. The lounge was also being broadcasted live, and many viewers felt the tension between the two. Why are they not speaking? You must be out of touch if you do not know the history between them. It was trending for several days. What happened? Last year, Yang Li made a cameo in director Liu's film, portraying the young version of the male lead, with only a few minutes of screen time. Coincidentally, Jiang Ruanwan played the young female lead, and they shared several scenes together. After filming concluded, during a television interview, Jiang Ruanwan implied that Yang Li's acting was subpar and hindered her performance, leading to fierce disputes between their respective fan bases. Let's not spread rumors. Our Ruanwan has already stated she meant no offense. It was the marketing accounts that twisted her words, presenting misleading edits to malign our Ruanwan. Come on, Jiang Ruanwan's fans must have forgotten that the interview was live. There is evidence. Even if our Ruanwan had no such intention, what of it? Yang Li's lack of acting skills is a reality, and facts cannot be silenced. I hear you talking nonsense. Li is not a professional actor. He was merely invited for a cameo, and Jiang Ruanwan's scenes only amounted to 3 takes. How could that have adversely affected the filming? The director had said nothing, so it was hardly her, Jiang Ruan, who could speak out. In the live streaming room, the fans from both sides were embroiled in a fierce quarrel, while the two parties involved remained seemingly unperturbed, creating an atmosphere that, although awkward, was still somewhat harmonious. At that moment, Bailuoluo entered, pulling her suitcase behind her. Upon entering the lounge, Bailuoluo immediately spotted the 2 individuals sitting on either side. It was evident they were guests who had arrived before her. Hello, I am Bailuoluo. As a newcomer, I have yet to gain much recognition. She smiled at the two and introduced herself. Greetings, I am Yang Li. The sun is quite intense outside. Please, take a seat and have some water to refresh yourself. Yang Li replied with a sunny smile, standing up to greet Bailuoluo. Jiang Ruan also stood up at that moment. This was a live broadcast, and any inappropriate action would inevitably be scrutinized. Though she felt it unnecessary to stand for a newcomer in the entertainment industry, she still rose with a courteous smile, given the live context. Luoluo, right? I am Jiang Ruan, your senior in the industry, Jiang Ruan said, moving closer to Bailuoluo and extending her hand. Bailuoluo shook her hand briefly before they both released their grip. After the introductions, Bailuoluo set her suitcase aside and casually chose a spot to sit. Not long after she settled in, another person entered, typically portraying steadfast characters. This individual was not a traffic star, but a talented actor who had received mainstream awards. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Guan Shan, Jiang Ruan's smile became more genuine, and Yang Li immediately greeted him. Brother Guan, I didn't expect you to participate in Director G's variety show. It's quite rare to see you here. Yang Li exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Guan Shan, being a seasoned figure in the industry, seldom took part in variety shows. Since his debut, he had only appeared in a few early shows before successfully transitioning into serious drama, leaving variety behind. It was no wonder that both Jiang Ruan and Yang Li appeared astonished at his presence. Director G's confidentiality measures are remarkably effective. Not a whisper of news has leaked. Jiang Ruan remarked with a laugh. Recently, I had some free time, and Director G reached out to me. So I thought I might as well take it as a vacation, Guan Shan said, setting his suitcase aside and engaging with Yang Li and Jiang Ruan. Seeing their lively conversation, Bailuoluo chose not to intrude. After all, she was merely an obscure figure in the entertainment world and preferred to keep her distance. This must be another guest for the show. I apologize for not recognizing you. Who might you be? Guan Shan seemed to notice Bailuoluo for the first time. I am Bailuoluo, just a rookie who has recently signed with a management company. It's understandable that Brother Guan wouldn't recognize me, she replied with a smile, embracing the situation graciously. Being a complete novice like Bailuoluo, participating in a variety show directed by G, surrounded by relatively more well-known stars, made it evident to anyone that she likely relied on connections, whether due to a strong background or financial backing. Actors like Guan Shan typically held disdain for such advantageous resources. Although he instinctively felt a twinge of dislike towards Bailuoluo, his experience in the industry prevented him from displaying it openly. Instead, he merely maintained a noticeable distance from her. There were a total of 7 guests for this variety show. 6 of them had signed contracts for the entire season, while one was merely a flying guest. Bailuoluo was among the 6, set to participate in the full recording of Mengxiang de Xinghua. An hour later, once everyone had arrived, 3 more individuals joined them, including the immensely popular internet celebrity Han Zhao, who boasted 30 million followers on Douyin. Although she was not part of the entertainment industry, her follower counts surpassed that of some first- and second-tier stars. In terms of fame, she was certainly not inferior to the stars present. Alongside Han Zhao were Chun Bao, a first-tier female star in the country with the highest popularity among the female attendees, and Xinzhou, also a flying guest with significant recognition. Xinzhou had debuted as a singer through a music competition show called Go Wang Jiu Shihua, showcasing not only his exceptional vocal talent, but also his songwriting skills, having penned most songs on his 2 released albums. His musical prowess, coupled with a youthful appearance, garnered him a substantial fan base. Wow, aside from Bailuoluo, everyone here is quite renowned. Bailuoluo mused to herself. How is she managing to avoid the awkwardness? It should be quite uncomfortable. I see she has been drinking coconut juice. She has already finished 2 bottles and is going for a 3rd. In the comments section, viewers noted her apparent isolation from the group. She seems to just sit there drinking coconut juice, not even attempting to mingle. Isn't that a bit antisocial? She better not approach my Yang Li. He is still young and shouldn't be given the chance to stir up drama. And keep her distance from my Xinzhou. This small-time player shouldn't encroach. However, Bailuoluo had not intruded on their conversation, so the fans' harsh remarks seemed unwarranted. Once Bailuoluo finished her 3rd bottle of coconut juice, the others had finally completed their introductions. Han Zhao, while conversing with the group, began contemplating her potential romantic pairings. Yang Li is decent, though a bit young. Many people are into age gap relationships these days, so he is not entirely off the table. Guan Shan is also good, a solid actor, though lacking in traffic. As for Xinzhou, the musical prodigy, he is quite popular, but as a flying guest, he won't be around after this episode, so any hype would likely dissipate quickly. Each choice has its pros and cons, making the decision rather challenging. After observing the male stars, Han Zhao did not neglect to assess the female stars present. Initially, she believed she would be the least significant among the female guests, given that the others were all established stars, at least 2nd tier, while she was merely an internet celebrity. Despite her 30 million followers, the status of a web influencer was still considerably lower than that of a star. To her surprise, she found someone even less prominent than herself, an obscure figure in the entertainment industry daring to participate in Director G's variety show. Casting a discreet glance at Bailuoluo, Han Zhao felt an increasing sense of wariness towards her. This girl even bore a striking resemblance to her. Han Zhaozhao had always adopted a cute and charming persona on Douyin, attracting many male fans. She was startled to find Bailuoluo following a similar path, and it appeared that Bailuoluo's adorable and soft image was not merely the result of makeup, as she bore a naturally charming face without any enhancement. A hint of jealousy arose in Han Zhaozhao. While she was dubbed meaning otaku or homebody, her cute and soft image relied heavily on cosmetics. Without makeup, she was merely a pretty yet ordinary girl. In terms of looks, she was indeed overshadowed by Bailuoluo. Han Zhaozhao glanced at Bailuoluo's figure, noting that she was not only taller, but also had a better physique. While Han Zhaozhao stood at 155 centimeters, Bailuoluo appeared to be at least 165 centimeters. In comparison, Han Zhaozhao felt she was losing quite badly. Thankfully, she still had her 30 million followers, while Bailuoluo had none. With this thought, Han Zhaozhao reassured herself. Like Han Zhaozhao, the others harbored their own thoughts, yet all were astute enough not to reveal their inner musings on their faces. Since everyone is here, we shall now distribute the first task card. A staff member entered with a stack of task cards. Just then, the live broadcast concluded. The subsequent content would be recorded and not streamed online. What, pray tell, is this initial task? How infuriating. Director G, if you possess the capability, then go live. Do not compel me to kneel and plead. Everyone disperse. Ah, how can this end so abruptly? I was just beginning to witness the captivating parts. As the live broadcast concluded, the guests present noticeably relaxed. Please come forward to collect your task cards. The staff member raised the task cards in hand, gesturing for everyone to approach. Guanshan was the first to seize one, and the others followed suit, each retrieving their designated task cards from the staff. You are to arrive at Furue Airport within 1 hour. The crowd read aloud the task written on their cards. They were required to devise their own means to reach the airport and meet with our staff within the hour. The production team would provide each of them with 10 yuan in cash as transportation fare, which they must utilize judiciously to arrive at the airport within the designated time. Can we not use our own money? Jiang Ruan raised her hand to inquire. A chorus of lamentation arose. A mere 10 yuan was insufficient even for a taxi ride. Furue Airport was not far, approximately a 25-minute drive. However, considering the time spent on the journey and waiting for transportation, it remained uncertain whether an hour would suffice. As stars, Jiang Ruan and her companions surely could not be recognized en route to the airport. If they were identified, it would undoubtedly waste precious time. With a crowd, the road would become congested, making departure difficult. Fortunately, the celebrities were all seasoned and knew how to disguise themselves to avoid recognition by passers-by. Dressed in long sun-protective clothing from head to toe and donning sunglasses to shield their faces, they ensured even their mothers would not recognize them. In contrast to the complete disguises of the other stars, Bailuoluo found her approach considerably simpler. She merely donned a pair of sunglasses and departed. Before leaving, she did not forget to take 2 bottles of coconut juice. If she became parched outside, wouldn't tea that savored the expense of buying water? She truly was a frugal genius. Given that she currently had no fans, while others feared being recognized, she felt no such concern. As she made her way to the subway station, she chatted with Xiao Fu along the way. Didn't you say Yang Su would come? Why haven't I seen him? Could your information be erroneous? If this were indeed false news, she would have made the trip in vain. Rest assured, Yang Su will surely come. Perhaps he will arrive a tad later. Just wait patiently. Xiao Fu's tone was brimming with confidence. Bailuoluo chose to trust Xiao Fu. After all, Xiao Fu was the fragment of the spirit of Chun Shijing, and such trivial matters should not pose a problem. The two engaged in conversation until Bailuoluo successfully reached the subway station. At the last moment before the doors closed, a fully clad figure dashed in. Wait for me. Just as the subway doors were about to shut, Yang Li and his cameraman successfully boarded. The commotion caused by Yang Li did not go unnoticed by those around them, and given his attire, avoiding attention was virtually impossible. A grown man bundled up like this in the sweltering summer. Surely something was amiss. While it was somewhat uncommon to see women dressed in such a manner for sun protection in summer, it was not entirely unheard of. However, men dressing like this was decidedly rare. Bailuoluo instantly recognized Yang Li. After all, he had transformed right before her eyes, and his sun-protective outfit had been borrowed from Jiang Ruan. The bright pink of the sun-protective clothing made it nearly impossible not to recognize him. Seeing the curious gazes of those around her, she resolved to feign ignorance. Chapter 16. Hidden rules. Not only did Bailuoluo feel awkward, but Yang Li himself was too embarrassed to lift his head. Upon entering the subway, he quickly found a seat and kept his gaze lowered. Although, as a celebrity, he was accustomed to being watched, the intense scrutiny felt more akin to observing a monkey, leaving him exceedingly uncomfortable. Even the cameraman chose to maintain a distance, not wanting to share in the embarrassment. After all, it was a recorded segment, and the camera did not need to be rolling continuously. Yang Li sat uncomfortably, head bowed low. He was aware that another guest was present in the train car, but under the current circumstances, he did not wish to draw any more attention and thus refrained from greeting them. The guest, named Bailuoluo, appeared equally disinclined to let anyone know of their acquaintance. Her demeanor suggested she wished to avoid him entirely, which left him feeling somewhat despondent. As soon as the subway arrived at the station, Yang Li was eager to rush out. Bailuoluo, observing Yang Li's retreating figure as if pursued by a ghost, fell into a moment of silence. What vibrant energy he possessed! Shaking her head, she disembarked at a leisurely pace. Upon exiting the subway station, she found herself quite near the airport. On foot, it would take roughly 15 minutes to arrive. Nearby the subway station, there was also a shuttle bus directly to the airport. However, boarding the shuttle did not guarantee immediate departure, as it adhered to a fixed schedule. Checking the timetable, she discovered the last bus had just departed 5 minutes earlier, and the next one would not leave for a while. It seemed she would have to forego the shuttle and contemplate other options. Taking a taxi was out of the question. The few yuan she had left were insufficient even for the base fare. Walking should not pose a problem. With her plan set, Bailuoluo proceeded towards the airport. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow. After all, a 20-minute walk to the airport was well within her time constraints. Along the way, she used her remaining 4 yuan to purchase 2 meat buns. Spending someone else's money was not painful at all. After buying the 2 buns, she generously offered one to her cameraman. However, he seemed too shy to accept it, so she did not take offense. If he did not eat, she would simply have one more for herself. The food of the mortal realm was truly delightful. Savoring the bun, Bailuoluo continued her cheerful march towards the airport. Meanwhile, Yang Li was already sprinting towards the airport. Upon finally encountering the airport staff, he discovered that some had already arrived. The earliest to arrive were Jiang Ruan, Chen Bauer, and Guan Shan, who were already seated in the waiting area, engaged in conversation. Sister Bauer, Brother Guan, Sister Wan, how did you all arrive so quickly? Yang Li exclaimed in disbelief, noticing they had clearly been there for some time. We took a taxi. We didn't have to stop along the way. So of course we arrived sooner, Jiang Ruan replied with a smile. You all took a taxi? How is that possible? Aren't we each only given 10 yuan? How could it be impossible? One person's fare is indeed insufficient, but when pooled together, our money is surely enough to get us to the airport. Jiang Ruan replied playfully. What? It could be done that way? Yang Li's expression was one of utter dismay. Had he known earlier that collaboration was an option, he would have sought out partners from the very beginning. Taking a taxi straight to the airport would have been far more convenient. Reflecting on how he had rushed under the scorching sun to save time, he couldn't help but feel pity for himself. The 3 of them laughed heartily at his exaggerated expression. Fortunately, Guan Shan, showing some compassion, handed him a bottle of coconut juice sponsored by sponsor, allowing him to quench his thirst. Yang Li accepted the coconut juice and promptly sat beside Guan Shan, downing half the bottle in one go. Just as he finished the coconut juice, Bailuoluo arrived. Why did it take you so long to get here? Yang Li exclaimed in surprise. They had taken the same subway, and he had been there for some time, yet Bailuoluo had only just arrived. I bought 2 buns along the way, which took a bit of time, Bailuoluo said innocently. Yang Li was taken aback. You actually had time to buy buns. Well, since I still had time, I thought a bun wouldn't weighs too much, Bailuoluo shrugged. Just as they were conversing, Han Zhao Zhao and Shun Zhou entered from outside. Phew. Finally, they arrived, relieved that they had not exceeded the time limit. Han Zhao Zhao, with a look of gratitude, patted her chest and then slumped down into her seat. We thought we would be late. Zhao Zhao and I took the bus to get here. The bus moved slowly, stopping frequently, and in hindsight, taking the subway would have been a better choice. Shun Zhou lamented his decision, remembering that the subway station was farther than the bus stop, and they had just caught the bus that was about to depart for the airport. To save time, he had boarded the bus, a decision that Han Zhao Zhao evidently shared. Little did they know that this bus would not only be slow, but also waste a considerable amount of their time with its frequent stops. It had been a long time since he had traveled by public transport, and he almost forgot that buses were meant to stop at designated stations. Why did you all arrive so quickly? Did you take the subway? Han Zhao Zhao asked curiously, looking at everyone. Luoluo and I came by subway, while Guangge and his companions took a taxi. Yangli was eager to share the exciting news that they could pool their money together, an incredible discovery. Unsurprisingly, a chorus of complaints erupted. Although Bailuoluo was slightly surprised by Yangli's revelation, she did not exhibit an exaggerated reaction. After all, it was a variety show, and the exaggerated expressions of the participants were clearly part of the performance. Bailuoluo preferred to remain indifferent. After everyone boarded the plane and later disembarked, over an hour had passed. Given that this was a rural-themed variety show, the recording location could not possibly be in the city. They were headed to a small village named Xiao and Siyuan, nestled deep within the mountains. To reach the village, they had to navigate mountain roads, which were not short. When the group was taken to the foot of the mountain and informed that they needed to hike up to the village, cries of despair echoed once more. "Director, this is too much. We have to walk there? I'm wearing high heels. Help!" The group protested against the director. "Please, everyone quiet down. I will now explain the hidden rules of the previous task." A staff member stepped forward, clapping their hands to signal for silence. "Hidden rules? What is that?" The crowd responded. "Please take out any remaining money," the staff member instructed. Bailuoluo patted her pockets, her expression innocent. What was she to do since she had spent all her money? Chapter 17. Xiao and Siwen, except for Bailuoluo, the others had some money left. Guanshan, Jiangruan, and Shunbao Air pooled their resources to take a taxi, costing a total of 21 yuan, which meant they each had 3 yuan remaining. Han Zhao Zhao and Shun Zhou, who took the bus, had the least expenditure, with 7 yuan each left. Yangli spent 6 yuan on the subway and had 4 yuan remaining. Bailuoluo spent 6 yuan on the subway and 4 on buns, leaving her with 0. Bailaosher and Shun Laosher had the most funds left, granting them the opportunity to choose their mode of transportation first. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, several modes of transport were brought forth. First was an electric tricycle, complete with a driver. Next came a mule and a donkey, accompanied by a mountain bike. The mule and donkey had handlers, while the bicycle stood alone, looking rather forlorn. "We want the electric tricycle," Shenzhou and Han Zhao exclaimed, rushing towards it. The electric tricycle was undoubtedly the best option among all the vehicles, so was the obvious choice. Then it was Yang Li's turn. "Do you prefer the mule or the donkey?" The staff member inquired with a smile. "I'll take the mule. It should be faster than the donkey." The lone mule was chosen, leaving only the donkey and the mountain bike. Guanshan and his companions opted for the donkey without hesitation, leaving the solitary bike for Bailuoluo. Although the mountain bike offered stability, it demanded technical skill, and one misstep could lead to a tumble. Moreover, the uphill terrain, with its ruggedness and numerous pieces of luggage, made cycling an impractical choice. "Bailaosher, it appears this mountain bike is yours now." The staff member cheerfully presented the bicycle to her. "Bailaosher, do you have anything to say now?" The staff member seized the opportunity. Bailuoluo could have ended up with a mule like Yangli, but due to her 2 buns, she was left with the bike, destined to ride uphill alone. It was truly a tragic outcome triggered by 2 buns. Bailuoluo sighed. Her reaction elicited laughter from the group. Laughter aside, the journey had to continue. Under the blazing sun, the group loaded their luggage onto their respective modes of transport. "See you all later. We're off." Han Zhao Zhao and Shun Zhou loaded their belongings onto the tricycle, climbed aboard, and waved goodbye cheerfully as the tricycle sputtered to life, swaying and moving farther away. "Let us go as well." The others climbed onto their chosen transport. The only one left standing was Bailuoluo, who had just secured her luggage onto the bike. Except for the crew following her, everyone else had already departed. Bailuoluo at least had a bike, while the crew had no vehicle and had to rely on their feet to keep pace with her. However, with Bailuoluo's predicament, having a bike seemed almost inconsequential. Once the others had left, Bailuoluo began pushing her bike up the mountain. The crew following her couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. The contents of her suitcase were unknown, but it was heavy and cumbersome, making her uphill trek all the more arduous. "Let us set off," Bailuoluo called, leading the way. Meanwhile, in Xiao and Siyuan, villagers were in an agitated discussion. "Village chief, why didn't you consult us beforehand? What if we get discovered? That wretched woman hasn't been found yet. We can't let those stars enter the village." A group of villagers, gathered in the village chief's home, were expressing their concerns. That woman will surely try to leave the village. She'll head up the mountain. If she runs into those stars, they all turn pale at the thought. No need to panic. Those stars have someone watching over them. If that woman dares to show up, she'll fall right into our trap, the village chief said, taking a drag from his pipe, a glint of malice in his eyes. The mountain path is being guarded. She can't escape. The village secretary motioned for silence and continued, but it's better to be safe than sorry. The most secure course of action is to drive those stars away. At this moment, an elderly woman spoke up. Yes, we can't rest easy until they leave. Enough with the noise, quiet down. The village chief slammed his hand on the table, and everyone fell silent. The villagers, caught by the village chief's command, lowered their heads and ceased their chatter. Can't we just drive them away without refunding their money? Someone suggested. Don't be so naive. Do you think you're clever while everyone else is a fool? The village chief sneered, having seen through their thoughts. So we just let them into the village, then? A villager asked, unwilling to accept it. Don't worry. I've already spoken with Director G. There are parts of our village that are off limits. As long as they don't venture there, they won't uncover our secrets. The village chief had everything meticulously planned. Meanwhile, Director G and the others remained unaware of the situation unfolding in the village and were still en route to Xiaoshuai. I'm so tired. When will we arrive? Yang Li lamented, having been on the mule for half an hour, the bumpy road making him feel as if he might fall apart. Behind him were Guanshan and the others, but the distance between them was steadily increasing. The three donkeys frequently staged strikes, nearly driving Guanshan and his companions to despair. The swiftest among them, Han Zhao and Shenzhou, opted for an alternate route, accessible only by electric vehicle. Initially, Yang Li and his group contemplated this path, as it appeared significantly more even. Trailing behind Guanshan's trio was Bailuoluo, whom many assumed, riding her bicycle, would inevitably fall behind. However, reality proved otherwise. Bailuoluo, pushing her bicycle, showed no signs of fatigue, not pausing even once during their half-hour trek. Apart from the sweat glistening on her forehead, her face bore no trace of exhaustion, and even those following her seemed more fatigued. Chapter 18, Arrival Guange. Are you busy? Bailuoluo called out as she passed by Guanshan, who was grappling with his stubborn donkey, while also taking a moment to greet him. It's not that I'm fast. It's that you're too slow, she shrugged, noting, you have a donkey, which doesn't require pushing like I do. So how can you be slower than me? Don't mention it. This donkey has staged 3 strikes in half an hour. I wish I could move faster, but it simply won't budge. I thought having a donkey would make things easier, but instead, I have to coax it to move. Guanshan was thoroughly exasperated with the creature. Well then, take your time. I'll be on my way, Bailuoluo replied. As she pushed her bicycle and circled around him, moving ahead, Guanshan sighed, regretting his choice to forego a bicycle. It seemed far superior to the donkey. At least it wouldn't require coaxing like a stubborn ancestor. After surpassing Guanshan, Bailuoluo also overtook Qinbao and Jiang Ruan, whose donkeys were only marginally more compliant than Guanshan's. Now, only Yang Li remained ahead of her, although he was still some distance away. Bailuoluo was in no rush to overtake him. She had no intention of hastening her pace. In such sweltering heat, what was the point of rushing? As she casually pushed her bicycle along, Bailuoluo passed her companions, leaving Jiang Ruan nearly at a loss for her expression management. It seemed absurd that Bailuoluo, pushing a bicycle along such a rugged mountain path, could surpass her, who was riding a donkey. The heat was unbearable, and being outpaced by someone pushing a bicycle only deepened Jiang Ruan's frustration. Oh my, the sun is so intense. I wonder if it's nearly 40 degrees. Even though I prepared sunscreen before leaving and Haven T removed my protective gear, the risk of getting sunburned while trekking such a distance in this blazing sun is quite high. Director G's reputation had once been formidable, but it was undeniable that he had been on a downward trajectory in recent years. Jiang Ruan couldn't fathom why the company had chosen to engage him for this variety show. While she ruminated endlessly, Guanshan and Qinbao shared her sentiment, but kept their complaints more subdued. After about 10 minutes, Bailuoluo, glancing at the seemingly endless mountain path, felt a twinge of boredom. She took a sip of coconut juice and wiped the sweat from her forehead, letting out a languid sigh. It wasn't so much fatigue that plagued her, but rather the heat and monotony. Suddenly, as she was lost in thought while pushing her bicycle, she halted, clutching her abdomen. I can't hold it anymore. I need to relieve myself, she declared, promptly disappearing into a nearby thicket. Luo, wait for me. I need to go too. Chunbao Air, trailing by 10 steps, quickly called out upon hearing Bailuoluo's words. I'll go as well. Jiang Ruan, who had long been in need of a restroom but felt shy to mention it, seized the opportunity now that others were going. By the time the two made their way toward Bailuoluo, she had already vanished from sight. Although they found it somewhat peculiar, they assumed she had ventured deeper into the thicket. In the wild, one could only find a nearby patch of grass to address such needs. Sorry for the wait. Bailuoluo apologized upon her return, once again pushing her bicycle forward. This short delay had caused her to fall to the back of the group. An hour later. Finally, we have arrived. Xiaoan village, here I come, Yang Li exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he gazed upon the village drawing nearer. The uncle responsible for guiding the mule led it to a quaint 3-story building that appeared quite new, boasting a rustic architectural style akin to ordinary rural homes. Outside, a spacious courtyard echoed with the sounds of clucking chickens and quacking ducks. Bailuoluo and the others arrived at the 3-story building 10 minutes later. I'm exhausted, Guanshan remarked, his energy sapped as they entered the courtyard. Inside, Yang Li and the others were already enjoying chilled watermelon. You certainly know how to indulge. Hand me a slice of that watermelon. I'm parched. Guanshan plopped down next to Yang Li, eagerly devouring a piece of the refreshing fruit. As a seasoned actor, he bore no pretensions of celebrity. Shortly thereafter, Bailuoluo joined him, also relishing the watermelon. Jiang Ruan and Chunbao Air, equally fatigued, abandoned their decorum, sitting on chairs as they indulged in watermelon, albeit with slightly more grace. Welcome to the beautiful Xiaoan village, a staff member greeted, beginning to share the village's history. Nestled within Yun province, Xiaoan village is a small hamlet surrounded by mountains. Due to its remote location, many villagers had spent most of their lives without venturing beyond its borders. Over the next 7 days, they would reside in this village. I knew it. I had a feeling. As expected, the group responded, unperturbed. For the next week, everyone would share this house, which contained 4 rooms. 4 rooms for 7 people? That means 2 must share a room. Jiang Ruan frowned, uncomfortable with the prospect of sharing accommodation. While the others also harbored reservations, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. Now, everyone can draw cards to determine room assignments. Those who draw the same room number will share accommodations for the coming days. One by one, they stepped forward to draw cards. Bailuoluo drew number 1, and Han Zhao drew the same. The others also received their respective room numbers. The final arrangements were Han Zhao and Bailuoluo in one room, Chunbao Air and Jiang Ruan in another, Guanshan and Shenzhou in a third, while Yang Li enjoyed a solitary room. Upon learning the results, Yang Li leapt with joy, for he was the only one among the 7 to secure a single room. Could he not be delighted? Chapter 19. Room Assignments by Bailuoluo regarded the room assignments with no surprise. The results of the draw were clearly manipulated by the staff. She and Han Zhao, the least prominent, were placed together, while Jiang Ruan and Chunbao Air, both popular stars, shared a room. Although Shenzhou was a rising singer, he was undeniably among the top tier, thus partnered with Guanshan, an accomplished actor. Only Yang Li, a popular idol from a boy band, was left to occupy a room alone. Though the arrangement appeared reasonable, Bailuoluo understood that beneath the surface, Yang Li had reaped a significant advantage. For in the days to come, he would share his space with Yang Su. You guessed correctly. Yang Li is the son of Yang Su's younger uncle. A voice chimed in. It seemed entirely plausible that the cousins were assigned to the same room. Indeed, surrendering their phones was a necessity. Unbeknownst to her, even cash was not safe. Reluctantly, everyone surrendered their mobile phones alongside their cash. Bailuoluo gazed longingly at her departing phone, feeling a twinge of regret. She had only recently begun to explore the myriad joys her phone offered, and now, it seemed, she was destined to part with it so soon. Lost in thought, she was nudged by Jiang Ruan, who, after collecting everyone's belongings, departed with the staff. The house was equipped with numerous cameras, so the staff did not need to shadow them constantly. Once the staff left, others began to carry their luggage upstairs, with only Jiang Ruan and Bailuoluo lagging behind. Jiang Ruan was not reluctant to leave. Rather, her burden was simply too great. Initially, she had brought 3 suitcases, but due to the limitations of her small donkey, she had condensed them to 2. Each of these suitcases was quite heavy. and she knew she could not manage them alone. She would need to wait until everyone else had finished moving their items before they could assist her. Your luggage seems quite heavy. Do you need assistance? Bailuoluo inquired, observing the two massive suitcases beside Jiang Ruan. No, thank you. I've already arranged for Brother Guan and the others to help me once they're finished with their own luggage. Jiang Ruan declined politely. She was aware of the weight of her belongings, and given Bailuoluo's petite frame, it would be commendable if she could manage her own luggage. Very well. I shall head upstairs first, Bailuoluo replied, effortlessly hoisting her own suitcases that were roughly the same size as Jiang Ruan's and ascending the stairs with ease. The girls were assigned to the second floor, while the boys occupied the third, due to the extra flight of stairs. The boys willingly relinquished the second floor rooms to the girls. Jiang Ruan watched in astonishment as Bailuoluo ascended with such grace, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that Bailuoluo embodies the persona of a superwoman? Surely, those suitcases must be feather-light. At that moment, Shenzhou, having placed his luggage down, descended to assist Jiang Ruan. Upon seeing Bailuoluo carrying two suitcases, he frowned slightly. Do you need help? No, I'm fine. You should go help Ruan. Bailuoluo replied, shaking her head. With her refusal, Shenzhou did not press further and nodded before heading downstairs to assist Jiang Ruan with her luggage. Wow, Bailuoluo, how can you manage two suitcases by yourself? Let me take one. Yangli happened to descend just as Bailuoluo was halfway up the stairs. Without hesitation, he reached for one of her suitcases. However, Bailuoluo deftly sidestepped his hand. You wouldn't be able to lift it. I can handle it myself, she stated confidently. Who do you think you're looking down on? I have six-pack abs. How could I possibly fail to lift it? Yangli insisted, unconvinced, and seized one of the suitcases. To his astonishment, as soon as he grasped it, the suitcase fell with a thud onto the stairs and slid down. Yangli stood frozen, barely able to believe that he could not even lift the suitcase. Surely this was a misperception. He must have been too fatigued to manage properly. Yes, that must be it, he assured himself, quickening his pace. Bailuoluo, you go ahead. I'll handle this suitcase. With that, he dashed down the stairs. All right, if you insist. Bailuoluo replied, continuing her ascent with the other suitcase in hand, while Yangli faced Shenzhou's mockery. Yangli, are you all right? You can't even lift a suitcase. Are those six-pack abs merely for show? Shenzhou teased without reservation. It was just a slip. Yang Li's face flushed crimson as he attempted to hoist the suitcase to redeem himself. However, no matter how hard he tried, the suitcase barely budged off the ground. Allow me, Shenzhou said confidently, pushing Yang Li aside. Yet, upon attempting to lift it, he realized he had overestimated himself. This suitcase was indeed exceptionally heavy. Though Jiang Ruan's two suitcases were quite hefty, they were still manageable. Bailuoluo's suitcase, however, was significantly heavier than the combined weight of Jiang Ruan's. Looks like you can't do it either. You mocked me, yet here you are, struggling. Shenzhou, stung by the challenge, became determined, but reality swiftly taught him a lesson. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not lift the suitcase higher, not even enough to ascend the steps. Jiang Ruan observed, puzzled, as she had just seen Bailuoluo carry that suitcase with such ease. Were they merely putting on an act? Was it possible that the director had scripted this scenario for them? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Who exactly was Bailuoluo? Not only had she been thrust into Director G's variety show from the outset, but she had also managed to have two popular male stars collaborate to establish her persona. The financial backing behind her must be substantial. While Jiang Ruan was lost in her thoughts, Bailuoluo descended the stairs. Let me handle it, she declared, having observed the scene for a while. Amen. It seemed that in critical moments, one must rely on oneself. She strode directly to the suitcase, lifted it without much effort, and ascended the stairs with a lightness in her step, soon vanishing at the top of the staircase. Her effortless gait and composed demeanor served as the ultimate insult to the two men. Their strength clearly paled in comparison to that of a mere girl. What are you all doing standing around? Why is it taking so long to lift a suitcase? Brother Guan approached, noticing the three of them staring blankly at the staircase. Nothing much, Brother Guan. You needn't concern yourself with us. We'll be up shortly, they replied, each taking one of Jiang Ruan's suitcases and hastily making their way upstairs. In the room, Bailuoluo began organizing her belongings. As she opened her suitcase, Han Zhaozhao's eyes widened in astonishment. The entire suitcase was filled with novels and an assortment of snacks and beverages. Is she attempting to establish the persona of a literary foodie? Regardless of Han Zhao's musings, Bailuoluo swiftly arranged her items and extracted all the beverages. In the sweltering summer heat, these drinks had become warm within the suitcase. Fortunately, there was a refrigerator downstairs where she could chill them. In contrast to Bailuoluo, Han Zhao's suitcase was rather conventional. It contained clean clothes, various skincare products, and mosquito repellent. Knowing they would be recording a variety show in the countryside, Han Zhao had made ample preparations. The countryside was notorious for its mosquitoes, making mosquito repellent a necessity. Other stars likely appeared as ethereal beings, probably having never set foot in the countryside, and most likely had forgotten to bring mosquito repellent. Perhaps she could garner favor by sharing it later. Bailuoluo was unaware of Han Zhao's thoughts. Her clothing was minimal, as she only needed a few outfits for a week. As for cosmetics, she packed a few essentials but left out sun protection. After all, she was a Xianhan. The sun cannot possibly darken her skin. Sunscreen was of little use to her and would only take up space. Having organized her belongings swiftly, she took a few bottles of her drinks and made her way to the kitchen on the first floor. The kitchen boasted a large double-door refrigerator, but alas, the food inside appeared to suffice only for a single meal. Bailuoluo initially intended to place her drinks directly into the fridge, but reconsidered and decided it would be better to leave a note. She dashed upstairs to retrieve sticky notes and a pen, scribbling a message. Each bottle was adorned with a sticky note, ensuring none were overlooked. Before she placed all the beverages into the refrigerator, she even included several bottles of coconut juice sponsored by the advertisers. Oh, what a kind-hearted fairy she is. At that moment, in another house outside the 3-story building, Director G was observing Bailuoluo and the others through the screen. This Bailuoluo truly has no fear of attracting negativity. The assistant director shook his head in disapproval. No need to mind her. The more she acts out, the more advantageous it is for us, Director G remarked nonchalantly. After all, Bailuoluo was merely playing the role designated for sacrifice. The more she overacts, the more pleased Director G becomes. Since Bailuoluo was arranged by the Bai family, they surely wouldn't object to her being used as a pawn, would they? The assistant director glanced at the director with concern. We had already negotiated everything when the Bai family intended to exchange her for Bai Mengmeng. Although I am uncertain about the relationship between Bailuoluo and the Bai family. However, judging by the family's attitude towards her, it seems she is not highly valued there. Director G was quite confident in this assessment. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, he had developed an eye for discerning character. He sensed that the Bai family not only lacked affection for Bailuoluo, but might even harbor some disdain. Upon hearing this, the assistant director felt reassured. Wait, this room shouldn't be dirty, right? Is there anything that needs cleaning? Bailuoluo questioned as she scanned the space. The house was clearly well maintained. Was there any need for further tidying? Han Zhao had not anticipated Bailuoluo's utter disregard for her feelings, her face flushing with embarrassment. Actually, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. I find it hard to settle in places that others have cleaned. No worries if you prefer not to lift a finger. I can manage, she replied, busily taking up a cloth. How ungrateful to squander an opportunity to showcase herself. She has no awareness whatsoever with her demeanor. It's a wonder she could ever achieve fame. Bailuoluo, unfazed by her busyness, opened a bag of chips and began reading a novel, munching as she went. Luoluo, could you refrain from eating in the room? It attracts ants, Han Zhao said, her expression troubled. If it's clean, it won't attract ants. I'll clean up after I finish eating. There's no need for you to worry, Bailuoluo reassured her. Well, okay then, Han Zhao replied awkwardly, turning her back to the camera to continue her cleaning. What Han Zhao thought was of no concern to Bailuoluo, as her entire focus was captivated by the melodrama unfolding in her hands. The domineering male lead, so often depicted as a cold-hearted character, seemed utterly foolish to her. Were the laws of the mortal realm not strict? How could such heinous acts, like harvesting organs from the female lead, go unpunished? The female lead, a complete fool, didn't even think to call the police, only crying incessantly as she fled with the male lead, both unable to escape their fate. Was this reasonable? The narratives of the mortal realm were becoming increasingly incomprehensible to her. Yet, despite her complaints, Bailuoluo was thoroughly engrossed. Xiaofu rolled her eyes at the screen, exclaiming, "If you're so capable, why don't you just stop watching?" Indeed, women are creatures of contradiction. They may verbally express disinterest, yet their bodies betray their true desires. After a long journey, everyone was tired, resting in their respective rooms. I'm not very good at cooking, Jiang Ruan admitted shyly. I can make a bit. Just fried rice, nothing else. Chun Bauer tossed her long, wavy hair over her shoulder, maintaining her cool demeanor in front of the camera. Speaking little and wearing a serious expression that emanated a vibe of aloofness and poise. I only know how to eat, Bailuoluo said innocently, revealing her inexperience in the kitchen. During her time in the celestial realm, her only responsibility was to clean the halls of the Moon Elder. Cooking was an activity she had never engaged in. After all, immortals had long since transcended the need for food. Despite her many years in the celestial palace, she had never acquired any culinary skills. I can boil noodles, Guanshan offered. I have some cooking skills, though I don't expect too much from the flavor. Shenzhou chimed in. Unlike the others, he had emerged from the lower echelons of society, having truly experienced hardship. Thus, he had picked up a few culinary tricks, though his creations were merely edible. I only know how to eat, Yang Li said meekly, a true young master who had never been required to cook. I can cook decently. How about I prepare dinner? Han Zhaozhao raised her hand, a charming smile brightening her face. This was a splendid opportunity. In such variety shows, the one cooking would undoubtedly receive more screen time, possibly even cultivating a persona as the group's darling. After a brief discussion, they agreed that Han Zhaozhao would take charge of cooking, while Shangguan and Shenzhou would assist, and the others would handle washing dishes and serving. After about 2 hours of bustling about, they successfully prepared dinner. Han Zhaozhao's dishes, while not extraordinary, were satisfactory for home-cooked meals. She had indeed spoken the truth. Her culinary skills were commendable. The 7 of them gathered to dine, frequently complimenting Han Zhaozhao's cooking. This meal allowed Han Zhaozhao to shine brightly for once. After dinner, Bailuoluo, Jiang Ruan, and Chun Bauer were tasked with cleaning up, tidying the kitchen, and washing the dishes. By the time they finished, it was already 9 in the evening. Director, it's only 7 o'clock. Can't we sleep a bit longer? Yang Li yawned, his energy visibly depleted as he munched on a bun. Exactly, Director, you know how exhausted we were yesterday. It took all my willpower to get out of bed, Shenzhou added, massaging his temples while sipping coconut juice. Director Ji cleared his throat amidst the staff and announced, the reason for waking everyone so early is that there's a task to assign. This revelation was met with no surprise. What task? Hurry up and tell us. Being called so early must mean it's not simple, Guanshan remarked, munching on a bun with a knowing expression. Director, please just tell us what the task is. Jiang Ruan asked innocently, tilting her head. Director, stop keeping us in suspense, Chun Bauer urged, with Han Zhaozhao echoing her sentiments. Only Bailuoluo continued to eat, seemingly uninterested in the conversation. The final guest will arrive today to join you, and your task is to prepare a delicious meal by noon to welcome this guest. However, there are specific requirements for the meal. It must consist of 7 dishes and 1 soup, including both meat and vegetables, along with rice. Breakfast was bland and unremarkable. After the morning meal, it was time for the task. Given the requirement for 7 dishes and 1 soup, the 7 participants decided to split up to gather ingredients. Bailuoluo did not rush into the task immediately. Nestled within the mountains, the village made collecting ingredients relatively easy. With confidence, she felt no urgency. First, she strolled through the village from one end to the other. Noticing children playing games, she joined in for a bit of fun, spending over half an hour simply playing hide-and-seek. Teacher Bai, aren't you going to start your task? It's already been over half an hour, the cameraman noted, unable to refrain from reminding her as she showed no signs of beginning her assignment. What's the rush? It's barely past 8. There's still plenty of time before noon. Bailuoluo replied nonchalantly. Despite her reluctance, she bid farewell to a group of adorable children and made her way towards the riverside. Behind the scenes, the camera operator wondered what she intended to do. Shouldn't she be going to a villager's home to proactively accept a task? After all, Director Ji hadn't arranged for any assignments by the river. Just ignore her. Let her do as she pleases, came G's voice through the earpiece. The camera operator conceded, realizing that since the director had spoken, it was best not to meddle. Bailuoluo had already noticed that there was a river outside the village. Since she merely needed to prepare ingredients, she had no intention of laboriously undertaking a task. Wasn't there meat right in the river? Observing Bailuoluo, who was lost in thought while gazing at the water. The camera operator suddenly had an idea. "Teacher Bai, you're not thinking of fishing, are you?" "Surely not." He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she wasn't as foolish as he feared. Setting aside whether there were fish in the river, he doubted Bailuoluo would manage to catch any. "I'm not a fool. Catching fish in this river isn't easy. So, I plan to catch them by hand," she declared earnestly. The camera operator nearly dropped the camera in disbelief. "Catch them by hand? You know how difficult it is to catch fish. What gives you the courage to think you can do it with your bare hands? Do you consider yourself a martial arts master or a recluse?" He mentally scoffed, wishing he could voice his thoughts, but refraining due to his position. Bailuoluo, undeterred by his reactions, had already chosen a spot, removed her shoes, and stepped into the water. With her standing in the river, he could only dutifully record the scene. Nearby, a few women doing laundry noticed her and, recognizing her as a celebrity participating in a variety show, greeted her warmly. "Little girl, you're the star here to film a variety show, aren't you? You're so beautiful. No wonder you're a star. What are you doing standing in the river? Are you trying to catch crabs? This river isn't very deep, but it can still be dangerous. Perhaps you should come back up. If anything were to happen, our village couldn't bear the responsibility." The women chimed in with concern. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. The water isn't deep. I'm not trying to catch crabs. I want to catch fish." "Catch fish? The fish in this river are clever. You, a city girl, won't be able to catch them." They urged her to come back up, insisting she wouldn't succeed. "It's all right. I just want to give it a try. If I really can't catch any, I'll come back up." Bailuoluo waved her hand, her expression resolute, determined to give it a shot. With her insistence, the village women could only let her be, muttering amongst themselves about city folk being pretty yet not very bright, unwilling to accept defeat. As Bailuoluo stood in the middle of the river, she noticed several fish swimming around. They appeared indifferent, but at the slightest movement, they would dart away, leaving only ripples behind. However, Bailuoluo wasn't worried about not catching any fish. Though she was merely human, her body had been enhanced by a celestial spirit. Against these mere mortals, she could easily triumph, and catching a fish would be a trivial task. Calmly, she extended her hand into the water, her motion swift and graceful, almost as if no special effects were needed. In an instant, a fish weighing about a pound appeared in her grasp. "I must be dreaming," the women doing laundry exclaimed in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Only Bailuoluo laughed carefree, fully aware of her own prowess. Catching a fish is hardly a challenge. It's as simple as pie. With a few more deft movements, she caught fish after fish, tossing them onto the riverbank until she had 5 fish, each weighing around a pound. Satisfied, she decided this would suffice for her meals, knowing she could always return for more. Shaking the water off her hands, Bailuoluo emerged from the river, exuding the confidence of a victor. "Incredible. This girl must have trained. How did she manage to catch so many? This is astounding." The praises from those around her rose in a chorus, and Bailuoluo graciously acknowledged their admiration with nods. After borrowing a basin to place her fish in, she filled it with water to ensure they remained alive for the time being. The others, however, were not enjoying such ease. Chen Bayer, for instance, had been assigned the task of cleaning a chicken coop. Jiang Ruan was foraging for wild vegetables with a young boy, while Han Zhao Zhao was tasked with watering and fertilizing the vegetable garden, which was decidedly unpleasant, though the reward was a chicken. The men's group was no better off. Yang Li was chopping wood, which initially seemed manageable, but soon left his hands weary and aching. Shen Zhou's task involved collecting goose eggs, but the geese were aggressive, pecking at him relentlessly, turning it into a comical battle of man versus goose. Guanshan's task was to feed pigs, which required gathering pig feed and cooking pig food, equally demanding. "I can't take it anymore. I'm exhausted. I'm going to grab a drink from the icebox," Yang Li lamented, feeling the heat after nearly 2 hours of labor. "Get one for me too," Guanshan replied, sinking into the sofa, utterly drained. "I want one too." "Me too," as more voices chimed in requesting drinks. Han Zhao Zhao took the initiative to join Yang Li in the kitchen to fetch refreshments. However, upon opening the fridge, they were taken aback. What does this mean? Yang Li picked up a chilled bottle of cola, pondering the sticky note attached. It must be a joke. Han Zhao Zhao suppressed a smile. The note read clearly, Bailuoluo's personal belongings, please do not take without permission. I did see Luoluo carrying a bunch of drinks downstairs yesterday. These must belong to her. Han Zhao recalled, having witnessed Bailuoluo packing her luggage. What does she mean by this? Is she forbidding us from drinking? Yang Li raised an eyebrow, encountering such a situation for the first time. We're all guests on a variety show. What's wrong with having a drink? How petty can one be? I think Luoluo is just joking, Han Zhao replied awkwardly. Whatever. I'm parched. Let's take a few bottles, and I'll pay her back later. It's not like a few bottles will cost much, he resolved, intending to take some drinks for the group. No wonder Bailuoluo's suitcase was so heavy, it was stuffed with ease. He muttered to himself as he and Han Zhao each grabbed a few bottles, planning to distribute them in the living room. Put down my things. Didn't you see my sticky note? It clearly says they are personal belongings. Isn't it inappropriate to take them without asking? Being caught in the act of taking someone else's belongings was indeed awkward. However, considering that the items he possessed were not particularly valuable and that he had initially intended to purchase them, Yang Li felt a newfound sense of righteousness. Chapter 23 arrived. Purchase? You say that so easily. How much do you intend to pay me? Bailuoluo remained steadfast at the doorway, blocking it resolutely. This soda costs 3 yuan a bottle. How about 5 yuan each? He could offer a little more, but why should he give Bailuoluo a discount? 5 yuan a bottle? How generous of you. Do you know why bottled water in tourist spots can be sold for 20 yuan each? Because their water is carried painstakingly uphill by human effort. Bottled water is worth 2 yuan. The remaining 18 yuan accounts for the labor. I exerted myself tremendously yesterday, hiking for over an hour to transport these drinks here. Is my labor worth merely 2 yuan? Bailuoluo fixed her gaze on Yang Li, a smirk of derision playing on her lips. Yang Li felt inexplicably embarrassed by her words, realizing that his 5 yuan seemed somewhat inadequate. How about 21 yuan for a bottle? Yang Li hesitated. Bailuoluo scolded. Do I look like someone in need of money? Yang Li replied. Then what do you want? His earlier confidence had waned. He had felt the weight of her 2 heavy boxes firsthand. After carrying them for nearly 2 hours along the mountain path, the exhaustion was undeniable. Bailuoluo had used a bicycle to transport them, pushing it all the way. He truly could not bring himself to demand she share her drinks. He was not that brazen. I want nothing. I merely wish for my drinks to remain in the refrigerator, waiting for me to enjoy them. I didn't go through all this trouble to provide refreshment for others. Bailuoluo rolled her eyes and stated. Yang Li retorted, your generosity is your own affair, but it's excessive to flaunt my possessions. He admitted to being petty and calculative. If he couldn't accept it, he would just have to endure. Bailuoluo could not be bothered with them. Daring to snatch her beloved beverages was utterly foolish. What a level of arrogance, thinking to drink the same soda as her. When Yang Li and Han Zhao appeared before the group with coconut juice from the refrigerator, Jiang Ruan and the others were taken aback. Why did you bring only coconut juice? I remember there were plenty of drinks in the fridge. Why not take those? Guan Shan inquired, puzzled. Those drinks belonged to Bailuoluo. She wouldn't let us take them. Yang Li had no intention of shielding Bailuoluo's actions. He was already irked for not being able to enjoy the drinks he desired. Why should he assist her? Right? I think I saw sticky notes on those drinks yesterday. I thought it was just Bailuoluo joking, but it turns out to be true. When others join a variety show, they are eager to present their best selves to the audience. Yet, Bailuoluo seems intent on doing everything that would irritate others. Does she genuinely wish to distance herself from this industry? Forget it. Since those drinks are Bailuoluo's personal property, let's stick with coconut juice. It tastes great. 0 sugar and 0 calories. Perfect for those on a diet. Shenzhou was the first to pick up a bottle of coconut juice. Others felt there was nothing more to say. They expressed their gratitude to Yang Li and Han Zhao before grabbing coconut juice to drink. On a scorching day, while missing out on soda, refreshing coconut juice was a fine alternative. Meanwhile, in the staff room, Director G was observing everyone's every move through the screen. With Director G's statement, others ceased their discussions. After finishing their drinks, the group began deliberating on lunch. Bailuoluo quietly took a seat, watching as they discussed what dishes to prepare. How about making chicken soup? Jiang Ruan suggested. Let's stir-fry minced eggplant, tomato, and goose egg soup. We could also mix a cucumber salad. Fish, roughly 5 fish weighing around a pound, Bailuoluo interjected. I knew there would be fish. With chicken and pork already on the menu, fish was a given, Shenzhou remarked, his expression one of unsurprise. The others, exhausted from various tasks, looked enviously at Bailuoluo. She shrugged, appearing nonchalant. It can be done, the group exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Bailuoluo nodded her head, affirming the obvious. An hour later, the 5 fish weighing a pound each were transformed into braised fish. When the 7 dishes and 1 soup were nearly ready, it was just minutes shy of noon. The final dishes included cucumber salad, stir-fried wild vegetables, minced eggplant, tomato and goose egg soup, braised fish, garlic pork, stir-fried cauliflower with preserved meat, and fried peanuts. The planned chicken soup was set aside because the villagers provided live chickens that required time to kill, pluck, and simmer. It was clear they would not manage it in an hour, so it was decided to save it for later. When all the dishes were brought to the table, the so-called final guest had yet to arrive. The staff came to inform them that there had been a minor delay on the way, and the last guest would be arriving later than expected. The group had no choice but to wait with empty stomachs. Finally, 20 minutes later, someone pushed the door open. The figure stepped in against the light, dressed in a plain shirt and casual pants, evoking an aura of someone whom ordinary people could not afford to emulate. Finally arrived, Xiao Fu cheered. Wow, it's Ergo. Chapter 24. Guest Yang Su. No one had anticipated that the final guest would be the acclaimed actor Yang Su. He was a superstar in the country and held considerable international fame, having won 3 Best Actor awards at a young age. 2 of the awards were domestic, and 1 was international, all from reputable mainstream institutions, not the kind that could be bought with money. Yang Su debuted at 18 and by the age of 26 had reached heights unattainable by many stars throughout their lifetimes, gaining fame for playing the role of Erlang Shun. He was commonly referred to as Ergo both within and outside the industry. Despite his immense fame, Yang Su maintained a low profile. He rarely appeared in public except for promotional events related to his own projects. It was surprising that director Ji could invite him as a regular guest on this variety show. Those who had previously declined Ji's invitation must surely be regretting their decisions. Regardless of how the show performed, the presence of Yang Su alone guaranteed viewership. Welcome, Ergo. A warm welcome. Everyone rejoiced at Yang Su's arrival, while Bailuoluo remained remarkably composed. There was little choice. She had experienced Erlang Shun's difficult temperament firsthand and had suffered considerable losses at his hands. Even if this were his reincarnation, she could not bring herself to be cordial. Tone it down a bit. Even if you dislike Erlang Shun, do not show it. Remember, you are participating in a variety show, and people will see you. Xiao Fu quickly reminded her. This reaction was unexpected. Was Erlang Shun not a deity among immortals? It was said that many celestial beings harbored crushes on him. Why did Bailuoluo appear to have a grudge against him? Did something transpire between them that others were unaware of? Xiao Fu was curious to gossip, but recognizing this was not the moment. She decided to let it go for now. Unaware of Xiao Fu's thoughts, Bailuoluo took the reminder to heart and managed to suppress her disdainful expressions. Yet when Yang Su's gaze swept over her, he could not help but frown slightly. Was it his imagination, or did it seem this girl held an aversion toward him? Yang Su dismissed the thought and joined everyone at the table, finally able to partake in the long-awaited lunch. Fortunately, the warm weather ensures that the dishes do not cool down easily. Even after being placed on the table for over 20 minutes, they remain warm. This meal was prepared by all of us to welcome Ergo, so do savor the flavors. Shenzhou enthusiastically urged Yang Su to start eating. Yang Su picked up a piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. The taste was quite satisfactory, and he praised everyone for their hard work. In truth, the flavor was rather mediocre. Given Yang Su's background, he had tasted far better dishes, yet he understood the importance of social niceties and could not voice his true opinion. The praise from Yang Su elicited flushed cheeks from the others, especially Han Zhao Zhao. Although this meal was said to be a joint effort, it was primarily she who did the cooking, while the others merely assisted. Now that Yang Su had complimented her culinary skills, it implied he appreciated her talent. This was wonderful news. If she could leverage this variety show to win over Yang Su, her future in the entertainment industry would be filled with abundant resources. It was not only Han Zhao Zhao who thought this, as Jiang Ruan and Chen Bauer shared similar sentiments. Yang Su was an idol in the hearts of many actresses, and such a rare opportunity to get closer to him naturally inspired hopes of developing further possibilities. While romance could impact one's career if it were with Yang Su, it might not be a hindrance after all. Throughout the meal, conversations revolved around Yang Su, bringing joy to everyone. Once lunch concluded, Jiang Ruan and Chen Bauer volunteered to clear the table. Bailuoluo, witnessing this, had no choice but to join them. Jiang Ruan politely remarked to her, "This was something you all suggested, not me avoiding work." Yang Li appeared quite elated as he led the way. his proud and joyful demeanor reminiscent of a dog proudly carrying a bone. The others understood his excitement. If they were in a room with Yang-su, their behavior would likely not be much better. As soon as they entered the room, Yang-li excitedly approached Yang-su with outstretched arms, ready for a hug, only to be pushed away by Yang-su's hand. Yang-su looked at him with disdain. Stop messing around. Brother, why did you come so suddenly without a hint? I thought you weren't participating in the show. Did you come specifically because you knew I was here? You are so good to me. Yang-li was filled with self-pity, and before Yang-su could respond, he was already moved to tears. You think too much. I only came to repay a favor to Director G and to take a vacation. Brother, don't say anything more, I understand. You are so good to me. As expected, you care for me the most. He couldn't wait to boast to Yang Shui about this, hoping to evoke jealousy. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he wore an expression of sheer delight. All right, as long as you are happy, Yang-su replied, choosing to ignore him as he began to organize his belongings. His luggage was minimal, fitting neatly into a single suitcase, which contained a few changes of clothes and some books. While Yang-su was tidying up, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Yang-li went to open the door, revealing Han Zhao holding a bottle of mosquito repellent. What brings you here? Yang-li inquired. I am here to find Erge. There are quite a few mosquitoes in this rural area, so I brought him a bottle of mosquito repellent. As Han Zhao spoke, her gaze occasionally drifted to Yang-su, scarcely glancing at Yang-li. This is for you, Sugo. Yang-li shrugged and called to Yang-su inside. Yang-su approached the door, noted Han Zhao's presence, and had overheard their entire conversation. The room was too small for any words to go unheard. Sugo, why not give it to me? I could use it, Yang-su said with a smile. His brother was not easily swayed, so it was better to hand it over. Who knows? He might even say a few good words about Han Zhao in front of Yang-su. Han Zhao's smile faltered slightly as she casually handed the repellent to Yang-li. Never mind, there will be other opportunities. After Han Zhao left, no one else sought out Yang-su, granting everyone an entire afternoon of rest. Instead of resting, Han Zhao and the others planned to prepare the chicken that had yet to be dealt with. While cooking the chicken wasn't difficult, slaughtering it posed a challenge for the guests. Neither the female guests nor the male guests dared to take action. Reluctantly, they had to enlist the help of local villagers to assist with the task. Fortunately, the villagers were quite hospitable, and a friendly woman in her 40s, surnamed Zheng, helped them with the chicken. Although she generously assisted, she bombarded the guests with questions and gossip, leaving them feeling overwhelmed. Bailuoluo managed to avoid this ordeal by staying in her room, where she chatted with Xiao Fu. It was more of a one-sided gossip session about the entanglements between Bailuoluo and Erlang-shun. As Bailuoluo recounted her grievances, she found herself wide awake, eager to vent her frustrations. What grievances do I have with Erlang-shun? Well, they are quite significant. She explained, you know how dull life in the heavenly realm is, especially for us lesser deities. The higher-ranking deities can travel freely, while we are confined to the heavenly palace. Is it too much to ask for a little leisure? Like playing cards? But that detestable Erlang-shun had us all arrested, claiming we were gambling, which violated heavenly regulations. Bailuoluo's anger grew with each recollection. Their lives as lesser deities were not easy, and the entertainment options in the heavenly realm were scarce. After all, they were merely seeking some amusement. Was it truly excessive? Their fun led to a deduction of their monthly allowances, and they were even imprisoned for several days. The heavenly realm has a strict gambling ban, and Erlang-shun, as the judicial deity of the celestial realm, acted reasonably in his enforcement. Xiao Fu interjected, not finding any fault in Erlang-shun's actions. You think that's all that makes him insufferable? He not only forbids us from playing cards, but he also meddles when we gather to gossip. When we were caught, we tried to plead our case, but that guy remained unmoved. I felt like storming upstairs to bite Yang-su. Was it really just gossip? What exactly did you discuss? Xiao Fu sensed there was more to the story. We hardly discussed anything scandalous, just the rankings of the male and female deities and some lighthearted rumors. Nothing inappropriate. Yet he accused us of slandering the high gods. Isn't that unjust? He actually intervened over that. If it were true, it was no wonder Bailuoluo was so furious. Just when they finally had the chance to confront that scoundrel Tian Bing, Erlang-shun intervened, claiming they were engaging in a brawl and threatened to imprison them. No matter how they explained, he refused to relent, resulting in them being locked up for half a month. Such incidents were countless. So despite Erlang Shun's perpetual reign at the top of the heavenly male deity rankings, many held disdain for him. It was entirely reasonable for Bailuoluo to harbor such animosity, given his irksome nature. After Yang Jian had been imprisoned several times, she had given up any fantasies about him and wished she could kick and bite him. Feeling the burden of having to protect that bothersome fellow was exceedingly disheartening. The entire afternoon, Bailuoluo lamented to Xiao Fu about Erlang Shun's lack of humanity, poor social standing, and the multitude of people he had offended. It was not until dinner time that their conversation came to a close, and they descended to join the others for a meal. Despite the abundance of dishes prepared at noon, they had all been consumed, leaving little behind. Fortunately, there remained some chicken soup to accompany the rice. The group was not picky, hastily finishing a dinner consisting of stewed chicken with mushrooms and rice. The next day, Bailuoluo found herself reluctant to rise from bed. Yet she eventually got up after Xiao Fu's persistent urging. Xiao Fu had sensed an ominous energy the previous day, and if her intuition was correct, something unfortunate was about to befall Yang Su. She resolved to keep a close watch on him throughout the day. Any incident involving him would be difficult to explain. Whether the others wished to venture out or stay home, they could arrange their own plans. Though the meal consisted merely of several corn cakes and some plain congee with pickles, no one complained. As they dined, the group discussed their plans for the day. I heard there is a lake near the village with beautiful scenery. I plan to go there to sketch. Anyone interested is welcome to join me, said Guanshan, who had just finished his congee and was wiping his mouth with a tissue. Let's go together then. It will be nice to explore. Shenzhou was the first to express his desire to join. I will pass. I intend to stay home and play video games, Yangli remarked, relieved he had brought his gaming console to stave off boredom. And what about you, second brother? Are you coming along? Jiang Ruan smiled slightly, resembling a blooming lotus, captivating those around her. A closer look revealed that she had put considerable effort into her makeup, accentuating her facial features, creating an atmosphere that was both striking and enchanting. Sure, let us go, Yang Su agreed, not opposed to a stroll. Since he had participated in this variety show, he had no intention of remaining cooped up indoors. Chapter 26. By the lake without any means of transportation, the group set off on foot. Among the 8 guests, apart from Yang Li, who opted to remain home, the others expressed their willingness to join. The 3 female guests were evidently drawn to Yang Su, including Bailuoluo. However, her intentions differed from theirs. While they sought fame and to cultivate a rapport with him, she felt compelled to accompany him for his protection. As they made their way out of the village, the camera crew followed closely behind. It was just a few minutes' walk from their lodgings to the village entrance. Engaged in conversation, the atmosphere remained light and cheerful. Don't you think the villagers seem a bit strange? Jiang Ruan suddenly remarked. You notice too? I've long felt that the villagers are polarized. Some are very welcoming and warm, while others seem quite hostile. Just yesterday morning, while completing a task, I caught an elderly woman glaring at me with a cold gaze for over an hour. That feeling is hard to describe, Shenzhou replied with a wry smile. Indeed, I also encountered unfriendly villagers. When I asked the household if they had any tasks for me, the man of the house rudely shooed me away. If I hadn't fled quickly, he might have chased me off with a broom, Han Zhao Zhao added softly, recalling her indignation. Despite not being a major celebrity, she had never encountered such disrespect from a mere countryman. The village children are odd too. They seem frightened of us. Why try to ask one for directions? They fled at the sight of me. Am I really that terrifying? Guanshan said, looking quite dejected. I had better luck. I quickly found a household willing to assign me a task, and didn't he experience the issues you mentioned? Yet, there's indeed something peculiar about this village. Chen Bao'er remarked. Initially believing her discomfort was merely a figment of her sensitivity, she now felt validated by her companion's observations. In remote villages like this, it is common for residents to be somewhat insular. Perhaps when the village chief agreed to let us film the variety show, he did not fully consult the villagers. Bailuoluo suggested. That's a strong possibility. I share your sentiment, Guanshan nodded. Customs vary from place to place, and certain areas can be particularly exclusionary, which is not unusual. The others echoed their agreement, and the conversation shifted away from the topic. Yang Su felt a weight on his chest, an uncomfortable sensation. He had always possessed an uncanny ability to read people, discerning their nature with a mere glance. Even the most skilled actors could not mask their true selves in his presence. Unknown to anyone, his judgments were instinctual. The more malevolent individuals made him feel oppressed, compelling him to distance himself. From the outset, this village had instilled in him an aversion, a sensation he had never encountered so intensely before. He sensed something was amiss in this place. While contemplating this, Yang-su refrained from voicing his thoughts. Bailuoluo discreetly glanced at him, wondering if he had sensed the same disquiet. However, it was not surprising. After all, he was the reincarnation of Erlang Shun, whose celestial I could perceive the essence of all things and pierce through illusions. Even if Yang-su was merely a vessel for Erlang Shun, the eye's power likely influenced him considerably, enhancing his perceptive abilities beyond those of mere mortals. After approximately half an hour, the group of 7, accompanied by 2 camera operators, finally arrived at Yulong Lake. Since this was a collective activity, the director had arranged for only 2 crew members to film. The scenery at Yulong Lake was indeed splendid, surrounded by lush greenery, picturesque views, and gentle breezes creating ripples across the water surface. Standing by the lake, one could see fish swimming beneath the surface, and the emerald waters mirrored the blue sky and white clouds, instantly calming the spirit. "This spot is perfect. I shall set up here to sketch," Guanshan declared, finding a suitable location and retrieving his sketch pad and pencils. "Guangu, you carry on. I will explore the vicinity," Shunzhou replied to him. Guanshan waved to the others, inviting them to disperse. Although they separated, their proximity remained close. Han Zhao attempted to approach Yang-su, hoping to converse, but his aloof demeanor made her retreat. Even with her thick skin, she could not bring herself to engage him without an invitation, ultimately walking away in disappointment. Chen Baoer and Jiang Ruan observed Han Zhao's cold reception from Yang-su, secretly mocking her audacity while momentarily setting aside their own plans to seek his attention. They had no desire to become the second Han Zhao. After all, they were well-known first- and second-tier actresses distinct from a mere internet celebrity. If Yang-su treated them similarly, it would be exceedingly awkward. Indeed, Yang-su proved to be as unapproachable as the rumor suggested. Bailuoluo had no intention of seeking his company. Her sole concern was ensuring his safety. She had been following Yang-su closely yet distantly, accompanied by Chen Baoer and a third person. Unbothered by the thoughts of others, Yang-su chose to sit upon a large stone, casting his fishing rod to indulge in the tranquil pastime. Once he decided to visit Yulong, he had brought along his fishing rod and bait from home. Judging by his demeanor, he intended to remain there fishing until he departed. Chapter 27. The fright Yang-su did not roam aimlessly, which brought great relief to Bailuoluo. As long as Yang-su remained stationary, the likelihood of encountering danger would diminish significantly, much to her satisfaction. However, Bailuoluo was unaware that her sense of security was premature. While Yang-su remained unharmed, the other guests faced a predicament. After watching Yang-su fish for an entire hour, Jiang Ruan and Chen Baoer could no longer sit still and decided to take a stroll along the lakeshore. As for Han Zhao, she was reluctant to leave Yang-su's side, knowing that being near him would garner more camera time during editing due to his fame. Bailuoluo, equally unwilling to depart, remained fixated on Yang-su. More than half an hour later, Jiang Ruan and Chen Baoer rushed back to the group, their faces pale and stricken with fear. "What happened? Did you see a snake?" Shenzhou teased as they approached. There has been a death," Jiang Ruan stammered, clearly too frightened to articulate her thoughts fully. "What?" Shenzhou exclaimed, initially believing Jiang Ruan was joking. Yet the expressions on their faces were unmistakably grave. Even the cameraman appeared visibly shaken. As Jiang Ruan and Chen Baoer prepared to explain, Yang-su, Guanshan, Bailuoluo, and Han Zhao had already gathered, drawn by the commotion. "What is the matter? Why are you so frightened?" Guanshan inquired, concern evident in his gaze as he scrutinized Jiang Ruan and Chen Baoer. "I heard them mention a death. Surely you did not discover a corpse?" Bailuoluo, with keen ears, caught Jiang Ruan's words and felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. She had thought that keeping a close watch on Yang-su would suffice, only to find that troubles brewed elsewhere. "A corpse?" Han Zhao gasped in shock. "How could that be?" Guanshan expressed disbelief. "Let us first hear what they have to say," Yang-su urged, motioning for Jiang Ruan and Chen Baoer to recount their experience. Clearly terrified, Jiang Ruan hesitated, while Chen Baoer, though shaken, appeared somewhat steadier and thus took the initiative to explain the unfolding events. 20 minutes prior, Jiang Ruan and Chun Baoer had been strolling along the lakeside when Jiang Ruan suddenly felt the urge to relieve herself and ventured alone into a nearby thicket. As she departed, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings, sensing something amiss, and instinctively concealed herself. After the man left, she turned towards the direction he had come from and discovered signs of freshly disturbed earth. Driven by curiosity, she found a slightly sharp stone nearby and began to dig. After a while of fruitless effort, just as she contemplated giving up, she spotted strands of hair. Jiang Ruan relayed the events to Chun Baoer, who remained skeptical. Resolute, Jiang Ruan decided to bring Chun Baoer and the cameraman to the site of the discovery. "Where is the location of the corpse?" Bailuoluo inquired. "Just ahead." Chun Baoer pointed. "Let us there quickly. I hope it is not too late," Bailuoluo urged. The revelation of a corpse startled everyone. Han Zhaozhao was reluctant to go, but feared being left alone, so she steeled herself to follow the group. Upon arrival, they indeed found a patch of ground that had clearly been disturbed. As they approached, strands of hair emerged from the freshly unearthed soil. Could this be a wig? Guanshan gulped nervously, glancing at the others. Though he had encountered many fake corpses in his acting career, this scenario was entirely new to him. Isn't it worth digging further to find out? Bailuoluo pragmatically suggested, picking up a thicker branch to continue the excavation. After a short while, human skin came into view, eliciting screams from the women, who recoiled in terror. Indeed, it is a corpse. Bailuoluo pondered briefly before calling for the cameraman to ensure the scene was recorded. Though frightened, he remained focused on his duty, the camera rolling continuously. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ruan asked, her voice trembling. "Can't you see?" Bailuoluo snapped, her patience waning. Jiang Ruan, already terrified, had no desire to argue about Bailuoluo's attitude. "We must promptly notify the authorities," she insisted. "Of course, we need to report it. But we must discuss how to proceed." Bailuoluo continued her actions without pause. "Is there really anything to discuss? We should just call the police." Shenzhou questioned, perplexed by Bailuoluo's stance. Given the circumstances, what else could they do? There is no signal in the mountains. Even if we had our phones, we couldn't call for help. Yang Su articulated the crux of their dilemma. What now? The group finally recognized the gravity of their situation. "Jiang Ruan, did you see the man's face?" Bailuoluo turned her attention to her. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Ruan nodded, confirming she had. "Have you ever encountered him in a village?" Bailuoluo pressed further. "It must be someone from Xion village." Guanshan furrowed his brow. "This is the only village in the vicinity. It could only be someone from there." Bailuoluo scoffed. "That seems to be the case." "Where did you see him?" Yang Su inquired. Chapter 28. Director Ji's decision. Jiang Ruan considered for a moment and replied, "I saw him once yesterday while we were completing our task. Director Ji had instructed us to seek out villagers for assignments. I asked several households, and the one who opened the door seemed to be that man. This woman must have been killed by him. He likely buried her far from the village to avoid detection. Since we cannot contact the outside world, we should inform the village chief. They must have a landline." Shenzhou proposed. The group nodded in agreement, finding merit in his suggestion. "No, no." Two opposing voices rang out simultaneously. At that moment, Bailuoluo had restored the disturbed area to its original state and, upon inspection, felt reassured that there were no lingering issues. "Why not?" The group questioned, puzzled. "This is not a safe place to converse. Let us leave here first," Bailuoluo insisted, leading the way back down the path they had come from. As Bailuoluo departed, the others quickly followed, eager to distance themselves from the corpse. On the way back, the group resumed their earlier conversation. "Elder brother, why did you object earlier? What was your reasoning?" Han Zhaozhao asked, ignoring Bailuoluo's earlier dissent. "Typically, villages like this are quite united," Yang Su replied, meeting the gazes of the others with a calm demeanor. "What do you mean?" Han Shu Siu queried, confisiet. "I believe what elder brother means is that he fears the village chief may protect the murderer and refuse to help us notify the authorities," Shenzhou elucidated. "Surely not. This is murder. The village chief would never shelter a killer," Jiang Ruan argued, doubting Yang Su's concerns. "Just because they belong to the same village, why would anyone cover up a murder? It is uncertain, and Teacher Yang's concern is not without reason," one of them remarked. "Do you staff know something?" Guanshan turned towards the speaker, and the others followed suit. Just as Teacher Yang mentioned, this village is indeed very united and quite insular. If it weren't for Director Ji throwing money at them, they wouldn't have allowed us to enter the village to film the variety show. If we were to inform the village chief about this matter, it is not guaranteed he would call the police. Unlike the guests, the staff have more interactions with the villagers, naturally acquiring more information. Even if they usually lack time to converse with the villagers, they might catch up on gossip with other staff during breaks. What should we do then? We can't just sit idly by. Jiang Ruan furrowed her brow. Let's wait until we see Director Ji. Although we cannot contact the outside world, he should be able to. Jiang Su said, I fear even Director Ji may have no way out. There is no signal in this deep mountain. If he wishes to contact the outside, he can only go to the village chief's house to borrow the landline. For the only landline is located there, another person interjected. Does that mean we can only send someone to the town to report? Shen Baoer frowned slightly. If we want to avoid alarming the villagers, this is the only option left. Upon hearing that Jiang Ruan and the others had not only discovered the body, but that Jiang Ruan had also witnessed the murderer abandoning it, Director Ji was utterly stunned. No, this was not a legal variety show. How did they end up encountering such a situation? Director Ji felt a deep sense of unease. Director Ji, you must be cautious. Do not go to the village chief's house to borrow the phone. If that chief wishes to protect the murderer, we will all be in danger. Shen Zhou cautioned. Rest assured, I am aware of what to do. Director Ji had never intended to go to the village chief's house to borrow the phone for reporting. In fact, he had no intention of calling the police at this moment at all. The program had only been recorded for 2 days. There were still 5 more days of footage to capture. If he reported it now, they would certainly be unable to remain in this village any longer. It would be surprising if the villagers greeted them with warm smiles. After calming everyone down, Director Ji left with 2 cameramen. Knowing they had not disclosed the matter to the villagers and had restored the scene, he felt a wave of relief. After all, they were the only outsiders in the village and would undoubtedly become the primary suspects. Director Ji, are we to send someone to report immediately? The assistant director was equally shocked after learning what had transpired, and his first thought was to call the police. Let's not rush. Director Ji raised a hand and spoke slowly. Not in a hurry. What do you mean? Are you suggesting Director Ji does not plan to report? Director Ji, what exactly are your intentions? The assistant director asked cautiously, hesitating. What are you hesitating about? We are merely postponing the report by a few days. It is not as if we are not reporting at all. How much impact could it have to delay capturing the murderer? Director Ji did not believe he had done anything wrong. He slightly lifted his head to look at the 3 people present. I do not wish for anyone else to know about this matter. Once we leave this door, no one is permitted to mention it. Director Ji cast a warning glance across the 3. Hence, only the 4 of them were present. Other staff members were either in other rooms or outside. Understood, Director Ji. You can rest assured, we will not speak of it outside. They were merely ordinary workers, living under the director's gaze, unable to oppose him. They hoped the deceased would not blame them, for they too were powerless. Meanwhile, in the small building, Bailuoluo and the others remained unaware that Director Ji had not sent anyone to report. After Director Ji took charge of the situation, everyone temporarily cast the matter aside. They decided to leave everything to the police. Approaching mealtime, everyone began discussing preparations for lunch. Bailuoluo mentioned she had food and did not need to be accounted for in lunch plans. The absence of Bailuoluo did not significantly affect the others. In the courtyard, Yang Li and Shun Zhou, responsible for chopping firewood, chatted while they worked. At this moment, Yang Li had already learned about the events that had transpired near Yulong Lake that morning. After the initial shock, he felt regret. Yang Li had a natural inclination to seek excitement, and now that such a significant event had occurred, missing out on all the commotion left him feeling quite dejected. This is not a good thing. If possible, I truly wish to avoid such encounters, Shun Zhou said with a wry smile. Just as they conversed, an overwhelming fragrance wafted through the kitchen window into the courtyard. The scent was utterly familiar. It was instant noodles. Who was cooking instant noodles? Yang Li rubbed his now grumbling stomach, feeling voraciously tempted. He had brought his gaming console, but had forgotten to bring some food. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. It must be Luoluo. I just saw her take a bag of instant noodles to the kitchen, Shun Zhou remarked. I will go ask her if she is willing to sell some. Although Bailuoluo was the owner of the noodles, she had previously been reluctant to even sell him a bottle of drink. The probability of her selling him noodles was likely less than 10%. Nevertheless, for the sake of his stomach, he was willing to give it a try. 5 minutes later, Yang Li hurriedly emerged, cradling a bowl of noodles. Shinjo was somewhat surprised. He had thought Bailuoluo would certainly refuse, which was why he hadn't bothered to make the effort. Had he known she was willing to share the noodles, he would have asked much sooner, and Yongli would not have had any role in this. No, she directly gifted me a pack of mushroom chicken noodles. The noodles were given to him because Bailuoluo did not enjoy eating them. But having something to eat was better than nothing, and he did not mind. She actually agreed to give you noodles. How generous. Shinjo was taken aback. The girl who wouldn't even share water before. Could this be her second personality? She claimed she did not like this flavor of instant noodles, and after preparing a bowl, she found it too bland and decided not to eat it. When I asked her, she said if I didn't mind, she would give it to me. How could I mind? I certainly could not. Relishing his noodles, Yongli expressed his relief. Thankfully, he acted quickly. Had he delayed a few minutes, who knows if that bowl of noodles would have made it to him. I must go ask, he said, setting down the axe and hastily heading to the kitchen. A few minutes later, Shunzhou emerged with the same noodles, and the two of them, each clutching a bowl, happily slurped their noodles. It turned out that Jiangsu and Guanshan, seeing Yang Li and Shunzhou enjoying their meal, had also gone to inquire with Bailuoluo. Bailuoluo simply handed over the remaining packets to them, as she did not enjoy that flavor anyway, and had brought a large bag of 5 packets. Bailuoluo was willing to share things she did not like. If it were something she enjoyed, that would be a different story. Stop reading novels. You have trouble. I tell you, that Director G hasn't reported at all. Xiaofu's voice echoed in Bailuoluo's mind. Director G did not report. Bailuoluo felt utterly astonished. No. He plans to call the police after leaving, but I am worried something will happen. Even if something truly does occur later, as long as nothing has happened yet. I cannot take Jiangsu away. Jiangsu is still not well acquainted with me. Why would he listen to me? Bailuoluo understood clearly that Jiangsu had no reason to heed the words of a stranger, unless she could employ some form of magic to take him away. Yet, at present, she was merely an ordinary mortal. Although her abilities surpassed those of ordinary people, they were not excessively extraordinary. Moreover, even if she did possess some magical power, she could not use it on mortals. Should she be discovered by the celestial realm, she would surely be imprisoned in a celestial jail. Let us observe for now. If the situation truly turns dire, I will certainly protect Jiangsu as we leave. As for the others, I can no longer concern myself with them. After all, the task I received was solely to protect Jiangsu, not other mortals. At the appointed time, an elderly farmer would lead them, providing hands-on instruction on how to operate. The 3 tasks were to be conducted separately, with a specific task assigned through a lottery. Bailuoluo drew the corn detasseling task, alongside Shinzhou and Qinbao, while the remaining individuals were assigned to plow the fields. Given that Han Zhao was a girl, and the plowing was reputed to be arduous, Shinzhou voluntarily exchanged tasks with her. Consequently, the final trio responsible for plowing comprised Yangsu, Guanshan, and Shinzhou. Once the assignments were finalized, everyone hurried to their respective locations. In the cornfield, a demonstration awaited them, surprisingly conducted by a 10-year-old boy named Xiaolong, who was remarkably handsome and could be considered the village's most attractive child. Xiaolong taught with great seriousness, meticulously instructing them on how to detassel corn. Bailuoluo, possessing considerable strength and quick to learn, soon filled nearly half her basket while the other 2 had barely begun. Luoluo, you are so fast. Han Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Bailuoluo. Have you done this before? How else could you learn so quickly? No, I suppose my quick learning is due to my intelligence, Bailuoluo replied, smacking her lips with a serious demeanor. Han Zhao felt a flicker of suspicion regarding the insinuation behind her words. Qinbao, who was less talkative, focused intently on her work, learning slowly but diligently. In contrast, Han Zhao occasionally indulged in brief moments of idleness. If not for the fear of being criticized by viewers, she would have long since abandoned her task. Her hands inexplicably itched, and she could sometimes spot insects on the corn. Were Qinbao or Bailuoluo to take a break, she would undoubtedly follow suit. However, with the other 2 working so earnestly, she feared becoming the subject of comparison. Regardless of the hardship, she had to endure. Help! Sister Bauer, please help! Just then, Zhang Ruan's voice echoed from nearby. Upon hearing the commotion, Qinbao immediately put down her work and turned towards the source of the sound. What happened? She asked. Concern etched on her face. Chapter 30. The village bully Bailuoluo and the others halted their tasks, directing their attention to the direction of the voice. With even Xiao Long peering curiously. Moments later, Jiang Ruan stumbled over. What is it, Ruan Ruan? Chun Bao was the first to inquire. Zista Baoya. We must save Yang Li. He is surrounded by a flock of geese. Their fighting prowess is formidable, and they are quite unruly, pecking at people. Jiang Ruan lamented, her expression one of distress. It turned out that after accepting their tasks, she and Yang Li had proceeded to the designated location, where they encountered a gaggle of large white geese. Initially, the geese did not react to their presence, but upon realizing their approach, they assumed an aggressive stance. Jiang Ruan, having never been fond of such livestock, instinctively stepped back. However, Yang Li, ever stubborn, chose to bravely fulfill his task. Predictably, he soon found himself under siege by the geese. Witnessing Yang Li hopping about to evade their pecks filled Jiang Ruan with dread. Unable to rescue him herself, she sought help. As for why she didn't seek assistance from boys, the distance was simply too great. By the time she gathered help, Yang Li might very well be in dire straits. I had no idea geese could be this fierce, Chun Bao exclaimed, surprised, as she had assumed their combat ability was akin to that of ducks. In fact, the geese in this village were well known for their strength, often outmatching even the village's guard dogs. Han Zhao Zhao, with her background as an internet celebrity, was perhaps more aware than the two privileged stars about the geese's reputation. Indeed, they were quite formidable. Bailuoluo felt a swell of pride, recalling her days as a dominant force in the village before encountering the old matchmaker. When she was invincible, with no one able to stand against her, not even the ordinary villagers who fled in terror from her. Reflecting on her past glory brought a tinge of nostalgia to Bailuoluo's heart. Who would have thought that the once unstoppable force in her village would find herself at the bottom of the food chain in the celestial realm, unable to best even the guards at the gates? Ignoring Bailuoluo's musings, Jiang Ruan urged the trio to assist Yang Li. Chun Bao did not refuse, while Han Zhao Zhao was reluctant but felt pressured to join, knowing that opting out would attract criticism. As for Bailuoluo, she had no fear of her feathered adversaries and thought it would be entertaining to see the spectacle. The four of them hastily made their way to the scene, where Yang Li was besieged by the geese. Upon arrival, they witnessed Yang Li running desperately while the geese pursued him with fervor. The sight was both pitiable and amusing. What should we do? How can we save him? Jiang Ruan implored, grasping Chun Bao's hand with urgency, clearly looking to her for direction. It was Chun Bao's first encounter with such a scene, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Watching the geese chase Yang Li with such ferocity made her reconsider. She was already second-guessing her resolve. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head at Jiang Ruan. If Yang Li, a grown man, couldn't manage to fend them off, how could a few girls hope to rescue him? Help! Please stop pecking. If you must peck, could you do it somewhere else? My legs are swelling from your pecks. Yang Li's cries echoed around them, filled with genuine distress. Nearby, someone offered their bamboo poles. Why not try using those? Not far from the four, two bamboo poles lay discarded on the ground. However, before they could be utilized, they were abandoned. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Bao decided to take action. There are only two poles, which one suffice for all three of us. You two hold them off. I'll go fetch Guan Gu and the others. We can't delay any longer. Yang Li looks miserable. Without waiting for response, Han Zhao Zhao dashed off as if pursued by a dog. All right, which of you wants the other pole? Chun Bao asked, picking one up. I don't need it, Bailuoluo immediately declared. What I need a pole for? I am the ancestor of geese. Then Ruan Ruan, take this one, we'll go. Chun Bao took a deep breath, handing the other pole to a bewildered Jiang Ruan, and together they charged to rescue Yang Li. Jiang Ruan, torn between fear and determination, tried to appear brave as she followed. Inside, she was on the verge of tears. Why am I being dragged into this? There is someone else standing right there. Why me? As she glanced back at Bailuoluo, who was waving at them from a distance, she felt a surge of frustration. Yet, she could say nothing, for rescuing Yang Li was the priority, and everything else could wait. With bamboo poles in hand, the duo bravely charged into the fray of geese, while the camera crew eagerly documented the unfolding chaos, determined to capture the girl's plight. As anticipated, Jiang Ruan and Chun Bao were quickly overwhelmed by the aggressive flock, but Yang Li felt a significant reduction in pressure, thanks to their assistance. Help! Don't bite me! Ah! The three cried out, jumping about in a frenzy. In the sweltering summer heat, their attire was already minimal, though they had chosen to wear long pants to shield themselves from the sun. However, how thick can summer pants be? They are only slightly better than not wearing anything at all, and the thin fabric certainly cannot fend off the assaults of this flock of geese. Watching the group being pecked and crying out for help, Bailuoluo rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Seeing them having such fun, I felt reluctant to interrupt. The cameraman remarked, "Are you serious? With so many geese playing with them, it must be a blissful experience. Are you certain they feel blissful?" Indeed, it seems the usual work pressure has taken its toll. A bit of running, jumping, and shouting surely alleviates their stress. Are you sure this isn't creating more pressure? Look, their faces are flushed. They must be exhausted from running too long. This group of geese is quite considerate. The cameraman added, he no longer knows what to say. Teacher Bai, aren't you going to think of a solution? They seem unable to endure much longer. Bailuoluo's leisurely demeanor was becoming unbearable to witness. Chapter 31. Have these geese become sentient? Well then, Bailuoluo smacked her lips, initially wishing for the geese to play a little longer with them. Watching her geese and grandchildren enjoy themselves so thoroughly as their ancestral figure, she felt a pang of reluctance to cut short their joy. In the distance, Yang Li and others were being chased chaotically by the geese. Yang Li ran swiftly but could not abandon the two girls, striving to shield them as best he could. Although the girls had Yang Li's protection, the frenzy of the geese was overwhelming, exhibiting both organization and discipline. They not only coordinated their efforts, but also understood positioning. What kind of geese are these? Have they become sentient? Chun Bao's shriek pierced the air as a particularly robust goose fixed its gaze on her, emanating an aura of menace from its eyes. I truly didn't mean to. Please don't bite me. Chun Bao was far beyond caring for her cool demeanor, nearly on the verge of tears. She was both mentally strained and physically battered. I accidentally stepped on it, but I truly did not mean it. This goose had been observed from a distance, standing at a position neither too close nor too far, overseeing the chaos. The other geese clearly obeyed its command. When Yang Li was first attacked, he had considered the strategy of apprehending the leader, but that goose's combat prowess was formidable. He suffered greatly, reluctantly abandoning that reckless idea and opting for a more prudent escape. Now that Chun Bao had stepped on the leader goose, it was likely that the situation could not be easily resolved. Both Chun Bao and Jiang Ruan understood the leader's might and could only hide behind Yang Li. Trembling in fear, Yang Li also wished to cry. He wanted to hide, but being the only male present left him with nowhere to retreat, certainly not behind the women. At some point, the other geese ceased their attack and encircled Yang Li and the two girls. The palpable tension in the air was suffocating, not only for the trio ensnared within, but also for those on the periphery, who swallowed nervously. Director, is everything truly fine? Shouldn't someone intervene? Concerned, they contacted the director via their earpiece. Jidao's calm voice responded, "No need to rescue them. Rest assured, I have yet to hear of anyone being killed by geese. This is rare material. Film it well." With Jidao's assurance, despite feeling a twinge of sympathy for them, they could not defy the director's orders to intervene. What to do? Jiang Ruan had already burst into tears, clutching Yang Li's clothing tightly, terrified of being overwhelmed by the geese at any moment. Even if these geese couldn't kill, their pecks indeed hurt. Jiang Ruan had never endured such humiliation in her life. Yang Li silently lamented, unsure of how to proceed. It seemed the production team would not be coming to their aid. There was no hope to rely on, and he heard that Han Zhaozhao had gone to summon the others. He sincerely hoped they would arrive promptly. He truly could not endure this any longer. Yang Li felt tears welling up. Meanwhile, the geese finally began their assault. Particularly, the leader goose appeared ready to personally show them what it meant to face the wrath of their kind. The leader goose spread its wings and lunged toward Yang Li and the others. Just as Yang Li prepared to confront it, a voice rang out. "Stop! Release that boy!" A figure, exuding an air of authority, boldly stepped into the fray, disregarding the geese. The leader goose turned, perplexed. This presence felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of something akin to its own kind. Yet, this was unmistakably a human. How could it be their kind? It must be that cunning human employing some trickery to deceive the innocent geese. The leader goose narrowed its eyes at Bailuoluo, affirming its suspicions. Its essence was that of a goose, and so too was its spirit. This leader goose had evidently attained a degree of sentience, though it was not particularly high. Compared to Bailuoluo's past experiences in the mortal realm, there remained a gap. Nonetheless, Bailuoluo felt a sense of joy in seeing a member of their goose lineage develop intelligence and was willing to offer protection. Quack, quack, you truly are one of us. How is this possible? How did you become human? The leader goose, named Zhu, was astonished. It had heard tales of ancestors fortunate enough to be enlightened by mortals. Yet this was the first time it encountered one of its kind who had cultivated into a human. The spiritual energy of this world was no longer what it used to be. In such an environment, there were still geese evolving into humans. This was astonishing. Zhu gazed at Bailuoluo with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. Yang Li, Jiang Ruan, and Chun Bao questioned what just happened. Did they suddenly hit it off? Bailuoluo and the leader goose Zhu exchanged a profound glance, communicating in a manner only understood by their kind. The other geese obediently turned and headed toward the goose enclosure, their compliance leaving Yang Li and the others questioning their sanity. These geese truly possessed dual personas. Is everything all right? Bailuoluo inquired of Yang Li and the others. Yes, I have issues. My entire body hurts. Upon hearing her question, Yang Li was immediately engulfed by pain. His legs must be swollen. Oh, how unfortunate he is. Me too. My arms and legs have been pecked several times. They must be swollen. Jiang Ruan felt utterly wronged. They had endured so many pecks. Indeed, it was rather pitiable. She had no intention of continuing with the task. And Jiang Ruan certainly wouldn't go either. It seemed that only Bailuoluo could carry on. It's fine. I won't abandon you. If we fail the task, I'll share the punishment with everyone. If others want to do it, I am not foolish enough to take on the task alone. Worst case, we all face punishment together. I certainly do not wish to be the only one sweating under the scorching sun in the cornfield. Chapter 32. It's him. Chun Bao exclaimed, I didn't mean that. Who wants to face punishment with you? Can't you just complete the task by yourself? Bailuoluo replied, Actually, I can't. On their way back, a middle-aged man carrying a basket brushed past them. The moment the man appeared, Jiang Ruan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't bear to meet his gaze. What's wrong with you? Chun Bao, I noticed something was off about Jiang Ruan. Are you all right? Only Bailuoluo and Yang Li lagged behind. This guilty demeanor certainly did not suggest that all was well. Ruan, you look unwell. Are you sure you're okay? Chun Bao asked with concern. I'm fine, just startled, Jiang Ruan replied weakly. Startled? Hanshu Susukufunid Putzlid. That man doesn't look frightening at all. Could it be that the man who just brushed past us frightened you? He was merely a villager. What could possibly be terrifying? Unless Chun Bao suddenly recalled something. Could he be the man you saw that day? The one who abandoned the corpse? Jiang Ruan nodded, confirming it was indeed him. Their conversation was overheard by Yang Li and Bailuoluo, who had just entered. What? Is he the guy from just now? Yang Li quickly approached Jiang Ruan, his expression grave. It's him. I remember clearly. I could never mistake that face. Jiang Ruan affirmed with certainty. We might be in trouble. Bailuoluo seated herself next to Jiang Ruan. What does that mean? Han Zhaozhao asked nervously. That man clearly noticed Jiang Ruan's unusual behavior after she left. He continued to stare at her for a while, clearly suspecting her. Jiang Ruan's actions were too conspicuous, and given that the man had committed murder, it was not surprising that he would be suspicious. He noticed me. Jiang Ruan gasped, her face turning as pale as a ghost. You were so obvious. It'd be hard not to be noticed. Bailuoluo rolled her eyes. What should we do now? Has Director G called the police? Will they arrive? He wouldn't come to silence me, would he? Jiang Ruan spoke rapidly. I'll go ask Director G. You all wait here. Yang Li left with that remark. Jiang Ruan clutched Chun Bao's hand, her face as white as a sheet. The room was silent, with only Chun Bao's voice comforting Jiang Ruan, while Bailuoluo and Han Zhaozhao remained silent. Bailuoluo went to the kitchen to get drinks, bringing back a few bottles of coconut juice for others. Han Zhaozhao seemed lost in thought, her expression uncertain. Director G said he had already sent someone to report to the police, but he was unsure when they would arrive. Yang Li said, It's good that the police have been notified. It took us less than 2 hours to walk from the town to this village, so they should be here soon. Han Zhaozhao optimistically remarked. Chun Bao and Jiang Ruan also sighed in relief. As long as the police arrived, they would be safe. Did Director G really send someone to call the police from the town? Only Bailuoluo was thoughtfully resting her chin on her hand. Yes. We certainly can't borrow the village chief's phone. Who knows if he would protect the murderer? Since we can't borrow the village chief's phone, we can only send someone to report to the town, Yang Li stated matter-of-factly. Director G probably didn't actually send anyone to report, Bailuoluo mused. It's impossible for Director G not to report such a significant incident. Don't just speak without basis. Just when we thought we could breathe easy. Bailuoluo claims that Director G hasn't reported at all. Who would believe that? Jiang Ruan began to suspect Bailuoluo was intentionally trying to cause her anxiety. Did you notice how many staff members Director G brought? Bailuoluo asked. Who would pay attention to that? Chun Bao or frowned. The others shared the same sentiment. Who would bother counting the number of staff around them? Bailuoluo. I remember distinctly. Including Director G, there were a total of 30 staff members. So what? Han Zhaozhao asked in confusion. If all 30 staff members are present and Director G claims to have sent someone to report to the town, then who did he send? Are you sure all 30 staff members are here? Yang Li was taken aback. Could it be that you miscounted? Surely you can't remember every staff member's face. Jiang Ruan expressed her disbelief. Her memory was quite good, but she couldn't possibly recall the faces of all the staff present. And she didn't believe Bailuoluo could either. I remember very clearly. I even counted them this morning. I'm certain. Bailuoluo insisted. Her memory had been enhanced, allowing her to retain everything she saw. Furthermore, Xiaofu had also mentioned that Director G had not reported, so she was even less likely to be mistaken. No way. I need to go confirm with Director G again. Yang Li, feeling anxious about Bailuoluo's certainty, hurried out to seek confirmation from Director G. Bailuoluo's suspicion was indeed correct. Director G had not reported. Initially approaching Director G with skepticism, Yang Li was shocked when Director G finally admitted it. Realizing that they might have been targeted by a murderer, and that Director G was deliberately withholding the police report, how could he not feel anger? What? How could he act like this? Is he joking with the safety of our lives as guests? Director G stated that he would wait until they finished filming this episode and left Shoan Village before calling the police, fearing that reporting now would get them expelled from the village and disrupt filming. Is he serious? Chun Bao was equally shocked by Director G's attitude. Chapter 33 discussion. Since Director G did not call the police and the murderer has already set his sights on Ruan, what should we do now? Ruan is in great danger. Han Zhaozhao expressed her concern. In truth, she was not particularly anxious, as she had not seen anything. It was Jiang Ruan who had witnessed the body being discarded, not her. Even if the murderer sought to silence someone, it would not be her. Not only Jiang Ruan is in danger, all of us are at risk. If that person has already noticed Jiang Ruan's unusual behavior, he might come after her. As for the rest of us, without knowing whether Jiang Ruan has disclosed anything to us, we might also find ourselves on the murderer's list. Chun Bao's words shattered Han Zhaozhao's illusions. What? I'm in danger too. Han Zhaozhao panicked, feeling a hint of blame towards Jiang Ruan. Why do you have to be so curious? If you hadn't seen something you shouldn't have, would I be so anxious about being silenced? Although frustrated, Han Zhaozhao remembered they were filming a variety show and refrained from unleashing her anger. Didn't you tell Director G that the suspected murderer noticed Jiang Ruan's unusual behavior? Bailuoluo asked Yang Li. I did, of course. But Director G said, as long as we don't speak of it, how would the murderer know? Even if he did, we have so many people here. Would he dare act in front of all of us? Bailuoluo fell silent, having seen reckless behavior before, but never this reckless. It seemed a storm was about to break. I must eat more, or how will I have the strength to protect Yangsu? I'll eat first, you all continue. Saying this, she prepared to head to the kitchen for food. Are you serious? At this time, you still have the appetite to eat. Yang Li and the others looked at Bailuoluo with incredulous expressions. They were nearly worried to death. Yet this girl seemed utterly unfazed. That is a murderer. Who knows if that murderer will strike against them? It's quite terrifying. Why can I eat? Now is precisely when I need to eat more. If I don't fill my stomach, how would I have the strength to confront that murderer? If I were to die simply because I was hungry, that would be so unjust, Bailuoluo asserted. The other surprisingly found her reasoning somewhat convincing. Do you still have food? Instant rice or instant noodles would do. I'll pay for it. Just tell me how much, and I want tea haggle. Yang Li spoke generously. Perhaps this meal would be their last, so they couldn't skimp on it. Besides, how could they not eat well? He was a man, and if a murderer came, he would surely stand in front to protect these women and children. Just as Bailuoluo said, Only by eating well could they have the strength to fight the murderer. I want to buy some too. Don't worry, money is not an issue. I have it. Han Zhao Zhao quickly chimed in. Even the usually aloof Chun Bao followed suit, expressing her desire to buy some food from Bailuoluo. Except for Jiang Ruan, who was genuinely too shaken to have any appetite. She was so frightened that her whole being felt weak, and she couldn't even think about food, not even feeling hunger. I only sell instant noodles. Don't think about anything else. Among all the snacks, instant noodles ranked lower on her list of favorite foods. So she didn't mind parting with a few packs. Fine, as long as it's food. I'm not picky. Yang Li quickly agreed. Han Zhao Zhao and Chun Bao hurriedly declared, I am not picky. Just wait here. I shall fetch some instant noodles for you. With that, she ascended the stairs to retrieve the noodles, aware that the girls had purchased instant noodles from Bailuoluo and had already consumed them. The boys felt somewhat restrained in their comments. After all, they had previously indulged in secret meals behind the girls' backs, only to be caught in the act. Now, they felt a sense of balance had been restored. The girls likely felt too embarrassed to remain upset about the previous clandestine meals. However, what perplexed them was how Yang Li had managed to obtain a meal despite everything. Luck seemed to favor him too much. Since Guanshan and Yang Li's groups had completed their tasks, they received some lunch ingredients. In contrast, Bailuoluo's group, having failed to complete their task, received no ingredients at all. Consequently, the food did not end up in Bailuoluo's hands. Ironically, Bailuoluo's group had delayed their task to assist Yang Li and Jiang Ruan. Later, they voluntarily abandoned their task, resulting in their group receiving no ingredients whatsoever. Fortunately, the three members of Bailuoluo's team had already eaten their fill and were indifferent to the lack of food. Yang Li, feeling somewhat guilty, recognized that Bailuoluo and her companions had missed out on the ingredients due to his influence. Hence, he generously offered to share his food with them. The three girls did not decline such a generous offer. After all, had it not been for their desire to assist Yang Li, would they have suffered the bruises inflicted by the geese? They felt justified in accepting the ingredients without a hint of modesty. After revealing their injuries to Yang Su and the others, Guanshan declared that they would prepare lunch themselves, refraining from asking Yang Li and the others for help. The sight of their bruises was rather alarming, and it seemed inhumane to request assistance in cooking under such circumstances. Combined, the ingredients from both groups were ample. Bailuoluo, now satiated, even managed to eat another bowl of rice. Yang Su and the others appeared increasingly anxious, especially upon realizing that Director Ji had not contacted the police. Their unease deepened. Guanshan, in a fit of anger, slammed the table, exclaiming, Is Director Ji courting disaster? A murderer is nearby, and he hasn't reported it? He endangers us all. I concurred. It seemed reckless. When I confronted him, he suggested waiting until we finished filming this episode before reporting it. What are we to do now? Director Ji is unreliable, and the murderer may have already targeted Jiang Ruan. If he decides to act, S brow furrowed, leaving the unspoken implications clear. Perhaps we should report ourselves. We can select someone from among us to leave the village and contact the authorities. Shin Bao hesitated before finally speaking up. No, that plan is unfeasible. Shook his head. Things are not that simple. I noticed the terrain is extremely complex in these mountains. We arrived smoothly only because someone from the village guided us. Without a guide, we might easily get lost and face dire consequences. But we can't just sit here and wait for the murderer to come for us. Shin Bao expressed her concern. Fear not. We are many. Even if the murderer approaches, we can protect you, Guanshan reassured with a comforting smile. No, I refuse to die. Anyone but me, please go to the town and report to the police. That murderer will surely come after me. I do not wish to perish. Jiang Ruan's eyes were red with fear. She no longer cared about the show. All she desired was to escape this place and the murderer. Had she known it would come to this, her curiosity would have been restrained. Realizing she was being targeted by a killer, she was desperate to seize any opportunity to ensure her safety. Reporting to the police was imperative. If Director Ji was unwilling, she would find another way. Chun Bao's suggestion resonated well with her. If one among them could reach out to the outside world, they could summon the police. Once the authorities arrived, they could capture the murderer and ensure everyone's safety. You heard what's said. We are unfamiliar with the terrain here. What if we get lost on the way? Han Zhao Zhao agreed that leaving was too risky, considering Jiang Ruan was not worth the danger. What do you propose I do? Should I simply wait for the murderer to come and kill me? Jiang Ruan shouted at Han Zhao Zhao. The unexpected outburst startled Han Zhao Zhao, causing her to instinctively withdraw. What's so formidable about you? Why shout at her? If it weren't for your insatiable curiosity, would the murderer have targeted you? What gives you the right to yell at me? Han Zhao Zhao retorted, dismissing Jiang Ruan's concerns. Calm down, Ruan. The murderer hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps he simply found you attractive and glanced your way without any ulterior motive. Chunbao Air attempted to soothe her. Among the female guests, she shared the closest relationship with Jiang Ruan. Having received Chunbao Air's comfort, Jiang Ruan gradually relaxed. The meal lacked flavor for everyone. In the afternoon, Director Ji did not schedule any further tasks. Presumably, he was aware that his failure to report had displeased the guests, opting to give him a half-day break to cool off. In the afternoon, Bailuoluo was engrossed in a novel in her room. Most others also remained indoors. Han Zhao Zhao, noticing Bailuoluo's calm demeanor, admired her resilience. How can you still focus on reading? Aren't you afraid the murderer will come after us? Han Zhao Zhao inquired curiously from her bed. What is there to fear? With so many of us, how can we not handle one person? Bailuoluo replied, genuinely unconcerned. Given her current capabilities, she felt no dread. Don't speak so lightly. Everyone is saying it. It's quite frightening. Just then, Bailuoluo heard Xiao Fu's voice filled with panic. What's wrong? Sensing the urgency, she inquired. Yang Su has been bitten by a snake. A venomous one. What? Bailuoluo gasped, quickly learning Yang Su's location and rushing to his side. Where was Yang Su? He sat in a patch of grass by the riverbank. Just a minute ago, he had been bitten by a snake, indeed a venomous one. He had merely wanted to explore by the river, never anticipating such a mishap. This afternoon, as Director Ji had given them a half-day break, no one was filming him, and there were no other people around to call for help. Yang Su wore a bitter smile. He had not expected to be so unfortunate even in a new place. While contemplating how to save himself, he heard Bailuoluo's voice nearby. Second brother, what happened? Bailuoluo rushed to Yang Su's side, visibly anxious. I've been bitten by a snake. Please tell Director Ji. With a fellow guest like Bailuoluo approaching, Yang Su finally felt a sense of relief. Uncertain of the snake's venom potency, he dared not move, fearing the toxin would spread faster. He hastily tied his shoelaces around his leg to slow the venom spread. Don't worry, second brother. I have a plan. Without hesitation, she grabbed his leg and leaned down to suck out the venom. His face, marked by an ethereal charm, was now suffused with embarrassment as he desperately attempted to resist. Yet his strength paled in comparison to Bailuoluo's, rendering his efforts futile. Once the venomous blood was extracted, she foraged nearby for a medicinal herb, masticating it before applying it to his wound. However, the application was precarious, and she observed that the remedy would easily fall away. Thus, to Yang Su's astonishment, she tore a piece of fabric from the hem of his shirt, temporarily securing the herbal remedy in place. Having accomplished this task, she gazed at her handiwork with increasing satisfaction. What exactly have you applied to me? Yang Su queried, not out of suspicion of poison, but rather concerned that she might recklessly apply an unfamiliar remedy to his leg. It is an antidote, she replied. There exists a venomous snake in this vicinity, which the villagers are well aware of, hence they usually avoid this area. If one is unfortunate enough to be bitten, extracting the venomous blood and using a locally growing herb both internally and externally will expedite recovery. This is common knowledge in the village. Even children as young as a few years old are aware of it. She preemptively answered any questions Yang Su might have posed. Yang Su opened his mouth to speak, then said, Thank you for your assistance, but how did you come to be here? He had not informed anyone of his whereabouts when he left. So how had Bailuoluo found him? I heard from the villagers that you were headed this way, and fearing you might unknowingly wander into danger and be bitten by a snake, I wanted to warn you. Unfortunately, I arrived a moment too late. In truth, it was She-O-F who had sent her the location, but such details were best kept to herself. If there were any doubts, one could simply inquire in the village. Thank you, Yang Su acknowledged, choosing not to press further. After tending to his wound, the two made their way toward the small building where they were temporarily residing. Bailuoluo had initially intended to assist him, but Yang Su insisted he could manage on his own. Respecting his wishes, she refrained from insisting further, casually inquiring about his well-being. Fully aware of his reluctance to accept help, she had quickly discerned that this incarnation of Erlang Shun was quite guarded. despite her explanation for her presence. He likely remained skeptical, harboring doubts about her intentions. Bailuoluo remained indifferent to his suspicions. After all, they did not diminish her worth. The staff hurried over, expressing concern. Upon hearing that Yang-Su had been bitten by a snake, there was a collective gasp of alarm. Director Ji, please arrange for someone to take Brother Su to the hospital. Yang Li was particularly anxious, as this was his dear cousin, and he could not bear the thought of anything happening to him. Do not worry. Thanks to Bailuoluo, she helped me tend to the wound and applied the remedy. I feel significantly better. His words were not merely to reassure the others, but rather a genuine expression of his improved condition. Upon realizing that Bailuoluo had saved Yang-Su, the crowd's gaze shifted toward her, their expressions tinged with complexity, especially among several female stars. This was indeed a rare opportunity to have Yang-Su owe her a favor. Such chances did not come easily, and it was surprising that a newcomer, who barely registered on the radar, had seized it. Lulu, how did you find second brother? I saw you suddenly leave the room. You weren't seeking him out, were you? Oz recalled Bailuoluo's abrupt departure earlier, which now seemed somewhat peculiar. Could it be that she was aware of Yang-Su's impending snake bite, or worse, had she orchestrated the encounter? Yet, this notion seemed implausible. It was not as if they were in a drama where one would intentionally unleash a snake upon him, and Bailuoluo would need considerable skill for that. No, I merely encountered him while out for a walk, she replied succinctly. At that moment, all attention was on Yang-Su, and no one inquired further into how Bailuoluo had come across him. Oz had intended to ask more, but Director Ji did not grant her the opportunity. The elderly physician, a seasoned practitioner of traditional medicine, was well known in the village for alleviating ailments. Villagers often sought his remedies for even the slightest discomfort. Doctor, please examine Mr. Yang. He has been bitten by a snake, and we are unsure if it is venomous. Should we send him to the hospital? The assistant urged as they led the old doctor toward Yang-Su. Let me assess the situation first, he replied. The venerable physician, though advanced in years, exhibited a steady demeanor, walking without assistance. After checking Yang-Su's pulse and inspecting the wound, the physician nodded in approval. The wound has been treated well. This young man has indeed been bitten by a venomous snake. According to his account, the snake that bit him is indeed a dangerous one, with potent venom. His revelation sent chills down the spines of those present. They had observed Yang-Su appearing relatively well, and had assumed that even if the snake were venomous, the effects would not be severe. Who could have anticipated the venom's strength? It seemed that Yang-Su had truly danced on the precipice of death. You owe a great debt of gratitude to this young lady. Had she not acted swiftly, you might not be standing here today. Before Yang-Su could express his thanks, Director Ji had already voiced his appreciation. At that moment, Bailuoluo shone in Director Ji's eyes like a beacon. Not only had she saved Yang-Su, but she had also salvaged their yet-to-bloom variety show. Bailuoluo was not merely Yang-Su's savior, but a benefactor to them all. Thank you so very much. Bailuoluo, we owe you our deepest gratitude. Director Ji's heartfelt words were laden with sincerity. If you wish to thank me, I would prefer something more tangible. Bailuoluo replied, batting her eyelashes playfully at Director Ji. What do you desire? Speak freely. Your request is at my discretion, he responded grandly. I would like a lavish meal, she stated straightforwardly. Understanding that Director Ji would likely not acquiesce to an extravagant demand, she voiced a reasonable request. Not a problem. I shall arrange it for you this evening, he assured her, readily conceding. Bailuoluo was satisfied, and so was Director Ji. The others, their opinions were inconsequential. Fortunately, Director Ji retained his composure, not neglecting Yang-Su, the unfortunate victim of a snake bite. Doctor, has the venom been neutralized? Does he still require hospitalization? After acquiescing to Bailuoluo's request, Director Ji turned again to the old physician. I have the antidote here. Administering it will suffice. Such a minor injury does not warrant a hospital visit. The old doctor waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a nondescript plastic bottle from his medical kit. Upon opening the bottle, he skillfully poured out a black pill. This is a remedy I concocted specifically for this type of snake venom. Due to the prevalence of such snakes nearby, everyone carries this medicine. It acts quickly. The residual toxins in your system are minimal. After taking this and resting for the night, you will surely awaken feeling rejuvenated. The old doctor handed the pill to Yang-Su, indicating for him to take it. Yang Su accepted the medicine and, with a bottle of mineral water handed to him by Yang Li, swallowed the pill. Afterward, the old doctor did not linger and prepared to depart. Director G, concerned about a recurrence of such an incident, decided to purchase a supply of the pills to keep on hand. Given the old doctor's comment about the abundance of venomous snakes nearby, it was prudent to be prepared. Bailuoluo remarked, "It's over. This girl must be utterly frightened." The crowd responded, Ruan, are you perhaps overthinking? Is it not possible that this is merely an unfortunate accident? Guanshan pressed his temples, feeling a slight headache. He understood that Jiang Ruan was terrified, yet there was no need for such heightened anxiety. However, the timing was indeed suspicious. She had encountered the perpetrator in the morning, and by afternoon, her second brother was in trouble. Jiang Ruan felt justified in her concerns. Could it truly be that the assailant struck again? Rest assured, it is not a case of someone deliberately unleashing a snake. It is merely Yang Su's unfortunate luck. He was just taking a stroll and chose to walk in that direction. The area he ventured into is notorious for venomous snakes, a place where villagers typically avoid. Anyone wandering their risks being bitten, Bailuoluo interjected. Upon hearing her words, the others collectively sighed in relief. They thought, of course, Jiang Ruan was exaggerating. She had indeed overthought the matter. Since it was an accident, there was nothing more to discuss. They should disperse. Guanshan waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their leave. Jiang Ruan was also pulled upstairs by Chun Bauer. The so-called feast turned out to be just a few rustic dishes, nothing more than chicken soup and some preserved meats. Yet, given the circumstances, having such fare was indeed a treat. Bailuoluo enjoyed her meal heartily, while the others could only watch in envy. The disparity was stark. As they observed Bailuoluo indulging in her meal, they felt a pang of longing. Would they also be able to savor such a feast? Shinzhou swallowed hard as he gazed at the lavish spread before Bailuoluo. The others shared similar sentiments. Amidst the envious and resentful glances, she savored her meal, ultimately overindulging. The game was straightforward, revolving around spinning a bottle, with everyone seated in a circle, taking turns to spin it. Whoever the bottle pointed to would be posed a question by the one spinning it. "I shall begin," Guanshan declared, raising his hand as the elder brother. There were no objections as he spun the bottle, which pointed towards Yang Su. Wow, it landed on the second brother first. Guanji's luck is incredible. Hurry, ask your question. The crowd urged excitedly. Guanshan chuckled and inquired, "May I ask your reason for agreeing to participate in this show?" To repay a favor to the director was Yang Su's expected response, which did not surprise Guanshan, as he had come for a similar reason. That question was too simplistic. Couldn't you have asked something more challenging? Shinzhou interjected. "Guangu, you're being too lenient." Yang Li complained. He felt that if given the same opportunity, he would have asked a question capable of sparking trending discussions. Yang Su cast a calm glance at him, but Yang Li sensed an undercurrent of threat in his gaze. He instinctively shrank back, offering a nervous smile towards Yang Su. The next turn fell to Yang Su, who spun the bottle, directing it towards Bailuoluo. Bailuoluo blinked in surprise, not expecting her turn to come so soon. "Why did you come to participate in this show?" The question mirrored that of Guanshan's, drawing murmurs of dissatisfaction from the crowd. "Is this permissible, director? Can we have more challenging queries?" Hanshu Xiuxiu interjected. "Even if you want to be lazy, you shouldn't just copy Guanji's question. Can't we ask something different? This is hardly stimulating." Yang Su remained unfazed, asserting that the director had not prohibited such a question, rendering their complaints moot. The director had indeed remained silent, as this inquiry was directed at different individuals and did not constitute a breach of rules. Once the crowd settled, it was Bailuoluo's turn to respond. "I am here for someone," she stated. This answer left the audience astonished. She was quite bold, seemingly seeking attention. It remained unclear who would be the unfortunate soul to be associated with this newcomer. "Who is it that you are here for?" Han Zhaozhao directly pressed. With a frown, she thought, if she refuses to answer, I can always pose the question again when the bottle points to her. She was eager to discover whom Bailuoluo was trying to capitalize on. Could it be that she was attempting to leverage her saving of Yang Su for publicity? Surely, she wouldn't be that audacious. The bottle eventually found a way to Shenzhou, who directed it towards Chun Bauer, asking her which of the male guests she favored the most. Bailuoluo quipped, "Isn't this a question often posed in dating shows? Brother, are you mixing up the formats?" The others did not comment further, and Chun Bauer exhibited no displeasure. Of course, it's the second brother. I adore the dramas he stars in, particularly his portrayal of Erlang Shun. He truly embodies the character. The formerly aloof and sophisticated woman transformed into an enthusiastic fan. Yang Su, faced with such adoration from a rising star, remained composed, simply offering a faint smile without uttering a word. The bottle then landed in Yang Li's hands, who eagerly spun it again, pointing once more at Bailuoluo. Quickly, admit you did this on purpose. Bailuoluo sigid resignally, glunging at Yang Li. Ask whatever you wish. I'm ready, she declared, her expression one of acceptance. The onlookers erupted into laughter. Yang Li initially contemplated asking her for whom she had come, but decided against it, not wanting to offend his cousin. He feared Bailuoluo might claim she was there for Yang Su, potentially igniting a publicity stunt. After all, Yang Su was his cousin. Even if Bailuoluo had saved him today, it did not grant her the right to exploit that for attention. Why did you enter the entertainment industry? He finally posed, opting for a simpler question. For someone, Bailuoluo replied casually. This answer once again astonished the crowd. Was it possible that? Their gazes subtly shifted towards Yang Su. Those within the industry understood all too well its nature. Newcomers like Bailuoluo often sought to ride the coattails of popular idols for marketing purposes, even if criticized. Her name would be remembered. Coupled with her recent act of saving Yang Su, it was believed he would offer her some courtesy in return. At that moment, everyone assumed Bailuoluo aimed to leverage Yang Su for publicity. Yang Su himself shared this sentiment, furrowing his brow internally. Those familiar with him knew he abhorred publicity stunts, always preferring to let his talents speak for themselves. Female stars who had previously attempted to capitalize on him for fame had been met with his unyielding rejection. Yet, Bailuoluo had saved him, complicating matters for Yang Su. He had no qualms about offering her some resources, but he could not condone any form of exploitation. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to clarify matters with her. Jiang Ruan spun the bottle, which halted at Guanshan. She casually posed a relatively safe question before passing the turn. Next, Chen Bauer spun the bottle, which ultimately pointed to Han Zhaozhao. The question remained uncomplicated, and Han Zhaozhao answered effortlessly. When it was Han Zhaozhao's turn, she attempted to spin the bottle towards Bailuoluo and remarkably succeeded. After several rotations, the bottle stopped precisely at Bailuoluo, raising eyebrows at her unusually high odds of being selected 3 times out of 8. Han Zhaozhao, brimming with excitement, was finally able to pose her question. However, she was no fool. She no longer wished to inquire about whom Bailuoluo had come for. Who could fail to see that Bailuoluo was merely waiting for them to inquire? Once they did, it would serve as assistance to her. Would she truly be so foolish? Lulu, is your family quite wealthy? H&ZHO inquired. In truth, they were all speculating whether Bailuoluo was a daughter of a rich family or merely a mistress of some affluent businessman. How could not be? She replied with a shrug. The Bi family is one of the top 10 prestigious families in the city. Is that not wealth? Even on a national scale, the Bi family's assets would rank within the top 50. As anticipated, everyone discreetly averted their gaze. Eventually, the bottle was finally in Bailuoluo's hands. Second brother, may I ask when was your first love? Bailuoluo gazed at Ying with sparkling eyes. The Erlang Shun was renowned in the celestial realm for his cold and ascetic demeanor, showing no interest in any celestial maidens. At this thought, Bailuoluo couldn't help but display a mischievous smile. Stop laughing. You seem like a female pervert, the crowd exclaimed. Bailuoluo, overly excited, completely ignored the others around her, fixated solely on Ying's reaction. When Ying heard her question, he let out a disappointed sigh, and even his previously radiant eyes dulled. The assistant director emerged holding a box containing several pieces of paper, each detailing a punishment. Ying reached into the box and drew one at random. Before he could even discern the contents of the paper, it was snatched away by the assistant director. Others had already gathered around, eager to witness Ying's punishment. Ying, your punishment is to run a lap around Xian village. Remember, it's running, not walking, the assistant director declared, a mischievous grin on his face. Would it be safe to run around the village at this hour? It seemed there were few street lights at night, and the paths were hardly visible. What if he fell? Moreover, second brother had just been bitten by a snake that afternoon, and his wound had yet to heal. Vigorous activity was ill-advised. H&ZHO added, Ying what do you think? If you feel unwell, we could draw again. The assistant director looked at Ying-S, awaiting his decision. No need to draw again. Simply change the run to a walk. Ying-S stated, always serious about his work, but never at the expense of his health. Are you certain, Ying-Lash? We could certainly draw again. The assistant director said hesitantly. No need. Ying-S shook his head. Given Ying-S's current condition, he should be able to manage. The assistant director signaled the camera crew to pay attention and ceased further discussion. I'll go with second brother. Bailuoluo raised her small hand high. Like an eager elementary student. What are you going for? You're not the one being punished. Ying-L pulled her hand down, annoyed. I may not be punished, but second brother's punishment is due to me. If I don't accompany him, my conscience will be uneasy. Bailuoluo asserted with conviction. It's unnecessary for you to trouble yourself. There are staff accompanying me. Ying-S replied coolly, implying a refusal. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty. Bailuoluo, seemingly oblivious, insisted on following Ying-S like a devoted shadow. Sigh. If not for the worry of Ying-S encountering danger, I wouldn't be so proactive, she thought. Chapter 38. The abducted girl. Once Bailuoluo spoke up, others quickly expressed their willingness to accompany Ying-S in accepting the punishment. Primarily, they were concerned for Ying-S's safety. This was genuine camaraderie, not merely a display of unity for the cameras. Of course, Ying-S would never agree, and after politely declining everyone, he proceeded with his designated cameraman to face his punishment. Wait, doesn't Tia feel like someone is missing? HNZH Oz was the first to notice something amiss. It's Bailuoluo. That rascal must be secretly following my brother. Ying-L ground his teeth. How infuriating. How could she be so brazen? Had I known she would insist on tagging along, I would have stopped her to prevent her from causing trouble for my brother. Meanwhile, Bailuoluo was indeed trailing behind Ying-S. Her gaze fixed on him like a shadow. Could you please not stare at me like that? He said with a cold expression, followed by a deep sigh. Just go your way. Pretend you don't see me. Bailuoluo waved her hand, wearing a nonchalant expression. Ying-S thought to himself that this was the first time he encountered someone so audacious. While many had sought to approach him before, they would discreetly withdraw after being met with his frosty demeanor. He had never encountered someone like Bailuoluo, who persisted despite his clear disinterest. Unable to resort to force to drive her away, nor could he utter harsh words. Given her status as a lifesaver, he felt conflicted. The cameraman candidly captured this scene. Without a doubt, this girl will be criticized harshly by Ying-S's fans. Xian Village was a remote mountain village with poorly maintained roads. Some so narrow that only one person could pass through. Walking side by side posed a risk of tumbling into the ravine. Bailuoluo followed closely behind Ying-S in silence, her unwavering gaze fixed on him. Were it another girl, her eyes would undoubtedly betray a smitten expression. Even those more composed would reveal traces of admiration or appreciation. Yet Bailuoluo's eyes displayed no such sentiments. Her expression remained impassive, as if she were compelled to fulfill a duty. This led the cameraman to suspect that perhaps Director J had covertly assigned her this task, explaining her forced demeanor. Unexpectedly, a shadow suddenly lunged out, barreling directly towards Ying-S. Fortunately, Bailuoluo reacted swiftly, delivering a kick that sent the shadow tumbling into the ravine. Had it not been for her, Ying-S would have been the one to fall. Who are you? What do you want? Ying-S exclaimed, startled but quickly regaining his composure, shining his flashlight towards the figure now lying in the ravine. The beam of light revealed the figure to be a woman, albeit one in a deplorable state. Her entire body was filthy, emanating a foul odor reminiscent of excrement mixed with the stench of sweat from months without bathing. Second brother, I'm your fan. Please help me. I was abducted. The woman, or rather, the girl, appeared quite young, no older than 20. Aside from her unkempt appearance, there were visible bruises on her exposed skin, suggesting a history of captivity and violence. At that moment, Bailuoluo noticed figures approaching from the periphery, brandishing flashlights as they made their way toward them. Turn them off. Two voices echoed in confusion. How can we walk in the dark without the flashlights? Listen to her. Ying-S also sensed the villagers drawing nearer, his expression growing solemn. The two, upon hearing this, promptly switched off their cameras, and Bailuoluo and Ying-S simultaneously extinguished their flashlights. I'll carry the camera. You quickly pull her up? We must leave at once. Bailuoluo asserted, seizing the camera and hoisting onto her shoulder. The cameraman suspected that Bailuoluo was repulsed by the girl's filth, hence assigning the task to him. Rubbing his nose, he resigned himself to the task of pulling the girl from the ravine. Hurry, second brother, we must go. They are coming. We cannot let them find me. As soon as the girl steadied herself, she pushed away the one who helped her, rushing to Ying's side and pleading. This urgency was clear to them both. If the girl's claims were indeed true, they were in for significant trouble. Without delay, they dashed towards the small building. Although they lacked flashlights, the moonlight still illuminated their path, albeit dimly. Upon seeing the multitude of people, the young girl felt somewhat shy and instinctively sought refuge behind Yangsu. There was no time for explanations. Miss, please take her for a bath and change her into your staff uniform. Remember to have the makeup artist conceal her bruises. The more unlike her true self she appears, the better. Bailuoluo directed one of the female staff members urgently. Huh? The staff member was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in confusion. Where did you find this girl? Why the sudden need for a bath and makeup? Director G was equally perplexed. Yangsu clarified the girl's identity, explaining that she had been trafficked to their village and that the villagers outside must have already noticed her disappearance, as many were searching for her. Upon learning that the girl had been abducted and that numerous people were looking for her, G quickly understood the gravity of the situation and instructed the staff to comply with Bailuoluo's requests as swiftly as possible. The young girl, albeit reluctantly, was taken away, fully aware that Bailuoluo's arrangements were intended to save her, and cooperated willingly. Chapter 39. The village chief arrives once the girl departed. Yang Li and the others erupted in chaos. What the hell? Trafficking? This village is actually involved in the trade of women. My goodness, Director G, we must call the police. This cannot be overlooked. No one had anticipated that this village harbored not only murderers, but also participated in human trafficking. Is it possible that this village is following a script of universal villainy? Let us hold off on calling the police for now. Even if I wanted to report it, we can't. Don't forget, the only landline is at the village chief's home, G retorted irritably. If you had reported it earlier, perhaps the police would have already arrived. Shinjo couldn't help but comment. Director G, Guanshan, shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. G felt a pang of guilt. Had he known the villagers were so dangerous, he would have reported it sooner. He regretted staying to film a variety show in such a precarious place, fearing that even if something happened, the footage would be unusable. Everyone, remember, we have not seen anyone else tonight. Control your facial expressions and do not let anything slip. Yangsu warned the group earnestly. They understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded in agreement, assuring that they would not falter, especially Jiang Ruan, whom Yang Li reminded to avoid revealing any signs of fear. Jiang Ruan shot him a glare, though timid. She had indeed been startled earlier when the murderer had appeared unexpectedly before her. At that moment, in Shoan village, every household was scouring the area with flashlights. You useless lazy woman. You can't even keep track of one person. What good are you to me? An elderly man with graying hair was violently berating a woman of similar age. There are outsiders in the village. If they spot that woman, our entire village will be in trouble. The village chief spat out his cigarette, but a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. We've searched everywhere we could. That woman has likely gone up the mountain, someone suggested. There's also a possibility that she went to seek help from those outsiders, another added. Etsy, take some people up the mountain to check if she has gone that way. I'll take a group to investigate over there, the village chief instructed, referring to the area where G and the others were. The others had no objections and began to disperse. The village chief first arrived at the small house where Bailuoluo and the others were staying. This house was quite close to the chief's residence and had originally been the wedding house of the chief's son, lent to them only after G had paid a nominal fee. Ah, isn't this the village chief? What brings you here at this hour? The assistant director opened the door with an air of calm, feigning surprise at the chief's unexpected visit. Well, there has been an incident in the village. The second daughter of Old Wu has gone missing. That girl has always been a bit slow, often speaking nonsense, and can be dangerous. Old Wu has kept her confined at home for fear she might harm someone. Who would have thought she would wander off at night? As the village chief, I must rally the villagers to assist in the search, he said with an innocent demeanor. The assistant director thought to himself that if he didn't know the truth, he might have been deceived by such a facade. Nevertheless, he promptly offered assistance, stating, "This is serious. If you need help, please don't hesitate to ask us. The villagers lending us this place has been a tremendous help, and now that the village is facing difficulties, we will certainly do what we can. The assistant director spoke with utmost sincerity. The village chief, uncertain whether to believe him, nonetheless declined the offer. Our village has enough manpower, so it won't affect your work. I came to ask if you have seen the second daughter. I see. I'll inquire, but I doubt you will find her. The assistant director replied. No worries, please do ask, though it would be best if we could search inside as well. That girl has grown up in the village and is familiar with everyone as homes. We're concerned she might have hidden here, which could frighten her. The chief said with a hearty smile. Despite the village chief's friendly demeanor, his resolve was unwavering, leaving no room for the assistant director to refuse. The assistant director led the group inside, where Bailuoluo and the others were present. Upon noticing the village chief's arrival, they greeted him one by one. The chief merely glanced at them before inquiring if they had seen the so-called second daughter. Naturally, they all replied in the negative. The chief was not surprised by this answer and began searching the house for any hiding spots. After a thorough search yielded no results, he finally led his group away. Once they departed, a long-haired girl who had been standing quietly behind the staff collapsed onto the ground, seemingly drained of energy. A nearby female staff member quickly helped her to a sofa. Xiaobing, are you all right? Please drink some water to recover. After sipping the water provided by the staff, the girl, now named Xiaobing, finally regained her composure. Thank you all, she sobbed, expressing her gratitude to the group. Now, Xiaobing had undergone a complete transformation. She was not only dressed in staff uniform, but also wore a wig, with her face expertly made up by a makeup artist using transformative techniques, completely concealing her bruises. Even if she stood before the villagers now, they would not recognize her. Please, stop crying. Your makeup will run. Can you share how you ended up here? The group expressed their sympathy for Xiaobing's plight, eager to learn more about her to assist her better. Hearing that her makeup would smudge if she cried, Xiaobing stifled her tears and began recounting her ordeal. My name is Zhou Bing, and I was a university student. 3 months ago, during a school break, I planned to visit the set of Yangsu with a friend. It's not unusual for fans to visit, and he certainly wouldn't pay attention to any specific one. Chapter 40. Zhou Bing, since both of them were fans of Yangsu, they quickly became acquainted. Zhou Bing learned from that fan that she possessed a rare signed photo of Yangsu from his debut, and not just one. As a devoted fan, Zhou Bing naturally desired to own it and casually expressed her wish to purchase a copy. Initially, the fan was unwilling to sell, but eventually agreed to part with one after Zhou Bing offered a high price. She followed the fan to a narrow alley near her home, where the fan claimed that her house was just beyond it. Driven by her overwhelming desire for Yangsu's limited edition signed photograph, she had no reason to doubt and followed the girl into the alley. Little did she know that this decision would lead to her own misfortune. In that very alley, she was suddenly ambushed by 2 men who covered her mouth and forced her into a vehicle that had been prepared in advance. Subsequently, she was blindfolded and taken to a location resembling a basement, where several girls, including herself, were held captive. Most of these girls were in their teens or early 20s. And in addition to these young women, there were also several children confined there. Eventually, one by one, they were sold off, and she found herself sold to Xion Village, alongside 2 other girls named Yi Lin and Li Ru. Yi Lin initially pretended to be compliant, but when the captors let their guard down, she escaped. Before fleeing, she vowed to call the police as soon as she was free, promising to save the rest of them. It had been several days since her escape, and she had no knowledge of her fate, but it was known that the villagers had not given up searching for her. As for Li Ru, she had been brutally murdered 2 days prior. Speaking of Li Ru, Zhou Bing's eyes filled with sorrow. Witnessing her fellow captive's demise filled her heart with fear and despair. Just when she felt utterly hopeless, she learned from a child delivering food that her idol, Yangsu, had arrived in the village. At that moment, she resolved to find her brother, believing that he would surely help her. Indeed, she was not mistaken. Her brother came to her rescue. Zhou Bing gazed at Yangsu with profound gratitude and fervor. Was the Li Ru who was killed 2 days ago the one with long black hair and a handmade red string tied around her wrist? Bailuoluo suddenly inquired. Yes, that's her. Have you seen Xiaoru? Zhou Bing asked, astonished by Bailuoluo's knowledge. I saw her body near Yulong Lake, she replied. The corpse we saw that day was indeed Li Ru. Jiang Ruan exclaimed. They all realized that she was Li Ru, with Bailuoluo's reminder. The group recalled the female corpse they had discovered that day. They had been too frightened to examine it closely, unaware that Bailuoluo had observed even the red string on her wrist. Zhou Bing nodded, her eyes filled with hatred. It was him, Wang Erju. Do not be deceived by his seemingly honest appearance. His heart is dark. You mentioned finding Xiao Ru's body and then brought up Wang Erju. Did you witness the process of him disposing of her body? It was Ruan who saw it. She inadvertently witnessed Wang Erju burying the body. Fortunately, he was in a hurry and did not notice her, Han Zhaozhao stated. Zhou Bing nodded and then asked, did you report this to the police? The group exchanged glances, silence enveloping them, while Director Ji appeared particularly awkward. Eventually, it was Guan Shan who broke the tension. We did not report it because the only landline is at the village chief's house. Director Ji was concerned that the chief might discover our intentions, so we planned to wait until after we left to call the police. Zhou Bing nodded in understanding. Your caution is wise. If you had reported it from the chief's house, you would likely not leave this village alive. Having been sold to this village for 3 months, she had gained some insight into the local populace. While there may be conflicts among villagers, they were united against outsiders. Furthermore, the village harbored secrets that they would never allow you to report to the police. Indeed, Director Ji is quite astute, having considered this as well, Yang Li remarked. Though the statement seemed innocuous, those in the know understood that he was mocking Director Ji. Director Ji feigned ignorance. Xiao Bing, although you are temporarily safe, you are not truly secure as long as you remain in the village. At this juncture, Chen Bauer turned to Director Ji. Director Ji, why don't we leave the village early tomorrow morning? Yes, let us depart first thing tomorrow. I cannot bear to stay in this wretched place for another moment. We must leave. No one opposed Chen Bauer's suggestion. They all recognized the dangers of the village and were eager to escape. But if we leave now, will the chief not become suspicious? Bailuoluo frowned. Even if he is suspicious, we must depart. This place is too perilous. The group was resolute in their desire to vacate the cursed location. Under the urging of the others, Director Ji reluctantly agreed to leave at dawn. However, he planned to inform the village chief beforehand, hoping he could find someone to guide them out. While it was possible to leave stealthily, considering that a person had gone missing the previous day, departing without a word the next day would raise even more suspicion. It was better to leave openly. Even if the chief harbored doubts, he would likely not make their departure too difficult. Director Ji had meticulously planned everything, but did not anticipate that even a straightforward declaration of their intention to leave would not be met with the chief as cooperation. A person had just gone missing in the village, and the chief would never allow them to depart during such a sensitive time, regardless of whether there was evidence linking them to Zhou Bing's disappearance. Chapter 41. Escape. After hearing the chief's intentions from Director Ji, the group's spirits dampened, especially Zhou Bing. She was now among the staff and had no idea how long she could conceal her identity from the villagers. If they discovered her hiding among the workers, it would endanger not only her, but everyone else as well. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her, Zhou Bing wore a troubled expression, deeply apologetic to her companions. Just then, a pale-faced staff member rushed in. Director Ji, it's bad. It's really bad. What's the matter? You sound like a ghost. Director Ji glared at the staff member irritably. Director Ji, we're in serious trouble. Zhou Bing may have been discovered. The staff member's words struck the group like a thunderclap. It all began with the clothes Zhou Bing changed out of. Last night, due to the urgency of the situation, we couldn't dispose of them right away and had to hide them. This morning, I planned to burn them before we left. Just as I got the fire going, someone from the village came to deliver breakfast. The delivery consisted of a middle-aged woman and a child of around 10. After delivering the meal, the woman lingered, engaging the staff member in conversation. The staff member was so engrossed that they failed to notice the child sneaking into the room. Unbeknownst to them, the child had ventured into the kitchen and witnessed the staff member burning the clothes. In that shocking moment, the staff member was left dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Seizing the opportunity, the child fled, and by the time they chased after, both the child and the woman had vanished. Realizing the gravity of the situation and lacking a plan, the staff member hurried to find Director Ji, leading to this alarming scene. Are you all fools? Director Ji was nearly a loss for words in his frustration. There is no time. We must leave now, Yang Su declared sternly. Yes, we must go immediately. Leave behind anything unnecessary. Pack your belongings immediately and depart. Director G is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If they delay any longer, it is highly likely that they will find themselves unable to escape at all. Recognizing that this is a matter of life and death, they abandon their suitcases, hastily gathering essential items into their backpacks before rejoining Director G and the others. The time spent packing barely amounts to 10 minutes. Fortunately, the villagers have not arrived swiftly. Gathering the entire village will require some time. Indeed, the village chief and other officials have already received word of the incident from a child. This child, the chief's nephew, has always been clever and well-liked by the villagers. Upon hearing about the staff burning clothes, which allegedly belonged to Zhou Bing during her escape, the villagers are outraged. How dare those outsiders deceive us? One of the officials angrily discarded his half-finished cigarette, asserting that he had sensed trouble all along. I told you there was an issue. See, I was right, he declared loudly. They quickly summoned everyone to assemble, for if the outsiders wish to meddle, they shall bear the consequences. The village chief's eyes radiated a terrifying ferocity and murderous intent, while the chief gathered villagers to apprehend them. Bailuoluo and the others had already packed their belongings and fled towards the outskirts of the village. Fearing encounters with villagers, they deliberately chose a less traveled path. After a challenging escape to the village's edge, chaos erupted behind them. Director G and the others ascended a mountain, hoping to cross it and find their way to safety. However, the mountain path was intricate, and they had no idea which direction to take. They had found this village only because someone had guided them here. What should we do now? Which way should we go? Jiang Ruan trembled in fear as she glanced back at the now tumultuous village. She had never felt such terror in her life. Director G was equally bewildered. The route taken by Director G and the staff differed from that of the guests. Their path was easier to traverse, but escaping via that route would likely lead to a swift pursuit. Additionally, there were roadblocks set up by the villagers of Xion Village, who would take turns guarding them. Consequently, their only option was the mountain path. Due to its difficulty and complex terrain, this route was unguarded. Now, as they attempted to flee along this mountain path, Director G found himself at a loss, unsure of which way to proceed on unfamiliar terrain. Brother, aren't you supposed to have an extraordinary memory? You must recall the way. Yang Li tugged at Yang Su's arm, brimming with excitement. In Yang Li's eyes, as long as his brother was present, finding the way out was a certainty. Little did he know, Yang Su shook his head, stating, I have never traversed this path. Yang Su had not entered the village via this mountain route. He had taken the same path as Director G and the others. Given Yang Su's status, his mere presence with Director G was a noteworthy occurrence. With Yang Su's manager's input, Director G refrained from allowing Yang Su to scale the nearly 2-hour mountain trek like the other guests. Thus, among the guests, only Yang Su had arrived in a small tricycle akin to the staff. Yang Li let out a disappointed sigh, realizing that their only hope had vanished. With no other choice, they ventured into the mountain, knowing that any random path was preferable to remaining stationary and risking capture. As they entered the mountains, the true challenge began. To evade capture, they needed to select the correct path, leaving no room for trial and error. Fortunately, when the time came to make a choice, Bailuoluo stepped forward. Her body had been altered by the Xianhan, and while her original self lacked an extraordinary memory, her transformed body possessed this ability. Upon entering the mountains, Bailuoluo had already memorized the route. With her leading the way, the others no longer had to agonize over which path to take. Regrettably, even if their escape progressed smoothly, they could not match the villagers' familiarity with the mountain paths. Bailuoluo could only recall routes she had traversed. The unfamiliar ones remained unknown to her. The village chief and others, following the trail left behind, swiftly discovered the direction in which Bailuoluo and her companions had fled, encircling them through a shortcut. In a mere half-hour, Director G and the others' journey of escape had come to an abrupt end. Director G, why did you not announce your departure? The village chief taunted as he emerged from among the villagers. Chapter 42. Did she think she was Sun Wukong? Facing the encirclement of Xion Village's residents, even Director G, seasoned in facing adversity, momentarily lost control of his composure. Village chief, what do you intend to do by pursuing us? Guan Shan interjected, stepping protectively in front of several female guests. The women, caught in the middle, felt a flicker of weak security from his presence. Oh, you could have left here safely, but why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? That woman Zhou Bing is among you, isn't she? Hand her over, the village chief commanded coldly. The group, surrounded by a menacing throng of villagers, realized that yielding Zhou Bing would likely not guarantee their escape from Xion village. As the focal point of the discussion, Zhou Bing trembled in fear, seeking refuge behind Yang Su. It seemed that only in Yang Su's presence could she find a semblance of safety. The brothers Yang Su and Yang Li intentionally shielded Zhou Bing from the villagers' sight. The village chief, having no time for further dialogue, gestured for the villagers to strike. All the men present instinctively positioned themselves before the women, striving to fend off the villagers' assault. Unfortunately, their numbers were overwhelming, with over 200 villagers against a mere 30 of them, rendering them no match for the mob. Soon, Director Ji and his companions were overwhelmed by the villagers. Although the women fought back out of necessity, their efforts proved futile. Among Director Ji's group, a few individuals stood out for their remarkable performance. Guanshan's combat skills were not surprising, as he had always been a formidable fighter, even hiring a martial arts instructor to perfect his fighting scenes. What astonished everyone were the combat abilities of Yang Su, Yang Li, and Bailuoluo. Yang Su had trained martial arts under a renowned instructor since childhood, while Yang Li had learned Taekwondo since elementary school. Both possessed commendable strength, with Yang Su being notably stronger than Yang Li. To everyone's surprise, Bailuoluo demonstrated exceptional fighting prowess, effortlessly dispatching the men who charged at her, each falling before her with ease. Although Yang Su and Yang Li were capable of defending themselves, they struggled due to the need to protect Zhou Bing, who was already traumatized by the villagers and clung desperately to Yang Su for comfort. With Zhou Bing's presence hindering their abilities, the brothers found it increasingly challenging to fight effectively. Meanwhile, Bailuoluo had discreetly moved to Yang Su's side as the villagers approached. When Yang Su was nearly struck by a villager wielding a hoe, Bailuoluo kicked the assailant away, saving Yang Su's life. Even Yang Li, who held no particular fondness or disdain for Bailuoluo, gave her an approving thumbs up. Stay focused, don't get distracted, Bailuoluo admonished the two. After silently expressing their gratitude, the brothers had little time to catch their breath before another wave of attacks commenced. Given that there were over 200 assailants against merely 30, the outcome was inevitable. Within a matter of minutes, aside from Bailuoluo and a few others capable of fighting, the rest of the group had been captured. Holding hostages, the village chief signaled for the villagers to pause their assault. Only you few remain. Come over willingly or face greater suffering. Do you truly believe you can escape? The village chief remarked, puffing on his cigarette with an air of nonchalance. It is evident that the village chief believes their village has secured victory. At this moment, only Guanshan, Yang Li, Yang Su, and Bailuoluo remained standing. As for Zhou Bing, who had been closely following Yang Su, she was captured by the multitude of villagers, overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. As the last four with any fighting spirit left, though they stood, their physical endurance was severely depleted. Among them, Bailuoluo appeared relatively well, exuding a spirit that suggested she could still engage in battle. However, the other three were clearly struggling. They gasped for breath, and even if they could fight, fatigue threatened to overwhelm them. Furthermore, all three bore injuries, with Yang Su and Yang Li showing visible wounds on their faces and bodies. Yang Li suspected that the villagers' jealousy of their handsome appearances, which could easily pass for that of celebrities, motivated the attacks focused on their faces. How terrifying the jealousy of men can be. Guanshan, though reluctant to admit it, acknowledged the village chief's words. They had no chance of breaking through the encirclement of over 200 people. Were they really left with no choice but to surrender? Just as Guanshan contemplated suggesting they might as well stand down, realizing that continuing would only lead to further injury, Yang Su and Yang Li, though silent, clearly shared this sentiment. I understand your fear of further assault, but do not rush to surrender just yet. I have yet to make my move. Bailuoluo boldly proclaimed, her confidence radiating. Do you have a plan? Yang Li did not dismiss her lightly. He recognized Bailuoluo's commendable fighting skills, perhaps the best among them. Yet, could she truly contend against 200 individuals alone? If she could, would she not be superhuman? Not just Yang Li, but even Guanshan and Yang Su shared the same skepticism. The situation at hand was not something that individual prowess could resolve. No matter how skilled she was, the sheer number of opponents would inevitably wear her down. Moreover, This group clearly exhibited a lack of martial ethics, more likely to swarm her than to engage in fair combat. "Watch my performance," Bailuoluo announced, extending her small hand with great flair. The crowd muttered in disbelief, questioning whether she fancied herself as Sun Wukong, believing that a mere call could summon a legion of little monkeys to her aid. However, it soon became evident that Bailuoluo was no Sun Wukong. She could not conjure a swarm of monkeys, but she could summon a flock of large white geese. A cacophony of honking geese, numbering no less than 300, charged into the fray, overwhelming the villagers with their sheer numbers. "Are those not our geese? How did they come to the mountain? What are they doing? Have they gone mad, attacking us? Oh my, it hurts, they are serious." The villagers on the periphery were the first to bear the brunt of the goose assault. Witnessing the sudden appearance of the geese, Director G and the others were momentarily taken aback. These geese were indeed formidable, showing no mercy to the villagers while sparing them. Could it be that all creatures possess a spirit, even the geese, aware of how to stand against evil forces? Guan Shan stared in astonishment, utterly a loss for words. Could it be that these geese were truly summoned by Luo? Yang Su found himself bewildered by the world around him. Director G and the others, not lacking in wit, seized the opportunity created by the chaos among the villagers to make their escape. G signaled for everyone to scatter and flee, taking whatever chance they could. They understood how rare this opportunity was. Once the villagers regained their composure, they would surely face dire consequences. Rather than wait here for death, it was better to take a gamble. If even one of them could escape, there was hope for salvation. Director G led the group in their desperate flight, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, Yang Su and the others also reacted and fled amidst the turmoil. Bailuoluo remained closely by Yang Su's side, as they had been standing together all along, preventing him from questioning her persistent presence. In addition to Bailuoluo, Zhou Bing also yearned to remain close to Yang Su. Amidst the chaos, she hurried to his side and followed him down the mountain. Bailuoluo led the way, but Zhou Bing, with her injured ankle, could not keep pace. Despite Guan Shan and Yang Li assisting her, her condition severely hindered their progress. "We might as well leave her here. We cannot escape with her in tow," Bailuoluo suggested, glancing at the encumbering Zhou Bing. "No, you cannot abandon me. If I fall into the hands of those monsters, they will surely kill me, just as they did to Xiaoru." Zhou Bing's fear was palpable, her desperation driving her to reach for Yang Su, who walked ahead. "But carrying you will prevent our escape. It would be better for you to find a place to hide nearby. We will call for help and return with the police to rescue you." Yang Li concurred, recognizing that time was not on their side, and they had no idea how long the geese could hold off the villagers. "I don't want to be left behind. I beg you, do not abandon me," Zhou Bing pleaded, nearly collapsing to her knees. It was only the combined strength of Yang Li and Guan Shan that prevented her from succumbing to despair. "Then you two should stay with her and find a place to hide. If you are captured, do not worry. My brother will come to rescue you," Bailuoluo suggested after some contemplation. However, Zhou Bing continued to resist, insisting, "No, I do not want to be separated from my brother." For Zhou Bing, Yang Su was her light. Having seen darkness, how could she bear to leave the light behind? "This is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. You are testing our patience. If you truly cherish him so, why not let him escape to seek help?" Knowing full well that she was nothing more than a liability, she still insisted on dragging him along with her. "If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you." Bailuoluo felt little sympathy for Zhou Bing. She was a celestial being, not a mortal, and could not empathize with the plight of a mere human. Her compassion was limited, especially given Zhou Bing's obstinacy. While Zhou Bing could do as she pleased, when it came to Yang Su, Bailuoluo would not hold back. No one would stand in the way of her aspirations for advancement. Yang Li and Guan Shan exchanged glances, appreciating her sharp rebuke. Bailuoluo had become their voice, allowing them to express their frustrations without compromising their celebrity status. In this society, the weak often wield the moral high ground. She was merely a victim of trafficking. Meanwhile, they as celebrities could not afford to criticize her. If word got out, their careers might well be jeopardized. The internet was rife with self-righteous individuals ready to unleash a torrent of condemnation upon them. Those who had no ties to Zhou Bing dare not speak, and Yang Su, as her idol, was even less likely to voice any dissent. After all, Zhou Bing was abducted in pursuit of his limited edition signed photo. They could only imagine the backlash should Zhou Bing ever share her story. How many would flock to Yang Su's social media to cast blame upon him? He might even be held accountable for her plight, compelled to issue a public apology. They would not be surprised if he ended up responsible for her future as well. This is the tragic reality of being a public figure. While celebrities may earn much, it is all too easy to destroy their reputations. Should a fan suffer any misfortune due to their idol, even if the idol was unaware, the blame would inevitably fall upon them. Every profession has its challenges, and the life of a celebrity is far from easy. Yang Li and Guan Shan endured Zhou Bing's presence without complaint, and with Bailuoluo now voicing their grievances, they felt a weight lift from their shoulders. At first, Zhou Bing did not seem to provoke any particular feelings among the group, who sympathized with her plight. However, as they fled together, various issues began to arise. Her clinginess was overwhelming, as she could not bear to part from Yang Su even for a moment. During the earlier confrontation, her presence had been more of a hindrance than anything else, and while her fear was understandable, it became increasingly burdensome. She insisted on escaping with them, and both Guan Shan and Yang Li supported her throughout the ordeal, yet not once did she utter a word of gratitude. Any accidental contact with her was met with her disdainful glare. When Yang Su looked her way, she adopted a pitiful expression. They recognized that she likely bore some psychological scars, and while they were willing to endure it, her insistence on dragging Yang Su into her own struggles felt excessive. This was beginning to test their patience. Did she truly wish to be rescued, or was her desire to remain with Yang Su paramount? The whole situation was perplexing. After being scolded by Bailuoluo, Zhou Bing wore a face full of grievance. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. I'm just scared. Why do you say such things about me? What have I done wrong? Zhou Bing's eyes reddened as tears began to fall. You two take her to find a place to hide. I will go report to the police with my second brother. If this continues, none of us will escape. Bailuoluo was not keen on wasting time. All right, you go ahead. We will stay back to look after Xiao Bing. Guan Shan nodded in agreement with Bailuoluo's plan. Yang Li, of course, would not refuse, as he trusted that his cousin would come to rescue him. When Zhou Bing heard this, she suddenly became agitated, disregarding her injured foot in an attempt to reach for Yang Su. However, Yang Su stepped back, avoiding her grasp. We need to go, he stated firmly, urging Bailuoluo to proceed immediately. As they watched Bailuoluo and Yang Su distance themselves, Zhou Bing let out a frantic scream, repeatedly striking Yang Li and Guan Shan. Let me go. Second brother, don't leave me behind. Don't abandon me. Her desperate cries echoed, filled with anguish. Second brother, take me with you. Bailuoluo, you wretched person, how dare you take him away from me? May you suffer. Zhou Bing glared at Bailuoluo's retreating figure, her expression twisted with rage, as if Bailuoluo had stolen her husband. As she struck Yang Li and Guan Shan, she did so with considerable force, causing them to dodge her attacks while trying to ensure she did not fall, their frantic movements a sight to behold. They understood that escaping with Zhou Bing was no longer feasible. They decided to follow Bailuoluo's suggestion and find a place to hide until the police arrived. After all, they were likely at the back of the group, and with a somewhat deranged Zhou Bing in tow, escape was practically impossible. Abandoning her was not an option. As public figures, they could not act in such a manner. All they could do was wait for assistance. Stop shouting. Do you really want to attract those villagers? Guan Shan implored helplessly. If they catch you, even if you survive, you will surely suffer. You wouldn't want to endure more beatings, would you? Surprisingly, Zhou Bing seemed to heed his words and fell silent, her expression turning blank, leaving everyone wondering what thoughts plagued her mind. Yang Li and Guan Shan were uninterested in her musings. They only hoped she would cease her outbursts and aggression. Supporting Zhou Bing, they sought a nearby place to conceal themselves. Meanwhile, Bailuoluo and Yang Su continued their hurried descent through the mountains. They encountered several individuals along the way, all having escaped from the earlier chaos. These were staff members who, unencumbered by Zhou Bing, managed to flee swiftly, with numerous paths winding through the mountains. Many lost their way, but those who stayed on course were fortunate indeed. After reuniting with several staff members, they followed Bailuoluo, who seemed to be the only one with a clear sense of direction, while the others relied on luck to navigate. However, how long that luck would last was uncertain. Bailuoluo regretted not having brought her mountain bike. Had she done so, she could have raced down the mountain without needing to rely on her legs. After running for over 30 minutes, they were exhausted but dared not pause, fearing the villagers might catch up. Just then, a large goose appeared from nowhere, trailing closely behind Bailuoluo. "It's a goose," one of the staff members exclaimed. His surprise was not unwarranted. This goose had previously saved their lives, earning the title of Savior Goose. Many vowed never to eat goose meat again out of gratitude. This must be the goose that rescued us. But why is it here? The group looked at the approaching goose with puzzled expressions. Only Bailuoluo remained calm, recognizing it as the Zhu, the leader of the village geese. Before fleeing into the mountains, they had encountered the Zhu at the foot of the mountain. Bailuoluo had exchanged a few words with it, instructing the Zhu to gather more of its kin. At that time, everyone was too focused on escaping to pay attention to her conversation with the goose. The Zhu was slower than the villagers, but had managed to catch up at a critical moment, leading the flock of geese to successfully block the villagers and buy them time to escape. As the Zhu approached, it had something to convey. "Gaga, the two-legged beasts are coming this way. But fear not, my brethren are holding them back. They should not arrive too swiftly." "I understand. Well done. You are truly wise," Bailuoluo thought with pride. In moments of crisis, she could always rely on her goose kin. Depending on mere mortals was simply unreliable. Yang Su and the others observed the conversation between Bailuoluo and the goose with a sense of disbelief, feeling as though Bailuoluo could genuinely comprehend the goose's words. They chuckled at the absurdity of the notion. While it was conceivable for a human to understand Russian, it was utterly implausible for anyone to comprehend the language of geese. Fortunately, with their focus on survival, no one had the leisure to ponder whether Bailuoluo could truly understand goose talk. After what felt like an eternity of running, the sound of footsteps suddenly reached their ears, sending a jolt of fear through the group as they anticipated the villagers' pursuit. However, upon lifting their eyes, they were met not with foes, but with the joyous sight of those already rescued, celebrating their improbable survival from such dire circumstances. The production team's staff members, along with the guests, were all present and accounted for, much to Director G's delight. "Officer, have the villagers from Xion Village been apprehended? When can we leave?" Director G immediately approached Captain Chun, who was overseeing the case, eager for answers. "Most have been captured, though a few remain at large. The women who were abducted from a village have been rescued," Captain Chun, a tall and imposing man in his 30s, replied. While he did not possess the delicate features of the current trend of youthful actors, he exuded a robust masculinity that was undeniably attractive. "We didn't really contribute much." Director G felt embarrassed to take credit. How could the deputy director choose such a dreadful location? He regretted his decision, conveniently forgetting that he had ultimately selected the spot himself, while the deputy director had merely presented a few suitable options for him to choose from. Captain Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did Director G still not know? Thanks to the assistance of that girl, named Bailuoluo among them, Yilin was able to escape safely from the mountains and successfully contact us. Wait, who is Yilin? Director G felt a sense of familiarity with the name, but could not recall where he had heard it before. Chapter 45. The complaints of the crowd. Captain Chen's words left everyone momentarily perplexed. Others chimed in, voicing their own bewilderments. "Indeed, we have been together for several days. When exactly did you meet Yilin? Moreover, did she not escape before we arrived at Xion Village? Where did you see her?" The crowd struggled to comprehend how Bailuoluo was connected to Yilin. In contrast to the astonishment of the others, Bailuoluo remained remarkably composed. "I encountered Yilin on our way to Xion Village," she stated calmly. "Huh, why didn't we see her?" Chen Baier and Jiang Ruan looked utterly bewildered. "If I recall correctly, you took the same path as us. If you met Yilin, there is no way we could have missed her," Yang Li interjected with confusion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ruan and Chen Baier began to recall the events. At that time, Bailuoluo had mentioned needing to relieve herself, prompting Chen Baier and Jiang Ruan to accompany her. However, by the time they ventured into the bushes, Bailuoluo had already vanished without a trace. They had even wondered how swiftly she had moved, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It turned out she had met Yilin then, and she had managed to keep it a secret for all these days. "You met Yilin at that time, so you must have learned from her what Xion Village was like. How could you not inform us?" Han Zhaozhao gazed at Bailuoluo with a hint of reproach. Others shared this sentiment. It seemed she had known all along, but had divulged nothing to them. Had they known earlier just how perilous Xion Village was, they would have never ventured there. Had they not gone, these events would not have transpired, and they would not have narrowly escaped capture by the villagers. risking their lives in the process. Following Han Zhao's line of thought, many began to regard Bailuoluo with a touch of resentment. At that time, there were villagers from Xion village trailing us. I had no opportunity to speak up. Additionally, the director and most of the staff did not travel the same route as us into the village. If I had revealed the situation, the villagers escorting us would have overheard. We feared we would be apprehended on the spot, Bailuoluo replied, maintaining her composure in the face of their accusations. But there were not many villagers following us. We are so many. Even if you had spoken out, they would not have been able to do anything to us. Jiang Ruan remarked with displeasure, remembering how they had narrowly escaped with their lives and encountered a corpse due to the villagers. She could not help but vent her frustrations towards Bailuoluo. It was all because of her withholding information. Who else could they blame? I believe you are misunderstanding Miss Bai. At that time, there were not just a few villagers leading you up the mountain. Due to Yilin's escape, numerous villagers were lying in wait. If Miss Bai had disclosed the situation, those few villagers would have immediately signaled others, gathering more of their kin. In that mountainous terrain, you would not have been able to escape the clutches of the locals. Captain Chun intervened, attempting to defend Bailuoluo against the crowd's grievances. This girl had saved lives, yet found herself the target of blame. Captain Chun felt it was unfair to witness a good person being treated unjustly. With Captain Chen's explanation, the crowd finally began to understand Bailuoluo's reasons for feigning ignorance at that time. Most realized her intentions were noble, and their accusatory glares diminished. However, a small faction remained unconvinced, including Han Zhao. I'll assume she did not tell us for our own good. But what about after we arrived at our lodging? At that point, it was only us. She did not inform us then either. Had she spoken up earlier, we could have left sooner, avoiding all that followed. Han Zhao asserted, believing she was merely stating facts without targeting Bailuoluo. Bailuoluo could have spoken, yet she chose silence. What were her true intentions? I refrained from speaking because I was concerned that certain individuals among you might fail to manage their expressions, revealing vulnerabilities before those villagers. The people of Xion village are impoverished, relying on purchasing brides for marriage. Likely aware that they were engaging in illicit activities, they are suspicious by nature. Any sign of weakness would raise their alarms. Moreover, we were merely there to film a variety show. As long as we did not probe into the village's secrets, we would be assured a safe departure after filming. I never anticipated that Jiang Ruan would discover Li Ru's corpse, nor did I expect Zhou Bing's sudden appearance. Bailuoluo shrugged, asserting that these two incidents were entirely accidental. The production team would surely have many aware of where they were filming, and those from Xion village would be eager to ensure their safe exit. The crowd could not help but acknowledge that Bailuoluo's arguments held merit. Had they been oblivious, they would have merely left after recording. They had not uncovered the village's secrets, and thus the villagers had no reason to risk their safety. Knowing that handling an ordinary person unknown to many is vastly different from managing a public figure, the villagers would be wise enough to avoid unnecessary complications. Captain Chen's question successfully diverted the group's attention. Fortunately, Bailuoluo was not inclined to continue the previous discussion and proceeded to share how she and Yilin had crossed paths and how she had aided Yilin in escaping the mountains. Chapter 46. Bailuoluo and Yilin that day. As Bailuoluo traversed the mountain path, she suddenly detected a strong scent of blood. Someone was injured, and there was a considerable amount of blood. Upon realizing this, Bailuoluo did not raise an alarm, but instead took the opportunity to momentarily detach herself from the group under the pretense of needing a restroom. She heard Jiang Ruan and Chun Bayer calling out to her, but quickly moved ahead, evading their sight before they could catch up. Following the scent of blood, she located the injured Yilin. Upon seeing Bailuoluo, Yilin initially mistook her for a villager from Xion village and nearly attempted to fight her off. Fortunately, after Bailuoluo clarified her identity, Yilin realized her error and repeatedly apologized, subsequently pleading for her help. Please help me. My name is Yilin, and I have been trafficked. I'm not from here. My family is still waiting for me. Please save me. Dressed in tattered clothing typical of the villagers and having gone days without washing, Yilin appeared almost like a beggar. Bruises marked her face from previous beatings, and her hands bore a long gash, with fresh blood pooling on the ground. Although her hands had ceased bleeding, the blood on the ground indicated she had lost a considerable amount. You escaped from Xion village? Bailuoluo needed no further deliberation. She had nearly pieced together the situation. After all, there exists but one village in this vicinity. She was trafficked to this area, and aside from being sold to Xian village, where else could she have been taken? Indeed, I am the one who escaped from that village, and now the villagers must certainly be searching for me. Yet, I cannot discern the path to freedom. I am utterly lost. YLN's face was etched with despair. She had resolved to flee, but upon arriving here, she realized how arduous it was to depart. The mountainous terrain was a labyrinth, and in certain areas, traps had been set by the villagers. On one occasion, she nearly fell into a trap. Had it not been for her quick wits, she might have been ensnared. She understood that if she continued on this path, capture was inevitable. Now, having encountered someone from outside the village, Bailuoluo had become her sole beacon of hope for escaping this hellish nightmare. "Do not fret. I shall assist you," Bailuoluo said with a serious demeanor. This village appeared to harbor unrest, and to prevent any opportunity for the villagers to harm Heiress, she decided to lend a helping hand to this woman. Thank you. YLN exclaimed, tears mingling with laughter as her eyes sparkled with renewed hope. She felt as though she glimpsed a chance to escape this infernal place at last. "Take this mobile phone with you. Once you leave here, use it to report to the authorities. Remember, do not seek the local police. No one knows if there are people from the village among them. To be safe, contact the municipal police department first." As she spoke, Bailuoluo produced a spare mobile phone. She had long been aware of the tactics employed in such variety shows and anticipated that they would confiscate their phones. Hence, she had purchased a backup. The phone contained a SIM card, and she had even arranged for an unlimited data plan. In addition, she had downloaded a plethora of games and novels to alleviate boredom. Little did she know that this phone would serve such a critical purpose. "But I do not know the way down the mountain. Giving me a phone is of no use," YLN replied with a bitter smile. "I know how to leave. I will draw you a map. Follow it closely," Bailuoluo said, promptly opening an application on her phone to sketch a map. The map was exceedingly clear, and YLN found it easy to comprehend. "There you go. I have shown you what to do," Bailuoluo said, patting her shoulder and urging her to make every effort to escape and report. "I truly do not know how to thank you. May I know your name?" YLN asked with gratitude. "I'm called Bailuoluo." Having shared her name, Bailuoluo encouraged YLN to depart. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit, as YLN proved to be quite resourceful. YL was astonished. "Lulu, you are incredible. You even drew a map for YLN." The most significant part was that YLN had indeed managed to escape using that very map. CHNBOR was filled with admiration. "Indeed, Lulu, you are remarkable." Others echoed their praises as well. "Lulu, you must excel in your studies. To memorize such a complex route and illustrate it so perfectly in one go." The previous complaints about Bailuoluo from the others vanished, replaced by their awe of her intelligence and composure under pressure. If the roles had been reversed, it was uncertain whether they could have handled the situation as adeptly as she had. Typically, when faced with such a significant event, one's first instinct would be to inform others. Yet Bailuoluo had restrained herself and said nothing. Had they been in her position, they would have likely succumbed to the temptation to divulge the matter immediately. If they had done so, it was likely they would have been caught in a net as well. "You all have only just arrived. Did something occur on the way down?" The descent from the mountain should not have taken long if one knew the route. Logically, YLN should have reached out for help by now. Bailuoluo did not lose herself in the praises of others. Her prowess was well established. She had not anticipated that the police would take so long to arrive, and she began to doubt whether something unfortunate had befallen YLN, perhaps even being silenced by the villagers of Xian. Indeed, YLN had suffered a mishap. Shortly after descending, she fainted from excessive blood loss and was transported to the hospital by ambulance. Due to delays en route, coupled with the need to dispatch personnel, CHAUI's explanation clarified to Bailuoluo and the others why the officers had arrived so late. Had they delayed even further, some of them might not have survived. A few staff members had fallen victim to traps and sustained injuries, and to make matters worse, they had been pursued by the villagers of Xian. Fortunately, the police had arrived just in time, and the injuries sustained by the staff were not life-threatening. They were currently receiving treatment at the hospital. At that moment, JDO and the others were unaware that the incident at Xian Village had already become a trending topic online. It turned out that while en route to the police station, they had been filmed and the footage uploaded to the internet. Given the substantial police presence involved in capturing the villagers of Xi'an, the situation had created quite a stir in the small town. With the town being so modest in size, such a significant event could not remain concealed for long, and it soon surfaced online. Consequently, the internet erupted with discussions surrounding the incident. Oh my heart aches for my beloved Runruan. She has suffered so much. I saw the photos. When has she ever looked so disheveled? My dear Bor is so unfortunate. I noticed the bruises on her arm. My heart aches for the beautiful lady. Fans inundated the internet with expressions of sympathy for their idols. However, more individuals were concerned not about the idols themselves, but rather the incident at hand. No one had anticipated that a mere recording for a variety show would lead them to encounter such a backward mountain village that trafficked women for reproduction. Many felt sorrow for their idols, but even more were pained for the women who had been trafficked. Those poor girls, at such a tender age, they are sold to the mountains to bear children for those old bachelors. Those responsible should be apprehended. They are simply inhuman. I hope the authorities will safeguard the personal information of those girls to prevent further victimization. In 2026, there are still individuals who support the notion that victims are culpable. They all had bright futures ahead of them. They did nothing wrong. Why must they endure such treatment? I am in tears. Human traffickers should receive the death penalty. The reason this abhorrent practice persists is due to the leniency of the sentences. Support equal punishment for buyers and sellers. They all deserve the death penalty. The uproar surrounding the incident was so substantial that the authorities promptly released a statement detailing the events of the case. JD also contacted the station to discuss whether the variety show should continue filming. Although Bailuoluo was aware of the commotion online, she paid it no mind and continued with her affairs. Other guests, agents hurried to the scene to retrieve their respective artists. Ying's agent, Chi Osn, was the first to arrive, taking a helicopter upon receiving the news. However, Bailuoluo declined his offer. She was not inclined to accompany Witn. In such a moment, she naturally wished to remain with Ying's second brother. Would you mind if I came along? Bailuoluo inquired with a bright smile, glancing at Ying's. Chi Osn frowned at Bailuoluo, perplexed at her identity. Who was this woman? Was she also a star? He had no recollection of her. Could she be a newcomer? This bold newcomer was quite audacious, as everyone in the industry knew that Ying's was difficult to approach. He had not seen anyone else, clearly eager to forge connections, speak up, yet here she was, daring to approach him. Just as Chi Osn contemplated dismissing Bailuoluo, surprisingly, Ying's spoke up at that moment. I do not mind. Let's go together. His words nearly caused Chi Osn's jaw to drop in disbelief. While he felt uncertain, it did not affect Ying's and Bailuoluo in the slightest. He is, after all, his own savior, so it is impossible to disregard his dignity entirely. When Yangsu expressed his willingness to take Bailuoluo along, it astonished not only Qiao-san but also everyone else present. However, it did not take long for them to realize something, and they simply gazed at Bailuoluo with envy. Being the savior of Yangsu, with such a status, she would surely navigate the entertainment industry with ease in the future. Yang Li also wished to hitch a ride on the helicopter, but to avoid being associated with the Yang family, he had to choose to keep his distance. Qiao-san's attention was entirely focused on his own artist, and he did not notice the expressions of those around him. If Yangsu truly intended to pursue a relationship with this newcomer, it would not be impossible as long as the other party possessed decent character, especially since Yangsu was already in his 20s. Was he truly concerned about early romance? Upon discovering that Bailuoluo actually lived next door to him, Yangsu was somewhat surprised but did not inquire further. The scandal surrounding the Bai family regarding the true and false daughters, although not publicly announced, was not unknown among the upper echelons of society. Yangsu was one of those in the know, though this information was merely shared with him by his mother as gossip. In contrast, Qiao-san was completely unaware of any such matters. Yangsu was not one to indulge in gossip. Even having heard plenty of rumors from his mother about the upper class, he would not spread them around. Initially, Qiao-san had his doubts about their relationship, but as they journeyed together, he truly could not discern any hints of intimacy between the two. Both Yangsu and Bailuoluo evidently harbored no such feelings for each other. Yet, if it was not as he imagined, why was Yangsu so amiable with Bailuoluo? After Bailuoluo finally exited the vehicle, Qiao-san seized the opportunity to inquire about the Bai family. At that moment, only Madame Bai, Su Wanning, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bai family, Han Suxin, and Bai Mengmeng, who happened to be at home, were present at the Bai residence. After discovering that she was not the true daughter of the Bai family, Bai Mengmeng had long desired to move out and live independently. However, the Bai family was unwilling to let her go. The spacious flat was purchased with Bai Mengmeng's earnings from acting and did not belong to the Bai family. Her careful consideration for Bailuoluo's feelings only made the Bai family feel increasingly indebted to her. Chapter 48. The first meeting with Bai Mengmeng at this moment. Bai Mengmeng was at home conversing with Su Wanning, while her sister-in-law, Han Liangxin, was nearby comforting Su Wanning. Following the exposure of the incident in Xion village, Su Wanning began to worry for Bailuoluo's safety. Luoluo, we have all heard about the situation in Xion village. Everyone is very concerned about you. It is truly a relief that you are unharmed, Han Liangxin remarked, observing Bailuoluo, who appeared unscathed, just as she had before her departure. Bailuoluo merely nodded in response to Han Liangxin's words. From the moment she entered, her attention was entirely fixed on Bai Mengmeng. This was her first encounter with Bai Mengmeng, and she was pleasantly surprised to find her quite attractive. In terms of looks, she would certainly be considered above average even in the celestial realm. Of course, she could not compare to the likes of Chang'e and Muttered, the two most beautiful fairies in the heavens, whom countless deities served. Regrettably, both had suffered from romantic heartbreak and were unwilling to discuss love, often treating male fairies with disdain. Her beauty is commendable, but why does she seem familiar? Have I seen this face somewhere before? Initially, she felt nothing, but the more she looked, the more familiar the face appeared, as if she had truly encountered it before. The name was on the tip of her tongue, yet she could not articulate it. How peculiar! Where had she seen it? Bailuoluo was filled with confusion regarding Bai Mengmeng's visage, though Xiaofu indeed knew a thing or two. When a script was initially designed, Bai Mengmeng's description of her appearance was nothing short of ethereal. Our underworld is a place of integrity, since it was agreed that her life script would be self-customized. Everything mentioned in the script would be fulfilled to the best of our ability. And so, Bailuoluo raised an eyebrow. Bai Mengmeng wished for her face to be as celestial as possible. At the time, the underworld staff responsible for her life script did not know how to mold her features. Just then, the Peach Blossom Fairy happened to deliver a flower fairy who had committed a crime for reincarnation in the underworld. After communication with the Peach Blossom Fairy, we finally obtained her consent, allowing Bai Mengmeng to reincarnate with her appearance. Bailuoluo exclaimed, "No wonder this face seems familiar. It is indeed the face of that woman, Tao Yao." The Peach Blossom Fairy was just a minor fairy in the celestial realm, but after encountering misfortune, she happened to be in the right place when the Jade Emperor decreed the appointment of the 12 flower deities. Although it was termed the appointment of flower deities, it was essentially a beauty pageant in the celestial realm. Various deities cast their votes, and the one with the highest votes was crowned as the flower deity. The number of flower fairies in the celestial realm was vast, as these deities, aside from favoring intelligent animals for labor, delighted in nurturing flowers and plants. Indeed, the proportion of flora was far greater than that of animals. During the selection of the 12 flower deities, the celestial realm was bustling for several months, with flower fairies gathering. Bailuoluo was so entranced by the beauties that her eyes were dazzled. The Tao Yao fairy was one of the flower fairies from the Peach Blossom clan participating in the selection. Due to her outstanding beauty, she overshadowed her entire clan and was chosen as the Peach Blossom flower deity. Since her rise to prominence as a flower deity, Tao Yao had not refrained from being ostentatious, and each time she appeared, she would don a veil, exuding an air of superiority. Even though Chang'e and Muttered were far more beautiful, they did not exhibit such pretentiousness. Speaking of which, ever since Tao Yao gained fame and became a flower deity, Bailuoluo had not seen her face again. With her busy schedule, which merely involved socializing and enjoying life, it was no wonder she had momentarily forgotten whose face this was. "By the way, this is your sister, Mengmeng. You have yet to meet, right?" "Hello, Luoluo. I am Bai Mengmeng. I suppose I could be considered your sister as well. I sincerely apologize for occupying your identity all these years and for the grievances you have endured on my behalf. If my presence makes you uncomfortable, I will try to minimize my appearances at home." Bai Mengmeng, with her ethereal beauty and gentle demeanor, was no surprise to the Bai family, who were reluctant to part with her. In comparison, While Bailuoluo was not unattractive, she certainly paled in comparison. One was a fairy, while the other was simply an ordinary beauty. It was a stark contrast. What are you saying? Both of you are daughters of the same mother. You will surely get along well. Su Wanning said, Luoluo, do not hold anything against Meng Meng. She is also a victim. Such a wonderful daughter. How could I let Meng Meng suffer? Mother, the incident from years ago caused Luoluo the most harm. If it were not for our identity swap, she could have led a much better life, Meng Meng said, her face filled with guilt as she addressed Su Wanning, gazing at her daughter, who resembled a celestial being. Su Wanning felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. Her Meng Meng was not only beautiful on the outside, but also possessed a heart as kind and understanding as a true fairy. If only Luoluo could be half as considerate as Meng Meng, it would save her so much worry. Bailuoluo rolled her eyes, wishing they would stop with the sentimental display. It was rather nauseating. Bored of their mother-daughter affection, she turned her attention to the butler, who had been acting invisible. Butler, please have the kitchen prepare a meal for me, and make it plentiful. Once it is ready, call me down to eat. With that, she disregarded the reactions of the others and headed straight upstairs. Look at this. Truly, a person raised by the poor lacks any manners. While the elders are still speaking, she simply walks away. Does she not regard me, her mother, at all? Su Wanning felt extremely wronged, entirely forgetting that the poor she referred to were by Meng Meng's biological parents. Mother, please do not be like this. Luoluo may just be adjusting. Give her some time. Bai Meng Meng yentli ruis shur Su Wanning. Han Liangxin, standing nearby, like an outsider with nothing to do, secretly rolled her eyes at the bias displayed. With such favoritism and her brothers practically wanting to throw people out, what right did they have to demand others to be understanding and kind? Chapter 49. Yang Su returns home. The significant incident regarding Yang Su's near-miss during a variety show has reached the ears of every member of the Yang family. Once assured of his son's safety, the busy Yang Zhao Tian hurried off to his company. She had just started her job, a crucial time to make a good impression, and could not afford to take leave lightly. I was so worried when I heard that our Su almost got into trouble. My heart has been in my throat, Zhang Kai Ling remarked, munching on sunflower seeds. Yang Su, understanding his mother's nature, acknowledged that while her concern was valid, it was not excessive. Fortunately, Xiao's son, who enjoyed conversing, recounted to Zhang Kai Ling the details he had learned from the police, captivating her with a thrilling narrative. How perilous and exhilarating. Those villagers are utterly inhumane, trafficking people as if they were livestock. How wicked of them. As a fellow woman, Zhang Kai Ling felt profound sympathy for those women who were captured to serve as breeding machines. Although her life had been blissful and free from hardship, it did not mean she was oblivious to the sufferings of others. In her youth, Zhang Kai Ling had been a rebellious girl, having once run away from home after a quarrel with her family. Her family, lacking in compassion, promptly cut off her financial support, leaving her unable to afford her beloved seafood feasts. Without culinary delights, she could hardly endure a day. She often advised her children not to run away from home, lest they find themselves unable to eat. When Yang Su and his siblings were younger, they had occasionally fallen for such tricks, but upon growing older, they could only roll their eyes at the story. Their mother, Ms. Zhang Kai Ling, believed that the only hardship she had ever faced as she perceived it was a single missed meal, yet she frequently lamented this episode. Even though they hailed from a wealthy family, it would be disingenuous to claim their mother had suffered. What a miserable child. Housekeeper, in my personal capacity, I shall donate 50 million to those girls, Zhang Kai Ling said, dabbing her tears with a tissue while summoning the housekeeper. The housekeeper promptly attended to her request, completing the task in under 5 minutes. Shifting gears, Zhang Kai Ling, with a curious expression, turned to Yang Su and inquired. That helicopter belonged to the Yang family. Who was aboard? As a matriarch, how could I be unaware? Reflecting on her son, who had never been inclined to play with girls, not even sparing a glance for Bai Meng Meng, the most popular girl at Hanlong Mountain Villa, she found it peculiar. Even as a child, Bai Meng Meng had been the object of every boy's affection, yet Yang Su displayed no interest whatsoever. Perhaps it was because he found her perfection somewhat disingenuous. She mused. However, she was more intrigued by the girl who had caught her son's attention. After all, she had given birth to 3 children, with her eldest, Yang Yin, already 30 years old. Bai Fandong, the eldest son of the Bai family, was only 2 years older than Yang Yin, and yet he already had a 5-year-old child while Yang Yin seemed to be making no progress. As for her second son, Yang-soo, he was even more of a mystery. He had no scandals whatsoever, which was quite vexing for a mother to witness. Noticing her mother's expression, Yang-soo understood her thoughts. To prevent any misunderstandings, he felt compelled to clarify. Who lives in the same community as us? Who is that? Zhang Kai-ling contemplated quietly. She had seen the girls from nearby families, and there were only a few unmarried ones. Most were either helping in their family businesses or engrossed in their careers, attending various social gatherings. Aside from Bai Meng, there were no other known figures in the entertainment industry. As for Bai Meng, that was impossible. She had just seen her yesterday, and it was known she had been in a car accident and spent several days in the hospital before being discharged. Who could it possibly be? Don't think any further. The person who saved her is Bailuoluo, Xiao Sun revealed, having noticed Zhang Kai-ling as contemplation. Bailuoluo, is she not the true heiress of the Bai family? Zhang Kai-ling exclaimed, surprised to learn that it was indeed the genuine heiress who had rescued her son. What true heiress? Auntie, do tell me more, Xiao Sun eagerly inquired. Sensing a story unfolding, Zhang Kai-ling relayed the tale of the true and false heiresses of the Bai family, and Xiao Sun delightedly absorbed every detail. Who would have thought that Bai Meng is not even a child of the Bai family? My goodness, if this news were to break, it would certainly cause a sensation, Zhang Kai-ling cautioned, but let us keep this under wraps for now and see how the Bai family intends to make the announcement. It wouldn't be proper to disseminate this information before they do. Although she loved to indulge in gossip, Zhang Kai-ling was not one to indiscriminately expose others' private matters. She would only share with those close to her. Rest assured, Annie, you can trust me. Chapter 50. Let her attend school? Xiao Sun assured her, promising not to speak out of turn. Zhang Kai-ling had faith in Xiao Sun's integrity. Since that girl saved your life, we should invite her over for a visit. Our family must properly express our gratitude, she insisted. Though she had never met Bailuoluo, her admiration for her increased simply due to the fact that she had saved her son. It was worth noting that while Zhang Kai-ling was generally amiable, she seldom invited anyone to their home, particularly young women. Those who aspired to marry into the Yang family had never been given such opportunities. Now, her willingness to host Bailuoluo was indeed a first. However, considering that Bailuoluo had saved Yang-soo's life, such hospitality was hardly surprising. Oh, that's unnecessary. I'll have Xiao Sun provide her with more resources. Yang-soo interjected, reluctant to get too close to her. Moreover, although Bailuoluo did not outwardly exhibit any unusual behavior, he sensed that she was intentionally drawing closer to him. Yang-soo preferred to keep his distance, offering Bailuoluo additional resources and sufficient financial sincerity instead. Yet, it was evident that this proposal of gratitude did not satisfy Zhang Kai-ling. This is a life-saving grace. It cannot be dismissed so casually. Let be settled then. Housekeeper, arrange a time to deliver an invitation to the Bai family, inviting Luoluo to our home for a visit, Zhang Kai-ling declared decisively. Yes, madam. The housekeeper acknowledged, understanding that she intended to invite only Miss Bailuoluo, excluding others from the Bai family. Yang-soo remained unaware that Bailuoluo was being invited to their home. Following a delightful meal, she slept soundly until dinner time, when a servant roused her to come downstairs to eat. Luoluo, I heard your recording for the variety show did not go smoothly. Are you all right? Bai Mao Lin, her father, inquired, despite lacking a close relationship with her. After all, she was still his daughter, and it was only proper to express concern when he knew she had faced danger while recording. I'm sorry, Luoluo, this is my fault. Bai Meng apologized sincerely. What does this have to do with you? Bailuoluo understood what she was implying. The opportunity for the variety show had originally been hers, and Bai Meng had relinquished it to her. However, Bai Meng was unaware that she was already aware of this fact, so she feigned ignorance. This show was initially meant for me. I thought you wanted to enter the entertainment industry, and since you signed with a small company, I intended to introduce you to some resources. Fearing that you might not accept, I chose not to reveal the truth. I never anticipated that it would lead to trouble and almost cause you harm. Bai Meng confessed, her expression of regret appearing genuine. The situation seemed to make Bailuoluo appear unwilling to forgive her, which was truly ungrateful. Was this variety show, which Meng arranged for her, truly a blessing? Bai Fandong was certainly aware that Bai Meng had previously provided a resource to Bailuoluo. However, he seldom involved himself in the affairs of the entertainment industry. Thus, he remained oblivious to the nature of that resource. To his surprise, it turned out to be this very show. Unfortunately, for Bailuoluo, her misfortune had simply caught up with her. It was certainly not something that could be blamed on Mingming. Others shared this sentiment as well. Mingming, why apologize to her? You had no intention of causing her harm. Her misfortune cannot be laid at your feet, Bai Chun said dismissively. Mingming had good intentions. If it weren't for her, what chance would a newcomer like you have at securing quality resources in this industry? Bai Jingnan remarked, placing his chopsticks down and regarding Bailuoluo with indifference. Elder brother, fourth brother, please refrain from such comments. Regardless of the circumstances, I bear significant responsibility for Luoluo's misfortune, Bai Mingming asserted earnestly. It's not your fault. It's merely my bad luck, Bailuoluo sighed inwardly, thinking it was not her misfortune, but rather Yang Su's. That fellow had been marked by misfortune, and his luck was undoubtedly affected. He would face many more unfortunate events in the future, had he not been the reincarnation of Erlang Shun and born into the benevolent Yang family. He would have long been afflicted by the calamities spread by the god of plague. Luoluo, I appreciate your understanding. Since this show has encountered problems, you need not participate. I will arrange alternative resources for you, Bai Mingming stated. No, absolutely not. I must go to this show. I'm on the verge of gaining fame. So don't you dare steal my opportunity. With a chance to get close to Yang Su, she would be furious with anyone who tried to dismiss her. Bai Mingming was taken aback by Luoluo's determination, truly not recognizing what was good for her. Given the chaos surrounding this show, who could say whether it would continue airing? To think she could rise to fame from it was indeed a fanciful notion. Bai Chun rolled his eyes, finding Bailuoluo's thinking utterly absurd. Whatever, what's mine is mine. No one can take it from me. If anyone dares to snatch it, I will confront them. Bailuoluo pouted defiantly. Suit yourself, Bai Chun huffed coldly. Enough chatter. Let us eat in peace. Su Waning pressed her temples, feeling an impending headache. Her daughter was akin to a hedgehog. Why couldn't she be a tad gentler like Mingming? As the patriarch Bai Maolin feigned ignorance to the tension at the dining table, he finally set down his chopsticks and turned to Bailuoluo. Luoluo, I have learned that your education only extends to high school graduation. You are merely 20 years old. There remains ample opportunity for you to study. I have arranged for you to attend Qingyan University, and I will ensure someone accompanies you for enrollment once the semester commences. Study? No, thank you. Bailuoluo replied with reluctance. You are still young, the perfect age for education. Qingyan University is a private institution, and I have leveraged my connections with the board members to secure this opportunity for you. You cannot refuse. As Bai Maolin's daughter, how could he face others if she were only known to possess a high school diploma? Whether Bailuoluo wished for it or not, she was destined to attend university. Fine, I will go, she conceded, determined to fulfill her mission. Bai Maolin nodded in satisfaction, believing that his daughter could indeed be guided and was not entirely ungrateful. The first matter concluded, the next issue arose. Bai Maolin's words astonished the attendees. No one had anticipated that he would so swiftly disclose Bailuoluo's identity to the public. Su Waning, however, was not surprised. It was evident that this decision had been made in mutual agreement with her husband. Given Bai Maolin's regard for Su Waning, he would not make such a decision unilaterally. Yet wouldn't this raise suspicions? Perhaps it would be better to simply declare Bailuoluo as an adopted daughter. Bai Chun suggested without a second thought. What nonsense are you spouting? You child, speak more wisely. Su Waning glared at Bai Chun, her face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Su Waning had even denied it, but now Bai Chun's words seemed to corroborate Bailuoluo's earlier claims. Turning his head, he met Bailuoluo's mocking gaze. Luoluo is the biological daughter of your mother and me, your true sister. How could we possibly claim her as an adopted child? What kind of brother are you? Bai Maolin rebuked sternly, and Bai Chun, realizing his folly, fell silent. Father, I believe it is inappropriate to say that Luoluo and I are twins, Bai Mingming gently interjected. Mingming, why would you suggest such a thing? Bai Maolin frowned at her, seemingly perplexed by her sudden stance. Father, please allow me to finish. I believe we should clarify the truth to the public rather than fabricate a story about being twins. Such a lie lacks persuasiveness, and our appearances are too dissimilar. It would be easily debunked. Rather than waiting for others to expose the truth, we should be forthright to prevent malicious individuals from seizing the opportunity to target the Bai family. Bai Mengmeng articulated her perspective, and all the Bai family members, save for Bailuoluo, regarded her with admiration or sympathy. Mengmeng, you are incredibly perceptive, always considering the welfare of our family, even at your own expense, Bai Chun said, nearly moved to tears. How fortunate he was to have such a wonderful sister. He must have done countless good deeds in his past life. Thankfully, Bailuoluo and Mengmeng had been swapped at birth. With Bailuoluo's disposition, she truly could not compare to Mengmeng. Mengmeng, should the truth be revealed, you will undoubtedly be ensnared in a whirlwind of public scrutiny, Bai Fandong cautioned with concern. Sitting quietly nearby, Han Liangxin merely glanced at Bai Mengmeng before returning her attention to feeding her son. Truthfully, Bai Mengmeng's decision did not surprise her. Although she held no affection for Bai Mengmeng, she could not deny her intelligence. Choosing to reveal the truth herself was far more prudent than allowing others to do so. The initial identity swap between the two families had been orchestrated by the Bai family's nemesis. Ultimately, Bai Mengmeng's parents were the unwitting victims. Even if she faced some criticism, it would not be severe, whereas Bailuoluo would likely be compared unfavorably to Bai Mengmeng. Having cultivated her career in the entertainment industry for years, Bai Mengmeng possessed a solid fan base, and her parents had committed no wrongdoing, thus her impact would be minimal. Bailuoluo, on the other hand, would be the one truly subjected to public scrutiny. Yet the Bai family remained oblivious, focusing solely on Bai Mengmeng without a thought for Bailuoluo. Mengmeng, if this matter becomes public, your detractors will surely seize the opportunity. Bai Jingnan expressed his worries for Bai Mengmeng. Are you truly prepared for this? Bai Maolin began contemplating which course of action would be most beneficial for the Bai family. Certainly, anyone with a modicum of intellect understood that declaring them to be twins would only invite further complications, while revealing the truth would alleviate many issues. Initially, Bai Maolin had intended to create an opportunity to disclose the truth outright, but Su Weining had been opposed, unwilling to see Bai Mengmeng harmed or lose her daughter. As a devoted husband, Bai Maolin would never contravene Su Weining's wishes and cause her distress. Now that Bai Mengmeng had proactively proposed a resolution, Bai Maolin found justification to proceed as he had originally intended. Regardless of Bai Mengmeng's lineage, the Bai family had cared for her for so many years, and their bond would not dissipate with a change in her identity. I have made my thoughts clear. Luoluo is indeed our biological daughter, Bai Mengmeng declared with grace. The identity of a Bai family heiress was never rightfully mine. If I were to cling to this identity after learning the truth, allowing Luoluo to suffer, it would be a betrayal of all that my parents have instilled in me over the years. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a brilliance that made Bailuoluo wonder if she had glimpsed divine light behind her. Mengmeng, the obedient daughter of her mother. How can you be so wonderful? Su Wanning embraced her beloved daughter, sitting beside her, tears cascading down her cheeks. The Bai family's brothers were equally moved, a tender warmth flowing among the Bai family members. Bailuoluo thought to herself that she shouldn't be here. Perhaps she should leave. In this atmosphere, anyone would be tempted to darken their heart. Should she loudly proclaim that she was not here to disrupt this family, but to join it instead? Sister Qiuping, you have arrived. Bai Mengmeng seemed unsurprised to see Zhang Qiuping. Ever since she learned that Yang Su was among the guests, Zhang Qiuping had regretted allowing Mengmeng to give this variety show opportunity to Bailuoluo. While at the Bai family, Bai Mengmeng had received news that Zhang Qiuping had been urging her to convince Bailuoluo to give up the variety show directed by Ji. Bai Mengmeng was certainly aware that this was a rare opportunity, as chances to collaborate with Yang Su were scarce. Even though she and Yang Su were neighbors, it did not guarantee any special treatment. Chapter 52, Daju arrives at the Bai family. Since she did not recognize the good fortune presented to her, we should directly approach Director Ji. If he knows you're going, he will undoubtedly abandon Bailuoluo. After all, that spot was originally yours. Zhang Qiuping could not bear to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. Fine, what is given to others is theirs. Since she is unwilling, there is no need to force it. With my current standing in the entertainment industry, I do not require to ride on Yang Su's coattails. Bai Mengmeng changed into her slippers and elegantly took a seat opposite Zhang Qiuping. All right, since you have made your decision, I shall not persuade you further. Zhang Qiuping understood her artist well. Once Bai Mengmeng had decided on a course of action, no one could easily sway her. So, what did President Bai say about your identities? Are they still planning to have you live as twin sisters? That notion is fraught with flaws and should not be permitted. Zhang Xiaoping was well acquainted with the Bai family's affairs, having spent years alongside Bai Mengmeng and interacting frequently with the Bai family. She had always witnessed the Bai family's affection for Bai Mengmeng. After the incident of the true and false heiresses, Bai Mengmeng promptly discussed the matter with her. It must be said that Bai Mengmeng was indeed remarkable. Despite such a significant event, she maintained an absolute sense of reason. In contrast, the Bai brothers and President Bai and his wife appear to be affected far more than Mengmeng. If it were another manager, they might worry that Bai Mengmeng's standing in the Bai family would shift and affect their own interests. However, Zhang Xiaoping had never harbored such concerns, as the Bai family's love for Bai Mengmeng was boundless. Whether or not she was their biological daughter would not alter that bond. This affection was cultivated over time, not merely sustained by blood relation. What does it matter if she is the true heiress? Mengmeng has spent 2 decades with the Bai family, a bond that blood cannot erase. Rest assured, I have already convinced my parents. They will clarify the truth to the outside world, but it requires the right opportunity. Bai Mengmeng said calmly. That is good to hear. I know that President Bai and the others announcing you as twins is for your benefit. However, President Bai is not familiar with the entertainment industry, and his understanding is still quite limited. If you remain in the Bai family under the guise of being twins, once the truth is revealed, those netizens will find a plethora of reasons to attack you. It would be better to be forthright and disclose the truth. Additionally, you should visit your biological parents a few more times, and I will arrange some marketing strategies to ensure that everyone praises your integrity and that you are not seeking wealth. Bai Mengmeng remained silent, simply listening attentively. At that moment, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. She glanced down to see a newly received WeChat message. Chiyu, Mengmeng, are you free now? The Bai family had already decided to reveal the truth about the true and false heiresses, but this did not mean that the announcement could be made immediately. Disclosing one's identity is not a matter to be rushed. It certainly requires a suitable opportunity to disseminate the news. Furthermore, arrangements for the company needed to be made to ensure that the exposure would not adversely affect Bai's stock prices. These matters were certainly not something Bailuoluo needed to worry about. After 2 days of a rather mundane existence, Yang Su no longer required her assistance, and she had been enjoying her time immensely. As for the content filmed in the previous episode, much of it could not be used due to the involvement of people from Xion Village. Director Ji planned to edit together some usable footage as a bonus. Fortunately, this variety show had not officially begun broadcasting, so recording another episode would not pose an issue. When Bailuoluo received the news, she was quite surprised, initially believing that such a significant event would prevent the continuation of the show. Nevertheless, what did it matter? She would deal with it later. The next morning, Bailuoluo was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of honking. Quack, quack, quack. Catch it quickly. Do not let it escape. It had flown onto Miss Luoluo's balcony. Oh heavens, hurry and capture it. After a flurry of chaos, Bailuoluo felt as though she had arrived at a bustling marketplace. Who was the one causing such a ruckus so early in the morning? Bailuoluo, thoroughly disturbed, abruptly threw off her covers and opened her eyes wide. At that moment, a large goose face appeared before her. Quack! Ancestor, Daju has finally found you. Daju was moved to tears, having narrowly escaped being taken to a farm, never to see the ancestor again. Daju! Oh my! She had been wondering what she had forgotten. It turned out to be Daju. Just as she was about to inquire how Daju had arrived at the Bai family, a series of urgent knocks interrupted her thoughts. Miss Luoluo, are you all right? The knocking was quite insistent, indicating that more than one person stood at the door. Bailuoluo slipped on her slippers and got out of bed, having locked her door to prevent anyone from entering and disturbing her sleep. Upon opening the door, the butler and 2 servants immediately directed their gazes into the room. There it is. It has indeed come here. Quickly go and catch it. The butler, spotting Daju perched on Bailuoluo's bed, immediately frowned and commanded. The 2 servants rolled up their sleeves, a glint of determination in their eyes, as they clearly had plans for a goose feast. Quack! Daju was not to be trifled with. Sensing the hostility from the bipedal creatures, it spread its wings wide, ready to confront them. Just as tensions escalated, Bailuoluo quickly intervened. Stop! Do not catch it! Let it stay in my room. Bailuoluo raised her hand to stop the butler and the others, clearly unwilling for them to take Daju away. This is a goose from outside, not a kitten or puppy. Does Miss Luoluo intend to keep it as a pet? What noble young lady in high society raises a goose? The butler hesitated, uncertain whether to allow the goose to remain. After contemplating for 3 seconds, the butler ultimately decided to retreat with his staff. Bailuoluo was the young lady of this household. He, as a butler, would simply follow her lead. Even if the master and mistress had objections, Miss Luoluo would bear the consequences herself. Chapter 53. Daju's Adventure. Once the butler and his team had departed, Bailuoluo eagerly locked the door again and began to inquire how Daju had managed to find her home. When she had last separated from Daju, they were at the police station. She had intended to take Daju with her, but ultimately, Daju belonged to Xion Village. At that time, the police station was already in disarray due to the incident in Xion Village, and she could not take Daju with her. Nonetheless, Director Ji was quite grateful for Daju and had been discussing with the police how to bring the geese away. At that time, due to Yang Su's departure, she decided to follow Yang Su, temporarily leaving Daju behind. With Ji Dao present and the group of geese having just saved someone, it was unlikely that Daju would face any danger. Little did she know that their next encounter would be at her own home. How did Daju end up here? While Bailuoluo conversed with Daju, she was unaware that the Yang family was in disarray, searching for Daju. Indeed, Daju had escaped from the Yang residence. The Yang family learned of how the group of geese had rescued Yang Su, and naturally, they would not neglect these heroic creatures. They dispatched the butler to retrieve the geese from the police station, intending to send them to a farm owned by the Yang family for a peaceful existence. After all, these geese were heroes, deserving of respect rather than being treated as mere food. When a goose entered the trunk, the butler was taken aback. Yes, this goose was Daju. The cleverest goose in the village could not be easily captured. It dashed around the Yang family's garden, creating chaos, and even stormed into the living room, flapping its wings and causing destruction. Several valuable porcelain pieces were shattered in the living room. Then it rampaged into the kitchen, wreaking havoc and destroying a significant portion of the freshly airlifted ingredients. After creating this mess, Daju fled, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Even the usually composed butler was nearly at his wit's end. Having served as the butler for over 20 years, he had never encountered such disorder. This was undoubtedly the gravest blunder in his long career. Regardless, the priority was to clean up the mess. He left a few servants to tidy up while he personally searched the villa community for Daju. Given the goose's propensity for destruction, if it wandered into someone else's home, the consequences would be unimaginable. Following the commotion, the butler arrived at the Bai residence. The noise from Bai family servants attempting to catch the goose was substantial. It was impossible for the butler, Wang, to miss such a ruckus. As the head butler of the Yang family, Wang was well known among his peers in the villa community. He quickly contacted the Yang family's other butler, Sun, who led him into the Bai home. After explaining the situation, Wang expressed his desire to take Daju back. However, the goose was currently in Miss Bai's hands, and she appeared intent on keeping it, complicating matters. Meanwhile, Bailuoluo, still chatting with Daju, remained oblivious to the Yang family's arrival. After listening to Daju recount its journey to her, Bailuoluo felt a twinge of guilt for a fleeting moment. She realized her oversight, having been too preoccupied to remember Daju was waiting for her. They were, after all, on mortal ground and needed to adhere to earthly rules. Bailuoluo began to concoct a tale. Despite Daju's Navet sensing something amiss, it ultimately trusted Bailuoluo's words, believing that the ancestor of their goose clan could not deceive her descendant. Observing Daju's innocent expression, Bailuoluo felt a pang of conscience, but she quickly dismissed it. She, the Bai Goose Fairy, had no place for such feelings. To fend off Wang the butler's request for the goose, Bailuoluo promptly informed Yang Su via WeChat that Daju now belonged to her and that she would care for it. Dr. Chun, we can proceed. Having decided to formally raise Daju, Bailuoluo placed an online order for an array of pet supplies, opting for the most expensive items since it was all funded by the Bai family's money, and thus she felt no remorse in spending. Upon hearing that Bailuoluo intended to keep a goose, Su Wanning instinctively prepared to oppose her. Their family had not had a pet for years due to Bai Mengmeng's allergy to animal fur. Now, Bailuoluo wished to introduce a pet into their home. What could be more problematic? Luoluo, you should reconsider your desire to keep a goose. Our family has not had any furry pets for many years. If you truly wish to have a pet, perhaps consider fish or turtles instead, Su Wanning suggested. pulling Bailuoluo onto the living room sofa, hoping to persuade her against keeping Daju. Bailuoluo firmly asserted that she would not abandon Daju. After all, Daju was a younger member of their goose clan, one of the few with awakened intelligence. It had gone to great lengths to seek her out. How could she turn away? But Meng Meng is allergic to fur. Having a goose would not be good for her, Su Wanning insisted. I am not allergic, Bailuoluo retorted. Besides, she is merely a guest in the Bai home, not a permanent resident. Why should she, a daily resident, accommodate someone who only visited occasionally? How could you say that? Meng Meng is not just a guest. She is my daughter, just like you, and a rightful member of this family, Su Wanning exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. You may treat her as a daughter, but her presence cannot influence my life. If you insist on preventing me from keeping Daju, then she should not expect to step foot in our home again. I will ensure she is turned away each time she visits, Bailuoluo shot back, a smirk of satisfaction on her face. Her heart swelled with pride. She was indeed mastering the role of the wicked character. Su Wanning was left speechless, her usual grace faltering in the face of Bailuoluo's defiance. Observing this, Han Liang Xian, who had initially intended to remain neutral, reluctantly approached Su Wanning, feigning concern for her well-being. Such a troublesome child. How can she be so inconsiderate? Su Wanning lamented, finally able to vent her frustrations to Han Liang Xian. Mother, I heard everything from Butler Sunday. Why not let Luoluo keep the goose? We can simply ensure it stays in the backyard when Meng Meng visits. Our home is large enough. As long as it doesn't appear before Meng Meng, there shouldn't be any issues, Han Liang Xian suggested, trying to mediate between her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Eventually, Su Wanning calmed down, perhaps due to her anger. She skipped lunch altogether. At mealtime, only Han Liang Xian and Bailuoluo were present at the dining table. The others were either absent or lacked an appetite. If you need anything, please let me know. Don't hesitate, Han Liang Xian said cheerfully to Bailuoluo. Thank you, elder sister-in-law, Bailuoluo replied, deciding to be cordial given their shared role as antagonists. You may harbor reservations about Meng Meng's presence, but she has spent 20 years with our parents. Such bonds are not easily severed. I am indeed aware that they cannot let go of Bimngming, but what relevance does that hold for me? As long as they refrain from troubling me because of her, I am content. Bailuoluo deftly picked up a piece of chicken and began to savor it delightfully. HNLNGX did not engage her much on the topic of Bimngming. The ensuing conversation primarily revolved around the variety show Bailuoluo had previously filmed. Regardless of the White family's threats, Bailuoluo was resolute in her determination to raise Dzich, nearly provoking a physical confrontation with Bichnbi. Fortunately, he refrained from acting upon his anger. Had he done so, the White family would likely have been visiting a hospital. In any case, Dzh successfully remained with her. That night, while Bailuoluo was immersed in sweet slumber, a sudden urgent alarm from She-Of jolted her awake from her dream. What are you doing? Why are you waking me up at this hour? She exclaimed, nearly losing her composure from the disturbance. Stop sleeping. There's trouble. Hurry to LNTOGOB. Ying is in danger. What? Now? Bailuoluo tugged at her hair in agitation. Why couldn't Ying stay home at night? Why must he go out? No time for delays. You must go now. It will be too late otherwise. She-Of's voice grew more urgent. 5 minutes later, Bailuoluo appeared in her garage. The clock read 12:13 a.m., and the White family was largely asleep. Even those who were awake remained in their rooms, not wandering about at such an hour. The garage was expansive, housing several luxury vehicles worth millions. However, Bailuoluo lacked an appreciation for such opulence. Whether a car was worth 1 million or 10 million made no difference to her, as she could not discern their value. In her haste to rescue someone, she chose a vehicle at random and sped off. At LNTOGOB, an unremarkable young man in his 20s raised a glass to toast Ying. This man, Zhuk Ying, was Ying's university classmate. During his university years, Ying was quite the prominent figure, basking in the limelight. Though such attention was of little consequence to him, he remained unaffected by it. He had studied finance, a field that promised a prosperous future. Zhuk Ying, after graduation, embarked on a career as an actuary, witnessing his income multiply several times over the years. although he could not match Ying's success. An annual salary in the hundreds of thousands was well within his reach. Ying downed his glass of red wine, perhaps due to the quantity he had consumed. A slight flush adorned his otherwise perfect countenance. Zhuk, it seems the time has come. Perhaps we should disperse, as we have work tomorrow, suggested a stunning woman clad in designer attire, glancing at her exquisite watch worth several thousand. Chen Qian, do not be such a killjoy. We rarely gather like this. Why rush? We can always take leave tomorrow, chimed in a tipsy girl seated beside her, pouting. Oh, Ngo, you really ought to stop drinking. Look at how inebriated you are, Chun Chi-in replied with exasperation. A total of 23 individuals attended the reunion, all former classmates from university. Naturally, some could not attend due to being out of town or work commitments. Those present had all fared relatively well in life. Ying harbored little interest in such gatherings, but decided to attend for the sake of reconnecting with friends he had not seen since graduation. Classmates were one thing, but friends were another. Ying distinguished between the two with clarity. Among his classmates, only 3 could truly be regarded as friends. Chapter 55. Frenzy due to the necessity of some returning to work the following day. Even those who wished to linger had to part ways. However, before departing, they agreed to reconvene in the future. Prior to leaving, Ying made a trip to the restroom. Unexpectedly, upon his exit, he encountered a rather surprising individual. A somewhat timid voice called out. The owner of the voice wore a white dress and bore an exceedingly ordinary appearance. She had long, straight black hair, which was evident she took great care in maintaining. However, the only commendable aspect about her was her hair. Her features, while not unattractive, were far from beautiful. She could only be described as having a symmetrical face, with all her features correctly positioned, albeit with a larger mouth and nose and relatively smaller eyes. If one were to draw comparisons, she somewhat resembled the early internet celebrity Feng Jie, though not entirely. Her appearance, paired with a white dress, rendered her not only unappealing, but also somewhat out of place. Vengi, what brings her here? Ying thought, taken aback. Due to past events, classmates tended not to invite Wing to reunions, fearing it would disrupt the atmosphere. He never expected she would come on her own. I knew you wouldn't forget me, yes. Wing exclaimed, thrilled that Ying remembered her, but he instinctively stepped back, unwilling to let her approach. Wing gazed at him with a look of yearning, as if she would do anything for a mere glance from him. Vengi, I have turned you down numerous times. Why can't you let go? Move on with your life, and don't waste your feelings on me. He had uttered these words countless times during their school days, yet she never listened. I will never give up. I will show you that I love you the most in this world. I would even die for you. Can any other woman do that? They cannot. Wing grew increasingly fervent. So, that is why your voice sounds familiar. You're such a persistent nuisance. A mocking voice emerged from behind Ying. Upon hearing this, Ying felt a headache coming on, regretting his decision to attend the reunion. The newcomer, Sh Su, was a daughter of the Sh family and also one of Ying's university classmates. She had once pursued him, her obsession rivaling that of Wing. It's you, Sh Su. Ying retreated a step, as Wing's gaze shifted directly to Sh Su. You are truly shameless. Ying has turned you down countless times, yet you still cling to him. Your actions nearly tarnished our school's reputation. You should never show your face around him again. Sh Su regarded Wing with a haughty disdain. Sh Su, what right do you have to criticize me? You were not any better. The lengths you went to pursue Ying were hardly commendable. No matter how unseemly my actions were, they were still better than yours. You disguised yourself as a boy and infiltrated the boys' dormitory. Where's your dignity? And you're not any better. Deliberately arranging for your brother to drink with Ying, hoping to intoxicate him to fulfill your own desires. Thankfully, Ying was wise enough not to fall for your tricks. You are a pervert for stealing Ying's underwear. You privately warned all the girls who approached him, causing several to drop out. You are even more depraved. The two women exchanged accusations, their voices rising in a heated quarrel. At this point, Ying stood aside, feeling like an uninvolved spectator, attempting to intervene, but finding his voice drowned out by their escalating confrontation. As their tempers flared, they even resorted to physical altercations. You dare hit me? You're finished. You dare kick me? As the commotion grew louder, Ying felt compelled to intervene, yet the two, blinded by rage, proved too much for him to manage alone. Most of that group of old classmates had already driven away, and he could only call upon the bar's waitstaff. Just when Yang Su felt overwhelmed, Wang Mei suddenly pulled a vegetable knife from her bag. Clutching the knife, her eyes were filled with madness and hostility. Who do you intend to scare with that knife? Do you think I am easily frightened? Sheng Shui was startled by Wang Mei's demeanor, yet she stubbornly refused to show fear. She would not allow herself to appear weak before this woman. Put that knife away. Yang Su frowned, bewildered at the sudden escalation. Su, today you must choose between the two of us. Whoever you select shall live, while the one you do not choose will perish. Wang Mei's voice carried a hint of sickness, her behavior increasingly abnormal. Have you lost your mind? Sheng Shui gazed at Wang Mei in disbelief. Even the often reckless Sheng Shui could not fathom such madness. She loved Yang Su, certainly, but not to the extent of risking her life. I merely wish to prove to Su that I am the one who loves him most. I love him enough to die for him. Can you say the same? Wang Mei sneered, seemingly convinced that Sheng Shui could not match her resolve. Who says I can't? Sheng Shui retorted defiantly. Su, make your choice, let her despair. After all, even if Su closes his eyes to decide, he could never choose that ugly woman, Wang Mei. Sheng Shui had confidence in her own looks. Have you two finished your antics? I do not wish to choose either of you, Yang Su said with a stern expression. He thought his words would bring some calm. But to his astonishment, Wang Mei became even more deranged. If you choose no one, then you shall watch us both die before your eyes. With that, she plunged the knife into Sheng Shui's abdomen. Sheng Shui, shocked, furious, and despairing, collapsed in a pool of blood. How could she dare? How could she turn on her? As Sheng Shui fell, the blood splattered onto Yang Su's face. The warm blood dripped onto his incredulous countenance. I will prove to you that I am the one who loves you the most. She raised the knife, intent on turning it upon herself. Yang Su rushed forward to stop her. Stop. Are you mad? Yang Su was quite strong. He had trained, which allowed him to withstand the assaults of numerous individuals in Xion village without being captured. He believed he could prevent Wang Mei from harming herself. But he was taken aback by her extraordinary strength. In a test of strength, he found himself losing, no matter how hard he tried. He could not wrest the knife from her grasp. Such strength was simply unfathomable. As the struggle continued, Wang Mei's knife unexpectedly lunged toward Yang Su's chest. The change occurred too swiftly for Yang Su to react. Thud! With a scream and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, Wang Mei fell heavily, her knife flying from her hand. Just in time, a crisp voice rang out, sounding quite familiar. How did you end up here? Yang Su asked, astonished. That's not important. You should call the police and an ambulance immediately. Bailuoluo directed her gaze at the two on the ground. One was gravely injured and bleeding profusely, while the other had been kicked several meters away and had yet to rise, possibly with broken ribs. If they were not taken to the hospital soon, one of them would surely die. The bar staff only noticed the disturbance shortly after Bailuoluo's arrival. A wave of screams erupted, alarming both patrons and employees alike. Some watched the spectacle, while others called the authorities and Yang Su and Bailuoluo. As the central figures of the incident were escorted by the police for questioning. By the time they finished giving their statements, it was already 4 a.m. On their way back, they rode in Yang Su's car, leaving his manager, Qiao Sun, to deal with the chaos caused by Sheng Shui and Wang Mei. It was pitiful to be dragged out of bed at such an hour. Inside Yang Su's luxury vehicle, an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of the car gliding along the road. Neither spoke first. Yang Su did not inquire, and Bailuoluo was disinclined to volunteer information. Thank you for saving me. For the 3rd time, he was astonished that the same person had rescued him thrice. Yang Su shook his head and chuckled softly, pondering how remarkably unfortunate he had been lately, nearly losing his life 3 times, each time saved by the same individual. No need for thanks. It was merely a coincidence. I'm a kind-hearted person, and I would save anyone in danger. Well, lie. She cared little for the lives of mortals. Mortals' fates were left to the underworld, and as a minor celestial being, she could not usurp their responsibilities. But why were you at the Blue Jazz Bar? Yang Su eventually asked this question. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I might go to the bar for a drink. Is that a crime? Yang Su thought she seemed quite gullible. Before he could ask more, he was interrupted by the sound of her snoring. Yang Su realized she had feigned sleep so convincingly that she had actually dozed off. He sighed, knowing that no one could rouse a person pretending to be asleep. It was futile to probe further into her secrets. He sensed she bore him no malice. If she chose not to share, he would not pry. Thus, the rest of the journey passed in silence. Bailuoluo had not anticipated that her act of pretending to sleep would lead to genuine slumber. It wasn't until they reached her doorstep that Yang Su called her awake. Upon returning home, Bailuoluo collapsed in a bed, only to be awoken at 7 in the morning by a servant inquiring about the whereabouts of a certain vehicle in the garage. Luoluo, a friend of mine has recently begun filming a project and is in need of a 5th female lead. I've already arranged for you to join. The servant informed her. Once you're on set, be sure to perform well and take your role seriously. Perhaps Bailuoluo had become too complacent at home, and heaven could no longer tolerate it. Wei Tian promptly packaged her off to a project titled The President's Confused Sweetheart. This was a low-budget web series featuring a male lead who is the illegitimate son of a coal tycoon, while the female lead is the sister-in-law of a wealthy man. The second female lead is the mistress of an investor, and the second male lead is a kept man of a rich woman. The third female lead is the female lead's best friend, and the third male lead is the male lead's buddy. The fourth female lead is... Bailuoluo scoffed. If this series becomes a hit, I'll eat my hat. With such a cast, it was a production that hardly required acting. It was already a grand spectacle. The storyline revolves around a female protagonist who is a recent graduate, tasked with caring for her ailing grandmother. To afford her grandmother's medical expenses, she juggles 3 jobs. Despite being so impoverished that she cannot scrape together a few thousand for medical bills, she resides in a lavishly furnished, spacious seaside apartment in the city center, replete with designer clothing and accessories. The watch she wears alone costs several thousand. Are we to believe this protagonist is unable to afford her grandmother's medical bills? Perhaps she has long harbored resentment towards her grandmother, waiting for her demise to claim an inheritance. As for the male lead, he is a wealthy heir. In school, he was an academic star. Upon entering the business world, he increased his company's value by 50% in just 1 year. He was even crowned the most handsome man globally, a veritable dream for 900 million young girls. Although the character is absurd, it is not entirely unacceptable. However, this domineering character often speaks in such close proximity to others, referring to women as women. Does the female lead not have a name? Alas, there's so much to critique about this script that Bailuoluo felt too lazy to even begin. Even the identities of Wang Mei and Sheng Shui were unearthed. Thankfully, netizens remained relatively rational. Aside from a few trolls, no one attacked Yang Su, mostly expressing sympathy for him having encountered such madness at a class reunion. I was there. The blood was everywhere. It was truly terrifying. Those 2 women are utterly deranged. My second brother is truly suffering. I know that Wang Mei. Back when my brother was still in university, he was relentlessly pursued by this woman. A few years ago, in her desperate attempt to get closer to him, Wang Mei disguised herself as a man and infiltrated the male dormitory, which caused quite a stir and ultimately led to her expulsion from school. As for Sheng Shui, she is no better. Several female classmates have had to either suspend or drop out because they could no longer endure her bullying. Yes, I have heard of this. She is the young lady of the Sheng family, and whenever she creates trouble, her family spends money to smooth things over. I am a victim of Sheng Shui myself. Back in school, I merely wrote a love letter to my brother, and this woman came after me like a rabid dog, forcing me to take a year off. As a fellow victim, my plight is even worse. I was targeted by Sheng Shui for confessing my feelings to my brother, and my parents lost their jobs because of her, leaving me no choice but to temporarily withdraw from school to avoid that lunatic. In those days, both Sheng Shui and Wang Mei were notorious for their madness, each one more unhinged than the other. Chapter 57. This is the Xie Tian dog. Wang Mei likely hasn't harmed anyone else. She only fixates on my brother. She once sneaked into the male dormitory to steal underwear, but instead of taking Yang Su's, she mistakenly took mine. The thought that she might use my underwear for some bizarre purpose revolted me so much that I couldn't eat for several days. After seeing Wang Mei's picture, my friend, you truly are unfortunate. Indeed, it is quite tragic, yet I find myself wanting to laugh. Ha ha! The entire internet sympathizes with Yang Su for being entangled with 2 insane women, but many are grateful for Bailuoluo, this courageous and kind-hearted individual. That sister who saved my brother is incredibly striking. Her kick seemed to strike right at my heart. What a pity that the bar S surveillance didn't capture her face clearly. Judging by her figure, she must be a beauty. Even if she isn't, what does it matter? Her spirit is the most beautiful. Yes, true beauty lies in the heart. However, does anyone know the identity of this sister? Is there anyone present who can reveal who she is? She is so impressive. I want to be her fan. As expected, some began to dig into Bailuoluo's identity. Bailuoluo merely glanced at her phone and nonchalantly tossed it aside. She was surprised that the surveillance did not capture her face, especially since both Wang, Mei, and Sheng Shui were clearly visible. Could someone have edited the footage to obscure her features? You guessed it right. It was Yang Su who arranged for that. Bailuoluo was not at all surprised, aside from Yang Su. She couldn't think of anyone else who would do such a thing. He is looking out for your best interests. If your identity were to be exposed, it might bring you more harm than good, entangling you in a whirlpool of public opinion. Bailuoluo simply nodded noncommittally. Yang Su's actions were indeed to her liking. At this moment, she wished to avoid drawing too much attention. A little peace and quiet would be most welcome. Luoluo, it's your turn. Hurry and get ready. Someone called out to Bailuoluo. She had already changed into her costume and was just waiting to film her scenes. As the fifth female lead, her role was not extensive. In the drama, she portrayed a sycophant to the wealthy girl Lu Qianqian, the second female lead. This character committed numerous misdeeds for the second female lead and ultimately met a grim fate, serving as a warning to others, a mere cannon fodder. Today's shoot involved the first confrontation between the female lead and the second female lead, where the latter, upon hearing that the male lead was getting close to the female lead, brought her sycophant along to cause trouble. As a wealthy young lady, Lu Qianqian could not possibly have only one sycophant. Two other girls were also cast in the role of sycophants, but their appearances were limited. They merely showed up at the beginning before the female lead ended up only with Bailuoluo's character by her side. As the director shouted for everyone to get into character, Lu Qianqian, flanked by her sycophants, surrounded the female lead, shun mingling with malicious intent. So you are shun mingling? Not much to look at, Lu Qianqian sneered. What do you want? Shun mingling asked, panic evident in her eyes as she faced the encroaching circle. I heard you've been getting close to Pei Xiao. Don't you know he is her Qianqian's fiancé? One of the sycophants, Zhou Ting, interjected arrogantly, hands on her hips. How dare a poor student like you, who relies on school subsidies to attend, think you can approach Pei Xiao? Dreaming of turning a sparrow into a phoenix. Do you even know what you are? The other two sycophants chimed in, showering the female lead with contempt and humiliation. Lu Qianqian merely observed coldly, waiting for her lackeys to finish before leisurely adding, keep your distance from Ahan. He is my fiancé, not someone any loose woman can approach. Her eyes held nothing but disdain as she gazed at Shun mingling. Bailuoluo thought that the actress playing Lu Qianqian was overacting. Her head was tilted so far back that it seemed she could hardly see the female lead's face. I am not. I have never approached Pei Han. It was he who bullied me. Don't think your wealth makes you superior. What else can you rich people do besides bully others? Shun mingling retorted stubbornly, her expression both defiant and fragile. What a brave little heroine she is, Bailuoluo mused. What are you doing? A tall, handsome figure rushed in like a gust of wind, pushing Lu Qianqian aside to shield Shun mingling behind him. Cut. The leading roles, both male and female, had their assistants rush forward with tea and massages. Bailuoluo, as the fifth female lead, could only sit alone in the corner, completely ignored. She gazed up at the sky from a 45-degree angle, sighing, wondering when she might also have an assistant to pamper her with massages. After filming a couple more scenes, Bailuoluo completed her portion for the day and, feeling disinterested in lingering on set, planned to explore the nearby snack street. Just as she was about to indulge in a culinary journey from one end of the street to the other, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she was surprised to find it was Li Qing. Bailuoluo raised an eyebrow, curious about what this person wanted. Hello, what do you need? She asked, somewhat irritable. I need to see you. Come over right now. Li Qing's voice was grave, suggesting he had something important to discuss. Busu. She had a hunch that he was up to no good. An hour later, a reluctant Bailuoluo found herself standing at the entrance of the Tiangong bookstore. Guomin, what are you standing there for? Li Qing waved her in with a sycophantic smile on his face. This grin was suspiciously wide, indicating he was up to something. Bailuoluo entered the shop, her eyes filled with caution. What do you want? Spit it out. I called you here because I need your help with something, Li Qing said, his smile fading as he adopted a more serious demeanor. You're asking me for help again? I've already agreed to protect Yang Su. Don't think I'll take on any more of your mess. Did he really think she was some kind of pack mule, left to carry all the burdens? He must be out of his mind. This is a white Chinese rural dog. Although it's not a rare breed, it appears quite healthy. Upon seeing the dog, Bailuoluo immediately contemplated its significance. A regular puppy wouldn't garner such concern from a Qing. It is a Xietian dog, Li Qing stated gravely. Xietian dog? Bailuoluo exclaimed in shock. Chapter 58. Returning home with a howling celestial dog, why is Master Xiaotian here? Bailuoluo gazed at the seemingly frail little dog, her expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. She recalled the howling celestial dog's days in the heavenly realm, where it followed Erlang Shun everywhere, enjoying the finest of luxuries, with 2 celestial maidens dedicated to preparing its meals and grooming it. Such a life was perhaps even more carefree than that of its master, Erlang Shun. Being the beloved pet of Erlang Shun, it was revered by all who encountered it. Even the highest-ranking celestial beings dared not harm it, solely due to its esteemed master. To her astonishment, the howling celestial dog had forsaken its comfortable existence and descended to the mortal realm, reincarnating as an ordinary Chinese rural dog. What could be the reason? Was it yearning for a reunion with its master in the mortal world? It is to protect Jinju and Erlang, Li Qing explained. Protect Erlang Shun? Bailuoluo regarded the diminutive creature with skepticism. How could such a tiny being possibly safeguard Erlang Shun? Li Qing nuda afirmatively. Indeed, do not underestimate Master Xiaotian's current appearance. Once it reaches maturity, its abilities will ascend to the pinnacle among earthly canines. Understanding dawned upon Bailuoluo. It was as if the howling celestial dog had been granted an advantage. It is not merely a matter of keeping it as a pet. Master Xiaotian hopes you can find a way for Yang Su to keep it by his side. You think too highly of me. Why would Yang Su listen to me? Bailuoluo scoffed. Just ensure that Master Xiaotian is brought to Yang Su. After many years by Erlang Shun's side, even though Zhenjuan has reincarnated, their bond remains unbroken. Once Yang Su sees Master Xiaotian, he will undoubtedly agree to take it in, Li Qing asserted with confidence. Rest assured, Master Xiaotian has promised that if you assist at this once, it will not neglect you in return, Li Qing added mysteriously. Bailuoluo knew it would be impossible to expect her to work for nothing. She was certain that Master Xiaotian would not agree to that. Fortunately, Master Xiaotian was both affluent and generous, and if Bailuoluo was willing to assist, she would receive her due rewards. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. If there were benefits involved, it might not be such a bad idea after all. Fortunately, Li Qing did not insist on her taking the howling celestial dog immediately. He merely urged her to resolve the matter quickly so as not to disappoint it. What do you want from me? I've told you I have no interest in Lu Qianqian. Why can't you believe me? Pei Han, can you just let me be? We come from 2 different worlds. It is impossible between us. In the heavy rain, the male and female leads stood on the rooftop of the school, facing each other with a distance of about 5 meters separating them. Their expressions mirrored the agony of someone constipated for a month. This was the final scene of their campus days. After this, time would fast forward 5 years, when they would reunite, one a high-flying CEO, the other a lowly worker juggling 3 jobs. Bailuoluo crouched in a corner, munching on some fried skewers while admiring the explosive performances of the leads. Once she finished her skewers, the filming of the post-graduation storyline commenced. Years prior, due to a misunderstanding, the 2 leads had lost contact for 5 years. Each harbored the other's presence in their hearts, yet neither dared to voice it. This scene depicted their reunion after graduation. Upon spotting the male lead, the female lead discarded her takeout and sprinted down the street, while the male lead called out her name and chased after her, only to inevitably lose her. Stop, woman! Woman! Cut! The director called out, his face darkened. Director, why did you call cut? I was performing splendidly, fully immersed in the role. Your interruption shattered my focus. The male lead complained. Du Xiao, in this scene, you should call her by her name while chasing after her, not woman, the director replied helplessly. Hearing this, Du Ziliang fell silent for a moment, then acknowledged it and requested a 10-minute break to regain his focus. What's wrong, Liangge? The male supporting character quickly approached upon seeing Du Ziliang wave at him. What is the female lead's name? Du Ziliang asked quietly. Just then, Bailuoluo passed by and chimed in. Isn't her name Yulame? The supporting character confirmed the name of the female lead. I'm not asking who the female lead is. I'm asking what her character's name is. Du Ziliang glared at him impatiently. I think it is Shin Mingling. The supporting character replied uncertainly. Is that so? Are you sure? Du Ziliang eyed him skeptically. Liang Gu, in the previous scenes, you only referred to her as woman. You haven't called her by name much, so I cannot be certain, the supporting character said cautiously, aware of the potential repercussions of being wrong. Go fetch the script. You lack basic awareness. Du Ziliang kicked him, sending him off to retrieve the script. Damn it, what is that woman's name? Why can't I remember? He muttered irritably as he walked ahead. Bailuoluo couldn't believe that the male lead still did not know the female lead's name, only recalling her as woman. This trash production team, I will never return again. She needed to inform Wei Tian not to accept any more rubbish productions that would leave her nauseated and eating half a bowl less each day. The Bai residence remained cold and desolate. During the day, apart from the servants, the owners were absent. The howling celestial dog would not stay here for long, so she refrained from ordering pet supplies online, planning to make do with Deju's belongings for the time being. The howling celestial dog was still too small, and its previous memories had not fully awakened. Due to its frail body, its consciousness often remained in slumber. To ensure the howling celestial dog could be smoothly delivered to Yangsu, she decided to take it along when she recorded a variety show the next day. Deju would accompany them. Having brought the howling celestial dog, it would be unreasonable not to bring Deju along as well. She was also concerned that Bai family's brothers might do something to Deju in her absence. Chapter 59. Participating in variety shows again the following day. At 8 in the morning, Bailuoluo appeared punctually in the airport waiting area. Luoluo is here. Jiang Ruan waved excitedly upon seeing her. You all are so early. Bailuoluo smiled gently. Are you really planning to bring them along? Shinzhou looked at the little creature in Bailuoluo's arms and the one trailing behind her. You actually brought pets, and 2 at that. Yang Li exclaimed. Yes, I was worried that no one would take care of them in my absence, Bailuoluo replied calmly. This goose seems so familiar to me. Isn't it Deju? Yang Li shouted in astonishment. It indeed is Deju. Guanshan observed closely. How did Deju end up with you? Shenboa inquired, puzzled. Weren't all those geese adopted by second brother? How could it be with you? Han Zhao expressed her surprise. Since I felt a connection with Deju, I asked second brother, and he agreed to let me keep it. So I brought Deju home, Bailuoluo explained. That is great. Deju is our life-saving goose. Knowing it has a good home puts us at ease. Guanshan nodded affirmatively. By the way, has second brother arrived yet? Bailuoluo scanned the area, not spotting Yangsu. Not yet, but he should be here soon. Guanshan replied. As they spoke, Yangsu arrived, effortlessly pulling his suitcase into the waiting area. Inside the waiting area, upon seeing him, Guanshan and the others greeted him enthusiastically. After all the greetings were exchanged, Bailuoluo proudly lifted the little puppy in her arms for Yangsu to see. The moment I saw this dog, I felt it was a perfect match for you, second brother. I have even named it. It shall be called Xiao Tian, a name that suits you perfectly, Bailuoluo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Since the little puppy, the Xiao Tian, laid eyes on Yangsu, it has been brimming with excitement, wagging its tail and panting with joy. Yangsu gazed at the playful puppy before him, initially intending to decline. However, the puppy's adoring eyes stirred an unexpected sense of familiarity within him, as if they had known each other for an eternity. Throughout his life, he had never owned a pet. Although he had a fondness for dogs, the thought of raising one had never crossed his mind. Yet, this particular puppy was different. The moment their gazes met, he felt an innate desire to care for it, as if it were destined to be his companion. This sensation was indeed remarkable. With this thought in mind, he followed his heart and accepted the little puppy from Bailuoluo's hands. I truly cherish this gift. I shall take good care of it henceforth. Upon receiving Xiao Tian, he released the hand that had been holding the suitcase and gently petted the puppy. Xiao Tian nestled comfortably in Yangsu's embrace, its adorably submissive demeanor making it utterly irresistible. The puppy paid no heed to Bailuoluo, its temporary caretaker, as if she were invisible. Fortunately, Bailuoluo was indifferent, understanding that the Xiao Tian had always possessed such a disposition in the celestial realm. Apart from Erlang Shun, no one else captured its attention. So you like dogs? Jiang Ruan edged closer, having not observed the puppy closely before. Now, upon inspection, she realized it was merely a mutt. Bailuoluo actually gifted Yang Su a mongrel. If she intended to give a gift, it would have been better to choose a more prestigious breed. Is it named Xiao Tian? That name suits you perfectly, urge. Hanshu Xiu remarqued, cupping her face and feigning cuteness. Yang Su's gaze toward Xiao Tian was filled with tenderness. The puppy truly resonated with him. It was unclear what made it so appealing, but he found himself enchanted at first sight. Ahem, may I have your attention, everyone? First, I would like to welcome you all. Director G cleared his throat and addressed the gathered crowd. Silence fell as everyone turned towards him, eager to listen. From the moment they entered the waiting room, their every action had been under the scrutiny of viewers online. Director G proceeded to announce significant news. What? We're live streaming right now. Jiang Ruan exclaimed in a flurry, hastily adjusting her hairstyle. Why didn't you say so earlier, Director? Is my outfit in disarray? Han Zhaozhao quickly checked her attire. If I had known we were live streaming, I would have dressed more elegantly, Chen Baoruo lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Director G. Clad in casual sportswear with her hair tied in a high ponytail and a natural makeup look, she claimed she looked unremarkable, though this was far from the truth. Her appearance had been crafted by a professional team, making it anything but unattractive. Did I say something wrong just now? Guanshan ruffled his hair, appearing somewhat anxious. Ahem, Director, you could have informed us about the live stream earlier. I was completely unprepared, Shenzhou complained. Oh no, I wonder how I came across just now. Had I known we were live, I would have behaved better, Yangli expressed his regret. Bailuoluo remained silent, having merely presented a puppy. If this were to be criticized, so be it. She was unconcerned. Yang Su, too, was indifferent, fully engrossed in petting the puppy. In the live stream, comments poured in. Has anyone been following the situation in Xiuan Village? I heard most of the villagers were arrested, and the trial is set for next week. I hope those scoundrels receive the death penalty. They have caused so many deaths. If they only serve a few years and are released, it would be utterly disheartening. I hope for a severe sentence. Look, someone actually brought a pet to record a variety show. What were they thinking? Who is that woman? I don't recognize her. I think her name is Bailuoluo. She's a complete newcomer. Yes, I saw her during the last recording in Xiuan Village. Urge is here. Welcome, Urge. This Bailuoluo is quite scheming. She brought a dog to curry favor with Urge. Urge, don't accept her dog. If you want to raise one, raise me instead. I promise I could be even more loyal. Bailuoluo is so clever, even naming the dog Xiao Tian to please Urge. Urge wouldn't fall for such flattery. Wow. Urge accepted it. Wow. The reactions in the live broadcast were filled with astonishment. Yet Bailuoluo remained oblivious. After everyone gathered, they proceeded to board the plane. Over an hour later, the aircraft landed at a certain airport in the city. Chapter 60. Room allocation. The vehicles appear to be worth several $100,000. Sponsored by their benefactors. Each car could accommodate 2 guests, perfectly aligning with their group of 8, allowing them to pair off freely. Unsurprisingly, Bailuoluo and Han Zhaozhao were left till last. Jiang Ruan and Shenzhou shared one vehicle, while Yang Su and Yang Li took another. Guanshan and Chen Burhua formed a pair, leaving Bailuoluo and Han Zhaozhao in the final car. The 4 vehicles, all of the same model, were quite eye-catching as they cruised down the main road. After approximately an hour's drive, they finally arrived at a picturesque village. Fortunately, this village was not situated in the mountains. They could simply ride to the village entrance. Welcome to Shanglong Village, a historic village established over 400 years ago. Many notable figures have emerged from here, the director announced, listing 3 names, all of whom could be found in historical records. Shanglong Village not only boasts stunning scenery, but also possesses a rich cultural heritage, which everyone would have ample opportunity to experience over the next 7 days. The crowd murmured, feeling that the director had not adequately prepared his speech. As soon as the director finished speaking, a staff member approached with a plastic storage box. Next, we will proceed to the room allocation process. Please direct your attention this way. With a gesture from Director G, another staff member approached holding a board. This board displayed several photographs representing the rooms they would be staying in. Some rooms were exquisitely furnished with large balconies, while others appeared dilapidated and uninhabitable. Some even adjacent to pig pens, while others boasted gardens filled with flowers. Aside from these uniquely featured rooms, the remaining 4 were quite ordinary, lacking any distinguishing traits, yet also devoid of anything to criticize. There will be no games or draws. You will find your rooms yourselves. Wherever you go is where you will stay for the next 7 days, the director stated. No assistance will be provided. It's entirely up to you. A look of amusement crossed Director G's face. This village appears quite extensive. How are we supposed to locate our rooms? The crowd groaned. So can we set off now? Yang Li inquired. Yes, you may depart now, the director confirmed. Without hesitation, Yang Li snatched a photograph from the board and sprinted into the village, his movements remarkably swift. With Yang Su leading the way, the others quickly grabbed their own photographs and followed suit. Bailuoluo was the second fastest after Yang Li, seizing the picture of the room with the flower garden and dashing outside. The last to leave were Han Zhaozhao and Jiang Ruan, regardless of their willingness. All the appealing room photographs had been snatched up, leaving them with no choice but to set out empty-handed. Bailuoluo wandered through Shanglong village with Dezhu, which was quite vast, home to at least several thousand residents. The houses, having stood for generations, numbered beyond counting. To locate their new dwelling among the multitude of houses, they would either need luck or to inquire with the locals. Bailuoluo approached an elderly woman to inquire about directions, yet the woman merely gestured towards a vague path, refusing to divulge any further information. Armed with this general direction, Bailuoluo began to jog along the route indicated by the old lady. Dezhu, following closely behind, needed no prompting from Bailuoluo. His swift, webbed feet ensured he would not get lost. After a while of running, she sought guidance from several passers-by. Although they provided her with directions, she found herself wandering aimlessly, unable to locate her destination. How peculiar. Surely she couldn't be the one who was lost? Was it possible that these villagers had been instructed by Ji Dao to mislead her? Bailuoluo's suspicion was indeed correct. However, not all directions given were erroneous. There existed both truth and falsehood among them, leaving her to discern which paths were genuine. Leave it to me, old ancestor, Dezhu exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Aware this was his inaugural task after joining Bailuoluo, and he was determined not to fail. After his commitment, he dashed off. Since the 8 individuals had split up to undertake their respective missions, each of their actions was broadcasted via separate live streams. Bailuoluo's stream had the fewest viewers, numbering only in the thousands, a stark contrast to the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in the streams of her peers. The most exaggerated case was Yang Su's stream, which boasted over 700,000 viewers, making him the undisputed popularity king among the group. In Bailuoluo's live stream, comments flowed in, questioning her methods. What is she doing? Does she really expect a goose to help her find her way? Is she attempting to establish a persona that has never existed in the entertainment industry? Certainly, she seeks to create a buzz. She appears rather cunning. She even gifted a dog to second brother to curry favor. I can't fathom how she managed to part with such a common creature to please second brother. She couldn't even bear to give a more valuable dog. I've never seen someone so stingy. I am keen to see what she intends to do. The commentary in the live stream was predominantly negative, with most participants being fans of Yang Su. Bailuoluo's prior gesture of gifting a dog to Yang Su had led some extreme fans to label her as manipulative, and they lingered in her stream, waiting for an opportunity to criticize her. Unbeknownst to Bailuoluo, she was oblivious to the live stream's atmosphere and the animosity stemming from her earlier actions. After Dezhu was dispatched, he diligently sought out the village's goose for directions, while Bailuoluo found a spot to rest. Chapter 61. Dezhu's assistance. She sat there, seemingly disinterested, as if she had resigned herself to the fact that she could not find a place to stay. Just then, Han Zhaozhao happened to pass by. Luoluo, what are you doing sitting here? Have you found a place to stay? She inquired. Not yet. I haven't found anything after searching around, Bailuoluo replied, shaking her head. Han Zhaozhao's gaze flickered at the photo Bailuoluo had set aside. Deliberately, she sat beside Bailuoluo to converse, but Bailuoluo was unenthused, responding with mere perfunctory remarks. After exchanging a few words, Han Zhaozhao hurried away. Once she was gone, Bailuoluo abruptly realized that the photo she had carelessly set aside was missing. Had Han Zhaozhao taken it? She glanced at the cameraman, who stifled a laugh and nodded. You really should be more vigilant. You only noticed once she left. Oh well, if she took it, so be it. That photo is inconsequential to me. Having faced numerous setbacks in her search for a place, she couldn't believe Han Zhaozhao's fortune would surpass her own. How cunning of Han Zhaozhao to steal the photo. Don't be so harsh. They are in a competitive relationship, and it was Bailuoluo's own foolishness for lacking vigilance. This is a game. If Zhaozhao managed to get the photo, it only shows her cleverness. Bailuoluo is simply lacking. In Han Zhaozhao's live stream, someone remarked on her cunning, only to be swiftly reprimanded by her fans. This stream was well guarded by her supporters. Any unfavorable comments against her quickly sank to the bottom. In contrast, Bailuoluo's stream featured a variety of opinions, from those calling her foolish to others praising Han Zhaozhao's cleverness, with some urging Bailuoluo to be more cautious. The comments were diverse, as there was no fan control to dictate the narrative. How long do you think she will remain seated there? Who knows? If she doesn't get up soon, I might switch to another stream. Gaga, old ancestor, this is Dubai, the goose from the village chief's family. It knows everything about the village and can guide us. Da jouissité informed, Bailuoluo. Wonderful. Dubai, I entrust everything to you. I need you to take me to the house with many flowers in the yard. It looks like this. Lacking the photo, Bailuoluo could only rely on her words to describe the house's appearance and the room's decor to Dubai. Fortunately, although Dubai's intelligence did not quite match Dejou's, communication was not a problem. After listening to Bailuoluo's description, Dubai seemed to grasp which house she was seeking. Thus, Dubai led the way, with Bailuoluo and Dejou following closely behind, and the cameraman trailing at the end. The village was vast with numerous houses, yet Dubai, having grown up in the village, was well acquainted with its paths. Thankfully, they soon approached the house that no one else had found. Bailuoluo immediately affixed her nameplate to the wall by the entrance, signifying that she had claimed the residence. This nameplate, provided by the director, served as a declaration that the house was now hers. Anyone seeing the nameplate would understand that the house was occupied, sparing them the trouble of inquiring if it was available. With her nameplate in place, Bailuoluo entered the house with Dejou. The residence was indeed as beautiful as depicted in the photo, with a yard adorned with numerous flowers and fruit trees, devoid of any other animals. Inside, the house was impeccably clean, leaving no room for criticism. Overall, Bailuoluo was quite satisfied with her temporary abode. After leading them, Dubai was sent on its way by Dejou. Without Bailuoluo exerting her aura, the ordinary geese could never perceive her true identity. Dubai's willingness to assist was not out of loyalty to Bailuoluo, but rather a bond with Dejou, who was akin to it. As she unpacked her snacks from a box, Bailuoluo sat in the yard, enjoying a leisurely snack in the shade. This rural variety show, as long as the director did not intervene too much, felt akin to a vacation. Meanwhile, the others were also finding their accommodations one by one. Although Han Zhaozhao had secured the photo, her luck was unfortunate as she spent too much time searching and became the only guest without a place to stay. The worst house she found was not only dilapidated, but had a ceiling so low that one could see the sky. Should it rain, the interior would surely suffer the same fate as the exterior. A dwelling like that would make even a homeless person shake their head in dismay. Whether Han Zhaozhao liked it or not, this subpar house was now hers. Please report to room 3 for lunch by 12:30 p.m. Latecomers will not be entertained. Room 3? She wondered who was residing there. Stowing away her task card, Bailuoluo set off towards room 3 with Dejou. The walls around them were marked with signs, seemingly concerned that they might not find their way. Upon reaching the door to room 3, Guanshan, the host, had already stepped out to greet them. Bailuoluo and the others encountered each other at the entrance. Brother Guan, you live in room 3. Yangli exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is all a matter of fortune. I initially had my sights set on room 3, but after searching extensively, I could not find my desired accommodation. Passing by room 3, I decided to take up residence there. Guanshan remarked with an expression that implied everything was merely luck. Han Zhaozhao, residing in a shabby little house, suspected he was engaging in a bit of showmanship. I originally favored room 3, but after a thorough search, I ended up in room 2, lamented Yangli. Room 2 is quite pleasant, tastefully decorated, though the courtyard is home to several noisy chickens and ducks. You are all exceptionally fortunate, unlike me, who can only dwell in a dilapidated abode, Han Zhao expressed with a hint of grievance. Zhao, your luck is truly dismal, Jiang Ruan teased, covering her mouth. I distinctly remember you sprinting ahead of both me and Ruan. Yet you were the last to find a place, Chun Bauer remarked, puzzled. She even stealthily took a photo of my room, yet ended up being the last. Bailuoluo interjected with a mischievous grin. Her smug expression made Han Zhaozhao's hands itch. Chapter 62, A New Task. Seeing this, Han Zhaozhao huffed and fell silent. She had thought that by taking the photo, she would find her place before Bailuoluo. However, with the photo in hand, she inquired about directions, only to find nothing and waste a considerable amount of time, ultimately finishing last. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would never have taken that photo. Reflecting on it later, she realized something was amiss. The villagers had likely been briefed by Director G beforehand. When she asked for directions, those villagers probably just pointed her in random directions at G's behest. How frustrating. Had she known asking for directions was unreliable, she wouldn't have exerted herself so. The more she thought about it, the more vexed she became. Today marked the first day for everyone in Shanglong village, and lunch would consist of local delicacies, meticulously prepared by the village's most skilled aunties. Everyone was famished, so let us begin serving the dishes, Director G announced. As soon as his words fell, the villagers emerged from behind the houses, carrying plates of delicious food. Soon, the table was laden with a plethora of dishes, each generously portioned, ensuring no one would leave hungry. So many dishes. This is far too much. How can we possibly finish it all? Jiang Ruan gazed at the abundant spread, somewhat overwhelmed. The portions are indeed substantial. Director G, your generosity is remarkable today. Yang Li felt that Director G would not be so kind without ulterior motives. Director G, tell us honestly, have you secretly laced these dishes with something? Shinzhou joked. This meal is solely prepared by the locals for you today. In the coming days, whether you can eat will depend on your own efforts. Bailuoluo and the others expressed their gratitude to the villagers, most of whom were middle-aged or elderly, along with a few children. Those who could earn money at home would certainly not refuse. Upon receiving their thanks, the villagers simply smiled warmly, urging them to eat more and not to be polite. The villagers had prepared a grand feast, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat in abundance. Bailuoluo relished the diverse offerings. Chen Bauer and Jiang Ruan consumed only a few vegetable dishes, barely touching the meat, and hardly partook of the staple food. Han Zhaozhao ate a bit more, but stopped after half a bowl of rice. Among the girls, only Bailuoluo exhibited impressive stamina, competing fiercely with several boys for food. Surprisingly, all the dishes that initially seemed insurmountable were entirely consumed. After such a hearty meal, even the boys with larger appetites sank back into their chairs, utterly stuffed. Bailuoluo also found herself burping repeatedly. This meal was far from effortless. A throng of onlookers surrounded the courtyard, all eager to witness the spectacle. Bailuoluo had never experienced being watched by so many while eating. It was no wonder that Chen Bauer and the others consumed so little. Eating under the gaze of so many diminished even the most exquisite appetite. Furthermore, as female celebrities, they were quite conscious of their public image, making it difficult for them to indulge lavishly in front of such a crowd. Only Bailuoluo seemed unperturbed by her image, stuffing herself to the point of discomfort. The guest accommodations were equipped with cameras, allowing viewers in the live broadcast to observe Bailuoluo's every move. Bailuoluo was napping. Guanshan was diligently memorizing lines. Jiang Ruan was practicing yoga on her bed. Chen Bauer was exploring the room, and Han Zhaozhao was contemplating repairs for the dilapidated roof. Shenzhou was taking a nap. Yang Su was engrossed in a book, and Yang Li was curiously teasing the little sheep in the backyard. As Director G had yet to issue any tasks, all 8 live rooms were peaceful. Yang Su's live room remained the most popular, followed closely by those of Han Zhaozhao and Yang Li. The interest in Han Zhaozhao's room stemmed from viewers' curiosity about how she would renovate her shabby dwelling. As for Yang Li's viewers, they were eager to see how he would get himself into trouble. Ever since Yang Li moved into that house, he had either been provoking the rooster in the chicken coop or teasing the little sheep in the backyard. He nearly got pecked by the rooster, showing no sign of having learned a lesson, and was now targeting the little sheep. Bailuoluo's live room continued to have the least viewership. While others' rooms experienced fluctuations in viewers, hers remained stagnant, with only a few thousand at peak. When she was finally roused to receive her task card, she still appeared half asleep. Stretching lazily and yawning, Bailuoluo reluctantly rose from her bed. What new task awaits? 2 hours of sleep were utterly insufficient, and she felt drowsy, yearning for more rest, her eyes still bleary. Upon receiving the task card, she glanced at it carelessly. Please locate the contact person, state the code phrase, and obtain the dinner ingredients from them. The code phrases are hidden in various corners of the village. They may be found on a tree or in a field. Please search carefully. Each code phrase can only be used once and cannot be reused. 8 task cards were delivered almost simultaneously to the 8 guests. Bailuoluo, accompanied by Deju, leisurely exited. She had no interest in searching for code phrases. After all, she was merely following the script for the sacrificial drama. Why exert herself so? She intended to play the part of the slacker to highlight how hard everyone else was working, crafting a convenient excuse for her lack of effort. She strolled to the village entrance with Deju. Beneath the old banyan tree at the village's edge sat a group of a dozen aunties, gossiping about various matters, such as how Mrs. Zhang was pregnant again but hadn't revealed it yet, or how Mrs. Li's daughter-in-law was causing a stir over a divorce. Bailuoluo nestled among the aunties, listening intently, as the viewers in the live broadcast also tuned into the gossip. Chapter 63. Finding the code phrase. The village entrance aunties, undoubtedly the village's most formidable information network, seemed to know everything happening within the village. The next day, rumors circulated that I'd been dumped by my boyfriend, leading to emotional turmoil and an aversion to dating. I explained for ages, but no one would listen. The following day, whispers spread that my husband and I were actively preparing for pregnancy, currently trying folk remedies to conceive a boy, leaving me utterly speechless. The viewers shared numerous amusing anecdotes about their encounters with the village entrance aunties, recounting experiences that were both humorous and exasperating. Bailuoluo, however, was blissfully unaware as she remained engrossed in the gossip being shared by the aunties. As the conversation flowed, they recounted a triple homicide that had occurred 2 months prior. Although this incident did not transpire in the village, all 3 deceased were individuals who had originated from Shanglong Village. 2 months ago, Liu Yi from Shanglong Village received a call from the Public Security Bureau, informing him that his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson had perished in their rental apartment. When the 3 individuals perished, they were not only adorned in red garments, but also bore a peculiar symbol painted upon their foreheads, accompanied by an eerie smile on their faces. Surely, they had encountered malevolent forces. Who else could die while smiling? Upon hearing this, Bailuoluo could not resist interjecting, asking whether that family, Xiao Yong and his kin, were all born in a year, month, and hour of the Yin. Indeed, the Xiao family of 3 was born during those ominous times, making it rather unsurprising that their fates attracted such malevolence. The woman who spoke did not even register who had posed the question and casually provided her answer. After discussing the Xiao family situation for a while, the conversation shifted to other village gossip, with Bailuoluo merely listening and refraining from further comment. Many in the live stream, however, recalled a similar case upon hearing the aunties talk. I remember, it seems this incident occurred about 2 months ago, and it caused quite a stir. Indeed, during those days, videos related to this case were flooding Douyin. Who would have thought the deceased family actually hailed from Shanglong Village? What a coincidence! I specifically revisited the previous news reports, and it appears the deceased family truly was from Shanglong Village. The case was ultimately closed as a suicide, but I don't believe that. I share your skepticism. 3 individuals dressed in red with symbols on their foreheads, and their corpses maintaining smiles after death. Who could possibly commit suicide in such a manner? There are those knowledgeable among us who claim their lives were borrowed by someone. Who knows if that's true? Who can say? The authorities have already closed the case, and our doubts are futile. The live stream buzzed with lively chatter, and Bailuoluo was quite entertained by the gossip, while others toiled with their tasks. Yang Su and Yang Li, the brothers, joined forces to search for the hidden signals throughout the village, while Han Zhaotao trailed behind Xinzhou. The remaining trio, Zhang Ruan, Shen Baoer, and Guan Shan, formed their own team, as all 3 groups scoured the village in search of signals. The task card suggested that these signals might be found in fields or on trees, hence their primary focus lay upon these 2 locations. Yang Li, like a nimble monkey, peered inquisitively around a nameless tree, but after an extended search, he found nothing. They inspected several trees along their route, yet not a single signal emerged. Yang Li, fatigued from climbing, panted heavily. I can't go on, Su Gu. I truly lack the strength. You should take the next tree. Yang Li was utterly exhausted. Why do you insist on climbing every tree? There are so many trees in the village. Can you possibly scale them all? Yang Su rubbed his forehead, exuding a hint of exasperation. He had warned from the outset that this approach would yield inefficiency and likely result in wasted effort. Yet this fool would not relent until he had hit a wall. What else can I do? The trees are tall, and their leaves are so dense that I can't see if there is a signal without climbing. Yang Li defended himself with conviction. Are you speaking about completing a task? Seeking those in need of assistance? Yang Li raised an eyebrow. Yes, Yang Su confirmed. Why don't we first check the fields? Since searching the trees has proven difficult, it should be easier to spot something in the fields without the need for climbing. Yang Li felt it prudent to investigate the fields first. Pondering the possibility of a discovery, Yang Su had no objections. They might as well take a look. After resting for a moment, they proceeded towards the fields. Meanwhile, several individuals stood upon the ridge of the fields, scanning their surroundings. These were Jiang Ruan, Chun Baoer, and Guan Shan. As for Han Zhao Zhao and Shen Zhou, they were self-aware enough to recognize the challenge of locating the hidden signals and opted to seek out individuals in need of assistance to gather clues instead. Jiang Ruan and her companions had initially set their sights on this area, firmly believing that the signals were concealed within the fields. However, after standing on the ridge for quite some time, they spotted nothing suspicious. They even separated to search individually, yet found no noteworthy items. Instead, they noticed small flags marked with dream life in some fields. There must be something in those flagged areas. Let us search them thoroughly, Guan Shan exclaimed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Ruan tightened her sun-protective clothing and adjusted her cap, worrying about getting sunburned despite her full armor. Should we go down and take a look? Chun Baoer suggested, having scrutinized the fields without any success and unwilling to give up. All right, I'll go down to check. You two stay up here, Guan Shan decided, removing his shoes and stepping directly into the field. Guan Shan probed the ground with his hands, yet found nothing. Just as he was about to concede defeat, a glimmering object caught his eye. There seems to be something over there. As he prepared to investigate, a swift white figure darted in, snatching the object in its beak and flapping away with remarkable speed. Where did that goose come from? It has taken something. Jiang Ruan and Chun Baoer stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Both had a fear of the village's geese and dared not intervene, helplessly watching as the large white goose made off with the object. Due to the goose's rapid movements, they barely had time to discern what it seized. Brother Guan, it seems that goose has something in its beak. Could it be the signal we are searching for? Jiang Ruan pondered increasingly. What should we do now? Should we chase it? Chun Baoer frowned. Let us follow it and see. Guan Shan, desperate to recover what might be a signal he had just discovered, realized he could not let this opportunity slip away. With no other leads in sight, they agreed to pursue the goose. Not long after, they encountered Yang Su and Yang Li, who were approaching from the opposite direction. What are you three up to? Yang Li inquired curiously as they rushed past. It's nothing. We're just in a hurry to find clues. You all carry on. We'll be off. Guan Shan quickly replied before ushering Jiang Ruan and Chun Baoer away. Observing their retreating figures, Yang Li stroked his chin, filled with suspicion. Brother Su, I suspect there is something amiss with those three. Stop posing. Hurry along. Yang Su replied nonchalantly, moving forward. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Yang Li hurried after him. Brother Guan is rather clever. His reflexes are impressive. I noticed Jiang Ruan nearly slipped up just now, but thankfully Brother Guan was quick. Is Jiang Ruan really that naive? How could she almost let it slip? Brother Guan is in a tough spot, a king leading 2 bronze players. It's evident he is struggling. You lot should cut it out. My Ruan is simply innocent. She doesn't overthink things. Indeed, our Ruan lacks guile. So she cannot compare to someone as shrewd as Guan Shan. Lack of guile? Surely, someone who has made a name for themselves in the entertainment industry cannot be entirely innocent. Only you fans believe that. Oh dear, can we stop arguing? Look, it seems Jiang Ruan and the others lost track. That goose has vanished. That's right. I've been keeping an eye on the live stream. And that goose was incredibly fast, clearly familiar with the terrain, so it's no surprise Jiang Ruan and the others couldn't keep up. What will they do now? If they don't find a signal, will they go hungry tonight? If they're hungry, so be it. 1 or 2 missed meals won't kill them. Have we all forgotten they can still complete tasks to find clues for the signals? Hasten to be Bailuoluo's live streaming room. That goose has ventured there. What a stroke of luck for Bailuoluo, who is destined to triumph effortlessly. Several individuals have mentioned her live stream, piquing the curiosity of some who have even climbed over to take a peek. There, they witnessed the large white goose, previously pursued by Ji Ingru In and her companions, now ingratiating itself with DZH. It had dropped the items it had been clutching in its beak at DZH's feet. GGG, esteemed leader, this is a gift for you. Having vanquished the mightiest goose of SH Ing village, DZH had assumed the mantle of leadership in this territory. The goose delivering the tribute was none other than the former leader of Ing village. What is this nonsense? DZH cast a regal gaze upon the white goose. Indeed, this goose was known as DBI, the village chief's pet. Previously, when DZH sought the goose's guidance, it was disregarded by the local geese due to its outsider status. However, after DZH's formidable display of strength, DBI was compelled to assist him. I have no idea. I saw humans hiding in the village, and there's a group searching for these items. With so many people searching, they must be valuable, and such treasures should surely be presented to the leader. DBI spoke with an air of obsequiousness. The confrontation with DZH had thoroughly won DBI's admiration. Now, it gazed at him with starry-eyed reverence. DZH, having unlocked a portion of his intelligence, had become even sharper since joining Bailuoluo. He swiftly deduced that the items DBI had brought might be of use to his ancestors. He encouraged DBI to continue its diligent search and to bring back any discoveries. With a newfound sense of purpose, DBI set off. Meanwhile, Bailuoluo, engrossed in gossip, remained blissfully unaware of the significant feat accomplished by her companion. It was not until half an hour later that she sensed something amiss. After crouching for a prolonged period, she stood to stretch, only to find her foot had kicked something unexpected. "What is this?" Bailuoluo exclaimed in bewilderment, noticing a cluster of transparent sealed bags scattered at her feet. Within the bags appeared several cards adorned with familiar designs. Could this possibly be the item she hoped for? DZH, where did these come from? Bailuoluo questioned, her expression one of confusion. Ha ha ha. Did you not expect this? These are all the spoils DZH has secured for you. DZH is truly remarkable, exceedingly clever. If I had not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed that a goose could possess such intelligence. While others like HNZH, Oz, O, and SHZH, you had only just found 3 clues. Bailuoluo had acquired so many without lifting a finger. Little did she know, DZH's orchestrated efforts to rally the village geese in search of clues had propelled her live stream's popularity to unprecedented heights, now reaching around 80,000 viewers. A staggering increase from the previous mere 10,000. DZH, filled with pride over its accomplishments, shared the news with Bailuoluo, ensuring that its esteemed ancestor was well taken care of. As Bailuoluo contemplated her current situation, DZH gathered its gang of little brothers to collect the clue cards, basking in the glow of praise. "Thank you," Bailuoluo said, originally intending to relax, yet now realizing that DZH had completed the task for her. She wiped her face, feeling the need to regain her composure. Even without checking her live stream, she could surmise that her popularity had undoubtedly surged. What if Director J decided to confront her for not being sufficiently proactive? Bailuoluo began to ponder how she might rectify the situation. "Wow, you're quite the swift one to have found your way here." A woman, seemingly a leader among the crowd, finally noticed Bailuoluo. Her gaze shifted between Bailuoluo and the transparent bags at her feet, a glimmer of understanding flickering in her eyes. "Well then, since you've already arrived, let us proceed with the clues." The woman stepped forward, standing before Bailuoluo. "So you're the contact?" Bailuoluo inquired hesitantly. "Were you not specifically seeking me?" The contact, surprised, regarded her. Bailuoluo quickly shook her head. "Certainly not. I have been crouching here for quite some time. I can attest to that. She has indeed been here for quite a while," interjected another woman who had been seated nearby. "Then she has inadvertently revealed her identity." The contact realized, but it was too late. Seeing that the contact had already stepped forward, Bailuoluo felt it would be discourteous not to fulfill her part of the task. She quietly crouched down, gathering all 18 seal bags at her feet. She then removed the card from the bags. "How do we match the clues?" she asked, raising the stack of cards in her hand. At that moment, Director J, upon receiving the news, was far from calm. Bailuoluo had acquired 18 cards on her own, while the remaining 32 would need to be divided among 7 others, some of whom possessed duplicate clue cards. Unless most of what Bailuoluo held were duplicates, her exchanges would likely leave little for the others. "Should we release a few more clue cards?" the assistant director inquired tentatively. Seeing the director's demeanor, the assistant chose to remain silent. He had already done his part. If anyone went hungry, they should be clever enough to seek sustenance from Bailuoluo. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that she would gather the most dinner ingredients. As time passed, the clue cards began to surface. Teacher Ying, we just received word that there are still 2 clue cards unaccounted for. You all need to speed up. With Teacher SHNZHU and Teacher GUNSH in already searching, it was a race to see who among the 7 would find them first. 7? Why is one missing? Teacher Ying's question, puzzled. It's Bailuoluo. How many clue cards has she found? If it's just 1 or 2, will there be enough food? He couldn't shake the feeling that Bailuoluo might indeed pull this off. ENGL and Fazed began discussing with Ying whether they should continue their search for the last 2 clue cards. The 2 of them held 12 clue cards. After deliberation, they decided to exchange some of their cards for ingredients first, as they discovered many were duplicates. Since duplicates could only be used once, speed was of the essence. With that in mind, the last 2 clue cards were not absolutely necessary. Securing food from their current cards took precedence. Upon finding the contact and realizing that several of their duplicate cards were now useless, they felt a twinge of regret. Ultimately, with 12 clue cards in hand, they managed to exchange for only 4 types of ingredients, all of which were vegetarian, leaving them without a staple food. Time flew by, and among the guests, few possessed any culinary skills. The known cooks were few, while others, like Bailuoluo, only knew how to eat and could offer no assistance. At this moment, the brothers at Ying's home stared at the modest bundles of greens on the table, feeling rather perplexed. Who could have anticipated such misfortune? Enduring until the end of the mission without ever receiving staple food, let alone meat? It is no wonder that during lunch, Director G wore such a mischievous smile, seemingly waiting for them. Given the circumstances, it appears that most of the ingredients exchanged with secret codes were likely vegetables. Even if there was meat, it would certainly be scarce. It is possible that out of 40 secret code cards, only 1 could be redeemed for meat. There is no doubt that with Director G's character, he would certainly be capable of such a scheme. Brother, with just these bundles of greens and not even an egg, let alone any staple food, how can this possibly suffice? Yongli lamented with a grimace. Let us make do. We shall eat and then retire early for the night. Once asleep, hunger will not trouble us. Yong-su replied earnestly. Is his second brother at home? Suddenly, a voice called from outside. After about 10 seconds, a graceful figure laden with bags appeared in Yong-su's room. Second brother, I have brought ingredients to share with you. You wouldn't tea refuse, would you? Bailuoluo cheerfully presented her bags of ingredients. She was indeed a wealthy individual with 8 portions of food, having inquired and found no one among the guests more affluent than herself. With her generous offer, it would be foolish for Yong-su to decline. As it turned out, Yong-su was indeed wise, readily agreeing to let Bailuoluo join them. At that moment, however, Yongli pointed at Deju, who was trailing behind Bailuoluo, and sarcastically remarked, Is that also an ingredient? Deju spread his wings and charged at Yongli with great ferocity. Yongli, terrified, dashed around the courtyard, his screams piercing the air. Help! I was wrong. Chapter 66. The late arriving Jiangruan Bailuo's 8 ingredients were quite impressive, including a pound of rice and a pound of lean meat. Aside from the rice and meat, the rest were merely vegetables. With ingredients brought by Bailuoluo, Yong-su showcased his culinary skills, preparing several dishes, though some vegetables remained as there were simply too many to cook at once. The entire pound of rice was transformed into fluffy rice, ample for the 3 to share. Bailuoluo supplied the ingredients while Yong-su cooked. Among the trio, the least contributing, Yongli became the errand boy, bustling about beside Yong-su, washing and chopping vegetables with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Bailuoluo sat leisurely in Yong-su's chair, engrossed in watching television. Almost every household where the director had arranged their temporary stay had a television, with the exception of Han Zhao's dilapidated abode. At that moment, the audience in the live stream noticed Bailuoluo's complete lack of assistance and began to voice their discontent, especially among Yong-su's fans. Some began to hurl insults at Bailuoluo. This is infuriating. How can this woman be so shameless? Even Yongli is helping, yet she just sits there watching television. Let us not forget, Bailuoluo brought the ingredients. It is thanks to her that second brother can enjoy a proper meal. Indeed, without her, second brother would only be able to eat a salad of raw vegetables, not even a staple food in sight. If she and T commanded the geese in the village to fetch her so many secret code cards, how could she have amassed such ingredients? Exactly. This is outright cheating. For the sake of fairness, her achievements should be annulled, and her ingredients should be distributed among the other 7. What nonsense! If she could enlist the help of the geese, that is her skill. If your siblings had such abilities, let them do it too. Why envy others? I envy her, she. The live stream was in an uproar. In contrast, the three of them were harmonious, with Yang-Su showing no signs of dissatisfaction regarding Bailuoluo's lack of help. After all, she had provided so many ingredients, and it was only fair for him to contribute a little. Soon, several dishes were laid out on the dining table, and the three eagerly served themselves. As Yang Li ate, he praised Yang-Su's culinary skills, while Bailuoluo gave him a thumbs up. Yang-Su's cooking was indeed commendable, far superior to what she could manage herself. In response to their compliments, Yang-Su merely smiled, neither humble nor proud. This was hardly an occasion worthy of pride for him. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Jiang Ruan entered, calling out to Yang-Su. "Second brother, are you there?" Jiang Ruan bounced in, her face adorned with a pure smile akin to a blossoming lily. "What brings you here?" Yang-Su asked, setting down his utensils upon noticing a visitor. "I see you've already begun dining. Bayer's sister, Guanggu, and I were planning to join you. But it seems we have arrived too late." Jiang Ruan glanced at Bailuoluo and quickly averted her gaze, her expression revealing a hint of regret, but no dissatisfaction. Thus, Yang Li's presence here was not surprising to Jiang Ruan. However, Bailuoluo's presence did catch her off guard. As expected, she intended to leverage the favor of saving her life to draw closer to Yang-Su. Yet, Jiang Ruan held no disdain for Bailuoluo's maneuvering. After all, it was foolish not to seize such a splendid opportunity. In the entertainment industry, one must judiciously utilize every available resource. When opportunities present themselves, why not take advantage of them? "You have arrived too late. We have already begun eating." Yang-Su had not even spoken when Yang Li interjected. Still chewing on his meat, he spoke to Jiang Ruan with an air of satisfaction visible in his eyes. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Jiang Ruan turned and left without lingering. On her way back, Jiang Ruan muttered to herself in front of the camera, "What a pity I arrived too late. I thought I could prepare dinner with second brother today." Having missed such a rare opportunity to cook with her idol, she expressed her disappointment, playfully sticking out her tongue. The live stream was flooded with comforting remarks. Jiang Ruan, with her youthful visage and a personality that oscillated between vivaciousness and gentleness, captured the hearts of many otaku. National First Love, Goddess of Otaku, were among the titles bestowed upon her. She stood on the precipice of stardom, merely needing a blockbuster drama to elevate her status. And in terms of popularity, she was already on par with many first-tier stars. What a shame. I would love to see Ruan cooking with second brother. It seems Ruan and second brother are a perfect match. What a pity. And that Yang Li, always clinging to second brother. As if everyone doesn't know his intentions. He must be trying to ride on second brother's coattails, a popular idol without any work. What else can he rely on? Jiang Ruan's fans, will you ever stop? Criticizing Bailuoluo is one thing, but why bring our Yang Li into this? Exactly. It is evident that second brother treats our Yang Li like a brother. If second brother did not wish it, could our Yang Li just attach himself? Bailuoluo remained oblivious to the waves of discontent her presence had stirred among the fans. Compared to other artists, Bailuoluo was backed by a small agency, lacked any notable works, and had no established fan base, making her sudden entrance into the entertainment industry a target for criticism. For the most part, she was the one being vilified in several live streams. Unaware of this, Bailuoluo was solely focused on her meal, indifferent to others' opinions. As for Daju, he was not lacking in food. With a quick foray into the village's goose pen, he could always manage to scrounge up a meal. That night, as Bailuoluo prepared to turn off the camera in her room, she leaned towards the device, pondering how to switch it off. Chapter 67. The broadcast awakening. She unexpectedly drew so close, startling the viewers guarding her live stream. Wow, a sudden close-up shot. You scared me. I must say, this girl has truly flawless skin. Even with the camera so close, no pores can be seen. She is even completely barefaced. Goodness, her skin is too good. What a joke. Which celebrity would dare to appear barefaced? This must be a false bare face. Some in the live stream expressed their disbelief. As a makeup artist myself, I can tell at a glance whether she's truly barefaced or not. This is definitely real, no embellishments. I also believe it's genuine. Even barefaced, she's stunning. This sister's beauty is remarkable. At the very least, she's more attractive than Han Zhao next door. Han Zhao relies entirely on makeup. If she removes her makeup, Her appearance would likely be just like any ordinary passerby. Is she really that pretty? Why is she shutting down so early? Bailuoluo paid no mind to the comments. She was not accustomed to having a crowd watching her as she slept at night. After shutting off the camera, she turned on her desk lamp, nestled in bed, and immersed herself in a novel. It was only 9 in the evening, still quite early. The cameras in the other guest rooms were still operational. It wasn't until after 10 that the cameras in the other guest rooms were sequentially turned off. Though the cameras were off, the guests did not immediately rest. Bailuoluo had nothing to discuss with the others and was uninterested in external news. So she willingly let go of this opportunity and was too lazy to request a phone from the director. Others, unlike her, were already established stars. Yang-Su and the others could not afford the same leisure as Bailuoluo. Meanwhile, Han Zhao had just contacted her manager, who delivered some significant news. It turned out that Bailuoluo's bare face had made the trending topics, and someone had compared her face close-up screenshot with a video screenshot from Han Zhao's livestream. In contrast to Han Zhao's meticulously crafted makeup and her tendency to make cute, playful gestures, Bailuoluo's natural charm as a sweet girl was evidently more appealing. Han Zhao opened her app with a gloomy expression and indeed found Bailuoluo's trending topic occupying the 16th spot. A 9th trending topic was also related to Bailuoluo, primarily concerning Dezhu, suggesting that she had effortlessly won over the audience thanks to him. Another trending topic involved Yang Li, who had been humorously chased away for treating Dezhu as an ingredient. This video had brought great amusement to netizens. Further ahead, the remaining trending topics were about the explosive popularity of Dream Life on its first day of live broadcasting, and another concerning Yang-Su, all of which bore no relevance to her. Indeed, the situation she feared most had occurred. She and Bailuoluo were strikingly similar in type. Both had the appearance of cute girls. She had built a false cute persona through makeup, but Bailuoluo possessed an authentically adorable face. Being on this variety show alongside Bailuoluo was decidedly disadvantageous for her. Look, just on the first day, comparisons between the two of them had already surfaced. Oh yeah. What should I do now? I've tried my best to avoid Bailuoluo, yet those netizens still placed us side by side for comparison. Han Zhao expressed her frustration, feeling some resentment towards Bailuoluo. She wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would she? Don't worry, Bailuoluo lacks significant fame. It's not a big deal. I've already arranged for some online influencers to manage the comments, and the hype will die down quickly. Tao Jia's calm voice came through on the other end of the call. That's a relief. I certainly don't want to be compared to Bailuoluo. Han Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, what is Bailuoluo's background? Has the company figured that out yet? She inquired further. It's all sorted. Don't worry. She has no substantial background. She is merely a minor character brought in by Director G for a temporary role. So there's no need to take her seriously. Just remember to perform well on the show and take the opportunity to gain followers, Tao Jia advised her. I understand. Tao Jia. Rest assured, I will certainly perform well. Han Zhao asserted confidently. The company had invested significantly in placing her in Director G's variety show. She knew this was her only chance. If she messed it up, she would face a downgrade in resources. Since she, Han Zhao, had entered this industry, she was determined to make a name for herself. No one would stand in the way of her success. With resolute eyes, she took a deep breath and ended the call with Tao Jia. After hanging up, her gaze flickered slightly. She had long noticed Director G's overly casual attitude towards Bailuoluo, showing no apprehension towards Bailuoluo's potential backing. Although she had recognized this, she still asked Tao Jia to investigate, and it turned out to be just as she suspected. A minor character holding a temporary script dared to steal her spotlight. It was quite reckless. Han Zhao resolved to find a way to show Bailuoluo a lesson. On a summer morning, the sun rose early, and by 7 o'clock, it was already bright outside. As soon as it struck 7, the village's broadcast echoed throughout, playing the 10th set of radio calisthenics. The volume was so loud that anyone who was breathing, except for those buried underground, would surely wake up. Bailuoluo, bewildered, opened her large eyes, and upon hearing the calisthenics broadcast, felt on the verge of depression. She had stayed up reading until midnight and had only managed to sleep for less than 8 hours before being rudely awakened. Was this humane? All guests, please gather at the village chief's house before 7:45. The announcement repeated 3 times before finally quieting down. Gather at the village chief's house? Could it be that we were to have breakfast there? Bailuoluo muttered as she got up to wash up. remembering to turn on the camera in her room after finishing. As soon as the camera was activated, numerous viewers flooded into Bailuoluo's live stream. After making the trending topics twice the previous day, and with such a clever pet as Daju, Bailuoluo had gained a bit of popularity online. Now, people were actively seeking out her live stream to watch. Good morning, Luoluo. Finally turned on the camera. Luoluo is so slow. What is she doing? I just came from Ergo. Director G wants all guests to gather at the village chief's house before 7:45. So what's happening? Luoluo, hurry up. It's almost 7:30. After finishing her grooming, Bailuoluo set off towards the village chief's house with Daju. I wonder where the village chief's house is? Not a problem. Just follow Daju, who had been there twice already and surely wouldn't he get lost. Chapter 68. The 10th set of radio calisthenics. Daju led the way, with Bailuoluo following closely behind and a cameraman trailing after her. The cameraman had been waiting in Bailuoluo's yard, ready to follow her as soon as she stepped outside. Teacher Bai, do you know where the village chief's house is? The cameraman couldn't help but ask as he followed Daju. I don't know, Bailuoluo replied honestly, shaking her head. Then why the puzzled look? I may not know, but my Daju does, so it's all good. The goose called by that brought me here yesterday came from the village chief's goose pen. Bailuoluo pointed to Daju with an air of certainty. Daju proudly lifted its neck, its expression almost shouting, look at me. Cameraman, is Daju some kind of genius? It can understand human language, right? It must be able to understand. The doubts also encompassed the multitude in the live streaming room. Daju can actually lead the way. How clever. Is this goose truly so intelligent? I came here after seeing the trending topic online. Can anyone who arrived early share their thoughts? Daju is indeed brilliant. While the geese in our village are clever, none surpass Daju's intellect. His IQ is extraordinary. Bailuoluo has struck gold, thanks to Daju's popularity. The village chief's home was not far from Bailuoluo's residence. A mere 5-minute walk. Of course, her swift arrival was thanks to Daju's guidance. Without someone to show her the way, finding it would have been quite a challenge. Upon entering the village chief's courtyard, she was surprised to discover that she was the first to arrive. Congratulations, Luoluo, for being the first to reach the village chief's home. Here is a small benefit for you. You can watch the video before the other guests. Director G and the other staff had been waiting in the courtyard and immediately addressed her upon her entrance. What video? Bailuoluo inquired. Just then, a young lady wearing a work badge approached with a tablet and kindly pressed the play button. The 10th set of radio calisthenics will now commence. March in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 2, 3, 4. Bailuoluo, what is this for? Although perplexed, she sensed that the director had a reason for showing her this video, so she focused intently on watching. Bailuoluo had never learned the radio calisthenics, though her original self might have known it. However, it had been so long since she left school that she had forgotten. She attentively watched the video. In less than 2 minutes in, Yang Su arrived with Xiaotian. Xiaotian followed Yang Su like a little tail, unsteady on his feet, yet persistently trailing behind, looking utterly adorable. Xiaotian is actually quite cute. Too bad he's just a local dog. Can he talk? This is clearly a Zhonghua Tian dog. Some people should stop thinking foreign moons are rounder. Even foreign dog breeds are not superior to our own. Xiaotian is so cute. What's wrong with local dogs? Our second brother doesn't team mind. Look at you all idle. The online community has always harbored goodwill towards adorable animals. And even if some felt the dog's lineage was too humble to be respectable, they were quickly silenced by the righteous majority. After a few more minutes, the others gradually arrived. The last to arrive was Yang Li, who got lost on his way. And by the time he found his way here, quite a bit of time had passed. The current time was 7:50 a.m., and regrettably, 2 guests had not arrived on time. It was now time to announce today's first task. Director G, with an air of mystery, held up a small card and addressed the group. What's the task? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Shunzhou shouted at Director G. Yes, let us get started. We are all hungry, it's breakfast time. Guanshan echoed. Please send someone to collect the task card, Director G instructed. I'll do it. Young Li, Efer Iager, stepped forward and seized the task card as soon as the director finished speaking. Upon obtaining the card, he opened it and began to read today's first task aloud. Please follow the music and complete the 10th set of radio calisthenics. The guest with the highest completion rate will gain the privilege of choosing breakfast first. Conversely, The guest with the lowest completion rate will lose their breakfast choice. What does this mean? Are we supposed to do the calisthenics to the music? Does anyone remember how to do it? I returned my school books ages ago. Shinjo said helplessly. I've forgotten too. This is bad. I'm definitely going to be at the back. Shunbao sighed. After watching, we will start with the last guest to arrive. Proceeding in order to follow the music, Director G stated. As the judge, I will score all guests. The one with the lowest score will forfeit their right to choose breakfast. In other words, the person with the lowest score will only eat whatever remains. As soon as Director G finished speaking, Yang Li's anguished cry rang out. No way, I'm first. He had hoped to observe how others performed, but unexpectedly, he was called up first. You arrived the latest. Consider this a lesson to leave earlier next time, Guanshan laughed. Alas, I'm not far behind you. I'm the second one up. Han Zhaozhao pouted in a half-hearted smile. All right, enough chit-chat. Everyone, please watch the video. As the video played, 8 heads huddled together around a small tablet, leaving one to wonder if the director was being intentional or merely mischievous. After the radio calisthenics tutorial concluded, several tried to plead for another viewing, but Director G, showing no mercy, had the tablet taken away, leaving their schemes unfulfilled. Please, the first guest, step up. As the music began, Yang Li stood in the center of the courtyard and commenced the calisthenics. Surprisingly, Yang Li completed them, albeit clumsily. Yet, the accuracy of his movements raised questions. It was unclear whether he truly remembered or was simply improvising. Following him was Han Zhaozhao, who lived in the farthest dilapidated house from the village chiefs, making her late arrival understandable. However, Director G would not offer her any leniency, treating everyone equally. Chapter 69. Breakfast at 26 years old. Han Zhaozhao had left school several years before Yang Li and had long since forgotten the calisthenics. After watching the video and observing Yang Li, she managed to complete the task in sync with the music, albeit with some of her movements being rather random. Nevertheless, she hoped that the director would grant her some points for not giving up halfway. After Han Zhaozhao, the next to take the stage was Yang Su, and, unexpectedly, he executed the entire 10th set of radio calisthenics flawlessly. Not only did he perform them, but his movements were executed with remarkable precision. Even Director G could not help but exclaim that he was currently the best performer with the highest completion rate. Finally, it was Bailuoluo's turn. Calmly, she followed the music and began her calisthenics. The crowd, who initially had low expectations of her, was nearly dumbfounded. Her movements were incredibly precise, resembling those of her second brother. Could it be that she matched his high completion rate and executed the movements with the same level of precision? While Bailuoluo performed exceptionally well, I still felt that her second brother was superior. His performance exuded more strength, and his movements appeared even more refined. Jiang Ruan observed Bailuoluo as she executed the exercises, looking conflicted. She seemed genuinely torn over whom to choose as the best performer, ultimately selecting the one she believed to be the finest. I think Luoluo did remarkably well. Her movements were disciplined and flowed nicely, Guanshan remarked, stroking his chin. What we think doesn't matter. It's all about Director G's opinion. Yang Li reminded everyone that the judge was Director G, not the guests themselves. As Bailuoluo concluded her performance, the scores were revealed. Yang Su received 98 points, Bailuoluo 97 points, Shinjo 8 points, Chun Bao 78 points, Jiang Ruan 72 points, Yang Li 7 points, Guanshan 6 points, and Han Zhaozhao 55 points. The top two had significantly outperformed the other guests. The scores were now clear. Han Zhaozhao had landed in last place, forfeiting her right to choose breakfast. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, I feel Director G's scoring is somewhat unfair. Bailuoluo is not inferior to Yang Su, yet her score is lower. I suspect favoritism. Even if there is favoritism, it's not surprising. Yang Su is an award-winning actor, while Bailuoluo is just a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry. What is the comparison? But they are competing in radio calisthenics, not in their status within the entertainment world. The upstairs crowd remarked, "You all speak so casually. What bias are you referring to? Our second brother has always performed better than Bailuoluo. What's wrong with having slightly higher scores?" Another added, "Indeed. My second brother deserves this score. I even think Director G marked him too low. What is Bailuoluo? Does she have the right to compare with our second brother? She merely mimicked his actions. With her being a mere imitator, how could she receive such a high score? Director G must be biased, because she is a girl." Unbeknownst to Bailuoluo, Due to the scoring, there were still voices defending her in the live stream, even leading to minor altercations with some fans of Yang-soo. At the moment the scores were announced, two staff members wheeled out a food cart. As the cart appeared, a wave of astonished gasps filled the room. It was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, featuring an array of both Western and Chinese dishes, baozi, youtiao, mantou, pot stickers, fried noodles, congee, sandwiches, and croissants. The breakfast was indeed lavish, accompanied by a variety of beverages including milk, coconut juice, fruit juice, coffee, and soy milk. Although the selection was abundant, the portions were modest, with only 2 small servings of each item. According to the earlier scoring, we invited our teacher Yang to choose his preferred breakfast first. As Director G's voice resonated, Yang-soo stepped forward under the gaze of the crowd and began to select his meal. Next was Bailuoluo's turn, and she was not one to hold back. She took baozi, eggs, milk, juice, fried noodles, croissants, and pot stickers. The onlookers exclaimed, "Is Bailuoluo a reincarnated pig? How can she eat so much? She hasn't even gotten popular yet, and she's already marketing herself as a foodie. If she doesn't finish, I will definitely criticize her online. I just worry that with her taking so much, my goddess won't be left hungry. My dear, you must not go hungry. Bailuoluo, stop right there. Leave something for my sister, or I will beg you on my knees." As Bailuoluo continued to pile her plate high, others began to become restless. "Wait, can you eat all that? That's enough food for 2 or 3 people. If you take so much, what will the rest of us eat?" Han Zhaozhao remarked. "She must be worried about not having enough. She's last in line. If everyone were like her, by the time it's her turn, there might not even be a manta left." Bailuoluo, with a croissant in her mouth, glanced at her dismissively. "What I eat is none of your concern. The rules were set by Director G. If you disagree, take it up with him." With that, she ignored Han Zhaozhao and left with her large haul of breakfast alongside Deju. Han Zhaozhao, frustrated, could do nothing about it. As Bailuoluo stated, she had not violated any rules, and no one could say anything against her. Next was Shunzhou's turn, and seeing the remaining food, he realized there wasn't enough for their group. He took just an egg, a sandwich, and some fried noodles, along with a cup of coffee, before hastily departing. He needed to hurry. He feared that with the way Han Zhaozhao looked at him, if she ended up without food, she might ask him to share. He himself was still hungry, having not eaten enough the previous night, and now that breakfast was finally here, he could not bear to part with his meal. One by one, the others took their share of breakfast, and by the time it was Han Zhaozhao's turn, only a single manta remained. This manta was left after Guanshan felt too guilty to take all the leftover food and left it for her. When it was Guanshan's turn, there was hardly anything left, just 2 mantou and 1 youtiao. In truth, even if Guanshan consumed everything, it would not suffice to fill him up. Nevertheless, he couldn't bear to see Han Zhaozhao go hungry, so he left 1 mantou for her. This mantou was not large, merely a bit bigger than a baby's palm. Chapter 70. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? Having already been insufficiently fed and having given 1 mantou to Han Zhaozhao, Guanshan reluctantly grabbed an extra bottle of milk, hoping at least to stave off his hunger with some liquid. Han Zhaozhao watched helplessly as Guanshan took the last 2 bottles of milk, leaving her with just a bottle of coconut juice provided by the sponsor. Regardless of whether other beverages were available, the coconut juice was plentiful. The production team had indeed put in effort to ensure the sponsor's interests. All the drinks served on the cart were contained in disposable cups, effectively concealing the brands. Gazing at the solitary mantou and coconut juice, Han Zhaozhao felt immensely frustrated. Why was Guanshan so inconsiderate? Could he not leave the food for her? Wouldn't a grown man survive missing a meal? Internally, she raged. But she dared not voice her displeasure, fully aware that they were live streaming. Her anger had to remain unexpressed. Instead, she silently cursed Bailuoluo and criticized Guanshan for his stinginess and lack of grace. What a surprise, Bailuoluo can eat quite a lot. How can she eat so much and not gain any weight? I don't believe it. She will surely sneakily throw up everything she just ate. I'll be watching her closely, waiting to see when she vomits. There are indeed people who can eat endlessly without gaining weight. My best friend is like that. She eats whatever she wants without getting fat. After finishing breakfast, with nothing else to do, Bailuoluo grew somewhat bored and decided to take out a book to read while lying on her bed. Deju sat patiently by her side, behaving like an obedient goose. Meanwhile, Yang-soo was feeding Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was still quite young, appearing to be no more than 2 months old. What should a 2-month-old puppy eat? Having never owned a dog before, Yang-su was unsure, so he specifically asked the crew following him for advice. Fortunately, one of the crew members had experience with an Alaskan Malamute and was knowledgeable about puppy care. He explained thoroughly what a young puppy should eat, and Yang-su listened attentively, taking notes diligently, clearly determined to care for Xiao Tian well. Generally, puppies of a few months are very lively, but Xiao Tian spent most of his time sleeping, only waking up more this morning to accompany Yang-su on a short walk. If it weren't for the ongoing recording, Yang-su would have wanted to take Xiao Tian to a veterinary clinic for a checkup. Yang-su discussed Xiao Tian's condition with the crew member. Rest assured, Teacher Yang, every dog has its unique personality. Perhaps this one is just naturally sleepy. The crew member observed that Xiao Tian seemed fine and did not appear to be ill. Instead, it seemed that the puppy was simply predisposed to being sleepy. Sensing Yang-su's continued concern, the crew member suggested, why not consult Bailuoluo? Since Xiao Tian was a gift from her, she should know his health condition better than anyone. Yang-su considered this and realized that rather than overthinking, it would be more prudent to ask Bailuoluo. Consequently, he picked up Xiao Tian and set off to find her. A few minutes later, Yang-su arrived at Bailuoluo's courtyard. As he stepped inside, he heard an exaggerated burst of laughter from within. Bailuoluo was engrossed in reading a novel titled Urban Immortal Cultivation. My mobile phone connects to the immortal realm, which tells the story of a male protagonist who acquires a magical mobile phone containing a chat group named the Heavenly Court Chat Group. In the group, there exists a myriad of celestial beings. The male protagonist masquerades as a formidable figure from the immortal realm who has just emerged from seclusion. Leveraging the act of seizing red envelopes to embark on a triumphant journey, wreaking havoc in the mortal world while amassing countless beauties, ultimately establishing a global harem. The narrative is quite humorous, albeit the protagonist's harem-building premise is somewhat unpalatable to her. The red envelopes that the protagonist acquires are bizarre and varied, containing items such as Zhu Beiji's belt, Chang'e's breastplate, a self-portrait of the nine heavens Xian Nu, the golden ingot of the god of wealth, and the culinary recipes of the kitchen god, among others. Astonishingly, even the cultivation methods practiced by Erlang Shun and Sun Wukong can also be seized from these envelopes. This particular premise is rather perplexing, as the cultivation techniques of these celestial figures are rarely divulged. Even if they were to be shared, it would only be with their most esteemed disciples, while ordinary disciples would only gain access to the initial layers of such techniques, certainly not allowing them to be displayed in a group for other celestial beings to peruse freely. Furthermore, the notion of Chang'e's breastplate being included in a red envelope is utterly ludicrous. Which woman would place her breastplate in a red envelope and intentionally share it in a celestial group? Such an act would be beyond the realm of ordinary women, let alone for a lofty and aloof figure like Chang'e. Despite the absurdity of the premise, it remains quite entertaining. After all, it is a lighthearted narrative that one can enjoy without overthinking. Particularly amusing is the scene where the protagonist dons Chang'e's breastplate as a bulletproof vest and, after rescuing the female lead from drowning, inadvertently drops the breastplate beside her. The female lead, upon noticing the breastplate, questions her memory, recalling that a man had saved her, yet now finds a breastplate-wearing woman before her. With the breastplate present, she wonders if the one who rescued her is indeed a woman. Consequently, she devises various methods to approach the female lead, only to find herself thwarted at every turn by the female lead's sudden interruptions. The female lead inadvertently discovers the uniqueness of the breastplate, igniting her curiosity about the male protagonist's true identity. When Yang-su arrives to see her, Bailuoluo happens to witness the male protagonist once again being caught in the act of stealing the breastplate, being chased away as a pervert. Bailuoluo bursts into laughter, nearly doubled over, and lets out a honking laugh. Just as she is enjoying herself, she lifts her gaze, only to lock eyes with Yang-su, who has just entered. The laughter abruptly ceases, replaced by a cacophony of coughs. Seeing her cough so violently, Yang-su kindly offers her a bottle of coconut juice. After sipping a few mouthfuls to soothe her throat, Bailuoluo feels a bit better. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to see you here, she says with a somewhat exaggerated smile. The live stream has already erupted into laughter. Bailuoluo, do you want to hear what you just said? Oops, sorry. Bailuoluo led me astray, and I ended up laughing like her. Chapter 71. Yangsu's visit, I reckon Bailuoluo, must be so embarrassed she could pick out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. I imagine myself embarrassing myself in front of my idol. I can't think about it. Fortunately, Bailuoluo cannot see the barrage of comments. If she could, her embarrassment would surely intensify. Actually, I came specifically to find you. Yangsu does not address her grammatical slip, but rather follows her lead. You came specifically to find me? What is it, brother? Bailuoluo feigns nonchalance as she gets off the bed, slipping her feet into her slippers. There is something I want to ask about Xiao Tian. It seems that Xiao Tian is quite drowsy, spending most of its time sleeping. Was it the same when it was at your house? Or is there an issue with its health? Yangsu appears genuinely concerned about Xiao Tian. His demeanor serious and earnest, his dark eyes reflecting his sincerity. I thought it was something significant. It's just this matter. Then there's no problem. Xiao Tian is perfectly healthy. It simply enjoys sleeping more than usual. I consulted a doctor, and they said it's normal, so you needn't worry. Li Qing mentioned that Xiao Tian is still quite small, and even though its past memories are beginning to awaken, its little body cannot bear the weight of such vast memories. The reason Xiao Tian sleeps so much is that it is still growing. Once it matures, it will no longer feel the need to sleep all day. That's good. Hearing that Xiao Tian is fine, Yangsu finally feels at ease. By the way, brother, since you're here, I have some things for Xiao Tian to give you. In her haste to hand Xiao Tian over to Yangsu, she forgot to give him the items that the housekeeper had prepared. Prior to participating in the variety show, she had specifically taken an unused bowl from Dezhu to serve as Xiao Tian's food bowl, along with specially prepared dog food, canned food, and goat milk powder for puppies. To her surprise, when she gathered everything, it turned out to be quite a lot, filling an entire bag. With Yangsu's arrival, the popularity of the live stream skyrocketed. Many viewers rushed over upon hearing the news, some even coming from other streams specifically to witness this moment. What is happening? I've just arrived. Can someone explain? Please stop the conspiracy theories. Brother is here to see Bailuoluo because of Xiao Tian. However, I genuinely believe Bailuoluo might be doing this on purpose. She clearly prepared so many things for Xiao Tian, but didn't hand them over before. I think she is just waiting for brother to come find her personally. Perhaps she simply forgot? In the live stream, many viewers perceive Bailuoluo as cunning, deliberately withholding these items initially to grow closer to Yangsu. Even if Yangsu hadn't come to find her today, she would have used the opportunity of giving gifts to approach him. Naturally, others argue that there is no need for such scheming. Perhaps she genuinely forgot. However, the fans accustomed to conspiracy theories readily dismiss such a notion, regardless of whether they are Yangsu's fans or fans of other celebrities. Most believe this to be Bailuoluo's scheme. Some viewers even urged Yangsu to flee quickly and not give Bailuoluo the chance to create hype. Despite the bustling activity in the live stream, it does not affect Bailuoluo and Yangsu, as they are oblivious to the comments. Yangsu accepts the large bag of items without hesitation. He currently lacks suitable food for a puppy, and it would be inappropriate to have Xiao Tian continually eat human food. Human food is often too oily and salty. Occasional consumption may be fine, but for a dog, especially a small puppy like Xiao Tian, it could lead to health issues. Yangsu thanks Bailuoluo before departing with the items. Throughout the journey, Xiao Tian remains asleep, not even stirring once. May the heavens bless Xiao Tian to grow quickly, so it can take on the responsibility of protecting Yangsu, as it is, after all, the rightful guardian of the Xiao Tian breed. Bailuoluo had laid out her plans well, but unfortunately, not everything unfolds according to her designs. The live stream has returned to a semblance of peace. Bailuoluo, unaffected, casts aside the awkwardness from Yangsu's visit and resumes her engrossing read. She had been thoroughly captivated and is eager to continue. Meanwhile, on the other side, Director G faces some challenges. Director G, although we initially agreed to cooperate with your filming over the next few days, unforeseen circumstances have arisen, and we have no choice but to request a delay. Could you possibly postpone for a few days until we finish our commitments? The village chief of Shanglong Village, Wang Yaozu, aged 64, is a respected figure in the village, which is why he holds the position of village chief. You know, they're all major stars, and their schedules are quite packed. They're doing their utmost to accommodate us during these 7 days. If we delay, it will disrupt everyone's work, and that is simply not feasible. Director G laments to the village chief. How about this? Could you tell me what the village has planned for the next few days? Perhaps we could lend a hand. Postponement is not a feasible option. The contract is firmly established, and this is a live event. Who will bear the costs incurred during these additional days? Even if he is willing to compensate, it is likely that the other guests will not agree. Just as in the village, when a funeral is to be held, some commotion is inevitable, and I am concerned it may affect you all. After all, it is a funeral, and he is also apprehensive about Director G and the others finding it inauspicious, which is why he approached Director G in advance to discuss matters. A funeral is just a funeral. It does not impact us. Where do you think it was, really? Upon learning that the village was preoccupied with a funeral, Director G relaxed his anxieties. However, the funeral of the Liu family is somewhat extraordinary, which is why I wish to caution you. The village chief still wore a troubled expression. Director G, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand, replied that it was merely death. He had encountered it before. At his age, how could he have not attended a funeral? It is just a funeral. How frightening could it be? Seeing the indifference on Director G's face, the village chief spoke candidly. Director G, have you heard about the massacre that occurred in the city 2 months ago? The deceased were a family of 3, all dressed in red at the time of death, with symbols drawn on their foreheads and smiles at the corners of their mouths. Upon hearing this, Director G nodded. The case had garnered immense attention, and it was impossible for him to be unaware. The village chief's mention of this case made Director G hesitate momentarily. The village chief recalled the tragic fate of the deceased Little Yang's family, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. That family had originated from our Shanglong village. Liu Yong was the youngest of the Liu family. Old Liu had only 2 sons, and now the entire family of the younger son is gone. How tragic. Shanglong village comprises 3 prominent surnames, Wang, Zhu, and Liu, with 80% of the villagers bearing these names. The remaining 20% are those who were allocated land from their village in earlier times, as the Liu family is the most prominent in the village. Such a calamity befalling them would certainly evoke support from both the Liu clan and other villagers alike. Village chief, the funeral you mentioned is for the Liu family, correct? I thought the case had already been concluded. Why is the funeral only being held now? Director G inquired, puzzled. The social repercussions of that massacre were so grave that it had captured the attention of the entire internet. Consequently, the police investigation proceeded swiftly. After a week of inquiries, they concluded it was a suicide. After 2 months of contention with the police, the Liu family suddenly accepted this conclusion a few days ago. Given the weather, to prevent decomposition and odor, the Liu family rented 3 ice coffins to preserve the remains of Liu Yang's family. The village chief had also received a call from the Liu family, informing him that the remains would arrive in the village tonight. They would invite a Taoist priest for the rituals, and he needed to coordinate with several villagers skilled in drumming to prepare for the evening gathering at the Liu household. Although the Liu family was dissatisfied with the police's findings and demanded a reinvestigation, the police remained resolute in their conclusion and disregarded the Liu family's appeals. The reason for the Liu family's sudden cessation of their protests after 2 months could be attributed to a change of heart or perhaps other undisclosed reasons. This is the situation. I approached you, Director G, to discuss it, as I did not wish to alarm you. Those celebrities appear quite delicate. If they were to be frightened, our village would also bear the consequences. The village chief laid out the stakes to Director G, yet G remained steadfast in his decision. Seeing G's unwavering stance, the village chief refrained from further comment. After all, he had said all that needed to be said. Should anyone be frightened, it would not be his responsibility. After bidding farewell to the village chief, the assistant director quickly addressed Director G. Director G, this case sounds quite ominous. Shouldn't we arrange for some indoor activities over the next few days to keep the guests from going out? Those in the entertainment industry often harbor superstitions, and the assistant director had found this case unsettling. Now, being in the same village as the 3 ominous corpses, even without approaching them, he felt a chill. That may be so, but a little excursion is still necessary. Director G mused, stroking his stubbled chin. What? But that seems incredibly inauspicious. Director G displayed a remarkable lack of superstition, unafraid of any potential backlash. The assistant director, observing G's demeanor, found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. This is your first day in this industry, and a golden opportunity lies before you. It would be foolish not to seize it. He playfully tapped the assistant director on the head, shooing him away. Bailuoluo and the others expected Director G to concoct some mischief by lunchtime, but to their surprise, the atmosphere remained calm even when the staff arrived with lunchboxes. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Director G summoned everyone to room 3, prompting Bailuoluo to wear an expression of knowing anticipation. She had anticipated that Director G would not allow them to have a mundane afternoon. Director G, what is our agenda for this afternoon? In the courtyard of room 3, everyone had gathered as Director G addressed them. This afternoon, you have but one task: to earn money. From now until 7 o'clock tonight, you will rely on your own abilities to make money, with rewards for those who earn the most. Additionally, dinner will be on your own. Director G feigned a charming demeanor as he spoke to the crowd. The guests regarded Director G with disdain as they began strategizing ways to earn money. Nearby Shanglong village is a small town with shops and a square. To earn money, they would surely have to venture there. The production team arranged for transportation, delivering everyone to the town, after which it would be up to the guests to showcase their talents. Although most residents of the town were elderly, children, or middle-aged individuals, as many young people had migrated to larger cities for work, a portion chose to remain. The tech-savvy youth quickly recognized Yang Su and his companions, eliciting a wave of excited gasps wherever they went. Many approached, seeking autographs. However, since they were filming a variety show and wished to avoid further commotion, they politely declined the fans' requests. Yet everyone understood and did not complain about their perceived aloofness. What should we do now, Brother Heir? Jiang Ruan inquired of Yang Su. Let's first see if there are any job openings nearby, Yang Su replied. Since we need to find work, we might as well split up. Surely, we cannot all do the same job, Yang Li added with a shrug. For someone like Yang Li, who had never worked a day in his life, this experience was quite novel. Very well, let's explore the town separately, Guan Shan agreed with a nod. Naturally, they could only use their phones for calls. They had exchanged contact information, making it much easier to reach one another. Chapter 73, Double Standards. Bailuoluo walked down the street with Deju, each accompanied by a goose. Bailuoluo paid little attention to the scene around her. Strolling through the town, which was neither too large nor too small, it appeared to have a considerable resident population. Numerous shops and restaurants lined the streets, many of which had help-wanted signs posted at their entrances. However, the job requirements seemed demanding. They often specified ages between 25 and 40 or required candidates to be married with children, leaving unmarried individuals at a disadvantage. Observing these hiring conditions, Bailuoluo fell silent. Among their group of guests, even those who might qualify would likely only meet the age criteria. She dismissed the clothing stores as an option and sought out a nearby milk tea shop. Unfortunately, the milk tea shop also had stringent requirements, and when she inquired, they informed her they were not hiring temporary workers. Given that she was accompanied by a pet, they were even less likely to consider her. With a heavy sigh, Bailuoluo lamented the difficulty of finding a job. The inhabitants of this small town truly lacked discernment, failing to recognize the extraordinary talent that is her. She was contemplating exploring other places when, unexpectedly, Jiang Ruan arrived at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Luoluo, you are here too. How is your job search going? Jiang Ruan greeted Bailuoluo from a distance. I am still searching. They are not hiring temporary workers, and they certainly do not accept Deju. I will have to look elsewhere, Bailuoluo replied with a shrug and a look of resignation. Is that so? Let me inquire, Jiang Ruan chuckled, brushing past Bailuoluo as she entered the shop. Just as Bailuoluo was about to leave, a cacophony of excitement erupted from inside the tea shop. Ah, Jiang Ruan, it's really Jiang Ruan. Boss, it's the superstar Jiang Ruan. She has come to our shop. The enthusiastic cries of two employees echoed within. Moments later, the conversation between Jiang Ruan and the owner drifted outside, making it clear that she had successfully secured a position. The expression on Bailuoluo's face was quite dramatic as she glared at the shop's entrance. What is this? How can they have double standards? Why should they choose Jiang Ruan over me? What am I lacking compared to her? Am I missing an eye or a hand? Bailuoluo ground her teeth in frustration, while the live stream erupted in laughter. Luoluo is about to explode. Clearly, she was the first to apply, yet the boss rejected her in favor of Jiang Ruan, who came later. Haha, poor Luoluo. Even though she is unfortunate, I cannot help but laugh. Her expression is simply too amusing. I can't take it anymore. I laughed so hard I honked like a goose. It's no surprise. Jiang Ruan is a nationally beloved star, known by most people across the country, while Luoluo has no fame at all. Who says she has none? Luoluo is gaining popularity now, even if it is thanks to Deju. She must be the first celebrity in the entertainment industry to gain fame through a goose. Let us not say that. Let us give Luo some face. Besides, she might cry, haha. Crying is out of the question, but she certainly felt rage. How could a celestial being like her be scorned by mere mortals? For Bailuoluo, this was an absolute humiliation. Her temper flared up quickly, but subsided just as fast. Within 2 minutes, she had forgotten about the incident and resumed her job search. At that moment, Bailuoluo was unaware that Jiang Ruan's success was merely the beginning. Soon after, she encountered Yang Su, Chun Bao Er, and Shun Zhou. Without exception, as soon as they expressed their disinterest in her, they swiftly hired these individuals. An hour passed, and she still had not found employment. It was now nearly 2:30 in the afternoon. Time was running out, and if she could not secure a position soon, she risked being the guest who earned the least. No money meant no food. She had not forgotten Director G's inconsiderate behavior of leaving them to fend for themselves for dinner. As she walked, Bailuoluo arrived at the entrance of a park. There, on the sidewalk, several elderly individuals were set up to read fortunes. Not selling goods. They were offering divination services. Upon seeing these fortune tellers, Bailuoluo's eyes brightened. She had an idea. A few minutes later, she managed to borrow a small table and 2 stools from somewhere, setting up a sign that read fortune telling. To avoid disrupting her business, she instructed the cameraman to hide behind some nearby bushes. The cameraman looked skeptical, questioning whether anyone would actually patronize her venture. And besides, sister, superstition is not advisable. I suggest you seek a more conventional job, he thought to himself, unaware that after sending him away, Bailuoluo eagerly awaited customers for her enterprise. Half an hour slipped by, and not a single customer had approached. Not even a fly landed near her. Yet Bailuoluo appeared unfazed, exuding confidence that business would come. While she awaited customers, a fellow vendor approached her. "Little girl, I notice you have someone filming. Are you making a video? Planning to post it on Douyin?" An elderly man with graying hair and a long beard sat down beside her. "Yes, my Douyin account lacks popularity, so I'm trying to create some quirky videos to attract attention," Bailuoluo replied earnestly. "Ah, times are tough for everyone, but what you're doing won't draw customers. If you're willing to spend a little money, I can direct people your way," the elderly man offered sympathetically. Bailuoluo understood that he was suggesting he could provide her with a plant. "Why isn't anyone coming to my business?" She wondered. "Isn't it obvious? In our line of work, age is an asset. You're too young for anyone to take you seriously," he explained. Bailuoluo was surprised by his perceptiveness. Even the elderly were aware of the nuances of deception. "Even if you're not attracting customers, aren't you in the same boat?" she countered, looking up at him. Just then, a middle-aged woman in her 40s approached, carrying a bag of groceries she had just purchased. "Old Zhang, come help me with my son's girlfriend's birth date. They're about to marry. I need to know if this daughter-in-law is his true match, and if she will bring him good fortune after marriage." Chapter 74. Business arrives. A woman, weary and marked by life's burdens, approached the fortune tellers, but they all turned her away, advising her to keep her money for better use. The woman, seemingly numbed, did not press the issue and continued to seek assistance from others. As the elderly fortune tellers repeatedly declined her requests, passers-by watched with pity and compassion. Bailuoluo felt intrigued, pondering what had transpired in the woman's life to elicit such a reaction from the townsfolk. Even the fortune tellers, whom she deemed charlatans, refused to entertain her. Bailuoluo's curiosity about the woman grew. Perhaps her potential earnings depended on her. Thus, she began to scrutinize the woman's features. Bailuoluo possessed some knowledge of physiognomy. Even a minor celestial being like her could grasp the basics of divination. In the celestial realm, to discern another's fate, one must possess at least double the strength of the subject. Thus, despite her limited proficiency, she could easily read a mortal's fortune. However, she was unable to predict anything concerning Yang Su or anything related to him. Though he was now immortal, he was the reincarnation of Erlang Shan, and his fate was inscribed by the god of fate himself, beyond the grasp of a mere little female celestial. Bailuoluo gazed at the woman's face before her for a moment, and indeed, she discerned certain insights. It became apparent why these individuals refrained from conducting business with her. It seems these elderly charlatans still possess a modicum of conscience. However, this indirectly underscores the woman's unfortunate fate, as even these old tricksters could not bring themselves to deceive her. As the woman, with a forlorn expression, was about to pass by Bailuoluo. The latter called out to her. Sister, wait a moment. Would you like to come over and chat? Perhaps I might be able to assist you. Bailuoluo's smile was sweet, reminiscent of melted honey. Li Yueming turned to regard the young girl who had called out to her. The girl appeared to be quite young, perhaps not yet 20, with an endearing, sweet appearance. Her large eyes sparkled like little stars, and coupled with her well-defined eye bags, her smile radiated warmth. When did such a charming young lady arrive in their small town? Upon noticing the sign before the girl that read fortune-telling, Li Yueming understood the reason for the girl's approach. Initially, she had no intention of engaging with her, as she found it hard to believe that such a young girl could possess any real ability. Yet, unable to resist the allure of that sweet smile, she ultimately decided to approach. Sister, please have a seat. Bailuoluo gestured for her to sit. At that moment, someone in Bailuoluo's live stream recognized the identity of the woman. Wow, isn't this woman Li Yueming? Who is Li Yueming? Is she famous? That name sounds familiar, but I can't quite place it. I also think I've heard that name before, but I can't remember who she is. What do you mean, sister? Look at her age. She should at least be called grandma. Don't just call her anything randomly. Li Yueming is barely in her 40s. Is it polite to call her grandma? What nonsense. She doesn't look 40 at all. She seems at least 60. You all might be surprised, but she really is only in her 40s. If you don't believe me, check her personal information on her Douyin account. So who exactly is this Li Yueming? While the viewers in the live stream were discussing Li Yueming's identity, Bailuoluo had already begun conversing with her. Sister, what would you like to inquire about? She asked with a smile. All right, sister, today I shall indulge your business. I am looking for someone. Li Yueming understood that the fortune tellers in town were of little competence, yet she frequented this place for fortune-telling, unwilling to relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope. Although she did not believe in Bailuoluo, seeing how young she was in this line of work suggested that her family might not be well off, and thus she thought to support the girl as business. At the very least, she could offer 50 yuan after the reading, considering it a charitable act. Thinking of Nan Nan, Li Yueming's expression grew increasingly complex. I can see you are filled with guilt, but do not feel so, for the child's disappearance is not truly connected to you. Bailuoluo observed her closely for a moment before speaking unexpectedly. What do you mean by that? Li Yueming turned sharply to Bailuoluo. This Bailuoluo seems to know something about what has transpired with Li Yueming, but she can't just say anything. This woman speaks so irresponsibly. Li Yueming is indeed pitiable, but she bears some responsibility for Nan Nan's abduction. Who is this Li Yueming that everyone seems to recognize? Uninformed individuals began to search, and their findings astonished them. 5 years ago, Li Yueming was a full-time nanny. After leaving her previous employer's home, she was referred to work as a live-in nanny for the Chow family. The Chow family consisted of 4 members: the male head Chow Da, his wife Chun Fangxiu, Chow Da's mother Lu Guifan, and their 3-year-old daughter, Chow Nan Nan. Originally, the Chow family did not require a live-in nanny, but due to Chun Fangxiu being 5 months pregnant, her mother-in-law Lu Guifan, who favored male offspring, was overly protective of this pregnancy, neglecting to care for the 3-year-old Nan Nan. Thus, Li Yueming was hired as the live-in nanny for the Chow family, responsible for preparing 3 meals a day and escorting the child to kindergarten. Nan Nan was well-behaved, albeit somewhat introverted, yet she formed a close bond with Li Yueming. A few months after Li Yueming began her employment, Chun Fangxiu successfully gave birth to a hefty baby boy weighing 8 pounds. Chow Da's mother was elated, and Li Yueming found her workload increasing. She not only had to care for Chow Nan Nan and prepare meals, but also assist Chun Fangxiu during her confinement. The Chow family recognized her hard work and raised her salary. As Li Yueming had developed affection for the adorable Nan Nan, she was reluctant to leave. When she chased after a thief to retrieve her discarded bag, over 40 minutes had elapsed. Li Yueming, disregarding her distress over the stolen money and phone, hurried to the kindergarten to pick up Nan Nan. To her shock, she discovered that Nan Nan had already been taken away. The person who took her was an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman, who claimed to be there to pick up Nan Nan on Li Yueming's behalf. Additionally, not long before, the teacher had indeed received a message from Li Yueming via WeChat, stating that due to an unforeseen circumstance, she would send a friend named Sister Xia to collect Nan Nan. The teacher, having been told Li Yueming's name and that of Sister Xia, did not suspect anything and allowed the woman to take Nan Nan. By the time Li Yueming arrived at the kindergarten to collect Nan Nan, it was too late. She had already been taken. The teacher then realized she had been deceived and immediately reported the incident alongside Li Yueming. However, the police investigation yielded no results. Nan Nan had seemingly vanished without a trace, and no further information was available. Based on the accounts of both parties, the teacher had handed Nan Nan over to the woman named Sister Xia due to the message from Li Yueming, thus placing Li Yueming under police suspicion. Although Li Yueming claimed her bag had been stolen, containing money and her phone, the area where she was robbed was a blind spot for surveillance, leaving no evidence to prove her claim. Even if she had been robbed, there was a significant possibility that it was all part of a staged act with an accomplice. This case garnered considerable attention at the time, with many people suspecting that it was all a self-directed performance by Li Yueming. Ultimately, while the police cleared her of any involvement, the Chow family blamed her, repeatedly causing disturbances at her home, leaving her in a state of unrest. As a result of these events, Li Yueming was unable to find relevant employment. After all, others feared for their children's safety, and until the individual who had abducted Nan Nan was apprehended, Li Yueming could not prove her innocence, leading no family to be willing to hire her. Li Yueming herself felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, unable to find work while being suspected of conspiring with outsiders to abduct Nan Nan. To prove her innocence, and for the sake of Nan Nan, she devoted herself to searching for her. Over the years, she spent considerable amounts of money seeking information on Nan Nan's whereabouts. Even selling the house she had worked tirelessly to purchase over the years to secure more funds for the search. Li Yueming was indeed a woman of misfortune. Having lost her family in her rural upbringing, she later moved to the city as a nanny through introductions and married an honest man. Unfortunately, after many years of marriage without children, it was discovered that the issue lay with Li Yueming. Desiring a child, her husband divorced her. Since then, Li Yueming had lived alone, never remarrying. After years of hard work, she had finally bought a house, only to face the disappearance of Nan Nan, selling the house in her quest to find her, rendering her years of effort futile. Over the years, the efforts she has exerted in searching for Nan Nan have not gone unnoticed by those around her. Thus, the elderly individuals who have long relied on fortune-telling for their meager livelihood in the park have shown compassion, advising her to save her money for her old age instead of squandering it. Have you not observed that even the Chow family has relinquished hope, accepting the grim reality of Nan Nan's abduction and focusing their attention on the prospect of a second son? If her own family has abandoned her, why should she, an outsider, persist? However, Li Yuanzhong is resolute. She believes she bears significant responsibility for Nan Nan's disappearance and has never relinquished her quest. She even created a Douyin account, appealing to kind-hearted individuals to contact her with any leads about Nan Nan, promising generous rewards for any information provided. Now, 5 years have passed, and Nan Nan remains elusive. The prolonged search has taken a toll on Li Yuanzhong, leading her to suffer from depression. This explains why a woman in her early 40s appears to be in her 60s. Initially, the online community harbored doubts about Li Yuanzhong, but gradually, many have come to believe in her integrity. After all, while one can feign a performance temporarily, the toll this ordeal has taken on Li Yuanzhong's appearance is not something easily faked. The price she has paid to find a child is indeed exorbitant. In the live stream, Li Yuanzhong's presence has caused a surge in viewership for Bailuoluo's channel, with numbers soaring from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Many in the chat implore Bailuoluo not to deceive Li Yuanzhong and to show compassion towards this unfortunate woman. Unbeknownst to Bailuoluo, she is engrossed in conversation with Li Yuanzhong. If I can uncover the truth from that time and assist you in locating the child, I would require 1,000 yuan. Is that unreasonable? Bailuoluo inquired earnestly. Can you truly help me? Li Yuanzhong expressed skepticism, a sentiment echoed by the viewers in the live stream, who chastised Bailuoluo for lacking humanity, deeming it shameless to exploit a desperate woman's plight for monetary gain. If you doubt my sincerity, accompany me. Together, we shall unearth the truth. If I fail to provide results by 7 o'clock, you will have wasted only a few hours of your time. Conversely, if I succeed, you must fulfill your promise of 1,000 yuan. Bailuoluo's demeanor was unusually serious. Her earnestness left Li Yuanzhong in a quandary about whether to trust her. Nevertheless, Bailuoluo's proposition was enticing. As she mentioned, even if deceived, she would only lose a few hours. If nothing materializes by 7 o'clock, she would own nothing. All right, I agree. Half an hour later, Li Yuanzhong stood at the foot of a mountain outside the town, puzzled alongside Bailuoluo. What are we doing here? She queried. Naturally. We are here to find Nan Nan. Bailuoluo replied with an air of calm. Nan Nan is here? This place hardly seems suitable for habitation. Surely, if we were searching for someone, we would not come to such a location. Unless… Li Yuanzhong abruptly shook her head, dismissing the thought that had crossed her mind. No. This cannot be. She must be fabricating this story. Nan Nan could not possibly be in such a place. The cameraman followed closely behind, equally curious about Bailuoluo's intentions in bringing Li Yuanzhong here. Though initially unaware of Li Yuanzhong's background, he had since learned through the director that if they failed to locate anyone, the next segment would not go well. The online community would not spare Bailuoluo, as there is no shortage of self-proclaimed champions of justice online. Naturally, if the person is not here, why would she have brought Li Yuanzhong along? Li Yuanzhong felt increasingly anxious and skeptical of Bailuoluo. Yet she was a woman of her word, having promised to dedicate a few hours to uncovering the truth. She would not renege. The two ascended the mountain in silence. Surprisingly, the path, typically devoid of visitors, was well maintained. When did their town acquire such wealth to construct roads even in uninhabited areas? This thought flitted through Li Yuanzhong's mind, but did not linger. For her thoughts were consumed by Nan Nan, and her trust in Bailuoluo dwindled. They trudged through the rocky terrain until they reached the summit, stopping beside a particularly ornate grave. Nan Nan is here, Bailuoluo stated, pointing to the lavish tomb. It was evident that this grave belonged to someone affluent. Not only was the headstone crafted from jade, but the 4 pillars surrounding it were adorned with golden dragons and phoenixes. The inscriptions on the gravestone were also exquisite, clearly hand-carved by a skilled artisan, a stark contrast to those produced by machines. To be interred in such a grand tomb posthumously, one must surely hail from a wealthy lineage. This is impossible. This is clearly a boy's tomb. Li Yuanzhong exclaimed. The date inscribed indicated that the deceased had passed away 5 years prior, and though the cause of death was unspecified, it was noted that the tomb's occupant was a 3-year-old boy. Despite sharing an age with Nan Nan, this could not possibly be her, as even the name and gender differed. From the gravestone, Li Yuanzhong recognized a name well known in their town, Meng Guangxing. It appeared that the occupant was none other than the grandson of their town's wealthiest man, Meng Guangxing. A distant memory surfaced. She recalled that Meng Guangxing's grandson had attended the same kindergarten as Nan Nan. Nan Nan's family was relatively well off, having enrolled her in the town's finest preschool. The children who could afford to attend such an institution typically hailed from the upper echelons of society. She remembered that Meng Zihue, the grandson, had not gotten along with Nan Nan. Being Meng Guangxing's heir and suffering from a congenital heart defect, he was feared by his peers. Parents warned their children not to provoke Meng Zihue, lest their own families suffer repercussions. Nan Nan, being the most adorable girl in the kindergarten, often found herself the target of Meng Zihue's bullying, leaving her in tears. Her family, fearful of offending the Meng family, refrained from intervening on her behalf. When news of Meng Zihue's death spread throughout the town, many children in the kindergarten expressed relief, for he had been spoiled and unruly, often tormenting his classmates. Several of them secretly wished he would never return to the kindergarten. Nan Nan likely shared this sentiment. When Meng Zihue was no longer around, she ate significantly more than usual. A 3-year-old child does not comprehend death. They only know that an annoying bully can no longer torment them. Yet, shockingly, just a week after Meng Zihue's death, Nan Nan was abducted. When Nan Nan was taken, Meng Zihue had already been deceased for a week. So how could Nan Nan possibly be in his grave? What a ludicrous notion. Do you not find it peculiar how the thief who stole your wallet knew your phone password? Bailuoluo suddenly remarked. That is indeed strange. But it could be that someone observed me unlocking my phone at some point. The police investigated this lead, but found nothing. Do you unlock your phone with a password? She inquired further. Li Yuanzhong nodded yes. Do you often unlock your phone in public? For instance, when making mobile payments. Due to my grandmother's insistence, I usually carry cash when shopping, so I rarely use mobile payments. My grandmother knows the prices at the supermarket and the market very well, and she is quite adept at calculating costs. Absolutely would not allow anyone to take advantage of the Chow family in even the slightest manner. It is precisely for this reason that Li Yuring rarely uses mobile payments and prefers cash. Bailuoluo was not surprised by this response and proceeded to inquire, have you ever unlocked your phone in front of others? I do not enjoy using my phone in public. When I take Nan Nan out, I must keep a watchful eye on her, and thus I refrain from using my phone. Li Yuering is a diligent nanny, seldom shirking her responsibilities, and she takes great care in looking after the child. Given your assertion, it seems you seldom have opportunities to use your phone in public. How then do you think the individual who abducted Nan acquired your phone password? The question circled back to the beginning. In a live streaming room, many were also contemplating this dilemma. According to Li Yuering, she is not someone who habitually scrolls through her phone. Acquiring her password would indeed pose a challenge. Indeed, how did the individual who abducted Nan manage to obtain the password? Is there a possibility that among that group, there exists an expert adept at breaching phone security? If such skills are possessed, why would one resort to child trafficking? Yet, this seems to be the most plausible explanation. I cannot conceive of any other reasoning. Coincidentally, Li Yuering touched upon this point as well. The police had previously entertained a similar hypothesis, much like the viewers in the live stream. Have you ever considered a different perspective? While outsiders may lack access to your phone password, the Chow family members might have ample opportunity to obtain it. Chapter 77. A shockwave across the internet by Bailuoluo's seemingly nonchalant remark left Li Yuering wide-eyed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that the Chow family was involved in the incident from back then? That is inconceivable. They had no motive to do so. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yuering shook her head. Nan is the biological child of the Chow family. They are not incapable of supporting her. Chowda runs a successful renovation company, and the family's financial standing is stable enough that they would never resort to selling their own daughter for mere pennies. Selling a child might fetch only a few tens of thousands, a sum that would hardly be significant to the Chow family. No, Chowda indeed lacks a reason to sell his own child, but his mother, Lu Guifan, remains an unpredictable factor. Lu Guifan does not have only one son. She has another son who has been struggling for the past 5 years. It is said that he was kicked out by his wife and left with nothing. The reason being that he was caught having an affair. Lu Guifan insisted that Chowda purchase a house for her younger son, Chow Wang, and provide him with a position in the company, yet all her requests were met with refusal from Chowda. What? Is this true? Does such a situation exist? I find it quite curious how Bailuoluo came to know this. Chowda indeed has a younger brother named Chow Wang, and 5 years ago, he did divorce his wife under quite scandalous circumstances, tarnishing his reputation and resulting in his dismissal from work. Wow, someone in the know has come forward with revelations. Are there any more insider details? Please share more. Back then, Chow Wang's infidelity became quite the spectacle during the divorce. It was rumored that he left his home with nothing but the clothes on his back. However, he was fortunate. Shortly after the divorce, he won a grand prize, a fully furnished 180 square meter apartment, which he subsequently sold for over 900,000 yuan. Wow, what incredible luck. Where did he win such a prize? Why haven't I encountered such fortune? The live stream's viewership continued to surge, quickly surpassing 300,000. Lu Guifan is a mother who deeply cares for her children. She is capable of going to great lengths for her beloved son, including sacrificing a granddaughter she does not favor. Are you suggesting that Lu Guifan orchestrated a plot with human traffickers to sell her own granddaughter for the sake of her younger son? Li Yuering's expression became peculiar. Not only did he acquire a house, but he later used the funds from the sale to expand his business, which has since flourished, nearing a fortune greater than that of Chowda. Were you implying? Li Yuering inquired, gazing intently at her. The house that Chow Wang won in the lottery belongs to the Meng family, does it not? Bailuoluo pointed toward an upscale residential area in the town. That development was funded by the Meng family, known to be the most luxurious in the area, with apartments ranging from 100 to 300 square meters. Most affluent residents in the town reside there. When Bailuoluo sought employment, she often passed by the development and overheard passers-by discussing it. Naturally, she was aware that the developer was the Meng family. Yes, that is indeed the case. The community was indeed financed by the Meng family. She recalled how the Meng family had suddenly begun promotional activities, announcing an offline lottery where a grand prize ticket would win a house in Mingen Garden. The entire town was abuzz. It was a house after all, drawing even residents from neighboring towns to participate. Unexpectedly, the winner turned out to be Chow Wang, and many envied his fortune at that time. Having emerged from a divorce with nothing, he still managed to acquire a house, effortlessly gaining a fortune worth hundreds of thousands. You alternate between discussing the Meng family and Lu Guifan and Chow Wang. Are you suggesting that the Meng family conspired with Lu Guifan and Chow Wang in Nanan's disappearance? Having reached this point, even Li Yuering, no matter how obtuse, grasped Bailuoluo's implication. But what could the Meng family want with Nan? Indeed, the Meng family appears affluent. What could they possibly desire with a 3-year-old girl? This matter remains perplexing. Following Bailuoluo's train of thought, I suspect that the Meng family sought to acquire Nan for Meng Zihua. I hope I am mistaken. I have also considered that the implication is that the Meng family wishes to. What are you doing? No, Bailuoluo, please do not act impulsively. The cameraman was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Bailuoluo had suddenly begun to vandalize Meng Zihua's grave. Bailuoluo, this is illegal. Quickly put down the stone. Bang! The tombstone was shattered. At this moment, the live stream was predictably shut down. The footage of Bailuoluo angrily smashing the grave of a 3-year-old child had begun to circulate online, with some concerned viewers already alerting the authorities. The internet was rife with speculation regarding the veracity of Bailuoluo's claims, pondering whether this was a genuine revelation or merely an attempt to gain attention through sensationalism. Meanwhile, at the Meng family villa below the mountain, Meng Guangxing's subordinates rushed to deliver this news. Upon hearing that Bailuoluo was desecrating his grandson's grave, Meng Guangxing was incensed and immediately summoned his personnel to hastily ascend the mountain. Concurrently, the police were also mobilizing to head toward Bailuoluo's location. An ominous atmosphere loomed over the entire town. The town was not devoid of viewers watching the live stream. Those who thrived on chaos began to flock toward Bailuoluo's direction, eager to witness the unfolding drama. At that moment, Bailuoluo had unearthed a small coffin from Meng Zihua's grave. It was indeed a coffin, not an urn. The wood used was exquisite and intricately carved, a testament to the craftsmanship of a master artisan. However, it was not large, barely capable of accommodating a child of 5 years. What on earth are you doing? Liu Ying and the cameraman were both greatly alarmed. This girl was destroying someone else's child's grave over a disagreement. It seemed excessively cruel. I must open the coffin. Nan is inside. How else can I find her? Ignoring the two, she removed the nails from the small coffin and forcefully opened it. As the lid was lifted, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Would you not care to take a look? The Nan you have been searching for is right here. Bailuoluo glanced inside the coffin before turning her gaze toward Liu Ying. Though somewhat intimidated, the desire to find Nan ultimately prevailed. She mustered her courage and approached the small coffin, trembling as she gazed inside. Half an hour later, Bailuoluo and her companions, along with Meng Guangxing who had rushed to stop her, were taken to the police station. The situation had escalated, for within Meng Zihua's coffin lay the remains of another child. Chapter 78. Settling the payment after identification by Liu Rong. It was confirmed that the remains belonged to Chao Nan. Liu Rong recognized the remains because the child was dressed in the clothing Chao Nan wore when she went missing, along with the small hairpin that Liu Rong had personally placed in her hair that day. However, verification through comparison was still necessary. Fortunately, the police had preserved Chao Nan's sample in their system, and they awaited the forensic results. As the first discoverer, Bailuoluo was promptly questioned by the police. Police, name? Bailuoluo. Bailuoluo. Police, gender? Bailuoluo was at a loss for words. What kind of question was this? If I said I was male, would you believe me? Female. Isn't it obvious? Why ask? How old are you? 20. After a series of inquiries about her origin, residence, occupation, and reasons for being there, they finally got to the crux of the matter. So, how did you discover the other child's remains in Meng Zihua's coffin? I deduced it, Bailuoluo stated solemnly. Bailuoluo, just kidding, I inferred it. In fact, I have been following the case of Chao Nan for quite some time. Coincidentally, I encountered Aunt Li in this small town, and, seeing her plight, I wanted to help her. Well said, Luoluo. Nowadays, people in the mortal realm advocate for science and hardly believe in divination or the supernatural. Just explain it in a way they can accept. The voice of Xiao Fu resonated in Bailuoluo's mind. Although she knew that most mortals believed in science, with only a small fraction still holding onto the divine, the magnitude of their rejection of the supernatural became clear in this moment. Thankfully, she did not insist that it was her own calculations. Bailuoluo thought to herself, "You claim this is your own deduction?" The police were clearly skeptical. Yes, unless Meng Zihua told me. Bailuoluo couldn't help but roll her eyes. Humans are so troublesome. To be honest, they don't believe me, and when I explain it in terms they can accept, they still doubt. Would it not be better if you told me how to say it? Isn't it acceptable that I say it as you instructed? Was it truly your deduction? How did you arrive at it? And when did you begin your reasoning? When I was looking for work nearby, she replied. Didn't you say you had been following this case for a long time? Why did you only deduce the result after arriving here? And how can you be so certain of your reasoning that you even damaged Meng Zihua's gravestone and pried open his coffin lid? Are you not afraid of being held legally accountable for an error in your deduction? Bailuoluo feigned a look of compassion. Meanwhile, Liu Rong and the others were also giving their statements. Meng Guangxing, having discovered another child's remains in his grandson's grave, could not easily absolve himself of suspicion, even if he claimed ignorance. Once the three had completed their statements, they were instructed not to leave the city temporarily before being released. Director Ji was already waiting at the police station entrance. What are you thinking? How could you create such a stir? Can't you just calm down a bit? Director Ji was at a loss for words. Because of Bailuoluo, the live streaming room had been shut down, although only her channel was affected while others remained unharmed. Director Ji had been quite busy due to this incident. Not to mention that Bailuoluo had also been taken to the police station, leaving him completely in the dark about the situation. Director Ji, I am not being troublesome. I am simply doing a good deed. If you do not commend me, that is fine, but to criticize me? My tender heart has suffered 1,000 points of hurt. Bailuoluo's face almost bore the words, You've hurt me. Yet I smile and let it go. All right, stop pretending. I told you to find a job, not to meddle in the police's affairs. You help someone else do their work. What do you expect them to do? Director Ji unleashed a torrent of words at Bailuoluo. She quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding a spray of spit. Director Ji, I know you are angry, but please hold your temper. I still have important matters to attend to. She raised her hand to interrupt his barrage. After speaking, she turned to Liu Rong. Aunt Li, shall we settle the payment we discussed? She smiled gently at Liu Rong. It turned out that she had long believed that the abducted Nan had never left this small town. In fact, Nan's disappearance was not due to her actions, but rather a scheme orchestrated by her own grandmother. This overwhelming revelation was difficult for Liu Rong to accept, despite having lived for over 40 years. All right, I promised you. I will transfer the money to you now. She took out her phone, intending to send 1,000 yuan to Bailuoluo. Wait, I want cash. I do not accept mobile payments. How could I, when Director Ji's phone could only make calls? She couldn't even log into WeChat, let alone use her phone for transactions. I do not have that much cash on me, but it is fine. I have a card. I will go to the bank and withdraw it for you. Liu Rong was indeed a woman of her word. It was merely 1,000 yuan, and after years of searching for Nan, she had even sold her house. Did she really care about this amount? Following Liu Rong to the bank, Bailuoluo successfully received the 1,000 yuan and waved goodbye to her. Since her live streaming room was shut down, Bailuoluo did not even bring a follower and went directly to a nearby fast food restaurant to enjoy an all-you-can-eat meal for 12 yuan. Bailuoluo had a hearty appetite. The owner surely would not profit from her. By 7 in the evening, everyone concluded their work and gathered together. When the earnings were tallied, Bailuoluo had earned the most among the guests, with others barely reaching 500 yuan, which included a bonus from the owner for boosting business. When Bailuoluo revealed her cash amounting to over 900 yuan, everyone, including Yang Su, was astonished. Luoluo, how do you have so much money? Han Zhaozhao bit her lip, her eyes glimmering with a hint of jealousy. Fortunately, no one paid attention to her expression. Everyone was captivated by the cash in Bailuoluo's hands. I earned it from working, Bailuoluo shrugged. Working? Earning over 900 in just a few hours? Not even in a big city would that be common. Even if it existed, it would not be easily found on the street. Could it be that the owner gave you more because you were a celebrity? I'm not saying this to criticize you, Luoluo, but you cannot do this. Earnings should reflect the work done. How can you take so much just because of your celebrity status? The owner runs a small business. It is not easy. Han Zhaozhao stood on her moral high ground, disapprovingly addressing Bailuoluo. Indeed, this Bailuoluo does not understand at all. After working for a few hours, she dares to take over 900 yuan. Has she never seen money in her life? And she's a female star. Even if the owner offered it willingly, how could she have the audacity to accept it? What did she do to deserve the owner spending over 900 to hire her for a few hours? Does she think she's a top star like Yang Su or Chun Bauer, who naturally draws in traffic? The discourse is predominantly filled with the voices of fans of Han Zhaozhao. Although Han Zhaozhao is merely an internet celebrity, she boasts over 30 million followers on Douyin, making her a significant figure in the realm of online fame. It is not surprising that a few fans would come to her defense. However, Those who have remained in her live streaming room may not be aware of the actions taken by Bailuoluo, and had they known, they might hesitate to speak so freely. To clarify, Bailuoluo earned a total of 1,000 yuan, not merely 900, as she likely spent a portion on dinner, hence the round figure. Nevertheless, I personally believe that Bailuoluo's earnings are rather modest. We await the official announcement with bated breath. What is it that you mean? I cannot comprehend your words. For those upstairs, perhaps a glance at the trending topics would suffice. What evidence do you have that I have taken more than my share? If you know nothing, refrain from speaking. Bailuoluo is not one to tolerate such nonsense, and she shot a disdainful glance in response. Han Zhao Zhao, what more do you wish to say? Bailuoluo has no time to indulge her trivialities. After saying this, she directed her gaze towards the director, signaling him to intervene. The director cleared his throat and ultimately stepped forward. For now, let us set aside other matters and commence with the announcement of the results. The individual who completed the task most successfully is Bailuoluo, who, after accounting for the 12 yuan spent on dining, has earned a total of 1,000 yuan, the highest among all participants. The second place is shared by Yang Su and Chunbao Air, both of whom, after factoring in their dining expenses, earned 500 yuan each. The third place is taken by Guan Shan, with earnings of 400 yuan. Following him is Yang Li, who earned 300 yuan, and Jiang Ruan, who acquired 200 yuan. Both Han Zhao Zhao and Shun Zhou earned 100 yuan each. As soon as the director finished speaking, staff members approached to collect the wages earned by the participants. Director Ji, you have yet to inform us of any rewards for our hard-earned money. Yang Li, protective of his small fortune, feigned ignorance towards the staff's outstretched hands. The one who earns the most will have the privilege of selecting breakfast first tomorrow. Director Ji stated with utmost seriousness. What? Is that it? After several hours of effort, we are rewarded merely with breakfast, not even a lavish meal. Although the top earner is not him, it does not prevent him from critiquing Director Ji's stinginess. The staff, undeterred, reached for Yang Li's money, prompting him to dodge left and right. Ultimately, with the assistance of another staff member, they managed to seize the money from Yang Li's grasp. The earnings he had labored for hours to acquire were thus ruthlessly taken from him. In a theatrical display, he extended his hand in despair, exclaiming, "No, my money. You cannot take it from me." The surrounding guests erupted in laughter, branding him a drama queen. With the results now announced, let us extend our congratulations to Luo. Director Ji led the applause. Following his lead, the others joined in to congratulate Bailuoluo. On the journey back to the village, Bailuoluo was too fatigued to speak, opting instead to rest her eyes. 3 vehicles halted not far from the minibus, carrying Bailuoluo and her companions, drawing their attention. No, Director Ji shook his head. Soon, individuals emerged from the vehicles, astonishingly carrying 3 coffins. Before anyone could express their astonishment, the village head approached with a group of people. Old Lu, Uncle Lu, Little Lu, various villagers surrounded a weary-looking elderly man who had just descended from the vehicle. Old Wang, we will be troubling you for the next few days, the elderly man spoke, his face etched with fatigue. He appeared to be in his 60s, yet he radiated an aura of exhaustion and despair. Even though Bailuoluo and her companions did not recognize this elder, they could sense his sorrow and hopelessness. Is this another villager? Yang Li whispered to Yang Su. Those in the coffins must be the old man's family. Losing 3 family members at once explains his distress. Jiang Ruan's eyes were filled with compassion. Should we not go over to check? Han Zhao suggested, glancing at the others. Perhaps it is best not to intrude. They seem quite occupied, and we do not wish to add to their burdens. Guan Shan shook his head. Chapter 80. The Lu Family in Addition. The sounds of sorrow filled the air. Bailuoluo stood in the courtyard with Deju, lost in thought. She had closed her live stream, and since it was already 8 o'clock, she had no desire to continue broadcasting. Xiao Fu, there was something rather off about those 3 coffins, she remarked. Indeed, there was something amiss. They appeared too pristine, Xiao Fu replied. Yes, how could they be so immaculate? Bailuoluo pondered. The cleanliness she referred to was not about the physical state of the coffins, but rather the absence of something within them. The sudden appearance of 3 coffins, 2 large and 1 small, likely signified a family of 3. The notion of a family perishing together is rarely due to natural causes. Typically, those who meet untimely ends carry a heavy aura of resentment. Yet, These coffins exhibited no signs of such energy. They seemed devoid of any lingering presence, which was highly unusual given the circumstances. Could this forebode trouble? Bailuoluo expressed her concerns. While she had no intention of involving herself in the affairs of the living, if it were not for the need to earn money and fulfill her tasks, she would not have assisted Liu. She had no desire to delve into the peculiarities surrounding the coffins, as long as Yang Su remained unharmed. She intended to steer clear of mortal matters. The village's drums resonated throughout the night, keeping several guests awake, especially for Han Zhao, whose makeshift dwelling was in closest proximity to the Liu family. The mournful sounds were so loud that they rendered her unable to sleep, compounded by the eerie cries of the Liu family. After enduring the cacophony for a while, she could no longer tolerate it and hastily sought out Director G to express her grievance about the disturbance. Fortunately, Director G offered no objections, merely suggesting that she stay with a few of the female participants for the night. As for whom she chose to stay with, that was entirely up to her. Was there any doubt? Of course, she would go to the most popular Chun Bao heir's residence. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity for fame. With Director G's consent, Han Zhao swiftly packed her belongings and headed to Chun Bao heir's home. She did not even contemplate whether Chun Bao heir would take her in. After all, they were currently filming a variety show, and if Chun Bao heir were to reject her, it would conveniently provide her with a reason to garner sympathy online. Regardless of Chun Bao heir's decision, she was assured of gaining attention. The following day, sunlight filtered through the clouds, bathing the earth below. Under the sun, the entire village seemed enveloped in an atmosphere of sorrow. At 7 in the morning, Bailuoluo was promptly awakened by Deju, and, as was customary, she ran to room 3 to fetch breakfast. After enjoying her meal, she awaited the day's tasks, only to learn from Director G that they were free to explore until 11 a.m., when they were to reconvene at room 3. Free time was a welcome notion. Bailuoluo resolved to spend the morning immersed in novels, refusing to be coaxed from her bed. Shortly after 9, Jiang Ruan, Chun Bao heir, and Han Zhao arrived at her door, inviting her to join them on a stroll around the village. Bailuoluo, uninterested, declined their invitation and continued to lounge in bed. Due to her lack of engagement, her live stream's popularity plummeted once again, making her the least viewed among the 8 streams. After a night had passed, the identities of old Lu's family had been unearthed. If old Lu were merely an ordinary elder, he would not have attracted such scrutiny from netizens. Lao Lu, however, is far from ordinary. Over the past 2 months, he has made numerous appearances on television. And even now, there exists an interview video featuring his family on Douyin. Upon learning of Lao Lu's identity, many netizens expressed sympathy for his family. Some even ventured into the live broadcast of the 8 guests, urging them to visit Lao Lu's home. The peculiar demise of Liu Yang's family of 3 has led to mixed reactions regarding the official investigation. Some accept the findings, while others adamantly reject them. Curiosity looms over what actions the Liu family will take next, as many believe they would struggle to accept such a conclusion if they were in their shoes. Among the 8 guests, some have already received information from their agents regarding the Liu family situation, while some remain indifferent. Others aim to seize the opportunity to enhance their public image. Han Zhao is among those eager to cultivate a favorable impression. Last night, she contacted her agent as usual, who informed her of the Liu family's plight. Although Han Zhao has no regrets about moving in with Chun Bao, she laments not showcasing herself more in front of the camera, feeling that the chance has slipped away. If she wishes to ascend to the 2nd tier of stardom swiftly, she must grasp every opportunity that presents itself. Han Zhao is self-aware enough not to aim for the top tier immediately. After all, there are only a select few first-tier stars in the entertainment industry. While she does not aspire to instant success, she believes that reaching the 2nd tier is a reasonable goal. According to her agent, the Liu family's tragedy has gained significant traction online, and even 2 months later, interest remains high. This presents an opportune moment for her to speak up for the Liu family, allowing netizens to perceive her kindness. However, unbeknownst to her, Chun Bao and Jiang Ruan have already seen through her intentions. Both have been in the industry far longer than Han Zhao, rendering her subtle schemes transparent to them. They simply choose not to expose her. The 3 women stroll towards the vicinity of the Liu residence, where the crowd swells with villagers and relatives who have traveled from afar to attend the funeral. At this moment, Lao Lu and his eldest son, Lu Wei, are sorrowfully welcoming guests who have come to pay their respects. Lao Lu, take heart. Xiao Yong was a dutiful child and would not want to see you in sorrow. One relative offers. Lao Lu, please accept this token of my sympathy. Another chimes in. The attending relatives express deep commiseration for the Lu family, pondering how such a harmonious family could be so abruptly shattered. The tragedy of young Jie, who was not yet 10 years old, weighs heavily on their hearts. If they were in Lao Lu's position, they too would find such a blow unbearable. Lao Lu, visibly fatigued, converses with relatives for a while before delegating the task of greeting guests to his eldest daughter-in-law. Just then, the village chief approaches, asking to speak with Lao Lu inside. Have you accepted the investigation's findings? The chief inquires as they enter the room and shut the door. Lao Lu, with a cigarette in his mouth, trembles as he lights it and replies, I have. How can you accept this? The circumstances surrounding Xiao Yong's family are clearly suspicious. It cannot possibly be suicide. The chief exclaims, his voice laden with agitation. Lao Lu exhales too, smoke rings slowly. What alternative do we have? A few days ago, Captain Chun came to speak with me, stating that the case can only be concluded as a suicide. However, the investigation will continue, albeit quietly and under the radar. He explains, originally, Captain Chun instructed me not to discuss this with anyone, but you are different. As the village chief, you have a right to know. Lao Lu continues to smoke, the weariness in his eyes growing more pronounced. Captain Chun did not provide further details, only assuring me that justice will be served for our family. Lao Lu shakes his head, unwilling to elaborate further. It is not that he wishes to remain silent. Rather, the intricate details are beyond his knowledge, and Captain Chun would not divulge them to him. Very well, I understand. Given the complexities of this case, we cannot place all our hopes in one avenue. Since Su Daoshi is also present, why not have him take a look at the Yong family? He may uncover something, the village chief suggests. Su Daoshi is a local priest invited by the village chief to conduct rituals for Lu Yong's family. Unlike the charlatans found at park entrances, Su Daoshi possesses genuine credentials and is well regarded in the area. Families often seek him out for rituals when a death occurs. Although his actual abilities remain uncertain, it is reasonable to assume he is competent, having been in the profession for many years. Lao Lu shares this sentiment. He had specifically asked the village chief to contact Su Daoshi, seeking his assistance. Captain Chin implies that this case likely involves extraordinary circumstances. Lao Lu reflects. Indeed, that is my thinking as well, but with so many people here, it would be inappropriate to discuss this matter openly. We will have to wait until later when the crowd thins. The village chief agrees, nodding. I appreciate your discretion. Besides the matter concerning Xiao Yong, I have another issue to discuss with you. What is it? Lao Lu gestures for the village chief to proceed. Director Ji mentioned wanting to bring a few celebrities over to pay their respects to Xiao Yong's family and offer condolences to yours at noon. Although the village chief is not well versed in the entertainment industry, he understands enough to surmise Ji's intentions, believing that this could benefit the Lu family and thus agrees. However, whether this will be feasible depends on Lao Lu's response. The village chief will not force his villagers to cooperate if Lao Lu is opposed. Celebrities coming to offer incense for Xiao Yong and to console our family? This is puzzling. We are not acquainted with him. Lao Lu Zimat, going forward. Director Ji mentioned that they will be live streaming, but only from outside and not entering the house. The village chief clarifies. Live streaming? I know what that is. I've seen the younger relatives of my friends do it, but no one in my family engages in such activities. Lao Lu sighs, given our current situation. We do not have the heart to entertain them. I understand your feelings. However, this live stream could draw more attention to Xiao Yong's case, which may assist in the investigation into the cause of his family's demise. If it is not too much trouble, it might be worth considering, the village chief suggests, genuinely considering what is best for Lao Lu's family. Upon realizing that this could aid the investigation into Xiao Yong's case, Lao Lu readily agrees. All right, village chief, you can handle this. Just ensure that they remain outside and do not wander around my home. Furthermore, while they may offer incense, no live streaming is permitted in the morning hall. The village chief nods, knowing that Lao Lu would not refuse. Meanwhile, Han Zhao Zhao and her companions have arrived outside the Lu residence. The courtyard is bustling with people, leaving little room to spare. Unfamiliar with the Lu family, Han Zhao Zhao and her friends hesitate to intrude, deciding against entering the house. Local villagers, recognizing Jiang Ruan and Chun Bauer as celebrities, occasionally cast curious glances in their direction. Some even point and whisper among themselves. Jiang Ruan and Chen Baoer, not wishing to linger, stand outside for a brief moment before deciding to leave. Although Han Zhaozhao yearns to step inside, she feels too shy to do so alone and reluctantly follows her friends out. Initially disheartened by yet another missed opportunity, she is unexpectedly presented with a chance at noon. At 11 o'clock, everyone gathers promptly in room 3. Director, are you taking us to the Liu family to attend the funeral? Shen Zhou asks, astonished at Director Ji's announcement. I don't think I have appropriate attire for such an occasion. Han Zhaozhao suddenly realizes that she has not brought suitable clothing for attending a funeral. She has a penchant for adorning herself in delicate and charming attire, often embellished with subtle intricacies. However, it is evident that such garments are unsuitable for a funeral. My clothing should suffice. You may all come to my place to select something. Fortunately, Jiang Ruan's outfits are quite understated, ensuring that even at a funeral, they would not appear out of place. Upon hearing Jiang Ruan's words, Chen Baoer and Han Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. In the entertainment industry, one must avoid any missteps that could be seized upon by others. If they were to don inappropriate attire for the funeral, certain individuals in a live stream would undoubtedly transform into keyboard warriors, launching attacks against them. Bailuoluo, what about you? Would you like to choose something from my collection? Jiang Ruan inquired of Bailuoluo. Chen Baoer and Han Zhao chimed in, ensuring that Bailuoluo would not be left out. Bailuoluo shook her head, stating that she had her own clothing. Among the boys, only Yongli lacked suitable attire for the funeral. As an idol, his wardrobe leaned too avant-garde for such an occasion. However, after borrowing a complete outfit from Yangsu, he effortlessly resolved the issue. When Director Ji and the others arrived at the Liu family's residence, the villagers were taken aback. Aren't those a few celebrities? What brings them here? They wondered. What else could it be but to pay their respects to the Liu family? It is astonishing that these stars have come. Chapter 82, a rural feast indeed. They are deserving of their celebrity status, for they are extraordinarily handsome. The young men are truly striking, just the type my granddaughter fancies. Isn't that Yangsu? My grandson adores the dramas he stars in. Isn't that Guanshan? He is my idol. The woman speaking appeared to be in her 40s. Yet she blushed like a young girl upon seeing Guanshan. I must get his autograph later. My friends will be envious. The older women in the village were particularly enamored with Guanshan. This is hardly surprising, as he has starred in several family dramas over the years. Compared to the romantic dramas favored by the youth, family dramas are evidently more cherished by middle-aged and elderly audiences, given that the village is predominantly populated by older individuals. It is no wonder that Guanshan has garnered such admiration. Guanggu, you're indeed quite popular, Yang Li teased Guanshan in a hushed tone, observing the surrounding chatter. Guanshan remained unfazed, aware that his admirers were primarily middle-aged individuals. Let's maintain decorum. Do not cause a ruckus, he admonished quietly. After Director Ji and Bailuoluo's group arrived at the Liu residence, they greeted old Liu before entering the house to pay respects to Liu Yang's family, offering incense and silk money. The Liu family invited them to stay for lunch, having prepared the ingredients and even hired a chef in advance. Just as the meal was about to commence, the village chief guided the group of celebrities to a table reserved for them. The Liu family, considerate of their guest status, had ensured they would not dine alongside the villagers. The courtyard was spacious, yet the village was bustling with people, including relatives and friends who had come from afar, making it impossible to accommodate everyone at once. Thus, they had to take turns dining. Once a table of guests finished, they would clear the dishes and serve the next round. Thanks to their special status, Bailuoluo and her companions did not have to wait in line for their meals. They were immediately seated. Each table could accommodate 10 guests. But since Bailuoluo's table lacked sufficient attendees, the village chief and his son joined them. As for Director Ji, he departed after accompanying Bailuoluo and the others to pay respects to Liu Yang's family. The sounds in the courtyard were somewhat chaotic, with the music of traditional instruments and wailing merging into a cacophony. Yangli could not help but comment, "It seems they have been mourning for quite some time, crying since last night. How can one endure such prolonged sorrow?" Since the previous evening, he had been hearing the wails, which showed no sign of abating. How is one expected to bear such lamentation? Just then, the village chief's son, seated beside Yang Li, instinctively replied, "Those are professional mourners. They take turns. So it is not too taxing." The tragedy that befell Lu Yong's family was profound, prompting the villagers to ensure that the funeral was conducted with great care and attention. Upon receiving old Lu's call, the village chief set about contacting several groups, insisting that only those who could wail loudly enough be invited. Professional mourners? Is that a common practice? Yangli asked, astonished. This is quite common in our rural areas. You probably wouldn't encounter it in the city. It is evident that you celebrities hail from well-off families, so it is understandable that you might be unaware of such customs. The village chief's son, Wang Qing, was a man in his 30s with unremarkable features and an average height, easily lost in a crowd. He ran the village's only small convenience store. Wang Qing was quite talkative and struck up a conversation with Yang Li. Yang Li, who had seldom ventured into rural areas, recounted his only previous experience in a village, which had not been particularly pleasant. However, Xianglong village was evidently more prosperous than Xiaoshuan village, and his curiosity about rural life prompted him to ask numerous questions. Indeed, I too create content on Douyin, but my account has only a few dozen followers. I merely document the small happenings of my daily life, and not many pay attention. Wang Qing shared. He had been following Yang Li and his Group S livestream, thinking that if he could converse with these stars, he might gain a chance to trend on Douyin. He planned to notify all his friends and family to tune in. Wang Qing's thoughts remained unspoken as the two continued their conversation until the food was fully served. Bailuoluo, quietly seizing the moment, began to eat heartily. The rural feast was indeed impressive, featuring an array of delectable dishes: braised pork, sweet and sour fish, and turtle soup. She made sure to indulge in the meal while it was available. At Bailuoluo's table, the atmosphere was relatively composed, with everyone dining politely. Even the village chief was mindful of his image. However, at the other tables, decorum was cast aside, with guests eagerly reaching for their food. Jiang Ruan, noticing the voracious appetite of the others, nudged Chen Bauer, urging her to observe. The sight of others devouring their meals was far more captivating than the sumptuous dishes before them. In the live stream, the scene unfolded candidly. I can't stop laughing. It seems our Ruan has never witnessed such a spectacle. No wonder she is so astonished. Bauer is equally surprised. Her expression is priceless, almost losing her composed demeanor. Ergo appears remarkably unfazed, even amidst the rural feast, exuding an air of nobility. Lily has been engaged in conversation with the village chief's son, clearly intrigued by rural life. Zhao Zhao is eating so little. She should seize the opportunity to indulge a bit more. She may not have this chance again soon. This must be Lu Yong's family home. There are so many people in their village. Old Lu's situation is truly tragic. He worked hard to raise his son, who now has a grandson, only to face this calamity. To be honest, I cannot accept the investigation's findings. They seem implausible. I too believe that Lu Yong's family suffered greatly. Their loss is so unjust. May the deceased rest in peace. Wishing peace for the departed. Chapter 83. Borrowing longevity in the live stream. Some viewers focused their attention on the celebrities, while others were concerned about the Lu family. After finishing their meal, Bailuoluo and her companions bid farewell to the Lu family before departing, as the family still had funeral arrangements to attend to, and they did not wish to intrude further. On that day, the trending topics exploded once again. Several guests went to the Lu family home to pay their respects to Lu Yong and his family, offering incense and presenting gifts of silk earned through hard work, which were later compiled into a video and uploaded online. Many praised these stars for their beauty and kindness. And the tragic case of Lu Yong's family massacre sparked a new wave of attention. Even those previously unaware of the case became informed through this opportunity. The director, noticing that 3 of the top 10 trending topics were related to his show, smiled with pride, realizing that his strategy was indeed effective. Consequently, the popularity and discussion in the live stream surged. Director G's good mood continued into the evening. That night, a torrential rain fell from the sky, the thunder booming loudly enough to be frightening. The thunder roared in succession, and the rain poured down as if someone were dousing the earth from above. This night, it was likely that many would find themselves sleepless. Remaining at the Lu residence were only a few mourners and Su Daosher, along with relatives of the Lu family, keeping vigil. The weather made the atmosphere feel eerie. The rain was relentless, leaving them wondering when it would cease. How could one possibly sleep in such downpour? Zhang Shuyan, Lu Yong's sister-in-law, lamented about the poor sound insulation of rural homes, making the loud rain unbearable for sleep. The family of Lu Yong's cousin had arrived, totaling more than 20 relatives, with some residing in the village while others had come from the city. The oil lamp is about to extinguish. I'll go add some oil, Lu Wei's wife hurriedly said, moving to replenish the lamp situated before the incense altar at the foot of the 3 ice coffins. Su Daoshi had instructed that the lamp must remain lit for 3 days. I will light incense for Xiao Yong's family and burn some paper. I hope they can rest peacefully below, Lu Yong's aunt said, tears streaming down her face as she honored the deceased. The living room of the Lu family had been transformed into a mourning hall, with 3 coffins prominently displayed alongside the incense altar. A metal basin for burning paper was situated before the altar, containing unburned paper money. White cloth hung throughout the room, and the front door stood open, allowing gusts of wind and rain to sweep inside, flickering the candles and causing the white cloth to flutter. The wind is too strong. The rain is coming in. Shouldn't we close the door for a while? As the rain intensified, the open door became increasingly unbearable for those inside. We cannot close it, Su Daoshi insisted. It must remain open. At that moment, Lu Wei's wife spoke up, noting that they hadn't seen Su Daoshi for a while. Where'd he go? A relative inquired. Dad took him to talk. They should be upstairs now, Lu Wei's wife replied while fixing her wind-tangled hair. On the 2nd floor of the Lu residence, old Lu conversed with Su Daoshi. Su Daoshi, can you discern anything about this incident involving our Xiao Yong? Old Lu asked, his gaze filled with hope. The situation surrounding Xiao Yong's family does not resemble that of ordinary crimes. It seems to be the work of malevolent forces. Su Daoshi replied, a man in his 40s with dark hair, of average height, clad in a yellow Taoist robe. Su Daoshi spoke not to deceive old Lu, but because he possessed genuine abilities. His master was a true Taoist, one with a heritage. He had learned a few skills, but the teachings were limited, allowing him to only scrape by in such rural areas. Can you identify the assailant? Why would they target Xiao Yong's family, even harming such a small child? Old Lu asked, his voice trembling with agitation. I do not know who the assailant is. There are many miscreants within the Taoist community, and I cannot possibly know them all. However, I can surmise why they targeted Xiao Yong's family. Su Daoshi stroked his mustache thoughtfully. Why? Old Lu pressed eagerly. To borrow lifespan. Borrow lifespan. Old Lu's eyes widened in shock. What does that entail? Why would they choose Xiao Yong's family out of the billions in Huagua? Why them specifically? Old Lu questioned, heartbroken. After hearing about the circumstances of Lu Yong's family's demise, Su Daoshi had pieced together some clues, and upon seeing the corpses, his suspicions were confirmed. Which miscreant among the Taoists could commit such a heinous act? Su Daoshi sighed deeply. The act of borrowing lifespan was regarded as a dark art among Taoist practitioners, strictly forbidden for their disciples, as righteous individuals would never resort to such means. Only those who have strayed from the path would disregard the lives of ordinary people and harm them without hesitation. Lu Yong's family had all been born on the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin day, making their birth dates rare and compatible with any fate. Furthermore, being blood relatives made them the ideal targets for malevolent practitioners seeking to borrow lifespan. Su Daoshi lamented that the allure of Lu Yong's family's fate to those whose lifespans were nearing their end was beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. The tragedy of Lu Yong's family is too heartbreaking. I wish to seek vengeance, but I do not know whom to target. As a father, I feel I have failed that child. Old Lu's eyes reddened with sorrow. Upon learning the truth behind his younger son's death, the overwhelming grief and despair became unbearable. If their bodies are not handled properly, they risk undergoing a transformation, endangering the entire village. Su Daoshi felt compelled to remind old Lu, despite his grief. Transformation? How could that happen? Old Lu stammered through tears. Because their bodies are too pristine, they're susceptible to being possessed by malevolent entities. Su Daoshi held back a crucial piece of information, fearing it would be too much for old Lu to bear. After borrowing lifespan, it was likely that Lu Yong's family had already lost their souls. Chapter 84. Torrential rain, power outage, and a cat. They were originally the rightful owners of these 3 bodies, but once their souls had departed, all ties to their physical forms were severed. Moreover, someone had used sorcery to cleanse the bodies, rendering them devoid of any impurities. While ordinary individuals might not notice the difference, anyone with even a modicum of strength within the Taoist community would discern the anomaly. Such bodies were the most coveted by wandering spirits. They could easily take possession and be reborn. Although wandering spirits could not resurrect through these bodies, there remained a risk of transformation. Special precautions were necessary over the next 3 days. Su Daoshi did not withhold this information from old Lu, who was shocked to learn that the bodies of his second son's family posed a risk of transformation. A new layer of worry spread across old Lu's face. What are we to do? Su Daoshi, you must keep a watchful eye. He feared nothing more than the possibility that a transformation could endanger the entire village, making him responsible for the consequences. There is no need for such panic. Transformation does not occur without certain conditions, Su Daoshi reassured him. As long as we remain vigilant and safely navigate these 3 days, all will be resolved once we proceed with the burial. Seeing old Lu's anxious expression, Su Daoshi spoke in a calming manner to ease his fears. That is a relief. Old Lu finally sighed, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Meanwhile, at Bailuoluo's home, she was not asleep, but gazing intently at the heavy rain outside. What's wrong, ancestor? Dezhu, noticing her fixation on the rain, tilted his head in confusion. His small eyes followed her gaze. The weather is rather dreary, Bailuoluo softly replied, looking down at Dezhu. The sound of the rain made it impossible to sleep, and since she could not rest, she was disinclined to force herself to do so. She had tightly closed the window to prevent the rain from entering, yet the house lacked soundproofing, despite having closed all doors and windows. The noise of the rain remained overwhelming. Many individuals find themselves restless tonight, including the crew, led by Ji Dao and other guests who remain awake. Han Xingxi, having defended the Lu family during the live stream, now enjoys favorable public opinion online, with many praising her beauty and kindness. The support she receives is significantly bolstered by the agency's hired online commentators. As the Lu family's mourning rituals are yet to conclude, Han Zhao continues to reside with Chunbao. Unable to sleep, she decides to engage with viewers in a live stream. While Chunbao watches television in the living room, despite sharing a roof, the two have little interaction. Suddenly, as Han Zhao speaks to the camera, a flash of lightning illuminates the sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap. At that moment, all electrical devices in the house cease to function, including the camera, plunging the room into darkness, prompting Han Zhao to cry out in fright. The rest of the village also succumbs to darkness, except for Chunbao's residence. Bailuoluo, observing the enveloping gloom, remains silent. Fortunately, she knows where the candles are stored and manages to light one, allowing her to continue reading by its flickering glow. Although dim, her keen eyesight enables her to read. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, the family grows increasingly uneasy. Encountering such disturbances during the vigil is unsettling for anyone, especially considering the peculiar circumstances surrounding Lu Yong's family. Guests who came to pay their respects witnessed the deceased smiling, an image that could terrify anyone. Had it not been for the familial ties, they would have departed long ago, leaving only to assist with the vigil. Unexpectedly, the torrential rain and power outage at this hour sends chills down their spines. The candles are here. Once the candles are lit, the tension eases. What a fright. Why does the power have to go out now? Someone complains. Indeed, this is terrifying. Who is responsible for this? Another responds with a dismissive tone. What are you saying about death? Show some respect. An elderly woman shoots a warning glance at the speaker, who promptly falls silent. I need to use the restroom. Is anyone coming with me? Someone inquires. I will go, responds another, followed by a third. The three women head off together. What cowardice! Even for a restroom break. They need company, a man scoffs. Indeed, women are so dramatic. I would never call anyone to accompany me to the restroom, boasts a man in his 30s, patting his belly with pride. As the group of Lu relatives converses, a sudden meow echoes through the room. Goodness gracious! Don't be afraid, it's just a cat. Realizing it is merely a cat, they begin to calm down. With the thunderstorm and blackout, followed now by a cat's cry, how many more frights must they endure? The timid among them pat their chests to steady their nerves, while the bold direct their gaze toward the source of the sound. There stands a pitch-black cat, its emerald eyes glowing eerily in the dark, evoking a scene reminiscent of a horror film. At some point, the cat has taken its place atop the incense table before the coffin, staring intently at them. Strangely, being scrutinized by this feline is indeed unsettling. Quick, get rid of that cat! An elderly woman suddenly exclaims. Mother, what's wrong? It's just a cat. Why such a strong reaction? Her son questions, bewildered. You don't understand. The appearance of a black cat at a funeral is a bad omen. Get out of here. The elderly woman's eyes reflect deep superstition as she regards the feline with trepidation. All right, I'll take care of it. Everyone come help me chase it away. Her son, fearing the cat might escape, calls upon others to assist. However, as they approach, the cat leaps on a Lu Yong's ice coffin. Don't jump there. A middle-aged woman cries out, urging everyone to catch the cat promptly. A burly man lunges forward to seize it, but slips, crashing onto Lu Yong's coffin, causing the lid to pop open. Chapter 85. He has arrived. The black cat, instead of fleeing, tumbles directly into the coffin. The unexpected turn of events sends the crowd into a frenzy, all shouting to retrieve the cat. Just then, Lao Lu and Taoist Su descend from upstairs. What is all this commotion? Lao Lu frowns at the gathering relatives. Father, thank goodness you're here. A black cat somehow got in. We were trying to chase it away, but it jumped into Xiao Yang's coffin. No one dares to grab it. What should we do? Lu Wei's wife rushes to explain. What? Before Lao Lu can respond, Taoist Su bolts toward Lu Yang's coffin. Upon reaching it, he finds the cat has vanished. How strange. That cat was just here. How can it be gone now? Indeed, this is quite peculiar. When did it escape? I swear, there was definitely a cat here. Lu Wei's wife insists, anxious about being thought to have lied. Yes. Wang Lan speaks the truth. There was a cat here, but now it's gone. The elderly woman who first suggested capturing the cat chimes in. However, the others fail to notice the fear and unease flickering in Taoist Su's eyes. Everyone quiet down. Lu Shifu, you need to take everyone away quickly. We cannot stay in this house. Taoist Su urgently calls out to Lao Lu. What's going on? Lao Lu appears bewildered. It's about to be a corpse transformation. Hurry. I need to seal this coffin temporarily with a talisman, but it won't hold for long. You all must leave now and warn the others to evacuate the village. We cannot remain here. What? Corpse transformation? Is this for real? This isn't a movie. The Lu family, though skeptical, is not comprised of those who would disobey. Even a few who might think Taoist Su is overreacting would not risk staying. Upon hearing the imminent transformation, Lao Lu quickly retrieves his phone to call the village chief, urging his son and daughter-in-law to take the grandchildren and flee, leaving their belongings behind to seek refuge in town. The Lu family lacks a vehicle, but relatives who came to pay their respects do have transportation, and everyone rushes toward the parking area. Lao Lu, unable to reach anyone by phone, instructs his children and relatives to leave first while he goes to inform the villagers. Lu Wei, concerned for his father's safety, insists that his wife and child accompany the relatives while he stays behind with his father. Lu Wei's wife, although worried for her husband, cannot compromise their child's safety and reluctantly agrees to swiftly alert the rest of the village. The father and son dash toward the village chief's house without even taking the time to open their umbrellas in the pouring rain. In their urgency to notify the entire village, they decide to split up. One will inform the chief, while the other goes door to door to alert everyone else. By the time Ji Dao and the others receive the news, more than 20 minutes have passed. After all, there aren't many vehicles in the village. Even among those with cars, they are few, and the village chief has no choice but to turn to Ji Dao and his team for assistance. At the staff's lodging, the village chief braves the downpour to find Ji Dao. Corpse transformation? Are you joking? Ji Dao instinctively dismisses the idea. We are serious. We must leave now, or it will be too late. The talisman of Su Daoshi would not hold much longer. We have already contacted the police, but it is uncertain whether their presence will be of any use. For the sake of everyone's safety, we must leave the village for now. Old Lu anxiously informed Director Ji. At that moment, Old Lu was completely drenched. Despite it being summer, the relentless rain rendered him cold. The village chief was in a similar predicament, even though he held an umbrella. The rain was so heavy that the umbrella offered little protection. Wait a moment. What you speak of regarding the corpse transformation lacks any scientific basis. Are you sure you haven't been deceived by that Su Daoshi? The assistant director interjected. Frequently present on film sets, he had heard various legends about supernatural occurrences, yet he had never witnessed any such events himself. Upon hearing the village chief mention corpse transformation, his immediate reaction was to suspect that the villagers had fallen victim to a scam. After all, was this a zombie film? The assistant director remained skeptical, and so did the crew around him. It was the 21st century, who still believed in such things. The villagers seemed excessively superstitious. The village chief was attempting to persuade Director Ji when suddenly, a blood-soaked man burst into the room. Startled, Director G and the others took a closer look. They did not recognize him. However, the village chief knew him. He was from their village. Xiao Gang, what happened? The village chief and old Lu rushed to assist him. Hurry! Xiao Yong is coming. He is coming, cried Xiao Gang before collapsing to the ground, unconscious, leaving them unsure whether he was alive or dead. Fortunately, there were crew members trained in first aid who rushed forward to assess the situation. After examining him, they shook their heads in dismay. It's no use. He has already passed away. Director G was struck with horror. Fortunately, he had experienced many crises and quickly instructed the crew to prepare the vehicles, designating a few of the faster runners to retrieve the guests. As the staff sprang into action, the village chief urged Director G to take some villagers with him, to which he readily agreed. Seeing Director G's compliance, the village chief hurriedly called for others to join them. His family had already left in their vehicle, a small truck typically driven by his son. To reassure the remaining villagers, the village chief decided to remain behind alone. Old Lu believed the turmoil stemmed from his own household and chose to stay as well, allowing his son Lu Wei to depart in the village chief's vehicle. They intended to continue residing in the village, so someone had to remain to face the consequences. The entire village was in a frenzy, either fleeing or searching for places to hide. Some elderly villagers, unable to move swiftly, had retreated into their cellars, leaving the escape opportunities to the younger ones. Xiao Wu, trailing behind Bailuoluo, was tasked with notifying her to gather at room 3. The vehicle awaited them nearby. Xiao Wu ran through the torrential rain, clad in a raincoat, making his way to Bailuoluo's residence. The downpour obscured his vision, but he had traversed this path several times before, so he was not likely to stray. After several frantic minutes, he finally arrived at Bailuoluo's doorstep. In the midst of the heavy rain, Xiao Wu pounded on the gate. Bang! Bang! Open the door. Teacher Bai! Bang! Bang! Teacher Bai! He struck the old wooden door with all his might, but the sound of the rain drowned out his calls. Growing impatient with the lack of response, Xiao Wu decided to climb over the wall. Just as he was about to leap, the door swung open. Thank heavens! You finally opened the door. Quickly, we must leave. Something has happened, and the village is in grave danger, Xiao Wu exclaimed, reaching for Bailuoluo's hand to urge her to follow. However, she evaded his grasp. Don't wait any longer. If you do, people will die. Are you still packing? Stop it. There's no time, Xiao Wu said urgently. The notion of corpse transformation terrified him, although he had not seen what it entailed. He had witnessed the gruesome sight of blood, and the thought sent chills down his spine. You do as you wish. Just hurry. Director G cannot wait for you long. If you delay, you may never leave, Xiao Wu warned before hastily departing. Xiao Fu had sounded the alarm, indicating that Yang Su was in danger, and he feared for Yang Su's life if he did not act swiftly. When Bailuoluo arrived at Yang Su's doorstep, the door was ajar, and it was evident that no one was home. This is bad. It seems he has already left. Bailuoluo frowned and dashed towards room 3. If he was not at home, he had certainly been escorted by the other crew members to room 3. She needed to hurry. Yang Su, you must hold on. Bailuoluo sprinted with urgency, while Yang Su was also being led through the rain by his cameraman, Xiao Chun. Although Xiao Chun had not elaborated on the situation, his demeanor was enough to convey that something was amiss. Yang Su, not one to pry unnecessarily, followed Xiao Chun without question. He did, however, inquire about Yang Li's status and learned that someone had gone to fetch him, prompting no further discussion. As they progressed along their route, the rain suddenly ceased, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. At that moment, a series of loud thuds reached their ears, instilling a sense of unease in both men. Yang Su remained more composed, yet he too felt an unsettling premonition. Despite the downpour having just ceased, the atmosphere was unnaturally quiet, save for the inexplicable thumping sounds. What could it be? Before long, Yang Su's curiosity was met with a chilling sight. A young man clad in a funeral shroud gradually emerged into view. His complexion was an unnatural pallor, and he walked with a strange, leaping gait. Most unsettling were his eyes, devoid of any whites, presenting only 2 dark orbs. Could this be a normal person? Ghost! It's a ghost! Xiao Chun's shrill scream pierced the air. Had anyone from Shanglong village been present, they would have recognized the figure bouncing towards them as Lu Yong, who had been dead for 2 months. Run! Came a low shout. prompting Xiao Chun and Yang Su to flee in the opposite direction. Yet no matter how fast they ran, the area remained eerily deserted. The haunting figure continued its pursuit, the sound of its thudding footsteps weighing heavily on their hearts. After what felt like an eternity, their strength began to wane. Just when they could run no more, the figure reappeared, displaying a grotesque grin while blood oozed from its mouth. The horrifying sight would challenge anyone's mental fortitude. "We have no choice. We must fight." Xiao Chun, though still in his 20s, was filled with youthful bravado. Realizing escape was futile, he resolved to confront the entity, determined to inflict some damage before his demise. Exchanging glances, Yang Su and Xiao Chun intended to gather makeshift weapons but found the area barren, devoid of even a blade of grass to use. Left with no option, they prepared to confront the specter with their fists. Taking a deep breath, they charged at the eerie figure. Meanwhile, Director Ji had gathered the remaining guests and arranged for their transport. Yang Li was adamant about remaining behind to wait for Yang Su, but ultimately, the staff forcibly ushered him into the vehicle. As they awaited Yang Su and Bailuoluo, Director Ji felt a rising sense of anxiety. Director Ji paced anxiously, summoning several staff members to search for Yang Su nearby. Bailuoluo urged them to leave, assuring them that she would protect Yang Su. Protecting Yang Su? Although Bailuoluo appeared to possess commendable skills, that creature was no mere human. Could she truly contend with a ghost? The director dismissed Bailuoluo's words and instructed the others to continue their search for Yang Su. The staff, filled with trepidation, longed to depart. Yet with Director Ji still present, they could not simply leave at will. Bang! Xiao Chun was seized by Lu Yong and hurled aside, collapsing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, unconscious. Shortly thereafter, Yang Su met a similar fate. Lu Yong had him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Yang Su felt his breath becoming increasingly labored, as if iron pincers were constricting around his neck, rendering him powerless to escape, no matter how fiercely he struggled. Neither his hands nor his feet could inflict any effect upon Lu Yong. What in the world was this creature? Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a voice echoed in his ear. Lin Bing Do Zhijia Zhenlai Qianxing. Chapter 87. The Abnormal Investigation Bureau. When Yang Su awoke, he found himself in a hospital. "Brother, you're awake." Yang Li had been vigilantly waiting by his bedside. The moment he saw Yang Su regain consciousness, he leaned forward, concerned for his brother's well-being. However, as Yang Su attempted to speak, he realized his voice was hoarse, and a sharp pain shot through his throat, as if a knife were slicing through it. "Brother, don't speak just yet. You were choked, and your neck is bruised all over. You can even see the fingerprints. The doctor instructed you to refrain from speaking for a few days to allow your throat to heal, and you can only eat liquid food for now. If you have anything to say, just type it on your phone," Yang Li said, kindly offering his device. Given the gravity of the situation, the guests had their phones returned to them. Since Yang Su had remained unconscious, Yang Li temporarily held onto his phone. The director had specifically instructed him to remember to return the phone to Yang Su once he awoke. Yang Su took the phone and began typing. "Who saved me? What was that thing that attacked me and Shun?" He typed swiftly, and in no time, his questions were conveyed. Yang Li glanced at the message on the phone. His expression troubled as he raked his fingers through his hair. He was unaware of what had transpired. Last night, heavy rain had poured down. Yang Li had been comfortably at home when suddenly, a power outage occurred. Shortly thereafter, his cameraman arrived at his door. Without explanation, the cameraman insisted he leave immediately. Yang Li inquired about the situation, but the man merely stated that there was a grave matter in the village and that everyone would be in danger if they did not leave at once. Yang Li desired to ask more, yet the cameraman's anxious demeanor compelled him to hurry. Upon arriving at Director Ji's location, he scanned the area but did not see his brother. He asked the director about Yang Su, who informed him that someone had already gone to fetch him and that Yang Su would be taking another vehicle. Reluctant to leave, Yang Li insisted on waiting for Yang Su. However, Director Ji, showing no regard for his feelings, ordered the staff to drag him into a vehicle, regardless of his struggles. He was taken to a hotel in the town, where he waited for over an hour without seeing Yang Su. Meanwhile, guests like Han Zhao Zhao arrived one after another, leaving only Yang Su and Bailuoluo unaccounted for. An hour later, he received news from Director Ji that Yang Su had been taken to the hospital, seemingly gravely injured. Alarmed, he rushed to the hospital. After ensuring Yang Su was all right, Yang Li immediately sought out the staff to inquire about the events that had unfolded. However, as he began to ask, two men approached, brandishing identification and requesting signatures on a confidentiality agreement. A confidentiality agreement? Yang Su thought, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Indeed, he still had no understanding of what had occurred, so why would he need to sign such an agreement? However, what truly astonished him was that the request for a confidentiality agreement came from an official organization. This was what shocked Yang Li the most. Though he was unaware of the events from last night, he had heard whispers from other guests, tales that were absurd, claiming that the son of the Liu family had turned into a corpse and jumped from the coffin to harm others, even killing several villagers. Could there be any truth to such wild rumors? Yang Su felt his mind whirl. The knowledge he had accumulated throughout his life insisted that the supernatural was merely a collection of natural phenomena, explainable by science. Yet, his experience from the previous night suggested that the world was far more complex, possibly harboring the existence of the unknown. By the way, brother, those people left me their contact information, urging me to call them as soon as you woke up. Would you like to meet them? Yang Li asked. Should Yang Su decline, he intended to forego the call. After some contemplation, Yang Su raised his hand and typed, "Have them come over." 10 minutes later, two young men in their 30s appeared in Yang Su's hospital room. Due to Yang Su's unique status as a public figure, he could not be placed in the same ward as other patients. After negotiations with the hospital, the higher-ups finally agreed to provide him with a private room. In a small-town hospital, wards typically accommodated 4 or 3 patients, and private rooms were rare. It was only due to Yang Su's special status and Director Ji's persistent requests that the hospital relented. Hello, I'm Yang. We are from the National Abnormal Cases Investigation Bureau, referred to as the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. My name is Lu Feng, and this is Su Hua. We are here to seek your cooperation in signing a confidentiality agreement. The man named Lu Feng said, gesturing for Su Hua to present the documents. He pulled out a brown paper bag and extracted a pre-prepared confidentiality agreement from within. Yang Su took the confidentiality agreement and examined it carefully. The contents merely required him to keep the events of the previous night confidential, forbidding him from mentioning them to anyone. Should he disclose any information that could incite public panic, he would face legal consequences. After reviewing the agreement, Yang Su began typing on his phone. Since you require me to sign a confidentiality agreement, could you first enlighten me about what transpired last night? He gazed steadily at the two men before him, his expression calm and devoid of any visible emotion. There was no panic typical of an ordinary person confronted with a supernatural event, nor was there any after-the-fact relief at having narrowly escaped. Indeed, you ask us to sign a confidentiality agreement, yet you do not even inform us of what occurred. While we may sign such documents as the parties involved, we have the right to know. Yang Li fervently nodded in agreement, enjoying Yang Su's sentiments. He was genuinely curious. Yesterday, these two men had appeared suddenly, brandishing their credentials and quickly intimidating Director Ji. Chapter 88. The confidentiality agreement. Everyone signed the document, even if they harbored a multitude of questions. After all, they were dealing with a government agency, and few had the courage to confront an official institution. Now, Yang Su was bold enough to negotiate with these members of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Truly, he was a remarkable figure, an idol in Yang Li's eyes. Yang Li's eyes sparkled with admiration, filled with respect for his brother. Yet, Yang Su had no time to indulge his cousin's enthusiasm. He was solely focused on uncovering the truth. As a victim, he is entitled to know. In fact, he harbors some suspicions already. The Yang family, being one of the most prestigious families in Huagua, has not been devoid of encounters with so-called masters. However, these masters, at most, merely assist with feng shui and exorcisms. He has never witnessed anything more profound. Lu Feng and Su Hua exchanged glances, murmuring softly to one another, and after half a minute, they seemed to reach a consensus. Just as Mr. Yang stated, as the party involved, you indeed have the right to know the truth. We can divulge the truth to you, and we also hope that you will not casually spread what we reveal. Lu Feng and Su Hua gazed solemnly at Yang Su, their expressions tinged with gravity. That is only natural, Yang Su typed on his phone, and Yang Li quickly affirmed, assuring that he would certainly keep the information confidential. After receiving their assurances, Lu Feng proceeded to share the entirety of the truth with them. Essentially, it was revealed that Lu Yang's corpse had undergone an unexpected transformation due to an accident, becoming possessed by a black cat. The Lu Yong possessed by the Black Cat was far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to confront. 3 villagers had already fallen victim to him last night. Had it not been for timely intervention, Yang Su and Xiao Chun might have faced similar fates, potentially raising the death toll to 5. This unexpected turn of events was particularly perplexing to Lu Feng and Su Hua. Last night, Lu Yong, clearly possessed, had confronted several villagers, seemingly ready to claim their lives, only to abruptly change course and abandon them at a critical moment. Instead, he rushed towards the location of Yang Su and Xiao Chun, almost succeeding in taking their lives. Xiao Chun had just emerged from surgery, suffering far more grievously than Yang Su, and he needed to be transferred to a larger city hospital for treatment. Upon uncovering these details, Lu Feng and Su Hua were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Lu Yong would suddenly forsake his intended prey to pursue Yang Su and Xiao Chun instead. Little did they know what had drawn Lu Yong towards them, compelling him to abandon other targets and focus solely on their demise. No, it should be said that he was intent on Yang Su's death. Yang Su's gaze darkened. In truth, he had already sensed something the previous night. Lu Yong was after him. Perhaps Lu Yong's intent to kill was singularly directed at him, with Xiao Chun merely caught in the crossfire. Yet, he had refrained from sharing this with the Special Investigation Bureau, for his instincts suggested that Lu Yong's aberration might be linked to the peculiar dreams he had been experiencing recently. Those dreams were exceedingly bizarre, and even the masters his family consulted could not decipher their meaning. He did not believe that the personnel from the Special Investigation Bureau would possess greater prowess than the masters his family had summoned for him. Brother, your luck is remarkable. You emerged unscathed, while Xiao Chun is in dire straits. I hear he has sustained severe injuries, and Director Ji is currently coordinating his transfer to the city hospital. Compared to Xiao Chun, did his brother not simply enjoy better fortune? Notify our Yang family's hospital to send someone to receive him, and arrange for Xiao Chun to be transferred to our private hospital. I will cover all expenses, Yang Su typed, directing his phone towards Yang Li. Are you intending to assist Xiao Chun? That makes sense, as you have shared trials together. Very well, I will contact the hospital immediately. Yang Li did not ponder further, and promptly began making calls. Meanwhile, Yang Su had another question he wished to pose. I would like to inquire about the identity of the person who saved me yesterday. I wish to express my gratitude to him in person. Yang Su was a person who valued gratitude and reciprocity. Since this individual had saved his life, he naturally wished to repay the favor. You were saved by Mr. Yin. Had it not been for his timely presence in the vicinity, both you and Xiao Chun would likely not have survived Lu Yong's onslaught, Su Hua explained. Is Mr. Yin also affiliated with your Special Investigation Bureau? Yang Su inquired again through text. Both shook their heads, clarifying that Mr. Yin was a descendant of the Yin family, a lineage of practitioners of the mystical arts, and not associated with the Bureau. Do you know where Mr. Yin is? I wish to thank him in person. Yang Su continued. Lu Feng responded, that would not be necessary. Mr. Yin is currently occupied with the remains of the Lu family, particularly Lu Yong. He likely does not have time to meet with you. Su Hua nodded in agreement, stating that Mr. Yin was very busy, typically engaged in exorcisms, and he would probably not linger here for long. By the time you are discharged, he may have already departed. Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret passed through Yang Su's eyes. This Mr. Yin appeared to be a figure of genuine skill. Otherwise, the personnel from a Special Investigation Bureau would not have shown such respect when speaking of him. He had hoped to discuss his troubling dreams with Mr. Yin, but it seemed that the time was not yet right. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic, believing that one day he would encounter Mr. Yin, and that day would not be too distant. Simultaneously, at the crematorium, under Mr. Yin's direction, the remains of Lu Yong and his family had been placed into the incinerator. Lu Yong's father and brother were present, attending to bid farewell to their loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Yin. If it were not for you, I shudder to think how many lives my son might have taken, how much suffering he might have caused. Old Lu expressed his deep gratitude, tears welling in his aged eyes as he spoke. Before old Lu stood a man of approximately 60 years, his long hair tied back in a bun, now graying, yet his face bore no wrinkles. Not only was there an absence of lines, but his complexion was remarkably vibrant, resembling the youthful appearance of a character from a novel. This elder was none other than the revered Mr. Yin. Behind Mr. Yin stood a young man in his 20s, handsome, clad in a gray robe, with long hair also styled in a bun secured with a wooden hairpin. A purple gourd, aged and polished, hung from his waist, suggesting it had seen many years. Exorcising demons is our duty as practitioners of the mystical arts. No thanks are necessary, Mr. Een remarked, stroking his beard. Mr. Een, my son Lu Yong was an innocent victim, and now he has met such a fate. I implore you to intervene and deliver justice for my son. Old Lu said anxiously, glancing at Mr. Een with trepidation, fearing rejection. I am already aware of this matter. I have gleaned some insights regarding the rogue practitioners responsible for the demise of Lu Yong's family. This matter pertains to the mystical arts, and I assure you, I will not stand idly by, Mr. Een declared solemnly. That is well, that is well. Thank you, Mr. Een. Thank you, Mr. Een, old Lu exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. On the other side, the remains of Lu Yong and his family had turned to ash, and the crematorium staff notified them to collect the ashes. Old Lu, accompanied by his son, bowed in gratitude to Mr. Een before hurrying away. Grandfather, when are we going to eat? I have been hungry all night. After all this running around, we haven't had a bite to eat, and my stomach feels like it's about to collapse. Een Bupo looked at his grandfather with a forlorn expression, evidently accustomed to his grandfather's disregard for decorum. Een Bupo skillfully dodged. Grandfather, you hit me again. If I fail to learn the profound arts of our Een family, it must be because you've knocked the sense out of me. Een Bupo lamented pitifully. Get lost. Mr. Een shot him a glance, uninterested in his grandson's antics. By the way, grandfather, who was that girl we encountered last night? Why do you hold her in such high regard? This question had been on his mind since last night, yet he regrettably found no opportunity to ask it. Last evening, his grandfather observed the celestial phenomena and discerned a malevolent force emanating from Shanglong village, prompting him to take his grandson there immediately. Battling through a torrential downpour, the grandfather and grandson finally reached Shanglong village, where they were in the process of using a compass to pinpoint Lu Yong's location when a young girl, appearing to be around 20, unexpectedly appeared. This girl was exceptionally charming, exuding an aura of softness and sweetness, albeit with an unusual choice of pet, a goose. Typically, such a beautiful young lady would have a cat, dog, or rabbit as a companion, yet he had never before encountered someone with a goose as a pet. The girl offered to guide them and urged them to follow her swiftly. He wished to inquire further, but to his astonishment, his usually aloof grandfather followed her without a single question. Throughout their journey, his grandfather's demeanor was peculiarly deferential before the girl. He even heeded her words. What was going on? Had he not been aware of the Een family's singular lineage, he might have suspected that this girl was his grandfather's long-lost, illegitimate daughter. Eventually, they arrived just in time to prevent Lu Yong from killing Yong-su. His grandfather easily dispatched the dark entity from Lu Yong's body and subsequently sealed the remains of Lu Yong's family with talismans. The girl appeared to have come solely to rescue Yong-su. Upon confirming his safety, she departed with her goose without lingering. However, before leaving, she also took a dog from Yong-su's backpack. The dog, concealed within the bag, would have likely met a grim fate at Lu Yong's hands or been crushed by Yong-su had luck not favored it. The girl vanished with her dog and goose before the grandfather and grandson, leaving him no chance to question her. Now, with the surroundings devoid of outsiders, he was determined to uncover the identity of that young lady. What if she truly was a long-lost relative? He dismissed the chaotic speculations in his mind. The girl bore no connection to the Een family. Nevertheless, her unique status was noteworthy, and a significant figure had explicitly advised him to treat her with respect should they encounter her again. Although he did not understand why such an important person entrusted him with this task, he obediently agreed, promising to manage the situation well. Fortunately, he had cultivated a substantial network over the years. Otherwise, it would not have been so simple to facilitate her entry. While there were certainly better organizations available for Mr. Een to choose from, the proprietors were known for their cunning nature. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to owe them favors, nor did he wish to place the young girl under their influence. The mention of that significant figure, was the girl connected to them? This revelation was even more shocking than the possibility of her being his grandfather's illegitimate daughter. Een Bupo was astounded. The Een family had historically traversed the realms of Een and Yang. Their family was considered a prominent clan in the underworld, with over 30 ancestors holding official positions there for many years. The highest-ranking ancestor had even become a judge in the underworld. Could the girl be a descendant of one of those judges? No, it was from above. Mr. Een pointed towards the sky. From above? Could she be a celestial being? Bupo's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How could this be possible? Hadn't it been said that the realms of immortals and mortals had long ceased to connect? How could she be related to the heavens? The passage to immortality had been closed, and it was widely known that mortals could not ascend to become celestial beings. Thus, practitioners in the mystic arts could only strive towards the underworld. If fortunate enough to succeed in the mortal realm, one might even secure a position in the underworld and enjoy a government salary. Although the ascension pathway was closed, it did not imply that celestial beings could not descend. It was possible they simply chose not to disclose their presence. Given the longevity of Mr. Een, he undoubtedly possessed more knowledge than the merely 20-something Bupo. That girl from last night. Was it conceivable that an ancestor had ascended to become a deity? That would indeed mean there were celestial connections. Chapter 90. With cameras, and without cameras perhaps, as the significant figure below had warned against provoking this girl. He was advised to treat her with the utmost respect upon their next encounter. After reiterating this caution, Mr. Een felt reassured as he observed his grandson absorbing the information. By the way, grandfather, who was responsible for the annihilation of Liu Yang's family. Bupo recalled the tragic incident involving Liu Yang's family and pondered which rogue from the mystic arts could have committed such an act. He, Bupo, held a strong disdain for those who would harm ordinary individuals. In response, Mr. Een stroked his beard thoughtfully. I suspect this individual is Qin Laogue. Qin Laogue, the third elder of the Qin family, Qin Zheng. Bupo was taken aback. Wasn't it said that Qin Zheng had perished in an ambush 10 years prior? Could he still be alive? Qin Zheng, the third elder of the esteemed Qin family. 30 years ago, he was in his 30s. In a bid for the position of family head, he orchestrated the downfall of his own brothers, leading to significant casualties within the Qin family during that generation. The two most gifted individuals competing for leadership perished at his hands, just as he was poised to strike against other members of the Qin family. His schemes were ultimately uncovered. When the family sought to execute him according to their laws, Qin Zheng, realizing his treachery was exposed, fled the Qin family. The family had pursued him relentlessly, placing a bounty on his head on the dedicated website of the mystic arts for 2 decades. It was only 10 years ago that his location was discovered. The best of the Qin family, alongside other adept practitioners who accepted the bounty, converged upon him, and Qin Zheng met a tragic end amidst the onslaught. The mere mention of someone who had supposedly died 10 years ago, now linked to the massacre of Liu Yang's family, left Bupo in shock. I only recently received information from the Qin family that Qin Zheng did not perish 10 years ago. He faked his death using secretive techniques to escape his fate. Although he has survived for a decade, his injuries were grievous, and his lifespan is severely diminished, Mr. Een stated gravely. So, shall we pursue Qin Zheng next? Bupo was already itching to take action. This matter does not concern you. Qin Zheng is exceedingly dangerous and not some young novice like you can handle. Our Een family has a tradition of singular inheritance. We cannot allow our lineage to end with you. Seeing that his grandfather was resolute in not allowing him to accompany, Bupo could only pout in disappointment. At a local hotel, Bailuoluo, come sit over here. Jiang Ruan beckoned Bailuoluo to join their table. Since their relocation to this hotel yesterday, Jiang Ruan and her companions had settled in. They had all signed the confidentiality agreement imposed by the Anomaly Bureau. And while they had not witnessed the events of last night firsthand, they had heard some accounts. It was now 12:30 in the afternoon, the peak dining hour. Director G had arranged for the hotel to provide a separate space for the guests to enjoy their meals in peace. Currently, only a few guests occupied the dining room specially prepared for them. With Bailuoluo's arrival, aside from Yang Su and Yang Li, who remained in the hospital, everyone was accounted for. Bailuoluo approached the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. The table was already laden with dishes, although the hotel appeared modest. The presentation of the food was quite appealing. Luo, why did you arrive so late yesterday? We thought you had been injured like second brother. Han Zhao immediately inquired as Bailuoluo settled down. Han Zhao had been fortunate the previous day, managing to evacuate Shanglong village with Chunbao Air shortly after the incident. She had heard that Yang Su and a cameraman had barely escaped the clutches of that creature, which was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, she had been quick enough to evade danger. Han Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Bailuoluo certainly would not admit to rescuing Yang Su. She merely concocted a convenient excuse. Surely, He cannot be too severely injured. If his condition were dire, the Yang family would have already arranged for a transfer to a better facility. Guanshan poured himself a glass of beer, and the others nodded in agreement. However, Yang Li was truly unexpected. He seemed genuinely concerned for his elder brother and insisted on personally attending to him in the hospital. Jiang Ruan's words carried an ambiguous undertone. Who knew if he intended to take advantage of the situation to curry favor with his brother? Han Zhao angrily swallowed a piece of beef. There were no cameras here, and she had no desire to maintain her cute persona. She was infuriated and resentful for having missed a significant opportunity. How vexing it was to realize that her greatest rival was not Bailuoluo, but rather that thick-browed, large-eyed Yang Li. She had initially hesitated, and the chance to care for Yang Su had slipped into Yang Li's hands. That insufferable Yang Li truly believed he belonged to the Yang family. Did he think that sharing the surname Yang would secure his brotherly bond with Yang Su? She could not believe that Yang Su would be so easily swayed. Perhaps Yang Li was merely worried about his elder brother. Zhao, do not overthink his intentions. Chen Bao remarked softly. Not everyone is like you. Anyone with eyes can discern whether Yang Li's concern for Yang Su is genuine or feigned. Thankfully, Director Ji was astute enough not to allow Han Zhao, the green tea, to care for Yang Su. If she had been permitted to do so, news would likely have spread online that very day, with names already prepared. What Sister Bao said is true. Not everyone seeks to exploit the opportunity to cozy up to the elder brother. Oh, my apologies, I did not mean you. Jiang Ruan seemed to realize she had misspoken, covering her mouth in surprise as she offered an apology. Bailuoluo remarked, Goodness, the difference between being on camera and off is quite stark. Shinzhou lightly cleared his throat, interrupting the undercurrents swirling among the three girls. One could only wonder if this variety show was cursed. Chapter 91. The family of the ant. Given Director G's character, he would likely continue recording, Chun Bao said uncertainly. Bailuoluo used her chopsticks to pick a shrimp from the communal dish into her bowl. When I first arrived, I encountered Director G speaking with a staff member. The show should continue. After all, contracts have been signed, and one cannot simply opt out at will. This was indeed the case. Once the six finished their meal, a messenger for Director G arrived to inform them that the show would proceed. As for Yang Su, due to his injury, he would not participate in the subsequent recordings for a few days. He would rejoin once he had recovered. The guests were not surprised by this outcome. As so much had already been invested in the show, it would be strange to abandon it now. However, they were somewhat astonished that Yang Su would continue to participate in the recordings. They had thought he might directly terminate his contract. They had underestimated the situation. It was unclear how Director G had persuaded Yang Su not to withdraw. After all, Yang Su had sustained his injury during filming. Given the circumstances, Director G could not object to his departure. If Yang Su had a competent lawyer, it was possible that Director G might even end up compensating him. It was unexpected that Yang Su chose to stay despite everything. Had Director G perhaps saved the entire Yang family? Regardless of their thoughts, the recording would continue. In Shanglong Village, the atmosphere was somber due to the deaths of 3 individuals. Interactions with the villagers would certainly decrease in the coming days. With such a significant event occurring in the village, it would be inappropriate to ask them to cooperate with the filming. When a live broadcast resumed, the audience noticed the absence of one live stream room. Is this for real? Yang Su actually left early due to personal matters. That's quite irresponsible. To leave just like that. Didn't he sign a contract? Indeed, to just walk away after signing, leaving the mess for Director G. That's truly irresponsible. Is he really leaving for personal reasons? It doesn't seem like him. The Yang Su I know wouldn't leave without explanation. I agree. Could something have happened? Is it possible that Yang Su was injured? Surely not. If he were truly injured, it would already be trending online. It wouldn't be so calm. Yang Su has become arrogant after gaining fame, abandoning the show mid-recording. Truly the behavior of a top star. To the person above, you know nothing. Stop speaking without knowledge. I believe in Yang Su's integrity. Absolutely, we trust Yang Su. In just 5 minutes, news of Yang Su leaving Dream Life for personal reasons surged into the top 10 trending topics, and the ranking continued to rise. Some paparazzi sensed something unusual and attempted to dig deeper, but each time they were thwarted by an unknown force. The paparazzi were unaware who was preventing their investigation, but instinctively suspected the Yang family was behind it. They could only sigh, acknowledging the prowess of the second young Master Yang. Any information he wished to keep hidden would remain elusive, regardless of their skills. Yang su remainet oblivious. Shouldering the burden for the abnormal situation. Yang Li intended to leave with him, but was firmly rejected. If both of them departed, Director Ji would likely lose his mind. The absence of Yang Su indeed caused a noticeable decline in the popularity of Dream Life, as many viewers in the livestream chat inquired about his whereabouts. Fortunately, the stars could not see the comments, relieving them of the worry of revealing any inconsistencies. Bailuoluo landed from her flight and made a beeline for the Bai family home. Upon reaching the door, she heard joyous laughter emanating from within. Pushing the door open, she was surprised to find several unfamiliar faces in the living room. Luoluo, come quickly. Your aunt is here. We were just talking about you. Su Wanning called out. The aunt mentioned by Su Wanning was a dignified-looking middle-aged woman. Is this Luoluo? She is truly adorable. Unmistakably the offspring of the Bai family, Huanli remarked, smiling as she looked at Bailuoluo. Su Wanning smiled quietly, while Huanli's two children regarded Bailuoluo with evident hostility. So, you are Bailuoluo. Not much to look at. Huanli's daughter, Zhou Huilin, scrutinized Bailuoluo with disdain, concluding that compared to her sister Meng Meng, they were worlds apart. Zhou Huilin, 18 years old, was Huanli's eldest daughter, with delicate features and a slender figure, her expression betraying a hint of spoiled arrogance. Exactly. I don't want her as my sister. She's ugly. I only want Meng Meng. 5-year-old Zhou Bo shouted, pointing at Bailuoluo. What nonsense are you two spouting? Hurry and apologize to your sister, Luoluo. Huanli chided, casting a helpless glance at her children before offering an apologetic smile to Bailuoluo. She was too weary to listen to half-hearted apologies. Instructing a servant to take her luggage upstairs, and then she ascended without even a casual greeting. Luoluo, how could you just walk away like that? Su Wanning called out, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bailuoluo paid her no mind and went upstairs on her own. Don't blame Luoluo. It's my two little ones who are utterly thoughtless. How can they be so rude? Huanli appeared to reprimand her children, but was subtly suggesting that Bailuoluo was the one lacking manners. Su Wanning recognized the implication, but could only awkwardly pretend not to understand, feeling a twinge of resentment towards her daughter. Yet they were still young. Luoluo was already 20 and should not stoop to the level of children. Why could she not be a bit more magnanimous? Meng Meng never behaved this way. Chapter 92. The room is destroyed while Su Wanning was busy comparing her two daughters. Bailuoluo unexpectedly returned. Who has entered my room? Bailuoluo stood at the stairway, her expression solemn as she gazed down at the crowd below. It was Shaolin and Xiaobo. Shaolin had just been playing with Xiaobo upstairs for a while. Did they accidentally touch your belongings? It's nothing serious. If you mind, your mother can ask your sister-in-law to buy you new ones. Su Wanning did not take it to heart. Assuming Bailuoluo was merely concerned about someone entering her room and moving her things, and she casually remarked, Mom, why don't you go upstairs and take a look first? Bailuoluo replied with an impassive expression directed at Li Wanning. What? Su Wanning was somewhat puzzled, but seeing her daughter's demeanor, it seemed there was indeed an issue. She excused herself to her cousin, Huanli, and headed straight upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhou Huilin and Zhou Bo wore smug expressions, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Huanli sensed something amiss and followed them upstairs. It was only upon entering Bailuoluo's room that Su Wanning understood why Bailuoluo had insisted she come up immediately. This room had been ransacked. The mattress was slashed with a knife. Various luxury skincare products lay shattered across the floor. And the clothes in the wardrobe were either strewn haphazardly on the ground, leaving footprints everywhere, or maliciously cut to shreds. A foul smell permeated the air, and there were traces of an unknown yellow liquid on the floor, which appeared to be urine. The damage to the mattress, clothing, and luxury skincare products amounted to millions. And yet now all lay in ruins. Zhou Huilin, Zhou Bo, come here at once. Huanli reacted swiftly. Upon witnessing the devastation of Bailuoluo's room and recalling the unabashed expressions of the two downstairs, there was little left to deduce. Zhou Huilin and Zhou Bo had been waiting at the door, and as soon as they heard their mother's call, they dashed into the room. Zhou Bo burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, the poor thing's gonna cry now. I've cut up all your stuff. Cry your heart out. He then made several faces at Bailuoluo. Oh, Sister Luoluo, why didn't you lock the door when you went out? If you had, our little Bo Woon T had been able to come in. You should blame me for not watching him closely. Though she feigned blame, The amusement on her face was unmistakable. She intentionally shifted all responsibility onto the 5-year-old Jobo. Regardless of whether Bailuoluo would hold grudges, it was her who ultimately bore the loss. If Bailuoluo did take offense, it would imply she could not even tolerate a 5-year-old child. Conversely, if she chose to overlook it, then Zhou Huilin would indeed benefit from Bailuoluo's misfortune. Luoluo, look at how distressed he Wenli appears. Zhou Huilin continued, and he also didn't know that Xiao Bo would be so disobedient. How about this? Annie will apologize on behalf of Xiao Bo, and I will ensure he behaves in the future. Bailuoluo cast a deep glance at the trio, her eyes dimming slightly. Although Su Wanning was shocked, upon learning that this was the act of a mere 5-year-old, she did not wish to hold a child accountable. Let be. Xiao Bo is still young, and doesn't he understand? Luoluo, you should temporarily move to the guest room. Your mother will arrange for your room to be redecorated. Your belongings will also be replaced by your sister-in-law. Su Wanning believed she had managed the situation adequately, preserving the familial bond while compensating Bailuoluo for her losses. If Bailuoluo still chose to resent the situation, it would seem rather immature. Zhou Huilin was waiting for Bailuoluo to retaliate. She found it hard to believe that Bailuoluo could endure this without a reaction. All right, Mom, I'll follow your suggestion. Bailuoluo suddenly broke into a radiant smile, readily agreeing not to dwell on her losses. This unexpected amiability left Zhou Huilin momentarily speechless. Su Wanning felt immensely relieved. The child had shown a commendable side, not quarreling over trivial matters. After the incident, he Wenli felt embarrassed and hurriedly departed the Bai residence with her 2 children. Just as they left, Su Wanning intended to commend Bailuoluo for her graciousness, but to her surprise, the maid reported that Bailuoluo was nowhere to be found in the house. Su Wanning assumed Bailuoluo had gone out to play and thought little of it, unaware that she was planning something significant. Zhou Huilin and Zhou Bo exchanged words regarding their sibling exploits. I had her bully Mengmeng Jia, and she even dared to chase Mengmeng Jia away. I will make her pay, Zhou Huilin declared triumphantly, hands on her hips. Is that why you were kicked out by the real heiress? The elderly lady, having listened for a while, believed she understood the situation. That's not the case. We weren't kicked out. It was our mother who insisted we leave, or else I would have wanted to stay longer at the Bai household. Zhou Huilin lamented. She wished to see Bailuoluo lose her composure. She understood Su Wanning too well to accept her daughter being perceived as a shrew. Regrettably, Bailuoluo did not fall for their tricks, remaining unperturbed. However, this only indicated that the young woman was not easy to deal with, explaining how she managed to expel Mengmeng Jia so effortlessly, revealing a cunning nature. How can you still speak of provoking Bailuoluo? Let me tell you, such behavior cannot be repeated. Do not underestimate her intelligence. He Wenli glared at her daughter, though she held no fondness for this so-called true heiress. She wouldn't go out of her way to defend Bai Mengmeng either. After all, Bai Mengmeng was not her daughter, so why should she be so eager? This foolish girl insisted on protecting Bai Mengmeng and even took the lead against Bailuoluo, hoping nothing would go awry. During dinner, the Zhou family gathered around the table, while the second floor remained deserted. A nimble figure, carrying items, stealthily entered through the balcony, revealing a wide grin at the sight of the distinctly feminine room. Half an hour later, the Zhou family had nearly finished their meal when an indescribable foul odor wafted down from the second floor. Chapter 93. Who did this? What is that horrible smell? Zhang Ma, quickly check if one of the toilets is clogged, He Wenli exclaimed, pinching her nose in distaste. The maid, Zhang Ma, hastily set aside her tasks and ascended the stairs. How could anyone eat under such conditions? Zhou Huilin slammed her chopsticks down, unable to continue eating amidst the stench. The male head of the household, Zhou Mingcheng, also wore an expression of displeasure. The joy of securing a significant business deal earlier that afternoon completely dissipated. It stinks terribly. I can't eat this. Zhou Bo pushed his bowl aside in disgust. Oh dear, my precious grandson, you must eat. I will take you out for a meal later. It won't smell outside, the Zhou matriarch said with concern. Then I want fried chicken. Zhou Bo seized the opportunity to make demands. Mom, stop taking Xiao Bo out for junk food. It's unhealthy, He Wenli disapproved. Enough, I know what I'm doing. An occasional treat won't hurt. If Xiao Bo wants to eat, let him. The matriarch shot a disapproving glance at her daughter-in-law, feeling she was overreacting. Zhou Mingcheng remained silent, troubled by the overwhelming stench. Not wishing to speak, he felt the odor growing increasingly unbearable and wondered if it was just his imagination. At that moment, the maid Zhang Ma hurried down the stairs, exclaiming, "Sir, madam, old madam, you must come upstairs. Something has happened." Zhang Ma appeared fraught with worry. "Is it just a clogged toilet? You can simply call someone to fix it. There is no need for such a commotion," he Wenli retorted. Zhang Ma shook her head vigorously. "No, it's not just a clogged toilet. Madam, you must see for yourself. It's serious." Zhang Ma was at a loss for words and figured it was better for the family to witness it themselves. Since Zhang Ma insisted, they decided to head upstairs. Zhou Mingcheng had no intention of going up. The stench was already unbearable downstairs, and he had no desire to encounter it up there. He Wenli was somewhat reluctant to ascend the stairs, yet upon observing her steadfast husband, as well as her mother-in-law and eldest daughter deliberately averting their gazes, she resignedly rose to her feet and accompanied Zhang Ma upstairs. Shortly after he Wenli had reached the second floor, a piercing scream erupted from her, akin to one mourning a deceased spouse. "Come quickly! Who could have done this? Who is responsible?" Her cries were so shrill they nearly shattered eardrums. In response to her distress, the rest of the Zhou family hesitantly followed her upstairs. They initially ventured into the master bedroom of He Wenli and her husband. As she had preceded there first, the sight that greeted them was nearly enough to induce vomiting. The couple's garments lay strewn across the floor, drenched in foul excrement. He Wenli's luxurious skincare products had been tossed about, and even her precious jewelry bore the brunt of the filth. The mattress, too, had not escaped unscathed. It was marred by both excrement and urine. Who would dare sleep on such a bed? Furthermore, the surrounding walls and furnishings had similarly suffered a vile fate, all tainted by the same repugnant substance. The entire room reeked horrifically, compelling one to gag at merely a glance. "Oh my! What on earth have you done to offend someone so profoundly?" exclaimed Zhou Huilin, unable to bear the sight any longer. She stepped back until the repugnant view was out of sight, feeling slightly relieved. It was unclear whether her pallor stemmed from anger or disgust. "We didn't see any strangers enter our home. Everything was perfectly fine before we went downstairs for dinner," He Wenli exclaimed, her face a mask of grievance. "Miss, it seems your room has also been vandalized. Not only yours, but young master and old madam's rooms have not been spared either." Zhang Ma's words left Zhou Huilin utterly bewildered. With a shriek, she rushed to her room, flinging the door open, only to find the interior mirroring the appalling scene she had just witnessed in her parents' room. The bed, dressing table, wardrobe, floor, and ceiling, along with her limited edition plush toys, designer bags, watches, shoes, and clothes had all been thoroughly ravaged. Even her jewelry had been unceremoniously discarded into the toilet, which was now filled with filth. Zhou Huilin felt a wave of nausea and heartbreak wash over her. Everything was ruined. Although the Zhou family was affluent, her monthly allowance was limited, and there was no possibility of procuring identical replacements. Just as she wallowed in despair, Zhou Bo's screams, followed by those of old Madame Zhou, echoed from the second floor. Zhou Bo's room had suffered a complete devastation. Even his beloved toys had been smashed and soaked in excrement. His small bed was not only drenched but violently torn in half. His clothes and shoes were similarly condemned to the same fate. Most infuriatingly, someone had scrawled on the wall of Zhou Bo's room in lipstick, "There is no Ultraman in this world." The little boy was utterly devastated, sobbing inconsolably. Anyone witnessing the scene would be compelled to exclaim in outrage, "Ah, the old madam has fainted." The shock proved too much for the elderly matriarch, and she collapsed, unable to recover. Thankfully, Zhang Ma was there to support her. Otherwise, she would have fallen to the ground. "Quick, call an ambulance." The Zhou household was in chaos. After wreaking havoc, Bailuoluo departed the Zhou residence and checked into a five-star hotel owned by her family, intending to indulge in a brief sojourn. While Bailuoluo reveled in her luxurious retreat, the Zhou family had gathered at the hospital. At this juncture, the mother and daughter of the Zhou family began to piece together the identity of the perpetrator behind their grotesque misfortunes. "Who else but Bailuoluo? Bailuoluo, I shall not rest until I confront you," Zhou Huilin shrieked in the hospital corridor. "Keep your voice down. This is a hospital. Have you no decorum, young lady?" admonished the relatives of other patients, their expressions disapproving. "Isn't that the Zhou family? What on earth has happened to you all? You appear quite distressed." Those residing on that floor often possessed some status, so recognizing the Zhou family was hardly surprising. Zhou Mingcheng felt embarrassed to disclose that their home had been sullied, leading to his mother's hospitalization due to distress. Such an embarrassing incident, if revealed, would certainly tarnish the Zhou family's reputation in high society. Chapter 94. Su Wanqing and her husband arrive at the hospital. When Su Wanqing received a phone call from He Wenli, she was seated on the sofa with her husband, enjoying a television program. The couple had been married for many years, their bond remaining strong, and they always carved out time for each other amidst their busy lives. Bai Maolin, a man of considerable means, had devoted his affections solely to Su Wanqing over the years, indulging her to the point of naivety, leaving her somewhat oblivious to the hardships of the world. As the couple embraced on the sofa, engrossed in a primetime family drama, He Wenli's call interrupted their moment. Upon answering, Su Wanqing was met with He Wenli's heart-wrenching sobs. "Sister Wenli, please do not cry. What has transpired? You must clarify." The relationship between Su Wanqing and He Wenli had always been strong, persisting even as they grew up and established their own families. Though Su Wanqing, He Wenli had consistently embodied the image of a dignified and graceful lady of high society, and it was rare to witness her in such a state of distress. Could it be that old Zhou had been unfaithful? Su Wanqing entertained this possibility in her mind. After a prolonged struggle, He Wenli managed to articulate the events that had transpired, particularly the shocking news of old Madame Zhou being hospitalized due to distress, which she suspected was linked to Bailuoluo. After listening attentively, the couple still found themselves perplexed, ultimately deciding to visit the hospital. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of the elderly matriarch lying in bed within 4 drip, surrounded by a family shrouded in gloom. "Sister Wenli, what has happened? How did she end up in the hospital?" "You did not clarify the connection between her hospitalization and Luoluo," Su Wanqing inquired. "Aunt Ning, Bailuoluo has gone too far. She has destroyed our home and ruined everything." Zhou Huilin cried as she rushed to Su Wanqing, tears streaming down her face. Su Wanqing instinctively recoiled a step, repulsed by the unpleasant odor emanating from Zhou Huilin. Having been raised in comfort, she found herself unable to approach Zhou Huilin, who was now reeking of filth. However, this action only deepened Zhou Huilin's emotional wound. "Why is she avoiding me? Do smell?" Zhou Huilin began to realize, raising her arm to sniff her sleeve. To her dismay, she detected a foul scent, albeit considerably fainter than that of her home. "Oh no, have I been wearing these stinky clothes for so long?" A wave of discomfort washed over her. If not for her desire to witness Bailuoluo's misfortune, she would have fled to the nearest hotel for a thorough cleansing. "Shaolin, please tell me in detail what has transpired," Su Wanqing urged, noting Zhou Huilin's wounded expression. Although she felt somewhat guilty for avoiding her, she was even less inclined to subject herself to the unpleasantness. Never mind. Shaolin is sensible and will understand. With that thought, any lingering guilt dissipated. Zhou Huilin recounted the evening's events, detailing the utter destruction inflicted upon their rooms, including the deplorable state of their jewelry and toys, all of which had been ravaged. Zhou Huilin grew increasingly sorrowful as she spoke. Initially, Zhou Leo Titai was lying in bed, groaning, but upon hearing this, she could no longer remain still. She opened her mouth to cry out, lamenting the loss of conscience, exclaiming how could one so recklessly squander their belongings, not even sparing the room of our dear Xiaobo. Is this still human behavior? Bai Maolin, having grasped the situation, looked quizzically at the Zhou family. "According to your statements, you have not seen the person who wreaked havoc in your home. How then can you be so certain it was Luoluo? Must we have seen it? Who else could it be? Earlier in the day, Xiaobo and I had just vandalized a room, and by nightfall, our home faced calamity. What a coincidence! This is clearly intentional retribution." Upon realizing her slip of the tongue, she hastily covered her mouth, cautious not to meet Su Maolin's gaze. Her uncle was not as easily deceived as her Navi cousin. Should he discern the truth, it would be she who faced misfortune. It was then that Su Wanqing recalled the events and recounted them. "The truth is, Xiaobo and Xiaolin did not act with malice. I have already promised to replace Luoluo's belongings, and her room will be refurbished. How could that child possibly retaliate by going to her aunt's house?" Su Wanqing furrowed her delicate brows, her eyes filled with vexation and disdain when speaking of her disobedient child. "We cannot definitively conclude that it was Luoluo who did this. Perhaps we should summon her and inquire directly." Zhou Mingcheng interjected. "What more is there to question? Who else could it be?" The elderly lady, incensed, spoke without thought, oblivious to Bai Maolin's changing expression, as her words began to cast a shadow over him. Bai Maolin was known for his domineering nature, unlike Su Wanqing, who treated the Zhou family with courtesy out of respect for her cousin He Wenli. Bailuoluo's politeness stemmed solely from his wife's lineage. He had extended sufficient respect to the Zhou family and even looked after their business affairs. Yet that did not imply he would tolerate any disparagement toward his daughter from them. In Bailuoluo's eyes, regardless of Bailuoluo's shortcomings, she remained his daughter, and the Zhou family had no right to cast aspersions. Mother, consider your words. The truth remains unverified, and we cannot solely rely on Xiaolin's account to condemn Luoluo. It would be unjust to her. Zhou Mingqing quickly interjected, signaling his mother to temper her remarks. Thankfully, although Zhou Leotatai lacked acumen in business and was somewhat arrogant, she still heeded her son's words. Under Zhou Mingqing's suggestion, the elderly lady finally fell silent. Let us call Luoluo here for questioning. I shall ring her now. Su Wanqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her daughter had gone to someone else's home to cause chaos. Was this the behavior of a refined young lady? Even the elderly at home had been distressed enough to land in the hospital. This was simply too much for Su Wanqing, who had never felt such a headache before. She took out her phone and dialed Bailuoluo's number. After 2 rings, Bailuoluo's voice came through. Who is it? At that moment, Bailuoluo was reclining on her bed, engrossed in a television show. Upon hearing the phone ring, she casually picked it up. Luoluo, it's your mother. Did you go to your aunt's house today? As soon as the call connected, Su Wanqing eagerly inquired. No, I didn't. Bailuoluo replied distractedly, her attention on the plot unfolding on the screen. The television showcased a villain being exposed, confronting the protagonist. To be honest, I did everything. Now what can you do about it? Su Wanqing pressed on. Let me confirm once more. Luoluo, you truly did not visit your aunt's house today? I didn't. Bailuoluo replied promptly. And it was I who vandalized your belongings because your brother meddled with my things. I did it on purpose. Luoluo, could you please turn off the television? This drama is too on the nose. Bailuoluo reached for the remote and lowered the volume. Now, what is it you need to discuss? I want to watch my show. Her tone carried a hint of impatience. Luoluo, this matter cannot be resolved quickly. Please come to the 10th floor, room 105 of Mingfeng Hospital. Your father and I will be waiting for you. Do I have to come? I'm really tired today and want to sleep early. Bailuoluo feigned a yawn. You must come. Your father and I are waiting for you. Hurry over. And with that, Su Wanqing hung up the call. On the other end, Bailuoluo revealed a cryptic smile after the call ended. Ha! The Zhou family thinks that summoning Su Wanqing will seal my fate? In this world, to convict someone requires evidence. Xiao Fu, the surveillance footage definitely did not capture me, right? Bailuoluo pondered internally. Don't worry, it's certainly 1T. But please, don't ask me to assist with such matters again. Seeking revenge is not within my line of duty. Xiao Fu's voice conveyed a sense of exasperation. I promise I will trouble you less in the future, Bailuoluo replied. Her gaze elusive. Xiao Fu, however, failed to notice her linguistic slip. You said it. You cannot deceive me. Rest assured, whoever deceives you is a dog. She stated with utmost seriousness. By the way, are you going over now? Xiao Fu recalled the earlier phone call. Of course. Why wouldn't I'm eager to see the expressions on the Zhou family's faces. It will surely be entertaining. Bailuoluo unabashedly expressed her desire to witness the unfolding drama. Zhou Huilin, in the script, was the staunchest supporter of the faux heiress by Mengmeng. Whenever she saw someone troubling by Mengmeng, regardless of right or wrong, she would blindly defend her. The entire Zhou family stood by Mengmeng due to Zhou Huilin's actions. As the true daughter of a malicious supporting character, Bailuoluo inherently opposed the Zhou family. Had they not instigated trouble, she would not have deliberately provoked them. Yet, Zhou Huilin had come knocking at her door, even using her 5-year-old brother as a pawn to annoy her. Did they think Bailuoluo was easy to bully? Did they truly believe she was made of clay? After hastily tidying herself, Bailuoluo arranged for a car from the hotel to take her to the hospital. Upon entering Zhou Leotaitai's hospital room, she surveyed the gathered crowd. Among the Bai family, only Bai Maolin and his wife were present. The other Bai brothers were conspicuously absent, and even Bai Mengmeng had not shown up. She initially thought Bai Mengmeng would come over to support Zhou Huilin, but it appeared she chose to stay away, whether out of ignorance or simply to avoid the mess. Bailuoluo, look at the trouble you've caused. My grandmother is in a hospital because of you. Upon seeing Bailuoluo, Zhou Huilin could not help but scold her loudly. Stop pretending. It must have been you. You had the audacity to run to our house and vandalize. Now you lack the courage to admit it. Infuriated by the loss of her belongings, Zhou Huilin trembled with rage. Those were jewels worth millions, along with her most cherished bags, clothes, and watches. She had merely cut a few of Bailuoluo's garments and a mattress. Bailuoluo had directly defiled her precious items, a truly egregious act. Her jewelry, the least expensive of which cost tens of thousands, and the most expensive worth millions, was now soaked in filth. How could she dare to wear such things in public? Zhou Huilin felt that maintaining her sanity was a testament to her resilience. Su Wanning had been attentively observing Bailuoluo's reactions, harboring doubts about whether her daughter was truly involved. Given the circumstances, Luoluo, is this matter somehow related to you? She inquired, her brow furrowed after elucidating the details. Bailuoluo, upon hearing this, wore a look of indignation. Mom, how could you think that of me? I bear no ill will towards Auntie and her family. Why would I go to their home to create mischief? I'm not so idle. Stop pretending. Are you not upset that Xiao Bo damaged your clothes and mattress and even urinated in your room? My mother has already admonished us. And you claimed you would not hold a grudge. Who would have known you were merely putting on a facade? How malicious of you. Zhou Huilin shouted at Bailuoluo. Luoluo, Annie understands you are upset about Xiao Lin and Xiao Bo ruining your belongings. But if you were angry, you could have spoken to me directly. What you did is indeed excessive. Huan Li sighed, regarding Bailuoluo as though she were a wayward child. To an uninformed observer, one might mistakenly perceive her as a dutiful elder, genuinely concerned for the younger generation. Auntie, your accusations are quite unfair. If you believe I am responsible, you are welcome to call the police. I have nothing to fear from an investigation if I have acted justly. If you possess no evidence and merely claim I am the culprit behind the mischief at your home, then that would be a grave injustice. Or do you assume that simply because I was raised in an ordinary family, I must be the perpetrator of every misdeed? Mom, you do not think that way, do you? Is that why you are pressuring me to confess alongside Annie? As she spoke, Bailuoluo cast a wounded gaze at Su Wanning, embodying innocence and grievance. Upon meeting Bailuoluo's sorrowful eyes, Su Wanning felt a pang of weakness. Chapter 96, Reporting to the Police. She had indeed only heard Huan Li and her daughter's side of the story before casting suspicion on her own child. Initially, she saw no issue with this. But after Bailuoluo's pointed question, she recognized her own bias, realizing she had doubted her daughter without allowing her to explain. No more words. I know I did not grow up by your side, and you do not understand me, which is why you doubt me. I did not hold it against you. After her performance of innocence, Bailuoluo stood aside, looking utterly pitiful. Luoluo, that is not what I meant. Seeing her daughter's distressed expression, Su Wanning felt a twinge of discomfort. Despite the fact that this child was not raised by her side, she was still her flesh and blood. She had not seen any evidence, yet she had doubted her own daughter. Was she not being overly harsh? As Su Wanning sank into self-reproach, Zhou Huilin's face flushed with anger. Aunt Ning, do not be deceived by her act. She is merely pretending. After urgently expressing her thoughts to Su Wanning, she turned back to Bailuoluo. Do not get too pleased with yourself. You want evidence, do you? I refuse to believe our numerous surveillance cameras could not capture you. With that, she promptly called the family's servants to check the surveillance footage. Zhou Ming Cheng did not intervene. After all, Bailuoluo had caused him considerable financial loss, and he could not let it slide. If evidence was found, even if Bailuoluo could not be made to compensate, Bai Mao Lin would certainly assist her. Upon hearing that the surveillance footage would be reviewed, Bai Mao Lin's brow furrowed slightly. He discreetly glanced at Bailuoluo, noticing her calm demeanor, as if she were not concerned about being discovered for her clandestine mischief at the Zhou household. Could it be that she truly was not the culprit? This doubt flitted through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. While he had not interacted much with this daughter, he had gathered enough insight to recognize that she was not one to easily yield. Her current submissiveness was illogical. Only Wan Ning and the Zhou family could overlook the anomaly. Wan Ning was too naive to contemplate further, while the Zhou family lacked understanding of Bailuoluo. This daughter of his was not one to suffer grievances quietly. One could see that from how she dealt with her brothers. Her current calmness could only mean one thing. She was entirely confident that the Zhou family's surveillance would not capture her actions. 10 minutes later, news arrived from the Zhou residence. Indeed, none of the cameras had recorded Bailuoluo's presence. Without evidence, it was impossible to accuse her of wrongdoing. How could this be? Both mother and daughter wore expressions of disbelief. Did you perhaps hire a hacker to infiltrate our security system and tamper with the footage? Zhou Huilin suddenly felt she had uncovered the truth. Hewen Li, reminded by her daughter, also considered this possibility to be the most plausible. Do not think that just because the surveillance did not capture you, this matter is over. I shall report to the police. I refuse to believe even the authorities cannot uncover your criminal evidence. With that, Zhou Huilin proceeded to dial the police. Once Zhou Huilin finished her report, Zhou Mingcheng approached her, visibly angry, and pointedly scolded. What are you doing calling the police for such a trivial matter? We are relatives with Bailuoluo. Is there nothing we can resolve privately without escalating to the authorities? Bai Maolin dismissed Zhou Mingcheng's theatrics. Internally, he scoffed, realizing he had been excessively kind to the Zhou family over the years, believing they could take advantage of the Bai family. The police had been called, and now they awaited their arrival. Throughout this time, Bai Maolin discreetly observed Bailuoluo, noting her lack of fear even at the prospect of police involvement, further solidifying his belief that she might be more astute than he had imagined. While awaiting the police, Zhou Huilin deliberately cast challenging glances at Bailuoluo, her expression practically screaming, "You will regret this." Bailuoluo remained unfazed. If Xiao Fu could not handle such a trivial matter, then what was the point of its existence? Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at the hospital to question the Zhou matriarch. Due to the need for investigation and assessment of the Zhou family's financial losses, the officers divided their efforts. One team inspected the Zhou residence to calculate damages, while another interviewed the family members of the hospital. After all, Zhou Huilin had claimed the losses amounted to over 10 million, a significant case. Once the police completed gathering statements from the Zhou family, although they suspected Bailuoluo of being the perpetrator, they had no evidence to act upon. They could not arrest her based solely on the family's accusations. At most, they would ask a few questions to confirm her alibi. After Bailuoluo cooperated with the police and gave her statement, she promptly reported the incident herself. While the Zhou family could not provide evidence of her vandalism, she had ample proof of Zhou Huilin and Zhou Bo deliberately causing damage in her room. Bailuoluo presented the surveillance footage, clearly showing Zhou Huilin directing 5-year-old Zhou Bo in the destruction of her space. The mattress they had ruined alone was worth over $1 million, not to mention the other items within the room. Given the overwhelming evidence, Zhou Huilin could not deny her actions. Now, the Zhou family not only failed to catch Bailuoluo in the act, but Zhou Huilin found herself in police custody instead. This turn of events deserved a round of applause. You cannot arrest me. Mom and Dad, save me. Aunt Ning, please help me. I do not want to go to jail. I can pay for damages. Just do not take me away. Zhou Huilin was terrified. The thought of incarceration meant her standing in high society would be ruined. Wait, we can pay. We will settle this. Just do not take my daughter. She is still young and does not understand. He only clutched her daughter's hand tightly, refusing to let the police take her away. Compensation would certainly be necessary, but the scale of this case involved vast sums, and it could not be resolved merely through payment. One officer explained to the Zhou family, "This matter is far more serious than that. Seeing your expressions, it is evident that you are acquainted with one another. Why not deliberate on how to address this matter?" With that statement, Zhou Huilin was forcibly taken away. No matter how Wenli attempted to intervene, her efforts proved futile. "Andy, you should find Zhou Huilin a decent lawyer while there is still time," Bailuoluo remarked, revealing a radiant smile. In a moment of shock, Wenli fainted to the ground with a loud thud. Zhou Bo was terrified, weeping profusely, while the elderly lady lamented loudly. And Zhou Mingcheng was drenched in sweat, unsure of whom to attend to first. Witnessing the chaos in the Zhou family, Bailuoluo and her husband Bai Maolin exchanged pleasantries and left with light, buoyant steps. The following day, after Zhou Huilin's apprehension, the items lost from her room had been compensated by the Zhou family and deposited into her account in Hua currency. As for Zhou Huilin, it was said that under Su Wanning's persuasion, Bai Maolin had agreed not to pursue the matter further. However, as a lesson for Zhou Huilin, Bai Maolin decided she should remain in detention for a few extra days, serving as a reminder. Bai Maolin had viewed the video and was aware that Zhou Huilin had deliberately caused havoc in Bailuoluo's room. Regardless of his feelings towards her, the Bai family was not to be trifled with. The Zhou family had indeed become somewhat arrogant. and Bailuoluo intended to seize this opportunity to teach them a lesson about humility. Bailuoluo was not surprised by this outcome. Given the relationship between Hewen Li and Su Wanning, it was impossible for them to allow Zhou Huilin to languish in prison. All the belongings in her room had been procured by the Bai family, and as long as they did not pursue the matter, Zhou Huilin would only be confined for a few days at most. Prison was out of the question. Bailuoluo had never intended to obliterate the Zhou family in one fell swoop, especially since there were many more developments involving Zhou Huilin to unfold. If she were imprisoned, who would carry her narrative? Bailuoluo had no desire to assume Zhou Huilin's roles as well. Regardless, all the items from her room had now been converted into cash and deposited into her card, so she did not suffer any losses. That night, a middle-aged man in his 40s basked in the moonlight. Clad in a Taoist robe, his face bore an impressive countenance, and even in such attire, the definition of his pectoral muscles was apparent. Congratulations, Master, on the increase of your longevity. A young man and woman in their 20s knelt before him, their faces alight with joy. Well done, you two. Had it not been for your efforts in locating Liu Yang's family, I would not have recovered so swiftly, Qin Zheng said, slowly turning to face his disciples. Just as he was about to speak further, a young man in a black suit approached under the moonlight. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Zheng immediately knelt with utmost respect. Qin Zheng pays his respects to the master, he declared, his voice and gaze imbued with fervor. Yes, I shall not betray your trust, Master, Qin Zheng affirmed earnestly. Very well, I require you to eliminate someone, the man in black stated coolly. Who does the master wish to eliminate? Qin Zheng inquired without hesitation. Yang Su. The name was laced with hatred in the black-clad man's eyes. Yang Su? The celebrity Yang Su? Qin Zheng recognized the name. Few in Huagua had not heard of Yang Su. Indeed, remember to be discreet when you act. Try not to intervene personally or employ spirits to carry out the deed, lest you attract the attention of those from the Xinmen. Qin Zheng quickly replied, with the master's power, why fear the Xinmen? Before your might, they are but a rabble. The people of Xinmen are indeed not worthy of my concern. But that is not what I fear, the man in black replied, leaving his statement hanging. Recognizing that the man in black had no intention of elaborating, Qin Zheng refrained from pressing further. This enigmatic figure had appeared before him 3 months prior, when Qin Zheng was on the brink of death. It was this man who had cast a spell to extend his life, allowing him to locate Liu Yang's family and complete the longevity borrowing technique. Had it not been for the intervention of this black-clad man, his endeavor would not have succeeded so easily. Such spells are fraught with risk and have a high failure rate. Had Qin Zheng relied solely on himself, success would have been uncertain. Of course, the black-clad man did not offer these services for free. Qin Zheng was bound to serve him. However, he did not object to this arrangement. Recognizing that the black-clad man's strength surpassed his comprehension, likely rendering him unmatched within the Xinmen. Though the man appeared young, Qin Zheng did not believe he was merely in his 20s. He suspected this individual to be an ancient being, having maintained a youthful appearance through unknown means. Holding on to such a powerful ally was a tempting prospect for Qin Zheng, as being in his presence would alleviate his concerns regarding longevity. For someone with his sins, entering the underworld would likely lead to a grim fate. He feared the torments of the 18 layers of hell. Knowing his likely end, Qin Zheng sought every means to survive. As long as he remained alive, even the underworld would have no power over him, regardless of the black-clad man's identity. As long as he could ensure his survival, he saw no harm in acknowledging him as his master. Now, his task was to execute this assignment flawlessly, proving his worth to his master. Bailuoluo, come to the company. We have arranged an assistant for you. Upon receiving the call from her agent, Wei Tian, Bailuoluo was resting in her hotel room. Her space was still being redecorated, particularly her mattress, which was valued at over $1 million and required advance booking. Crafting such a mattress took at least half a month, so Bailuoluo planned to stay in the hotel for the next few weeks. She preferred to avoid the unpleasant company of the Bai family's brothers. An assistant? For me? Do I really require one at my level? Bailuoluo mused, aware of her standing in the entertainment industry. Currently, aside from one variety show, she had no other work commitments. Given this limited workload, what purpose would an assistant serve? Merely to accompany her for leisure? Despite her reservations, she obediently made her way to the company. Bailuoluo, let me introduce you. This is Liu Huahua, the assistant assigned to you by by the company. Wei Tian gestured toward a young woman in a floral blouse and matching trousers, adorned with a yellow feather headdress, appearing slightly over 20. When Lu Hua appeared before him, he felt as though his eyes might fail him. If Bailuoluo wished to return her assistant, he would not have been surprised. Having such an assistant could indeed be embarrassing. Hua. Upon seeing Lu Hua, Bailuoluo's round eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Hua joyfully rushed towards Bailuoluo, and the two embraced, jumping and exclaiming like long-lost sisters. You know each other? Wei Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing there was no need to worry about Lu Hua being returned. Of course, this is my dear friend Lu Hua from my hometown. We were neighbors as children. Unfortunately, her family moved away and we lost contact. Who would have thought we would reunite here? What a wonderful fate, Bailuoluo exclaimed. Since you're already acquainted, that is splendid. No need for adjustment. She will assist you henceforth, Wei Tian declared, clapping his hands to finalize the arrangement. Neither Bailuoluo nor Lu Hua objected, both still enveloped in the joy of their reunion. After leaving Wei Tian's office, Bailuoluo took Lu Hua to find an unoccupied meeting room nearby. After closing the door, the two finally felt free to converse. Luoluo, are you all right? We thought you had perished after failing the Lei Jia and losing your spirit. If it weren't for you Lao mentioning that you had descended to the mortal realm, we would have prepared to bury your remains in Xiansu. Lu Hua, who had transformed from an ordinary Lu Huaji into an immortal, was once merely a common chicken in the mountains. After encountering a fortuitous opportunity, she embarked on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, her innate talent was lacking, and after over 300 years of practice, she was unable to transform. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to meet the god of wealth, who, upon noticing her pure and benevolent nature after centuries of cultivation without harming any living being, decided to enlighten her and grant her immortality. In the celestial realm, she then befriended Bailuoluo and a host of other minor deities, leading to a life of delightful companionship. Among them, Bailuoluo was her closest sister. One was a Lu Huaji and the other a Da Bai Yi, with neither looking down upon the other's humble origins. Their masters, Yu Lao and the god of wealth, were both affluent, and in the heavenly realm, few deities could rival their wealth. With such generous patrons, they were well taken care of, making Bailuoluo and Lu Hua among the most fortunate of the minor deities, envied by many. Upon learning that Yu Lao sought someone to descend to assist Luoluo, Lu Hua immediately signed up and hastily made her way to the mortal realm, leading to the sisters' reunion. Please tell me you didn't bury me, Bailuoluo inquired anxiously. That would be Xiansu, the burial ground for immortals. If I had awakened there, escaping would have been nearly impossible, as the barriers of Xiansu can only be opened from the outside. Rest assured, Yu Lao confirmed your vitality. How could we possibly send you into Xiansu? Lu Hua's words finally eased Bailuoluo's worries. That's a relief. But how did you end up here? She finally thought to ask. Yu Lao was concerned about you facing tasks alone, so he decided to send someone to accompany you. I seized this opportunity from several other minor deities. It had been a long time since she visited the mortal realm, and it proved to be just as enjoyable as rumored. Lu Hua beamed with delight. Descending in her original form, Lu Hua's powers were sealed, rendering her similar to an ordinary human. While not considered striking in the celestial realm, she was quite appealing in the mortal world, her delicate features exuding a rare charm among young women. If she opted for a more androgynous appearance, she could easily captivate many young ladies. However, Lu Hua had no interest in such styles. She had always adored vibrant colors. The more flamboyant the hues, the more she favored them, along with a penchant for colorful feather accessories. Her makeup box was filled with various feathers, some procured through her own efforts and others taken from other celestial beasts. She had endured quite a bit to acquire these feathers, but fortunately, her spirit remained resilient. How wonderful! Now that you are here with me, I finally have a companion. Bailuoluo was genuinely thrilled and instantly decided to take Lu Hua out for a grand feast to celebrate their reunion in the mortal realm. Hand in hand, they exited the company building, immediately feeling the gazes of onlookers. Ugh, everyone is staring at us. It must be because my outfit is too stunning, Lu Hua blushed. All right, as long as you're happy, Bailuoluo replied. It is worth mentioning that Lu Hua had an inflated sense of self-confidence. If any male stared at her for more than 3 seconds, she would assume he was infatuated with her. Attempts to explain otherwise fell on deaf ears, earning her the nickname Xian Jian Chou among the male deities in the celestial realm, indicating that even immortals were troubled by her presence. What do you feel like eating? If you're unsure, there's a Heiress nearby. How about we go there? Sure, let us go to Heiress. It's my first day in immortal realm, so I'm not well acquainted with the food here. I'll let you decide. Lu Huahua nodded. Thus, they set off for Heiress. As usual, the service was exceptional. After ordering their hot pot and desired dishes, they began catching up. Bailuoluo did most of the talking, as Lu Huahua found the celestial gossip less captivating than her sister's experiences on Earth. Soon their hot pot arrived, and they paused their conversation to indulge in the feast. This is delicious, Lu Huahua exclaimed, generously praising the mortal cuisine. Though the celestial realm offered superior delicacies, those were inaccessible to minor deities like them. It was no wonder so many minor deities yearned to work in the mortal realm, as it was far more exhilarating. Eat as much as you want. If it's not enough, we can order more. I have plenty of money. No need to save for me, Bailuoluo asserted grandly. As they enjoyed their meal, they were completely unaware of a popular internet celebrity live streaming nearby. The camera just happened to capture Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua at their table. The influencer, known as Ao, had built a persona as a wealthy second-generation socialite, gaining fame through ostentatious displays of wealth and flirting with women. With his striking appearance and flashy attire, few women could resist his advances. Ao, look behind you. That woman is absolutely stunning. If you manage to flirt with her today, I'll gift you a yacht. I'll give you 10 carnival tickets. Wait, that woman is dressed so oddly. Are you sure she is not mentally unwell? How can you even suggest Ao approach such a woman? That is just cruel and damaging to his image. Chapter 99. The Internet Celebrity Ao. Alright everyone, Ao is about to approach those beautiful ladies. If he succeeds in getting their contact information, remember to follow and send him gifts. Ao squinted toward Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua, a gleam of self-satisfaction in his eyes. He was confident his approach would succeed. After all, he was wealthy, and women were drawn to money. As long as he showcased his affluence, the oddly dressed woman and her beautiful companion would surely rush to him, eager to add him on WeChat. Just as Ao approached to flirt, a comment flashed across the screen. The girl in the colorful clothing next to her looks like that guest from Dream Life. It really does seem to be her. How is it that a star is so casually sitting in Heiress eating hot pot without any pretense? Ao was oblivious to the comments in the live stream, fully focused on Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua as he approached. He handed his phone to his assistant to continue the broadcast. While Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua were enjoying their meal, an oily voice suddenly interrupted. Excuse me, beautiful ladies. I've been watching you from over there for quite a while. May I have the pleasure of getting to know you? Alger grine broadly, believing self-charming. Here it comes, Ao's trademark greasy smile. The only reason he hasn't been rejected yet is his wealth. If he tried to flirt with me, I'd give him a swift kick. He is probably already a fossil. You're so brazen to admit you're watching us, Bailuoluo remarked coolly, raising her gaze. Lu Huahua picked up a shrimp ball, nodding her head a few times. Ao nearly choked on his own saliva. This was the first time he encountered a woman so devoid of respect for him. Could it be that they were unable to discern the value of his attire? Or were these two women merely lacking in worldly experience? If that were the case, he would not hesitate to showcase his prowess. Without uttering a word, Ao slammed the key to his Ferrari onto the table with a resounding thud before speaking. This is the Ferrari I just acquired a couple of days ago. How about after our meal, I take you for a drive? Surely, they would not refuse a Ferrari. Ferrari? What is that? Lu Huahua inquired curiously, looking at Bailuoluo with a gaze that betrayed her naivete. Having just descended from the heavens, Lu Huahua had little knowledge of luxury cars in the mortal realm. It seemed to be the name of a prestigious automobile, Bailuoluo speculated. Luxury car? Is it rare and precious? Although she was familiar with cars, seeing them on every street, the concept of a luxury car was foreign to her. None of those cars belonged to her. They were all possessions of the Bai family. As the true heiress of the Bai family, would there truly be anyone opposing her taking one out for a spin? Miss, you seem to be exaggerating a bit. Ao chuckled before Lu Huahua could respond. Laughter filled the live streaming room. What is wrong with today's girls? Claiming that they have several Ferraris in their garage is quite the stretch. I never expected girls to be so pretentious these days. and she has clearly overstepped, turning her pretentiousness into a joke. Ha ha ha. This young lady is truly amusing. Several Ferraris? Perhaps she means models. Maybe she is dreaming, living in a fantasy. Ha ha ha, how hilarious. If this young lady knew she was being live-streamed, I fear she would wish to escape to another planet. Exaggerating? I'm not exaggerating. Bailuoluo frowned. How much does that Ferrari cost exactly? Lu Huahua couldn't help but ask. The price of a Ferrari could range from several 100,000 to tens of millions, or even over 1 billion. Mine is worth over 4 million. So we say, beauty, have you changed your mind about joining me for a drive? If you wish to go, we can leave right now. However, my car is a sports car with only 2 seats, so I can only take one of you. With that, Aoga leisurely regarded the 2 women before him, clearly eager for the ensuing drama. This was Aoge's favorite game, flirting with multiple women at once and watching them compete for his attention. Just as he expected Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua to squabble like other girls would. He was taken aback to find them calmly enjoying their hot pot. You dare invite us to a 2-seater car? You should leave. Don't disturb our meal. Lu Huahua waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. We are uninterested in your car. We have our meal to attend to. If you wish to show off, do it at another table. Bailuoluo chimed in, echoing her sentiments. But was Aoga the type to easily concede defeat? For the sake of the live stream's viewership, he would not relent. Since you're not interested in a drive, why not come to my newly purchased villa? I recently acquired a property near Qinglong Lake. Would you like to join me for a visit? If you are not satisfied with the villa by Qinglong Lake, I have several others to show you, and we can leisurely decide which one you prefer. With these words, he once again flaunted his wealth. This time not with a car, but with real estate. A villa, especially in a city known for its skyrocketing property prices, was indeed something to boast about. I'm not interested in your villa, Bailuoluo responded coolly, casting him a glance that seemed to say, why are you still here? Seeing that, Bailuoluo remained unmoved. Aogu was at a loss for words. This woman was exceedingly difficult to entice. Despite presenting luxury cars and villas, he still could not compel her to yield in his presence. Wait, could it be that she was merely playing hard to get? The more he pondered, the more plausible that idea seemed. With no progress on Bailuo's end, he decided to shift his focus to the eccentrically dressed Lu Huahua. He turned his gaze towards her, his eyes sparkling with intent. Lu Huahua seemed to catch his drift, yet her response was not what he had anticipated. Chapter 100. The wealthy lady with a languid sigh. She cradled her slightly heroic visage and looked at him with a regretful expression. I know you have fallen for me at first sight, but you should stop trying to entice me with your car and house. While I may not own a car, I can purchase one at any time. The same goes for a house. However, that is not the main reason for my rejection. The fundamental reason I cannot accept your advances is that you are too unattractive. I only have an affinity for handsome men, and your appearance is indeed lacking. Even if I were to settle, it would be impossible. I appreciate your feelings, but you should forget about me. I am certain you will find an ordinary woman who does not mind your looks. As for someone like me, a little fairy, do not harbor any illusions. Lu Huahua spoke earnestly. Aogu, I have never encountered someone so shameless. My apologies for intruding. Please continue your meal. I shall take my leave. Aoge's lips twitched as he turned to depart, his demeanor numb with disbelief. What kind of delusional woman was this, who deemed him unworthy? Who did he think he was? He was Aogu, the wealthy second-generation heir. How could a woman dressed like a flamboyant peacock look down upon him? Had he not remembered that he was still live-streaming, he would have shown this woman the extent of his capabilities. As he left with a grim expression, he subtly signaled his assistant to continue filming the 2 women, eager to see what ludicrous remarks they would make next. How dare they disregard Aogu? He would ensure they understood the meaning of social death. The assistant understood and continued to focus the camera on Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua. Meanwhile, Aoge's live-streaming room was swelling with viewers. Is this the place? I heard there was a spectacle to behold. Indeed, you're in the right spot. But the show has already concluded. Perhaps you should ask if anyone recorded it. I heard someone rejected the wealthy second-generation heir. Is that true? I rushed here to witness the moment the wealthy heir was turned down. Why is it already over? How disappointing. Hold on. It was these 2 women who rejected Aogu, and the stream is still ongoing. Let us see what else they have to say. Let's listen in. By the way, who is that woman dressed like a flower peacock? Even my grandmother wouldn't wear such clothes. She appears to be barely in her 20s. What a poor choice. Did she perhaps steal her mother's clothes? Unaware that they were still being broadcasted, Bailuoluo and Lu Hua continued their meal and conversation. Bailuoluo began peeling shrimp. Hua, where do you plan to stay next? Lu Hua, with a meatball heading toward her mouth, replied, Are there any houses near your home? Perhaps I will buy a place nearby. Knowing that Bailuoluo still resided with the Bai family, she had no intention of engaging in the storyline. She thought that purchasing a house near Bailuoluo would be a splendid choice. Not living within the Bai household should not interfere with the true heiress narrative. It seems unlikely. My residence is at Hanlong Shanzhuang, and all the villas in that area have already been sold. The properties there appear to be quite sought after. Merely possessing wealth does not guarantee one can acquire them. Those who can afford to buy in Hanlong Shanzhuang are unlikely to dispose of their homes casually. Bailuoluo stuffed the peeled shrimp meat into her mouth, utterly oblivious to the uproar that erupted in the live-streaming room upon hearing the name, Hanlong Shanzhuang. Wow, Hanlong Shanzhuang. A super wealthy lady. Did she really say she lives in Hanlong Shanzhuang? My goodness, is that true? That is Hanlong Shanzhuang. Only the most elite families reside there. Even a newly rich struggle to purchase properties in that area. I've heard that even the top 10 wealthiest in the city don't all own homes there. Only some old aristocratic families do. If this lady isn't being pretentious, she must be a genuine Bai Fume. Her status would undoubtedly overshadow Ao Gu by several streets. And it's no wonder she looks down on him. Seriously? Is it possible that just because she said she lives in Hanlong Shanzhuang, people believe her? I could claim I live in Tang Chun Epin too. Tang Chun Epin is well known, but it truly pales in comparison to Hanlong Shanzhuang. Most residents there are either newly rich or ordinary wealthy individuals. True aristocrats wouldn't settle there long term. At most, they would acquire a property as a temporary abode. Meanwhile, Bailuoluo and Lu Hua continue their conversation. Does this mean I can't buy a property there? What a pity. Lu Hua expressed her disappointment. Perhaps you could purchase a place near the office, Bailuoluo suggested after a moment of contemplation. That seems to be the only option. Please help me find a suitable location. Money is not a concern. You know me. I have plenty, she added, placing a black card on the table. What is this? Is it a bank card? Bailuoluo had never seen such a black card and curiously examined it. It should be. My grandfather gave it to me, saying I could buy whatever I like. It's filled with funds, so no matter how expensive, I can afford it. Since they were outside, Lu Hua refrained from mentioning that it was a gift from the wealth god. As long as Bailuoluo understood her implication, that sufficed. This card was essentially her business trip perk, as the wealth god had nothing but money to offer. Thus, when sending her to the mortal realm, he handed her a card, stating that with it, she could traverse the world. Lu Hua had no doubts about the wealth god's financial prowess. Money was trivial for him. That is excellent. After this, we shall go house hunting. We'll purchase whatever pleases you. Bailuoluo thought it unnecessary to question the wealth god's assurance. Since he had said so, the funds within the card were likely inexhaustible. She envied Lu Hua for being able to enjoy a paid excursion to the mortal realm. Unlike her, who had to fulfill the script of a genuine heiress while protecting Yangsu. Alas, this is what one might call differing fates among the celestial beings. Wow. Is that the black gold card from Beifazang? It must be fake. She's just showing off with a counterfeit. It cannot be fake. I've seen that card at an elder's house before. It is indeed the Beifazang black gold card. Now that's what we call a wealthy lady. She is even richer than the girl living in Hanlong Shanzhuang. Wealthy lady, notice me. Although I'm broke, I'm handsome. Does the rich lady need a pet? I'm a little puppy. Chapter 101. Identity Revelation in the live stream. Many desired to be close to the wealthy lady. Bailuoluo and Lu Hua were unaware that AOG's livestream had rapidly gained popularity due to their conversation. After they finished their meal, AO, responding to the overwhelming requests from viewers, stealthily followed them to ascertain whether they were genuinely going house hunting and to confirm if Bailuoluo truly resided in Hanlong Shanzhuang. Since the restaurant they dined in, Hidi Lao, was not far from the sales office, they walked directly there without hailing a taxi. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream continued to debate whether Bailuoluo and Lu Hua were indeed second-generation wealthy individuals. I'm uncertain about the one in the floral dress, but Bailuoluo is definitely one. Is there some inside information? Share it. Don't you watch variety shows? Bailuoluo is a regular guest on Dream Life. Just a few days ago, I visited her live stream during the broadcast. She is actually a celebrity. Is that a Tunet question? How would you not know this? Even if she is a celebrity, It doesn't necessarily mean she is a second-generation wealthy person. Take a good look at this season's dream life and see who the guests are. You'll know whether she is or not. If she wasn't a second-generation wealthy person, how could she appear alongside so many top celebrities, including Yongsu? In an instant, the majority acknowledged Bailuoluo's identity as a second-generation wealthy individual, though dissenting opinions remained. If she truly is a second-generation wealthy person, how could she not recognize the Beifazang Black Gold card? Are there second-generation wealthy individuals who don't know of it? Indeed, when Bailuoluo first saw that card, her expression was unfamiliar, and she even asked the girl in the floral dress what it was. She hardly seems like a wealthy person, but if she isn't wealthy, how could her resources be so excellent? Do we even need to ask? If she is not a second-generation wealthy person, she could simply be involved with one. You're just making baseless accusations. Can we refrain from being so malicious toward the girl? The live stream erupted again over Bailuoluo's identity, with some asserting she was indeed a second-generation wealthy individual, while others claimed she was merely associated with one. Both sides held firm, unable to sway the other. Observing the rapidly increasing online viewers and the flashing donation effects, Ao Gu felt ecstatic. Ao Gu was merely an ordinary second-generation wealthy individual. His parents had won a lottery worth 30 million 30 years prior. After winning, they didn't invest in businesses, but instead purchased a few storefronts to rent out and built 2 houses in their hometown for rental purposes. When the urban village was demolished, their wealth grew substantially. However, they remained far from the true aristocracy, which looked down upon them as nouveau riche. After several attempts to fit into that circle, Ao Gu decided to remain within his small social sphere. Eventually, he became an internet sensation by flaunting his wealth online, seeking ways to attract followers. Though his finances were modest among second-generation wealthy individuals, to the average person, he was an unattainable figure, especially in the eyes of those keen to marry into wealth. Previously, he had leveraged his identity as a second-generation wealthy person to attract numerous women, drawing fans in the process. He had expected this occasion to unfold similarly, but it unexpectedly provided a new opportunity for his internet fame. Ao Gu certainly did not want to miss this chance. Now, everyone was joining him to uncover the true identities of these 2 women. Whether their statuses were genuine or fabricated, stay tuned, as Ao Gu would unveil the truth shortly. The live stream was immediately flooded with donation effects. Oh yeah, go for it. I just want to know which of the 2 is real, or if both are fakes. Keep it up, Ao Gu. As long as you can truly reveal their identities, I'll immediately reward you with 10 spaceships. A wealthy individual just emerged. Worship the wealthy. Luoluo. It seems someone has been following us. Lu Huahua discreetly glanced behind her. It was evident long ago that the greasy man had been trying to strike up a conversation with us. Bailuoluo pursed her lips and remarked nonchalantly, "What does he want to follow us for?" Lu Huahua inquired, her expression one of confusion, before suddenly experiencing a moment of clarity. With a clap of her hands, she exclaimed, "I understand. It must be because I rejected him, and now he seeks revenge out of love turned to hatred, to destroy what he cannot possess. Is this not the very essence of the popular sickly sweet trope in literature?" Bailuoluo responded, "What novels have you been reading lately? Those featuring sickly sweet themes, where either the male or female lead, or sometimes both, embody this archetype. They are simply exhilarating." Lu Huahua unabashedly expressed her adoration for this genre. Bailuoluo fell silent for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps you should consider reading novels about dominant tycoons instead. They seem more fitting for your current persona." As they spoke, the 2 women arrived at the sales office. For Lu Huahua, purchasing a property was hardly a significant matter. After all, no earthly dwelling could compare to the celestial palaces above. She selected a few appealing options, intending to view them shortly. The representative attending to Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua was a recent university graduate named Chen Xiaowei. Coming from a rural background, she had chosen to work at Junhai Real Estate after graduation. The development they were exploring was funded by Junhai Real Estate, a leading enterprise in the domestic property sector, with investments spanning over half the cities across the nation. Several renowned luxury apartments in the city were developed by Junhai Real Estate. With the launch of this new project, Chen Xiaowei had been assigned to assist, as the least expensive units were priced around 20 million yuan, attracting many visitors, yet few could afford to purchase. Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua were quickly identified by veteran staff as mere window shoppers, leading to Chun Xiaowei, the intern, being assigned to them. Please wait a moment. I will fetch a vehicle to take you to view the properties, Chun Xiaowei said, her demeanor always cheerful, regardless of whether the clients intended to buy. After asking them to wait, she left to retrieve the car. Once Chun Xiaowei was out of sight, she was called back by her colleague, Wang Jie, who had been with Junhai Real Estate for 5 years. Are you really going to take those two to see the penthouses? You foolish girl. They look like they're just browsing, Wang Jie admonished. You could easily make up an excuse about the car being unavailable and suggest they schedule another time to view the properties. However, our employee code states we must treat all clients equally and cannot refuse their requests for viewings, Chun Xiaowei replied, biting her lip. Are you really that naive? If we took everyone who made a request, we would be running back and forth all day. You need to learn to discern your clients. Not everyone is a prospective buyer. Many simply waste our time. We are here to earn a living, after all, so don't let those who just look get in the way of serving genuine buyers. Wang Jie had developed her own survival strategies during her years in the sales office, and only a newcomer like Chun Xiaowei would take the employee handbook so literally. I appreciate your concern, but I've already promised those two I would drive them to view the properties. I must be on my way, Chun Xiaowei said before hastily departing. Wang Jie watched her retreating figure, shaking her head with a sigh. She had hoped to impart some wisdom to Chun Xiaowei, who appeared to be well-meaning but somewhat lacking in insight. After retrieving the car, Chun Xiaowei drove Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua to the community for the property viewing, while Ao Gu and his assistant discreetly followed in another vehicle. With over 30,000 viewers online in the live stream, they watched as the car emblazoned with the Junhai Real Estate logo entered the upscale neighborhood. Isn't that be Shui Lian Tian? A viewer exclaimed. Yes, it is. A classmate of mine just moved into that community. Another responded. Wow, to have a roommate living in Bishui Lian Tian. She must be something special. Someone remarked. I'm just an ordinary person. My classmate is a rich second-generation heir, another viewer added. Now that they've entered, are they really going to purchase a property? Who knows if they're serious buyers? Ayo, why not go in and find out? Some netizens urged. I advise against going in. The management here is strict. If you sneak in and get caught, you might end up in the police station. No joke, another warned. Ao Gu gazed at the luxurious entrance of Shui Lian Tian, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Had he known, he would have had his family buy a property there, but now he found himself unable to enter. With no other option, he waited outside for Bailuoluo and her friends to emerge. After about an hour, the Junhai Real Estate vehicle finally exited the premises. Ao Gu quickly instructed his assistant to follow closely behind. Back at the sales center, Lu Huahua boldly declared her intention to purchase both of the two 400-square-meter penthouses on the same floor. Miss Lu, are you certain you want to buy both properties? Chun Xiaowei exclaimed in disbelief. Since her transfer, she had not sold a single unit, as all potential buyers had been snatched up by veteran staff before she even had a chance to greet them. She feared she might not pass her probation. Yet here were two clients deemed unlikely buyers by the seasoned employees, and they were actually prepared to make a purchase. Was she dreaming? Yes, I'll take both. One for me and one for Bailuoluo. Don't forget to come over and stay with me. Okay? Lu Huahua nodded, her demeanor casual, as if she were merely buying 2 heads of cabbage rather than multi-million yuan properties. Is the other one for me? Bailuoluo asked, wide-eyed, her round eyes sparkling like a kitten's. Of course. What is the point of buying 2 if not for you? I know you mostly stay at the Bai family home. I don't ask for much, just a few days here and there to keep me company, Lu Huahua replied, unperturbed by the extravagant costs. For her, the value of earthly money was trivial, as it could only be spent in the mortal realm and was of little use in the celestial domain. Rest assured, my dear sister, I will make a point to stay with you often, Bailuoluo assured her. Ultimately, the most valuable assets were real estate and stocks. But Bai Maolin had not prepared any for her. It was worth noting that all of Bai Maolin's other children owned properties in their names. Bai Mingming, the most favored among them, even possessed her own company, a gift from Bai Maolin, unlike Bai Jingnan, who built his own business through his own efforts. What a celestial best friend. Chun Xiaowei couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of envy. Why did she not have such a wealthy friend? Despite Lu Huahua's eccentric fashion choices, her wealth was undeniable. She would gladly accept as many friends like her as possible, no matter how peculiar they seemed. Regrettably, she does not possess the fortuitous fortune that others enjoy, Such an exceptional confidant is beyond her reach. Sigh. After the two confirmed their intention to purchase a property, the next step was to follow the necessary procedures. Lu Huahua made a remarkable purchase of 2 apartments, marking her as a significant client of the company, prompting the manager to personally attend to them. They were not only ushered into the VIP lounge, but were also served tea that cost several thousand yuan per pound. Once they signed the documents and completed the payment, the properties were officially registered in their names. However, the property certificate could not be processed immediately, as the manager assured them that everything would be managed on their behalf and the certificate would be expedited. Chapter 103. The car accident. In an effort to ascertain whether the two truly intended to buy a home, Aogu had stealthily infiltrated the sales center, tailing them discreetly until they were escorted to the VIP lounge. To avoid drawing the attention of Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua, Aogu and his assistant acted separately, one feigning interest in viewing properties while the other pretended to accompany a friend on a house tour. The one seated on the sofa pretended to be engrossed in his phone, all the while discreetly broadcasting a live stream. The audience in the live stream listened intently as Lu Huahua declared her intention to purchase 2 spacious apartments on the same floor. Confirmed, both are indeed wealthy ladies. Who would have guessed that the girl dressed like a flamboyant rooster was actually so affluent? It seems her black card is indeed legitimate. How fortunate for this wealthy lady to even gift a spacious apartment to Bailuoluo. What a divine friendship. Why am I devoid of such a friend? I've nearly beaten my friend to a pulp, yet she still refuses to admit her privileged upbringing. Please, grant me a friend who casually bestows properties. I'm utterly fatigued by envy. When Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua completed their procedures and emerged, they planned to purchase a vehicle. Lu Huahua exhibited considerable interest in luxury cars and intended to take a look. Conveniently, there was a dealership nearby, and Bailuoluo led her dear friend there. Upon hearing that the two were going to buy a car, the viewers in the live stream urged Aogu to follow them, eager to witness the affluent lady's choice of vehicle. Your agent suggested I obtain a driver's license when I have the chance, claiming it will be useful later on. What is a driver's license? Lu Huahua inquired, puzzled. You know what a car is, right? To drive one on the streets, you must possess a driver's license. Driving without one is illegal and could result in arrest by the police, akin to the officials of your, Bailuoluo succinctly explained. Oh, I see now, Lu Huahua nodded, determined to acquire her license in the coming days. If you plan to get a driver's license, I will join you. I also lack one. Bailuoluo mused that it was indeed time for her to obtain a license as well. As they discussed where to take the driving test, suddenly, Xiao Fu's urgent voice broke in. Hurry! Rush to the intersection ahead. Yang Su is in danger. Xiao Fu's tone was laced with urgency, pressing Bailuoluo to act swiftly. Why must this happen at such a moment? Though somewhat disgruntled, she recognized the gravity of her task. If she were late and something befell Yang Su, not only would she forfeit her promised reward, but the formidable figures in the celestial realm would surely not spare her. Such is the lament of the insignificant. Bailuoluo gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, her expression shifting to one of poignant melancholy. What is wrong? Lu Huahua inquired, noticing her sudden halt. Work has arisen. I must depart. The dealership is just ahead, so choose a vehicle you fancy. Remember to purchase a phone afterward. I will jot down my number for you. And do keep in touch. She hastily scribbled her phone number on a sticky note before departing in haste. Be careful and stay safe. Understanding Bailuoluo's busy schedule, Lu Huahua refrained from insisting on accompanying her, waving her hand obediently as she bid farewell. Meanwhile, Aogu, trailing behind the two, found himself at a crossroads. Whom should he follow? Quickly, follow that lady in the floral attire. I want to see what luxury car she buys. Yes. Tail the wealthy lady. The live stream as comments were inundated with requests for him to pursue Lu Huahua. Some even went so far as to donate several spaceships to incentivize his following her. With spaceships being offered, the decision was clear. Off we go, dear companions. Let us continue trailing the affluent lady ahead. Unbeknownst to Aogu, he would soon regret this decision hours later. After Bailuoluo walked away alone, she intended to hail a taxi. However, for reasons unknown, she found herself waiting for several minutes without a vehicle in sight, compounded by Xiao Fu's incessant urging. In desperation, she opted for a shared bicycle, pedaling furiously toward the location Xiao Fu had mentioned. At that moment, on the other side, Yang Su was seated in a Maybach alongside his agent, Chao Senator today marked the premiere of Yang Su's new film, and as the lead actor, his presence was essential for promotion. Initially, Chao-san had been reluctant for him to attend. Yang Su was still recuperating, having just regained his ability to speak, though his voice remained somewhat hoarse. Moreover, the bruises around his neck had yet to heal. Should he appear at the premiere in such a state, the rumors could spiral out of control. Nevertheless, Yang Su insisted on attending, as he had invested considerable effort into this film and did not wish to go back on his word. To obscure any signs of his condition, he planned to wear a mask upon exiting the vehicle, feigning a cold, while donning a turtleneck to temporarily conceal the injuries on his neck. Chao-san observed Yang Su's ensemble, unable to suppress a grimace. Wearing a turtleneck in the sweltering summer was akin to broadcasting his affliction. He could only hope that no outrageous rumors would emerge. As the vehicle proceeded safely, a large truck suddenly barreled into their path, crashing directly into Yang Su's car. The driver swerved desperately, yet the vehicle was still fated to be struck violently. After colliding with Yang Su's car, the truck did not halt, continuing to crash into several others. Some unfortunate drivers met with tragic fates, their vehicles mangled beyond recognition. After the truck had collided with multiple cars, it finally overturned, leaving the surrounding bystanders in shock. Some screamed, others attempted to assist, while many called for emergency services. Quickly call the police. We need help. Save them. Among the crowd of onlookers, many compassionate souls endeavored to rescue those trapped. Yet, the scale of the accident was immense, with numerous vehicles involved. Many victims found themselves ensnared within the wreckage, rendering human effort insufficient for their rescue. The crowd could only prioritize freeing those they could. Yang Su's vehicle was the most luxurious among those involved in the accident. Luxury cars typically offer enhanced safety. The 3 occupants inside remained alive, with Chao-san retaining a degree of awareness. He struggled to open his eyes and assess the situation within the vehicle, but blood had flowed into his eyes, obscuring his vision. In the haze of consciousness, he sensed someone speaking beside him, followed by a forceful tug that pulled him from the wreckage. He's still alive. Someone, lend a hand. A kind-hearted stranger had salvaged Chao-san from the vehicle. After Chao-san was extricated, the driver was also pulled from the car. The driver bore more severe injuries and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 104. Coughing up blood, feigning there is still one person inside. I've tried several times, but I can't pull them out. A perspiring Good Samaritan exclaimed, frowning. There's no choice. We must wait for the police. The door on that side is jammed, and his leg is trapped. We can only wait a little longer. With the individual inside unable to be rescued, the crowd could do nothing but rely on the authorities. At this moment, a young girl hurriedly rushed towards a my-bike. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove into the car. The entire vehicle had already been overturned, with Yang Su trapped inside. What are you doing, little girl? Don't waste your effort. You won't be able to save him. Just wait for the police to bring their tools, someone said. A crowd had gathered around, and some even began live-streaming this significant traffic accident, particularly since Yang Su was driving a my-bike. Many pointed their phones towards the scene. Wait a minute, that man looks familiar. Isn't he Yang Su's manager? Oh my goodness, it really is him. A woman, who had been speaking inside the car, gasped in disbelief. Second brother. It must be second brother inside. Oh my god, Yang Su has had an accident. It's the superstar Yang Su. Within just a few minutes, news of the major car accident involving the acclaimed actor Yang Su spread across the internet. Someone uploaded videos and photos of the scene, especially focusing on Yang Su's driver and manager, without even applying a pixelation filter before sharing them online. The whole network was nearly paralyzed, as the news of Yang Su's critical condition surged to the top of trending topics on major social media platforms. Passers-by live-streaming the scene pointed their cameras at the my-bike, eager to report on Yang Su's rescue. Inside the car, Bailuoluo was desperately trying to save Yang Su, and she appeared in the live streams as well, although only her legs and part of her torso were visible. The police and ambulance should arrive in 2 to 3 minutes, but Bailuoluo knew that Yang Su couldn't wait that long. There's no other choice. I have to give it my all. Bailuoluo exerted all her strength to pry open the area pinning Yang Su's legs. When her strength fell short, she drew upon her celestial power for assistance. Through her relentless efforts, she finally managed to free Yang Su's legs. Come help me, she shouted behind her. At her call, a kind-hearted individual stepped forward to assist. With the combined efforts of Bailuoluo, a bald man, and 2 other helpful souls, they finally pulled Yang Su from the wreckage. You did great. I was also trying to pull him out, but he was stuck tight. I couldn't budge him at all. You really have some strength. The bald man gave Bailuoluo a thumbs up. Just doing my part, she replied, panting as she sat beside Yang Su. Without a mask, when his face was finally revealed to the onlookers, the crowd erupted in excitement. It really is Yang Su. Oh my goodness. Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? I can't tell how serious his condition is. Oh my God. It's really him. Second brother is my idol. He absolutely cannot be in danger. Even a young girl rushed over, eager to check on Yang Su. Just as she was about to reach him, Yang Su began to cough up blood. His shirt was instantly stained crimson, and a large portion of his face was also drenched in blood. Ah! Screamed the girl in fright. Bailuoluo, unfazed, instructed Xiao Fu to assess Yang Su's condition. Xiao Fu hurriedly responded, "What are we going to do? If the reincarnation of Erlang Shan dies like this, it will be difficult to explain." Seeing Yang Su still coughing up blood, Bailuoluo gritted her teeth and decided to take a risk. She grasped Yang Su's hand and infused her celestial power into him. Her soul was that of a celestial being, and the power she was using was drawn from her celestial essence. A small extraction wouldn't have much effect, but if she drew too much, it would definitely impact her mortal body. However, she had no time to consider that now. Saving Yang Su was paramount. After a strenuous effort from Bailuoluo, Yang Su's condition stabilized. At least his life was finally secured. "Are you all right, little girl? Little girl." The bald man watched as Bailuoluo suddenly fainted beside Yang Su and hurriedly helped her to lie down. Oh my goodness, one just stopped coughing up blood, and now the other has fainted. What on earth is happening? Fortunately, at that moment, ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks arrived, and the firefighters began their rescue operations. The injured, who had already been rescued, were transported to the hospital. When Bailuoluo regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital bed. "Luoluo, you're awake." Su Wanqing wiped her tears and quickly leaned closer to Bailuoluo. Bailuoluo gently touched her aching forehead and glanced at the others in the room. She was surprised to see her family had arrived. This was truly unexpected. "What brings you here?" Bailuoluo propped herself up, and Su Wanqing carefully placed a pillow behind her back for added comfort. "You fainted at the accident scene. The police contacted us. You're so reckless. Charging into a traffic accident like that. What if something happened to you? What would I and your father do?" She began to sob again. "Don't you have another daughter and 4 sons? Even if something were to happen to me, you would still have someone to care for you," Bailuoluo replied nonchalantly. Su Wanqing's crying paused, but before she could say anything, Bai Chunbei, the 4th brother, could no longer contain himself. He had been suddenly called to the hospital by their family, thinking something had happened to Meng Meng. He rushed over, only to find that it was Bailuoluo who had been in an accident. Had he known it was her, he wouldn't have hurried to the hospital. Already in a foul mood, he now had to endure Bailuo's snarky remarks upon waking. "Enough. Are you done? Because of you, we all had to drop everything to take care of you. And as soon as you wake up, you don't even say thank you, just throwing shade. Meng Meng has already moved out of the Bai family because of you. What more do you want? Let me tell you, the more you act this way, the less you will gain our approval. In our hearts, there is only one sister, Meng Meng. You will always be an outsider." Chapter 105. Celestial soul damage. Bailuoluo looked at Bai Chunbei, who was passionately venting, and all her thoughts distilled into 2 words. Fool. Bai Chunbei, furious, charged towards Bailuoluo, but thankfully he was stopped by the eldest and 2nd brothers. After all, it was inappropriate to confront a patient in a hospital. Bai Fandong and Bai Jingnian quickly restrained the agitated 4th brother. "Bai Chunbei, quiet down. Your sister is still in the hospital. Is this how a brother should behave? If you can't speak civilly, then get out. Don't disturb your sister's rest." Bai Maolin scolded Bai Chunbei, finally bringing the situation under control. "Dad," Bai Chunbei protested, but he dared not oppose his father. "Be quiet," Bai Maolin frowned, and his expression revealed his dwindling patience. "If there's anything uncomfortable, just tell Dad. I'll arrange it." After speaking, Bai Maolin led the 3 brothers, taking the unruly 4th brother out of the room. Su Wanqing urged Bailuoluo to rest well before following them out. Until they left, Bailuoluo remained puzzled about their intentions. Were they worried about her? Perhaps, but not much. Did they come to put on a show for her? Did she possess such worth? Forget it. Her energy was nearly depleted. She didn't want to dwell on it. Bailuoluo disregarded her family's presence and began to meticulously assess her condition. Finally, You're awake. Do you have any idea how dire your situation is? Xiao Fu's voice echoed, laced with urgency. It's apparent my soul is in such a weakened state. How could it not be dire? Bailuoluo found herself at a loss, pondering how she could have foreseen the immense price she would pay for saving Yangsu. At that moment, she had no alternative. Relying solely on mortal physicians and their instruments would not suffice to heal Yangsu's grievous injuries. His wounds were far too severe. Had she not intervened, it could be said that Yangsu was undoubtedly doomed given the extent of his injuries. Thanks to her involvement, although Yangsu's condition remained critical, at least his life was no longer in jeopardy. Yet, the toll she paid was considerable. Now, her celestial essence was weakened, having lost 1/3 of her soul power. If she could not restore the lost essence, her physical form would become exceedingly frail, and her overall vitality would deteriorate significantly. In her current state, she could hardly protect Yangsu. Even a vigorous kick from an adult could potentially be fatal for her. No, I cannot accept this loss. I must contact Li Qing and request some celestial pills to restore my strength. With this thought, she promptly dialed Li Qing. Upon receiving the call, Li Qing arrived at her hospital room within an hour. What have you done to yourself? Li Qing exclaimed, observing the weakened Bailuoluo with a frown. She could not fathom how Bailuoluo had allowed herself to deteriorate in such a manner. Bailuoluo was surrounded daily by mortals. How could they possibly inflict harm upon a celestial being like her? How can you even ask? I am in this state entirely because of you, Bailuoluo retorted, lacking the noble disposition of a selfless benefactor. She had made considerable sacrifices to save Yangsu, and if she did not proclaim her deeds, her efforts would be in vain. Minutes later, Li Qing finally grasped the situation. You use celestial power to save Yangsu? This is troublesome. Li Qing's face paled. It was forbidden for celestial beings to utilize their powers in the mortal realm. The more power expended, the greater the backlash, as the heavenly laws do not permit celestial energies to be employed on mortals. Bailuoluo's current condition stemmed from both the significant loss of celestial energy from her soul and the backlash from the heavenly laws. Mortal bodies could not withstand the potency of celestial pills. Consuming them would likely result in catastrophic consequences. Bailuoluo's mortal form was still of use, and it could not perish yet. The prospect of restoring her damaged celestial essence without the aid of celestial pills posed a considerable challenge. With the backlash from the heavenly laws, Bailuoluo was bound to suffer. I had but a breath left, had I not employed celestial power to save him. He would have perished before the ambulance could arrive. Bailuoluo defended herself vehemently. After all, her mission was to protect Yangsu, and she had exerted considerable effort to fulfill it. Anyone who dared to criticize her would face her wrath. Moreover, I cannot believe that the higher powers would neglect my plight. This is clearly a work-related injury. If they fail to assist me, they shall not blame me for my subsequent negligence. You must understand that your situation is unique. Even the most ordinary celestial pill is beyond the capacity of your current mortal body to endure. To mend your celestial essence, we must devise another plan. With Li Qing's words, Bailuoluo had nothing left to say and allowed her to leave. Once Li Qing departed, Bailuoluo finally had the opportunity to peruse her phone and check online news. Prior to Li Qing's arrival, a doctor had examined her condition, using a plethora of technical jargon, but ultimately conveying a singular message. She was predisposed to poor health, possessing a weak constitution and requiring substantial care. If she did not take proper care of herself, her lifespan could be drastically shortened. Bailuoluo felt exasperated. Her condition was not due to any inherent flaw, but rather the consequence of her soul power's depletion, something that ordinary doctors could hardly diagnose. She could only hope that Li Qing would find a remedy for her. As she picked up her phone, she discovered a deluge of news regarding the film Emperor Yangsu, who had been severely injured in a chain car accident and was currently hospitalized, his fate uncertain. There was also a trending topic about her, featuring footage captured of her rescuing Yangsu. His fans expressed their immense gratitude towards her in the comment section, simultaneously praying for his well-being and hoping for her good deeds to be rewarded. The official report regarding the accident attributed it to the truck driver's drunk driving, while investigations into other possible causes were still ongoing. 6 hours had passed since the accident, which had resulted in 3 fatalities, 6 severe injuries, and 4 minor injuries. Yangsu was among the 6 severely injured. Naturally, the reports did not focus solely on Yangsu. Information about other victims was also being uncovered. People across the internet were praying for those survivors in the hospital, hoping they would recover. Major websites were inundated with news of the accident, leaving little else of concern for her attention. She first called her agent, Wei Tian, to explain her situation, and then reached out to Lu Huahua, who had already acquired a new phone and sent her the number. Lu Huahua likely remained unaware of her hospitalization, and Bailuoluo decided to withhold that information for the time being. In the past few days, numerous events had transpired. Initially, Yangsu Studio released a statement indicating that he had passed the critical phase and had been transferred to a regular ward. Following that, updates on the chain car accident revealed that out of 6 severely injured patients, 2 had succumbed, while 4 survived. Several of the lightly injured patients were still receiving treatment in the hospital. The truck driver's family had been making apologies on behalf of him to the victims, though it remained uncertain whether anyone would accept them. Here, take this. Li Qing handed Bailuoluo a jade pendant. What is this? Bailuoluo asked, examining the pendant closely. It was clearly no ordinary object, given that Li Qing had specifically entrusted it to her. However, its purpose remained a mystery. This is a magical artifact. Its function is to convert merit into celestial power to repair your celestial essence. Li Qing explained slowly. Convert merit into celestial power? Bailuoluo's eyebrows arched slightly. Precisely. Currently, spiritual energy is scarce in the mortal realm, and celestial energy is even more so. If you wish to restore your celestial essence here, the only energy available for use is merit. Although merit is more commonly utilized in the Western Buddhist realm, we celestial beings can also employ it. However, accumulating merit can be quite troublesome. Monks in the Western Buddhist realm typically attain Buddhahood through great merit, and some saints from the primordial era also achieved sanctity through merit. However, in this modern age, such opportunities to earn significant merit are exceedingly rare. The laws of the world are now well established, and we are not in chaotic times. Acquiring substantial merit is no simple feat. You understand how challenging this is. Earning merit in the mortal realm is no easy task. How long must I wait to repair my celestial essence using this method? Bailuoluo gazed at the jade pendant in her hand. Her eyes filled with skepticism about the future. Rest assured, you are not seeking to attain Buddhahood or sanctity through merit. You only need to mend a portion of your lost soul power. The amount of merit required is minimal. From now on, perform one good deed each day for 3 months, and that should suffice, Li Qing reassured her. However, it is not enough just to do good deeds to accumulate merit. The good you do must have a far-reaching impact on the future. Merely benefiting one person will not yield any merit, she added. Have no worries. This pendant is a magical artifact. It will alert you when you encounter opportunities to earn merit, Li Qing assured her, wearing an expression that conveyed trustworthiness. Really? Bailuoluo questioned, skepticism lingering in her tone. I would not deceive you, Li Qing vowed, patting her chest. Very well, I shall trust you this once. In her eagerness to accumulate merit, Bailuoluo did not linger in the hospital for long, discharging herself just 2 days later. On the other hand, Yangsu was informed that he would need to stay in the hospital for at least a month. Surely, nothing untoward would happen during his hospital stay? Leaving the hospital, Bailuoluo walked on the street, panting as she searched for opportunities to perform good deeds and earn merit. How infuriating! Her current physical state left her exhausted after just a brief walk. The sun overhead made her head spin, and her legs felt as if they were filled with lead. She was so fatigued that she nearly collapsed onto the ground. Luohua, do you want to sit for a moment at a nearby mall? You look like you're struggling, Lu Huahua remarked, already aware of the circumstances surrounding Bailuoluo and feeling a deep sympathy for her. Help me a bit, Bailuoluo replied, not attempting to endure the discomfort any longer as she extended her hand to Lu Huahua. Lu Huahua supported her, guiding her toward the mall. 10 minutes later, the two found themselves seated in a milk tea shop within the mall, sipping their drinks while enjoying the air conditioning. This milk tea is exquisite. I must take a few cups to go, Lu Huahua exclaimed, her face radiating satisfaction as she indulged in the beverage. Bailuoluo gazed at the 3 empty milk tea cups before her, falling into silence. With the cup she was currently drinking, they had consumed 4 in total, and she was astonished that Lu Huahua still desired to take more away. Don't you find that excessive? She inquired. Nevertheless, she decided that as long as Lu Huahua was happy, it was sufficient. With a sigh, Bailuoluo lamented her inability to find a chance to earn merit, feeling somewhat weary and unable to contemplate other matters. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Bailuoluo's mind, distinct from that of Xiao Fu. This voice was cold and devoid of warmth. Yet Bailuoluo paid it little mind, thinking at last there was a response. Where? Where? Speak quickly, she urged. Currently, in the underground parking lot of this mall, someone is being kidnapped. If you can prevent this kidnapping, you will earn 3 merit points. 3 merit points. Bailuoluo raised her eyebrows in surprise. Such merit points were not easily obtained. Typically, performing a good deed would yield just 1 point. Without further ado, she resolved to assist. Huahua, accompany me to the underground parking lot, Bailuoluo instructed, turning to Lu Huahua, who was still sipping her milk tea. Upon hearing Bailuoluo's sudden call, Lu Huahua quickly deduced the situation. All right, I'll have the driver bring the car to the parking lot to wait for us. The two exited the milk tea shop and took the elevator down to the basement parking level. Upon arriving, Bailuoluo led Lu Huahua deeper into the parking area. Where are we headed now? Lu Huahua inquired. Just wait. Before long, a cry for help echoed, but it was abruptly cut off, as though interrupted mid-sentence. What are you doing? Following the sound, Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua discovered 2 men wearing face masks, forcibly shoving a girl into a car while covering her mouth. The girl appeared utterly distressed, her shirt riding up from her struggles, revealing her fair belly. Panic filled her eyes as she caught sight of the 2 girls, desperately seeking assistance. Just as the 2 masked men intended to deal with Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua as well, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached. Moments later, several mall security guards appeared in the distance. Help! Someone is being kidnapped over here, Lu Huahua shouted, successfully drawing the guards' attention. Let us go, the 2 men yelled, grabbing the girl and attempting to force her into the vehicle. Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua could not allow this to happen and immediately intervened to buy time. As the security guards drew nearer, the kidnappers, realizing they could not delay any longer, abandoned the girl and fled in their vehicle. Just then, the security guard arrived. One stayed to inquire about the situation, while the others pursued the fleeing kidnappers. Are you all right? Do you need an ambulance? A security guard in his 40s asked the 3 girls. We're fine, just checking on her, Lu Huahua responded, glancing at the terrified girl. After a moment, the girl regained her composure and shook her head, indicating she was unharmed. The security guard then suggested taking them to the mall's lounge for some rest. Given the girl's distress, she did not refuse the offer. Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua had intended to leave, but since the mall had already reported the incident, they were required to stay and provide statements to the police as witnesses. Congratulations on earning 3 merit points. 3 beams of golden light representing merit points flowed into Bailuoluo's body, restoring her celestial spirit with their energy. With the infusion of celestial power, her previously frail body regained its vigor, and she felt revitalized. Soon, the trio was taken to the police station, where they provided their statements. After finishing, the girl's family arrived. The girl, named Shinmingxiu, had lost her mother at an early age and lived solely with her father. Shinmingxiu was an elementary school teacher, while her father was a professor in the chemistry department at a prestigious university. Shinmingxiu's father, appearing refined yet slightly balding, expressed profound gratitude. Thank you so much. If you two are not too busy, please join us for a meal. We would love to treat you. Xingguowei looked at Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua with sincere appreciation. If not for these kind-hearted girls, he could only imagine the dire consequences for his daughter. No need for a meal. It was just a small effort. Really, Bailuoluo waved her hand dismissively, explaining that her motivation for saving Shinmingxiu was merely to earn merit, and now that she had achieved that, other matters were less significant. No, you must join us for a meal. It won't take long. If you're busy now, we can exchange contact information and arrange to meet later, Shinmingxiu insisted, her emotions settling as she expressed her gratitude. She felt deeply indebted to Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua, recognizing their pivotal role in her safety. Ultimately, under the earnest invitation of the father and daughter, Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua acquiesced to dine together. They felt compelled to accept due to the overwhelming warmth of the Shun family. Xingguowei chose a Michelin 3-star restaurant for their meal, renowned for its exquisite yet modest portions at exorbitant prices. Given the establishment's reputation, they could not merely order the cheaper items. Xingguowei graciously allowed Bailuoluo and Lu Huahua to select anything they wished. The two ordered dishes that caught their fancy, while Bailuoluo had little interest in alcohol. Though Lu Huahua did enjoy it and ordered a bottle of red wine. When all was said and done, this meal was certainly not inexpensive, amounting to several thousand yuan. However, the Shen family did not seem to mind the cost. Instead, they continued to extend their hospitality. During the meal, the four discussed the attempted kidnapping of Shen Mingxiu. I have a hunch about who might have sent them, Shen Mingxiu said, biting her lip. Initially hesitant to disclose the information for fear of worrying her father, she felt compelled to reveal the truth given the severity of the situation. 2 months ago, a boy named Zhou Ziki, a student in my class, had his uncle attend a parent-teacher meeting. His uncle, Bai Chongwei, is the heir to the Bai group. Ever since he attended the meeting, he began pursuing me. I initially considered giving him a chance because of his good qualities. I never expected that just a few days later, a woman would come looking for me. Shen Mingxiu regretted her decision immensely, lamenting that had she known Bai Chongwei had such a deranged accomplice, she would never have entertained him. The woman who came to seek him is named Xian Ruxue, the daughter of the Xian family. The Xian family, like the Bai family, belongs to the elite class, making them well-matched in terms of social standing. Xian Ruxue has regarded Bai Chongwei as her possession since childhood, forbidding any woman from approaching him. Throughout the years, any woman who dared to get close to Bai Chongwei met an unfortunate fate. Because of Xian Ruxue's presence, no matter how handsome Bai Chongwei was, no woman dared to approach him. Only Shen Mingxiu, who had never been part of high society, was unaware of the existence of such a madwoman beside Bai Chongwei. Upon discovering Shen Mingxiu's existence, Xian Ruxue had warned her once. At that time, she thought Shen Mingxiu was merely one of Bai Chongwei's admirers, akin to those infatuated female characters in novels. Any woman who approached her beloved would be warned. It was only when a female teacher at their school saw Xian Ruxue visiting her and discreetly hinted at her behavior that she realized the depths of Xian Ruxue's madness. That teacher had attended the same high school as Xian Ruxue and Bai Chongwei. Several girls who once admired Bai Chongwei had either moved away or dropped out, and one even committed suicide. Rumors circulated that Xian Ruxue was responsible. Because of these rumors, students are wary of approaching either Bai Chongwei or Xian Ruxue. Initially, she was skeptical of the teacher's words, as this is a society governed by laws. How could someone so blatantly disregard the law? However, after experiencing the recent kidnapping incident, her perspective shifted. Recently, the only person she had offended was Xian Ruxue. If it weren't for Xian Ruxue's vendetta against her, who else would target an ordinary elementary school teacher like her? Xiaoming, why didn't you tell your father about this sooner? Shen Guowei thought to himself, feeling a wave of fear. Thankfully, his daughter was unharmed. If anything had happened to her, how could he face his deceased wife? Dad, I never imagined there could be such a mad person in the world who would resort to such extreme measures just because the person they like shows affection to another woman. Shen Mingxiu felt wronged. She never anticipated her misfortune, thinking she was merely being pursued by a wealthy second generation, only to discover that a deranged admirer was shadowing him. Chapter 108. A new job approaches. Hello, are you there? Can you explain why saving Shen Mingxiu earns me 3 merit points? Bailuoluo attempted to communicate with the spirit within the magical artifact given to her by Li Qing. This artifact also possessed a spirit, but it seemed rather aloof and uncommunicative. In the original timeline, Shen Mingxiu was not saved. Her body would have been discovered a week later. Shen Guowei would have sought revenge for her death, leading to a chain of events where he would create a bomb to kill both Xian Ruxue and Bai Chongwei. However, due to the bomb's immense power, many others in the same building would also perish. This explosion would result in over 400 deaths, with more than 200 injured and 300 lightly hurt. Thus, by saving Shen Mingxiu, you have also spared many innocent lives. The significance of this act is why you have earned 3 merit points. Now, Bailuoluo understood. Saving one person equated to saving so many others. However, wait. ISNT, the cycle of life and death governed by the underworld. By saving Shen Mingxiu, I'm altering the fates of those mortals. Wouldn't the underworld come after me for meddling with their destinies? Bailuoluo expressed her concerns. Rest assured, those individuals are considered to have died in vain. As long as they did not die on the date specified in the Book of Life and Death, their fates can be altered. Bailuoluo nodded in understanding. In this world, not all deaths are predetermined. The Book of Life and Death records each individual's birth and death dates. But unexpected events can lead to alterations in those timelines. After all, human nature is the most unpredictable force, and accidents are frequent. Very few actually live to their natural end. The individuals who died due to the actions of Bai Chongwei and Xian Rushiwei were not meant to die on that day. Therefore, Bailuoluo's intervention in their fates spared them from death, and the underworld would not only refrain from holding her accountable, but would likely be grateful instead. After finishing her meal, Bailuoluo bid farewell to Shun Guowei and his daughter, exchanging contact information and expressing a desire to keep in touch. With this experience of earning merit points, Bailuoluo finally comprehended why it was so challenging to accumulate them. That infuriating Li Qin even insisted she perform a good deed daily. She couldn't believe it. Time swiftly passed, and a week later, Bailuoluo became an internet sensation due to the video of her saving Yang Su. She had gained some fame in the entertainment industry, and because of her positive image, several businesses began to take notice. A few niche brands approached her for endorsements, planning to have her shoot advertisements. Wei Tian was pleased. He had not anticipated Bailuoluo's rise to fame would be so smooth. It had only been a short while since her debut, yet she was already a household name, with brands seeking her out for endorsements. In the office, a lively tune heralding good fortune played. Bailuoluo cleared her throat, casting a neutral look towards a door where Lu Huahua stood, equally stunned. "Shall we take a stroll?" Lu Huahua eyed the office door with disdain, doubting Wei Tian's sanity. "Since we are here, why stand at the door? Come in." The office door swung open, revealing a beaming Wei Tian. After exchanging glances with Lu Huahua, they stepped into the office. Upon entering Wei Tian's office, Bailuoluo promptly seated herself in a guest chair, while Lu Huahua settled beside her. Wei Tian's smile never faltered as he began discussing Bailuoluo's upcoming work arrangements. "I've secured 2 endorsements for you, one for a milk tea brand and another for a sanitary napkin brand. You will need to collaborate with the manufacturers to film 2 advertisements. Additionally, I've arranged for you to participate in a currently popular variety show, Escape Room. Furthermore, 3 scripts have come your way. You can decide which one to take. And if you are uncertain, I can help you choose." As he spoke, Wei Tian laid out 3 scripts before her. "Someone wants me to star in a movie?" Bailuoluo asked, surprised. "However, it's a low-budget film, with less than 5 million invested. They cannot afford big-name stars. And they approached you to leverage your rising popularity for free publicity." Wei Tian examined the sole movie script. It's a low-budget horror film with a decent plot, but the invited actors are not particularly renowned. You're the most famous among them, while the others are fresh graduates. They want you to play the female lead? Bailuoluo inquired. "Not exactly. They just want you to make a cameo. They feel your asking price is too high and believe hiring newcomers is more cost-effective." Wei Tian replied, "My asking price is high? What did you tell them?" Bailuoluo asked curiously. "I quoted 70,000, which is quite reasonable. But the director still found it expensive. There's nothing I can do about that." Wei Tian's pricing was not exorbitant, compared to stars who charged millions. Bailuoluo's rate was quite modest. Yet, the movie's budget was so minimal, totaling only 5 million. The director was unwilling to spend 70,000 on a female star. Thus negotiations fell through. After our conversation, director Wang decided to invite you to make a cameo in his film crew. Although the role is not substantial, it is crucial to the overarching narrative. "What role?" Bailuoluo inquired. "A female ghost." Bailuoluo contemplated, deciding to observe the situation further, as she had yet to review 2 additional scripts. Were the other 2 scripts? One features the 3rd female lead in a Xinxia drama, while the other presents the 2nd female lead in a youthful campus tale. Beginning with the Xinxia drama, the plot revolves around the age-old trope of 2 celestial beings embroiled in a catastrophic romance, nearly dragging the entire world into their demise. Amidst the characters consumed by love, the 3rd female lead emerges as the sole voice of reason. She scoffs at the female immortals who weep and wail over matters of the heart. Due to her unconventional demeanor, she finds herself somewhat unpopular among the celestial beings. Ultimately, the 3rd female lead meets her end in a grand battle across the realms, a death marked by its dramatic flair. Although the script lacks notable highlights, the character of the 3rd female lead possesses considerable potential, and Wei Tian suggests that she might embrace this role as an opportunity to hone her acting skills.